Preface of the Ambassadors. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. The Ambassadors by Henry James. Preface. Nothing is more easy than to state the subject of the Ambassadors, which first appeared in 12 numbers in the North American Review, 1903, and was published as a whole the same year. The situation involved is gathered up betimes, that is, in the second chapter of Book Fifth, for the reader's benefit, into as few words as possible, planted or sunk stiffly and saliently in the centre of the current, almost perhaps to the obstruction of traffic. Never can a composition of this sort have sprung straighter from a dropped grain of suggestion, and never can that grain, developed, overgrown, and smothered, have yet lurked more in the mass as an independent particle. The whole case, in fine, is in Lambert Strether's irrepressible outbreak to little Bilham on the Sunday afternoon in Gloriani's garden, the candour with which he yields, for his young friend's enlightenment, to the charming admonition of that crisis. The idea of the tale resides indeed in the very fact that an hour of such unprecedented ease should have been felt by him as a crisis, and he is at pains to express it for us as neatly as we could desire. The remarks to which he thus gives utterance contain the essence of the Ambassadors. His fingers close, before he has done, round the stem of the full-blown flower, which, after that fashion, he continues officiously to present to us. Live all you can, it's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't had that, what have you had? I'm too old at any rate for what I see. What one loses, make no mistake about that. Still, we have the illusion of freedom, therefore don't, like me to-day, be without the memory of that illusion. I was either, at the right time, too stupid or too intelligent to have it, and now I'm a case of reaction against the mistake. Do what you like so long as you don't make it. For it was a mistake. Live. Such is the gist of Strether's appeal to the impressed youth, whom he likes and whom he desires to befriend. The word mistake occurs several times, it will be seen, in the course of his remarks, which gives the measure of the signal warning he feels attached to his case. He has accordingly missed too much, though perhaps after all constitutionally qualified for a better part, and he wakes up to it in conditions that press the spring of a terrible question. Would there yet perhaps be time for reparation? Reparation, that is, for the injury done his character, for the affront, he is quite ready to say, so stupidly put upon it, and in which he has even himself had so clumsy a hand? The answer to which is that he now at all events sees, so that the business of my tale and the march of my action, not to say the precious moral of everything, is just my demonstration of this process of vision. Nothing can exceed the closeness with which the whole fits again into its germ. That had been given me bodily, as usual, by the spoken word, for I was to take the image over exactly as I happened to have met it. A friend had repeated to me, with great appreciation, a thing or two said to him by a man of distinction, much his senior, and to which a sense akin to that of Strether's melancholy eloquence might be imputed, said as chance would have, and so easily might, in Paris, and in a charming old garden attached to a house of art, and on a Sunday afternoon of summer, many persons of great interest being present. The observation there listened to and gathered up had contained part of the note that I was to recognise on the spot as to my purpose, had contained in fact the greater part. The rest was in the place and the time and the scene they sketched. These constituents clustered and combined to give me further support, to give me what I may call the note absolute. There it stands accordingly, full in the tideway, driven in with hard taps like some strong stake for the noose of a cable, the swirl of the current round about it. What amplified the hint to more than the bulk of hints in general was the gift of it in the old Paris garden, for in that token were sealed up values infinitely precious. There was of course the seal to break and each item of the packet to count over and handle and estimate, but somehow, in the light of the hint, all the elements of a situation of the sort most to my taste were there. I could even remember no occasion on which, so confronted, I had found it of a livelier interest to take stock, in this fashion, of suggested wealth. For I think verily that there are degrees of merit in subjects, in spite of the fact that to treat even one of the most ambiguous with due decency, we must for the time, for the feverish and prejudiced hour, at least figure its merit and its dignity as possibly absolute. What it comes to, doubtless, is that even among the supremely good, since with such alone is it one's theory of one's honour to be concerned, there is an ideal beauty of goodness the invoked action of which is to raise the artistic faith to its maximum. Then truly, I hold, one's theme may be said to shine, and that of the ambassadors, I confess, wore this glow for me from the beginning to end. Fortunately thus I am able to estimate this as frankly quite the best, all round, of my productions. Any failure of that justification would have made such an extreme of complacency publicly fatuous. I recall then in this connection no moment of subjective intermittence, never one of those alarms as for a suspected hollow beneath one's feet, a felt ingratitude in the scheme adopted, under which confidence fails and opportunity seems but to mock. If the motive of the wings of the dove, as I have noted, was to worry me at moments by a sealing up of its face, though without prejudice to its again, of a sudden, fairly grimacing with expression, so in this other business I had absolute conviction and constant clearness to deal with. It had been a frank proposition, the whole bunch of data, installed on my premises like a monotony of fine weather. The order of composition in these things, I may mention, was reversed by the order of publication, the earlier written of the two books having appeared as the later. Even under the weight of my hero's years I could feel my postulate firm. Even under the strain of the difference between those of Madame de Vionnet and those of Chad Newsome, a difference liable to be denounced as shocking, I could still feel it serene. Nothing resisted, nothing betrayed, I seemed to make out, in this full and sound sense of the matter. It shed from any side I could turn it to the same golden glow. I rejoiced in the promise of a hero so mature, who would give me thereby the more to bite into, since it's only into thickened motive and accumulated character, I think, that the painter of life bites more than a little. My poor friend should have accumulated character, certainly, or rather would be quite naturally and handsomely possessed of it, in the sense that he would have, and would always have felt he had, imagination galore, and that this yet wouldn't have wrecked him. It was immeasurable, the opportunity to do a man of imagination, for if there mightn't be a chance to bite, where in the world might it be? This personage, of course, so enriched, wouldn't give me for his type imagination in predominance, or as his prime faculty, nor should I, in view of other matters, have found that convenient. So particular a luxury, some occasion, that is, for study of the high gift in supreme command of a case or of a career, would still doubtless come on the day I should be ready to pay for it, until then might, as from far back, remain hung up well in view and just out of reach. The comparative case meanwhile would serve. It was only on the minor scale that I had treated myself even to comparative cases. I was to hasten to add, however, that happy stop-gaps as the minor scale had thus yielded, the instance in hand should enjoy the advantage of the full range of the major, since most immediately to the point was the question of that supplement of situation logically involved in our gentleman's impulse to deliver himself in the Paris garden on the Sunday afternoon, or if not involved by strict logic, then all ideally and enchantingly implied in it. I say ideally, because I need scarce mention that for development, for expression of its maximum, my glimmering story was, at the earliest stage, to have nipped the thread of connection with the possibilities of the actual reported speaker. He remains but the happiest of accidents. His actualities, all too definite, precluded any range of possibilities. It had only been his charming office to project upon that wide field of the artist's vision, which hangs there ever in place like the white sheet suspended for the figures of a child's magic lantern, a more fantastic and more movable shadow. No privilege of the teller of tales and the handler of puppets is more delightful, or has more of the suspense and the thrill of a game of difficulty breathlessly enjoyed, than just this business of looking for the unseen and the occult, in a scheme half grasped by the light, or so to speak by the clinging scent, of the gauge already in hand. No dreadful old pursuit of the hidden slave with bloodhounds and the rag of association can ever, for excitement I judge, have bettered it at its best. For the dramatist always, by the very law of his genius, believes not only in a possible right issue from the rightly conceived tight place. He does much more than this. He believes irresistibly in the necessary, the precious tightness of the place, whatever the issue, on the strength of any respectable hint. It being thus the respectable hint that I had with such avidity picked up, what would be the story to which it would most inevitably form the centre? It is part of the charm attendant on such questions that the story, with the omens true, as I say, puts on from this stage the authenticity of concrete existence. It then is, essentially, it begins to be, though it may more or less obscurely lurk, so that the point is not in the least what to make of it, but only, very delightfully and very damnably, where to put one's hand on it. In which truth resides surely much of the interest of that admirable mixture for salutary application which we know as art. Art deals with what we see. It must first contribute full-handed that ingredient. It plucks its material, otherwise expressed, in the garden of life, which material, elsewhere grown, is stale and uneatable. But it has no sooner done this than it has to take account of a process, from which only when it's the basest of the servants of man, incurring ignominious dismissal, with no character, does it, and whether under some muddled pretext of morality or on any other, pusillanimously edge away. The process, that of the expression, the literal squeezing out, of value, is another affair, with which the happy luck of mere finding has little to do. The joys of finding, at this stage, are pretty well over. That quest of the subject as a whole by matching, as the ladies say at the shops, the big piece with the snippet having ended, we assume, with a capture. The subject is found, and if the problem is then transferred to the ground of what to do with it, the field opens out for any amount of doing. This is precisely the infusion that, as I submit, completes the strong mixture. It is on the other hand the part of the business that can least be likened to the chase with horn and hound. It's all a sedentary part, involves as much ciphering of sorts as would merit the highest salary paid to a chief accountant. Not, however, that the chief accountant hasn't his gleams of bliss, for the felicity, or at least the equilibrium of the artist's state dwells less surely in the further delightful complications he can smuggle in than in those he succeeds in keeping out. He sows his seed at the risk of too thick a crop, wherefore yet again, like the gentlemen who audit ledgers, he must keep his head at any price. In consequence of all which, for the interest of the matter, I might seem here to have my choice of narrating my hunt for Lambert Strether, of describing the capture of the shadow projected by my friend's anecdote, or of reporting on the occurrences subsequent to that triumph. But I had probably best attempt a little to glance in each direction, since it comes to me again and again, over this licentious record, that one's bag of adventures, conceived or conceivable, has been only half emptied by the mere telling of one's story. It depends so on what one means by that equivocal quantity. There is the story of one's hero, and then, thanks to the intimate connection of things, the story of one's story itself. I blush to confess it, but if one's a dramatist, one's a dramatist, and the latter imbroglio is liable on occasion to strike me as really the more objective of the two. The philosophy imputed to him in that beautiful outbreak, the hour there, amid such happy provision, striking for him, would have been then, on behalf of my man of imagination, to be logically and, as the artless craft of comedy has it, led up to. The probable course to such a goal, the goal of so conscious a predicament, would have in short to be finely calculated. Where has he come from, and why has he come? What is he doing, as we Anglo-Saxons, and we only, say in our foredoomed clutch of exotic aids to expression, in that galère? To answer these questions plausibly, to answer them as under cross-examination in the witness box by counsel for the prosecution, in other words, satisfactorily to account for Strether and for his peculiar tone, was to possess myself of the entire fabric. At the same time, the clue to its whereabouts would lie in a certain principle of probability. He wouldn't have indulged in his particular tone without a reason. It would take a felt predicament or a false position to give him so ironic an accent. One hadn't been noting tones all one's life without recognizing when one heard it the voice of the false position. The dear man in the Paris garden was then admirably and unmistakably in one, which was no small point gained. What next accordingly concerned us was the determination of this identity. One could only go by probabilities, but there was the advantage that the most general of the probabilities were virtual certainties. Possessed of our friend's nationality to start with, there was a general probability in his narrower localism, which, for that matter, one had really but to keep under the lens for an hour to see it give up its secrets. He would have issued, our rueful worthy, from the very heart of New England, at the heels of which matter of course a perfect train of secrets tumbled for me into the light. They had to be sifted and sorted, and I shall not reproduce the detail of that process, but unmistakably they were all there, and it was but a question, auspiciously, of picking among them. What the position would infallibly be, and why on his hands it had turned false, these inductive steps could only be as rapid as they were distinct. I accounted for everything, and everything had by this time become the most promising quantity, by the view that he had come to Paris in some state of mind which was literally undergoing, as a result of new and unexpected assaults and infusions, a change almost from hour to hour. He had come with the view that might have been figured by a clear green liquid, say in a neat glass phial, and the liquid, once poured into the open cup of application, once exposed to the action of another air, had begun to turn from green to red, or whatever, and might, for all he knew, be on its way to purple, to black, to yellow. At the still wilder extremes represented, perhaps, for all he could say to the contrary, by a variability so violent, he would at first, naturally, but have gazed in surprise and alarm, whereby the situation clearly would spring from the play of wildness and the development of extremes. I saw in a moment that should this development proceed both with force and logic, my story would leave nothing to be desired. There is always, of course, for the story-teller, the irresistible determinant and the incalculable advantage of his interest in the story as such. It is ever, obviously, overwhelmingly, the prime and precious thing. As other than this I have never been able to see it. As to which what makes for it, with whatever headlong energy, may be said to pale before the energy with which it simply makes for itself. It rejoices, none the less, at its best, to seem to offer itself in a light, to seem to know, and with the very last knowledge, what it's about, liable as it yet is at moments to be caught by us with its tongue in its cheek and absolutely no warrant but its splendid impudence. Let us grant then that impudence is always there, so to speak, for grace and effect and allure, there above all because the story is just the spoiled child of art, and because, as we are always disappointed when the pampered don't play up, we like it, to that extent, to look all its character. It probably does so in truth, even when we most flatter ourselves that we negotiate with it by treaty. All of which, again, is but to say that the steps for my fable placed themselves with a prompt and, as it were, functional assurance, an air quite as of readiness to have dispensed with logic, had I been in fact too stupid for my clue. Never, positively, none the less, as the links multiplied, had I felt less stupid for the determination of poor Strether's errand and for the apprehension of his issue. These things continued to fall together, as by the neat action of their own weight and form, even while their commentator scratched his head about them. He easily sees now that they were always well in advance of him. As the case completed itself, he had, in fact, from a good way behind, to catch up with them, breathless and a little flurried, as best he could. The false position for our belated man of the world, belated because he had endeavoured so long to escape being one, and now at last had really to face his doom, the false position for him, I say, was obviously to have presented himself at the gate of that boundless menagerie primed with a moral scheme of the most approved pattern, which was yet framed to break down on any approach to vivid facts, that is, to any at all liberal appreciation of them. There would have been, of course, the case of the Strether prepared, whenever presenting himself, only to judge and to feel meanly; but he would have moved for me, I confess, enveloped in no legend whatever. The actual man's note, from the first of our seeing it struck, is the note of discrimination, just as his drama is to become, under stress, the drama of discrimination. It would have been his blessed imagination, we have seen, that had already helped him to discriminate, the element that was for so much of the pleasure of my cutting thick, as I have intimated, into his intellectual, into his moral substance. Yet here it was, at the same time, just here, that a shade for a moment fell across the scene. There was the dreadful little old tradition, one of the platitudes of the human comedy, that people's moral scheme does break down in Paris, that nothing is more frequently observed, that hundreds of thousands of more or less hypocritical or more or less cynical persons annually visit the place for the sake of the probable catastrophe, and that I came late in the day to work myself up about it. There was, in fine, the trivial association, one of the vulgarest in the world, but which gave me pause no longer, I think, simply because its vulgarity is so advertised. The revolution performed by Strether, under the influence of the most interesting of great cities, was to have nothing to do with any bêtise of the imputably tempted state. He was to be thrown forward, rather thrown quite with violence, upon his lifelong trick of intense reflection, which friendly test indeed was to bring him out, through winding passages, through alternations of darkness and light, very much in Paris, but with the surrounding scene itself a minor matter, a mere symbol for more things than had been dreamt of in the philosophy of Woollett. Another surrounding scene would have done as well for our show, could it have represented a place in which Strether's errand was likely to lie and his crisis to await him. The likely place had the great merit of sparing me preparations. There would have been too many involved, not at all impossibilities, only rather worrying and delaying difficulties, in positing elsewhere Chad Newsome's interesting relation, his so interesting complexity of relations. Strether's appointed stage, in fine, could be but Chad's most luckily selected one. The young man had gone in, as they say, for circumjacent charm, and where he would have found it, by the turn of his mind, most authentic, was where his earnest friend's analysis would find him, as well as where, for that matter, the former's whole analytic faculty would be led such a wonderful dance. The Ambassadors had been, all conveniently, arranged for. Its first appearance was from month to month in the North American Review during 1903, and I had been open from far back to any pleasant provocation for ingenuity that might reside in one's actively adopting, so as to make it, in its way, a small compositional law, recurrent breaks and resumptions. I had made up my mind here regularly to exploit and enjoy these often rather rude jolts, having found, as I believed, an admirable way to it. Yet every question of form and pressure, I easily remember, paled in the light of the major propriety, recognised as soon as really weighed, that of employing but one centre and keeping it all within my hero's compass. The thing was to be so much this worthy's intimate adventure that even the projection of his consciousness upon it from beginning to end, without intermission or deviation, would probably still leave a part of its value for him, and a fortiori for ourselves, unexpressed. I might, however, express every grain of it that there would be room for, on condition of contriving a splendid particular economy. Other persons, in no small number, were to people the scene, and each with his or her axe to grind, his or her situation to treat, his or her coherency not to fail of, his or her relation to my leading motive, in a word, to establish and carry on. But Strether's sense of these things, and Strether's only, should avail me for showing them. I should know them but through his more or less groping knowledge of them, since his very gropings would figure among his most interesting motions, and a full observance of the rich rigour I speak of would give me more of the effect I should be most after than all other possible observances together. It would give me a large unity, and that in turn would crown me with the grace to which the enlightened story-teller will at any time, for his interest, sacrifice, if need be, all other graces whatever. I refer, of course, to the grace of intensity, which there are ways of signally achieving and ways of signally missing, as we see it, all round us, helplessly and woefully missed. Not that it isn't, on the other hand, a virtue eminently subject to appreciation, there being no strict, no absolute measure of it, so that one may hear it acclaimed where it has quite escaped one's perception, and see it unnoticed where one has gratefully hailed it. After all of which, I am not sure either that the immense amusement of the whole cluster of difficulties so arrayed may not operate, for the fond fabulist, when judicious not less than fond, as his best of determinants. That charming principle is always there, at all events, to keep interest fresh. It is a principle, we remember, essentially ravenous, without scruple and without mercy, appeased with no cheap or easy nourishment. It enjoys the costly sacrifice, and rejoices thereby in the very odour of difficulty, even as ogres, with their fee for fum, rejoice in the smell of the blood of Englishmen. Thus it was, at all events, that the ultimate, though after all so speedy, definition of my gentleman's job, his coming out, all solemnly appointed and deputed, to save Chad, and his then finding the young man so disobligingly and at first so bewilderingly not lost that a new issue altogether, in the connection, prodigiously faces them, which has to be dealt with in a new light, promised as many calls on ingenuity and on the higher branches of the compositional art as one could possibly desire. Again and yet again, as, from book to book, I proceed with my survey, I find no source of interest equal to this verification after the fact, as I may call it, and the more in detail the better, of the scheme of consistency gone in for. As always, since the charm never fails, the retracing of the process from point to point brings back the old illusion. The old intentions bloom again and flower, in spite of all the blossoms they were to have dropped by the way. This is the charm, as I say, of adventure transposed. The thrilling ups and downs, the intricate ins and outs of the compositional problem, made after such a fashion admirably objective, becoming the question at issue and keeping the author's heart in his mouth. Such an element, for instance, as his intention that Mrs. Newsome, away off, with her finger on the pulse of Massachusetts, should yet be no less intensely than circuitously present through the whole thing, should be no less felt as to be reckoned with than the most direct exhibition, the finest portrayal at first hand could make her, such a sign of artistic good faith, I say, once it's unmistakably there, takes on again an actuality not too much impaired by the comparative dimness of the particular success. Cherished intention too inevitably acts and operates, in the book, about 50 times as little as I had fondly dreamt it might, but that scarce spoils for me the pleasure of recognizing the 50 ways in which I had sought to provide for it. The mere charm of seeing such an idea constituent, in its degree, the fineness of the measures taken, a real extension, if successful, of the very terms and possibilities of representation and figuration, such things alone were, after this fashion, inspiring. Such things alone were a gauge of the probable success of that dissimulated calculation with which the whole effect was to square. But oh, the cares begotten, none the less, of that same judicious sacrifice to a particular form of interest. One's work should have composition, because composition alone is positive beauty. But all the while, apart from one's inevitable consciousness too of the dire paucity of readers ever recognizing or ever missing positive beauty, how as to the cheap and easy at every turn, how as to immediacy and facility, and even as to the commoner vivacity, positive beauty might have to be sweated for and paid for. Once achieved and installed, it may always be trusted to make the poor seeker feel he would have blushed to the roots of his hair for failing of it. Yet how, as its virtue can be essentially but the virtue of the whole, the wayside traps set in the interest of muddlement and pleading but the cause of the moment, of the particular bit in itself, have to be kicked out of the path. All the sophistications in life, for example, might have appeared to muster on behalf of the menace to a bright variety, involved in Strether's having all the subjective say, as it were, to himself. Had I meanwhile made him at once hero and historian, endowed him with the romantic privilege of the first person, the darkest abyss of romance this, inveterately, when enjoyed on the grand scale, variety, and many other queer matters as well, might have been smuggled in by a back door. Suffice it, to be brief, that the first person in the long piece is a form foredoomed to looseness, and that looseness, never much my affair, had never been so little so as on this particular occasion. All of which reflections flocked to the standard from the moment, a very early one, the question of how to keep my form amusing while sticking so close to my central figure and constantly taking its pattern from him had to be faced. He arrives at Chester, as for the dreadful purpose of giving his creator no end to tell about him, before which rigorous mission the serenest of creators might well have quailed. I was far from the serenest. I was more than agitated enough to reflect that, grimly deprived of one alternative or one substitute for telling, I must address myself tooth and nail to another. I couldn't, save by implication, make other persons tell each other about him, blessed resource, blessed necessity of the drama, which reaches its effects of unity, all remarkably, by paths absolutely opposite to the paths of the novel. With other persons, save as they were primarily his persons, not he primarily but one of theirs, I had simply nothing to do. I had relations for him none the less, by the mercy of Providence, quite as much as if my exhibition was to be a muddle. If I could only by implication and a show of consequence make other persons tell each other about him, I could at least make him tell them whatever in the world he must, and could so, by the same token, which was a further luxury thrown in, see straight into the deep differences between what that could do for me, or at all events for him, and the large ease of autobiography. It may be asked why, if one so keeps to one's hero, one shouldn't make a single mouthful of method, shouldn't throw the reins on his neck, and letting them flap there as free as in Gil Blas or in David Copperfield, equip him with the double privilege of subject and object, a course that has at least the merit of brushing away questions at a sweep. The answer to which is, I think, that one makes that surrender only if one is prepared not to make certain precious discriminations. The first person, then, so employed, is addressed by the author directly to ourselves, his possible readers, whom he has to reckon with, at the best, by our English tradition, so loosely and vaguely after all, so little respectfully, on so scant a presumption of exposure to criticism. Strether, on the other hand, encaged and provided for as the ambassadors encages and provides, has to keep in view proprieties much stiffer and more salutary than any our straight and credulous gape are likely to bring home to him, has exhibitional conditions to meet, in a word, that forbid the terrible fluidity of self-revelation. I may seem not to better the case for my discrimination if I say that, for my first care, I had thus inevitably to set him up a confidant or two, to wave away with energy the custom of the seated mass of explanation after the fact, the inserted block of merely referential narrative, which flourishes so, to the shame of the modern impatience, on the serried page of Balzac, but which seems simply to appall our actual, our general, weaker digestion. Harking back to make up took at any rate more doing, as the phrase is, not only than the reader of to-day demands, but than he will tolerate at any price any call upon him either to understand or remotely to measure. And for the beauty of the thing, when done, the current editorial mind in particular appears wholly without sense. It is not, however, primarily for either of these reasons, whatever their weight, that Strether's friend Waymarsh is so keenly clutched at on the threshold of the book, or that no less a pounce is made on Maria Gostrey, without even the pretext either of her being in essence Strether's friend. She is the reader's friend much rather, in consequence of dispositions that make him so eminently require one, and she acts in that capacity, and really in that capacity alone, with exemplary devotion from beginning to end of the book. She is an enrolled, a direct aid to lucidity. She is, in fine, to tear off her mask, the most unmitigated and abandoned of ficelles. Half the dramatist's art, as we well know, since if we don't it's not the fault of the proofs that lie scattered about us, is in the use of ficelles, by which I mean in a deep dissimulation of his dependence on them. Waymarsh only to a slighter degree belongs, in the whole business, less to my subject than to my treatment of it, the interesting proof, in these connections, being that one has but to take one's subject for the stuff of drama to interweave with enthusiasm as many Gostreys as need be. The material of the Ambassadors, conforming in this respect exactly to that of the Wings of the Dove, published just before it, is taken absolutely for the stuff of drama, so that, availing myself of the opportunity given me by this edition for some prefatory remarks on the latter work, I had mainly to make on its behalf the point of its scenic consistency. It disguises that virtue, in the oddest way in the world, by just looking, as we turn its pages, as little scenic as possible, but it sharply divides itself, just as the composition before us does, into the parts that prepare, that tend in fact to over-prepare, for scenes, and the parts, or otherwise into the scenes, that justify and crown the preparation. It may definitely be said, I think, that everything in it that is not scene, not, I of course mean, complete and functional scene, treating all the submitted matter, as by logical start, logical turn, and logical finish, is discriminated preparation, is the fusion and synthesis of picture. These alternations propose themselves all recognisably, I think, from an early stage, as the very form and figure of the Ambassadors, so that, to repeat, such an agent as Miss Gostrey, pre-engaged at a high salary, but waits in the draughty wing with her shawl and her smelling salts. Her function speaks at once for itself, and by the time she has dined with Strether in London and has gone to a play with him, her intervention as a ficelle is, I hold, expertly justified. Thanks to it, we have treated scenically, and scenically alone, the whole lumpish question of Strether's past, which has seen us more happily on the way than anything else could have done. We have strained to a high lucidity and vivacity, or at least we hope we have, certain indispensable facts. We have seen our two or three immediate friends all conveniently and profitably in action, to say nothing of our beginning to descry others of a remoter intensity, getting into motion, even if a bit vaguely as yet, for our further enrichment. Let my first point be here that the scene in question, that in which the whole situation at Woollett and the complex forces that have propelled my hero to wear this lively extractor of his value and distiller of his essence awaits him, is normal and entire, is really an excellent standard scene, copious, comprehensive, and accordingly never short, but with its office as definite as that of the hammer on the gong of the clock, the office of expressing all that is in the hour. The Fizel character of the subordinate party is as artfully dissimulated throughout as may be, and to the extent that, with the seams or joints of Maria Gostrey's ostensible connectedness taken particular care of, duly smoothed over, that is, and anxiously kept from showing as pieced on. This figure doubtless achieves, after a fashion, something of the dignity of a prime idea, which circumstance but shows us afresh how many quite incalculable but none the less clear sources of enjoyment for the infatuated artist, how many copious springs of our never to be slighted fun for the reader and critic susceptible of contagion, may sound their incidental plash as soon as an artistic process begins to enjoy free development. Exquisite, in illustration of this, the mere interest and amusement of such at once creative and critical questions as how and where and why to make Miss Gostrey's false connection carry itself under a due high polish as a real one. Nowhere is it more of an artful expedient for mere consistency of form, to mention a case, than in the last scene of the book, where its function is to give or to add nothing whatever, but only to express as vividly as possible certain things quite other than itself, and that are of the already fixed and appointed measure. Since, however, all art is expression, and is thereby vividness, one was to find the door open here to any amount of delightful dissimulation. These, verily, are the refinements and ecstasies of method, amid which, or certainly under the influence of any exhilarated demonstration of which, one must keep one's head and not lose one's way. To cultivate an adequate intelligence for them, and to make that sense operative, is positively to find a charm in any produced ambiguity of appearance that is not by the same stroke, and all helplessly, an ambiguity of sense. To project imaginatively, for my hero, a relation that has nothing to do with the matter of my subject, but has everything to do with the manner of my presentation of the same, and yet to treat it, at close quarters, and for fully economic expression's possible sake, as if it were important and essential, to do that sort of thing and yet muddle nothing, may easily become, as one goes, a signally attaching proposition, even though it all remains but part and parcel, I hasten to recognize, of the merely general and related question of expressional curiosity and expressional decency. I am moved to add, after so much insistence on the scenic side of my labour, that I have found the steps of reperusal almost as much waylaid here by quite another style of effort in the same signal interest, or have in other words not failed to note how, even so associated and so discriminated, the finest properties and charms of the non-scenic may, under the right hand for them, still keep their intelligibility and assert their office. Infinitely suggestive such an observation as this last on the whole delightful head, where representation is concerned, of possible variety, of effective expressional change and contrast. One would like, at such an hour as this, for critical license to go into the matter of the noted inevitable deviation, from too fond an original vision, that the exquisite treachery even of the straightest execution may ever be trusted to inflict even on the most mature plan. The case being that though one's last reconsidered production always seems to bristle with that particular evidence, the ambassadors would place a flood of such light at my service. I must attach to my final remark here a different import, noting in the other connection I just glanced at that such passages as that of my hero's first encounter with Chad Newsome, absolute attestations of the non-scenic form though they be, yet lay the firmest hand too, so far at least as intention goes, on representational effect. To report at all closely and completely of what passes on a given occasion is inevitably to become more or less scenic, and yet in the instance I allude to, with the conveyance, expressional curiosity and expressional decency are sought and arrived at under quite another law. The true inwardness of this may be at bottom but that one of the suffered treacheries has consisted precisely, for Chad's whole figure and presence, of a direct presentability diminished and compromised, despoiled, that is, of its proportional advantage; so that, in a word, the whole economy of his author's relation to him has at important points to be redetermined. The book, however, critically viewed, is touchingly full of these disguised and repaired losses, these insidious recoveries, these intensely redemptive consistencies. The pages in which Mamie Pocock gives her appointed, and I can't but think, duly felt lift to the whole action by the so inscrutably applied side-stroke or short-cut of our just watching, and as quite at an angle of vision as yet untried, her single hour of suspense in the hotel salon, in our partaking of her concentrated study of the sense of matters bearing on her own case, all the bright warm Paris afternoon, from the balcony that overlooks the Tuileries garden, these are as marked an example of the representational virtue that insists here and there on being, for the charm of opposition and renewal, other than the scenic. It wouldn't take much to make me further argue that from an equal play of such oppositions the book gathers an intensity that fairly adds to the dramatic, though the latter is supposed to be the sum of all intensities, or that has at any rate nothing to fear from juxtaposition with it. I consciously fail to shrink in fact from that extravagance; I risk it rather, for the sake of the moral involved, which is not that the particular production before us exhausts the interesting questions it raises, but that the novel remains still, under the right persuasion, the most independent, most elastic, most prodigious of literary forms. Henry James. End of preface. Book First, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. Strether's first question, when he reached the hotel, was about his friend; yet on his learning that Waymarsh was apparently not to arrive till evening, he was not wholly disconcerted. A telegram from him, bespeaking a room "only if not noisy," reply paid, was produced for the inquirer at the office, so that the understanding they should meet at Chester rather than at Liverpool remained to that extent sound. The same secret principle, however, that had prompted Strether not absolutely to desire Waymarsh's presence at the dock, that had led him thus to postpone for a few hours his enjoyment of it, now operated to make him feel he could still wait without disappointment. They would dine together at the worst, and with all respect to dear old Waymarsh, if not even, for that matter, to himself, there was little fear that in the sequel they shouldn't see enough of each other. The principle I have just mentioned as operating had been, with the most newly disembarked of the two men, wholly instinctive, the fruit of a sharp sense that, delightful as it would be to find himself looking, after so much separation, into his comrade's face, his business would be a trifle bungled should he simply arrange for this countenance to present itself to the nearing steamer as the first "note" of Europe. Mixed with everything was the apprehension, already on Strether's part, that it would at best throughout prove the note of Europe in quite a sufficient degree. That note had been meanwhile, since the previous afternoon, thanks to this happier device, such a consciousness of personal freedom as he hadn't known for years, such a deep taste of change and of having above all for the moment nobody and nothing to consider, as promised already, if headlong hope were not too foolish, to colour his adventure with cool success. There were people on the ship with whom he had easily consorted, so far as ease could up to now be imputed to him, and who for the most part plunged straight into the current that set from the landing stage to London. There were others who had invited him to a tryst at the inn, and had even invoked his aid for a look round at the beauties of Liverpool. But he had stolen away from every one alike, had kept no appointment and renewed no acquaintance, had been indifferently aware of the number of persons who esteemed themselves fortunate in being, unlike himself, met, and had even independently, unsociably, alone, without encounter or relapse, and by mere quiet evasion, given his afternoon and evening to the immediate and the sensible. They formed a qualified draught of Europe, an afternoon and an evening on the banks of the Mersey. But such as it was, he took his potion at least undiluted. He winced a little, truly, at the thought that Waymarsh might be already at Chester. He reflected that, should he have to describe himself there as having got in so early, it would be difficult to make the interval look particularly eager. But he was like a man who, elatedly, finding in his pocket more money than usual, handles it a while and idly and pleasantly chinks it before addressing himself to the business of spending. That he was prepared to be vague to Waymarsh about the hour of the ship's touching, and that he both wanted extremely to see him and enjoyed extremely the duration of delay, these things, it is to be conceived, were early signs in him that his relation to his actual errand might prove none of the simplest. He was burdened, poor Strether, it had better be confessed at the outset, with the oddity of a double consciousness. There was detachment in his zeal and curiosity in his indifference. After the young woman in the glass cage had held up to him across her counter the pale pink leaflet bearing his friend's name, which she neatly pronounced, he turned away to find himself, in the hall, facing a lady who met his eyes as with an intention suddenly determined, and whose features, not freshly young, not markedly fine, but on happy terms with each other, came back to him as from a recent vision. For a moment they stood confronted. Then the moment placed her. He had noticed her the day before, noticed her at his previous inn where, again in the hall, she had been briefly engaged with some people of his own ship's company. Nothing had actually passed between them, and he would as little have been able to say what had been the sign of her face for him on the first occasion as to name the ground of his present recognition. Recognition at any rate appeared to prevail on her own side as well, which would only have added to the mystery. All she now began by saying to him nevertheless was that, having chanced to catch his inquiry, she was moved to ask, by his leave, if it were possibly a question of Mr. Waymarsh of Milrose, Connecticut, Mr. Waymarsh, the American lawyer? "Oh yes," he replied, "my very well-known friend. He's to meet me here, coming up from Malvern, and I suppose he'd already have arrived. But he doesn't come till later, and I'm relieved not to have kept him. Do you know him?" Strether wound up. It wasn't till after he had spoken that he became aware of how much there had been in him of response, when the tone of her own rejoinder, as well as the play of something more in her face, something more, that is, than its apparently usual restless light, seemed to notify him. "I've met him at Milrose, where I used sometimes, a good while ago, to stay. I had friends there who were friends of his. And I've been at his house. I won't answer for it that he would know me," Strether's new acquaintance pursued, "but I should be delighted to see him. Perhaps," she added, "I shall, for I'm staying over." She paused while our friend took in these things, and it was as if a good deal of talk had already passed. They even vaguely smiled it, and Strether presently observed that Mr. Waymarsh would, no doubt, be easily to be seen. This, however, appeared to affect the lady as if she might have advanced too far. She appeared to have no reserves about anything. "Oh," she said, "he won't care." And she immediately thereupon remarked that she believed Strether knew the Munsters, the Munsters being the people he had seen her with at Liverpool. But he didn't, it happened, know the Munsters well enough to give the case much of a lift, so that they were left together as if over the mere laid table of conversation. Her qualification of the mentioned connection had rather removed than placed a dish, and there seemed nothing else to serve. Their attitude remained, none the less, that of not forsaking the board, and the effect of this in turn was to give them the appearance of having accepted each other with an absence of preliminaries practically complete. They moved along the hall together, and Strether's companion threw off that the hotel had the advantage of a garden. He was aware by this time of his strange inconsequence. He had shirked the intimacies of the steamer and had muffled the shock of Waymarsh only to find himself forsaken, in this sudden case, both of avoidance and of caution. He passed, under this unsought protection, and before he had so much as gone up to his room, into the garden of the hotel, and at the end of 10 minutes had agreed to meet there again as soon as he should have made himself tidy, the dispenser of such good assurances. He wanted to look at the town, and they would forthwith look together. It was almost as if she had been in possession and had received him as a guest. Her acquaintance with the place presented her in a manner as a hostess, and Strether had a rueful glance for the lady in the glass cage. It was as if this personage had seen herself instantly superseded. When, in a quarter of an hour, he came down, what his hostess saw, what she might have taken in with a vision kindly adjusted, was the lean, the slightly loose figure of a man of the middle height and something more perhaps than the middle age, a man of 55, whose most immediate signs were a marked bloodless brownness of face, a thick dark moustache of characteristically American cut, growing strong and falling low, a head of hair still abundant but irregularly streaked with grey, and a nose of bold free prominence, the even line, the high finish as it might have been called, of which had a certain effect of mitigation. A perpetual pair of glasses astride of this fine ridge, and a line unusually deep and drawn, the prolonged pen stroke of time, accompanying the curve of the moustache from nostril to chin, did something to complete the facial furniture that an attentive observer would have seen catalogued on the spot in the vision of the other party to Strether's appointment. She waited for him in the garden, the other party, drawing on a pair of singularly fresh, soft and elastic light gloves, and presenting herself with a superficial readiness which, as he approached her over the small smooth lawn and in the watery English sunshine, he might, with his rougher preparation, have marked as the model for such an occasion. She had, this lady, a perfect plain propriety, an expensive subdued suitability, that her companion was not free to analyse, but that struck him so that his consciousness of it was instantly acute, as a quality quite new to him. Before reaching her, he stopped on the grass and went through the form of feeling for something, possibly forgotten, in the light overcoat he carried on his arm, yet the essence of the act was no more than the impulse to gain time. Nothing could have been odder than Strether's sense of himself as at that moment launched in something of which the sense would be quite disconnected from the sense of his past and which was literally beginning there and then. It had begun in fact already upstairs and before the dressing-glass that struck him as blocking further, so strangely, the dimness of the window of his dull bedroom; begun with a sharper survey of the elements of appearance than he had for a long time been moved to make. He had during those moments felt these elements to be not so much to his hand as he should have liked, and then had fallen back on the thought that they were precisely a matter as to which help was supposed to come from what he was about to do. He was about to go up to London, so that hat and necktie might wait. What had come as straight to him as a ball in a well-played game, and caught moreover not less neatly, was just the air, in the person of his friend, of having seen and chosen, the air of achieved possession of those vague qualities and quantities that collectively figured to him as the advantage snatched from lucky chances. Without pomp or circumstance, certainly, as her original address to him, equally with his own response, had been, he would have sketched to himself his impression of her as, "Well, she's more thoroughly civilised." If "more thoroughly than whom" would not have been for him a sequel to this remark, that was just by reason of his deep consciousness of the bearing of his comparison. The amusement, at all events, of a civilisation intenser was what, familiar compatriot as she was, with the full tone of the compatriot and the rattling link not with mystery but only with dear dyspeptic Waymarsh, she appeared distinctly to promise. His pause while he felt in his overcoat was positively the pause of confidence, and it enabled his eyes to make out as much of a case for her, in proportion, as her own made out for himself. She affected him as almost insolently young, but an easily carried 35 could still do that. She was, however, like himself marked and wan, only it naturally couldn't have been known to him how much a spectator looking from one to the other might have discerned that they had in common. It wouldn't, for such a spectator, have been altogether insupposable that, each so finely brown and so sharply spare, each confessing so to dents of surface and aids to sight, to a disproportionate nose and a head delicately or grossly grizzled, they might have been brother and sister. On this ground indeed there would have been a residuum of difference, such a sister having surely known in respect to such a brother the extremity of separation, and such a brother now feeling in respect to such a sister the extremity of surprise. Surprise, it was true, was not on the other hand what the eyes of Strether's friend most showed him while she gave him, stroking her glove smoother, the time he appreciated. They had taken hold of him straight away, measuring him up and down as if they knew how, as if he were human material they had already in some sort handled. Their possessor was in truth, it may be communicated, the mistress of 100 cases or categories, receptacles of the mind, subdivisions for convenience, in which, from a full experience, she pigeon-holed her fellow mortals with a hand as free as that of a compositor scattering type. She was as equipped in this particular as Strether was the reverse, and it made an opposition between them which he might well have shrunk from submitting to if he had fully suspected it. So far as he did suspect it, he was, on the contrary, after a short shake of his consciousness, as pleasantly passive as might be. He really had a sort of sense of what she knew. He had quite the sense that she knew things he didn't, and though this was a concession that in general he found not easy to make to women, he made it now as good-humouredly as if it lifted a burden. His eyes were so quiet behind his eternal nippers that they might almost have been absent without changing his face, which took its expression mainly, and not least its stamp of sensibility, from other sources, surface and grain and form. He joined his guide in an instant, and then felt she had profited still better than he by his having been for the moments just mentioned so at the disposal of her intelligence. She knew even intimate things about him that he hadn't yet told her, and perhaps never would. He wasn't unaware that he had told her rather remarkably many for the time, but these were not the real ones. Some of the real ones, however precisely, were what she knew. They were to pass again through the hall of the inn to get into the street, and it was here she presently checked him with a question. "Have you looked up my name?" He could only stop with a laugh. "Have you looked up mine?" "Oh dear, yes, as soon as you left me. I went to the office and asked. Hadn't you better do the same?" He wondered. "Find out who you are? After the uplifted young woman there has seen us thus scrape acquaintance?" She laughed on her side now at the shade of alarm in his amusement. "Isn't it a reason the more? If what you're afraid of is the injury for me, my being seen to walk off with a gentleman who has to ask who I am, I assure you I don't in the least mind. Here, however," she continued, "is my card, and as I find there's something else again I have to say at the office, you can just study it during the moment I leave you." She left him, after he had taken from her the small pasteboard she had extracted from her pocket-book, and he had extracted another from his own, to exchange with it before she came back. He read thus the simple designation Maria Gostrey, to which was attached, in a corner of the card, with a number, the name of a street, presumably in Paris, without other appreciable identity than its foreignness. He put the card into his waistcoat pocket, keeping his own meanwhile in evidence, and as he leaned against the door-post he met with a smile of a straying thought what the expanse before the hotel offered to his view. It was positively droll to him that he should already have Maria Gostrey, whoever she was, of which he hadn't really the least idea, in a place of safe keeping. He had somehow an assurance that he should carefully preserve the little token he had just tucked in. He gazed with unseeing, lingering eyes as he followed some of the implications of his act, asking himself if he really felt admonished to qualify it as disloyal. It was prompt, it was possibly even premature, and there was little doubt of the expression of face the sight of it would have produced in a certain person. But if it was "wrong," why then he had better not have come out at all. At this, poor man, had he already, and even before meeting Waymarsh, arrived. He had believed he had a limit, but the limit had been transcended within 36 hours. By how long a space on the plane of manners, or even of morals, moreover, he felt still more sharply after Maria Gostrey had come back to him and with a gay decisive "So now!" led him forth into the world. This counted, it struck him as he walked beside her with his overcoat on an arm, his umbrella under another, and his personal pasteboard a little stiffly retained between forefinger and thumb. This struck him as really, in comparison, his introduction to things. It hadn't been Europe at Liverpool, no, not even in the dreadful, delightful, impressive streets the night before, to the extent his present companion made it so. She hadn't yet done that so much as when, after their walk had lasted a few minutes and he had had time to wonder if a couple of sidelong glances from her meant that he had best have put on gloves, she almost pulled him up with an amused challenge. "But why, fondly as it's so easy to imagine you're clinging to it, don't you put it away? Or if it's an inconvenience to you to carry it, one's often glad to have one's card back. The fortune one spends in them!" Then he saw both that his way of marching with his own prepared tribute had affected her as a deviation in one of those directions he couldn't yet measure, and that she supposed this emblem to be still the one he had received from her. He accordingly handed her the card as if in restitution, but as soon as she had it she felt the difference and, with her eyes on it, stopped short for apology. "I like," she observed, "your name." "Oh," he answered, "you won't have heard of it." Yet he had his reasons for not being sure but that she perhaps might. Ah, it was but too visible. She read it over again as one who had never seen it. Mr. Louis Lambert Strether. She sounded it almost as freely as for any stranger. She repeated, however, that she liked it, particularly the Louis Lambert. "It's the name of a novel of Balzac's." "Oh, I know that," said Strether. "But the novel's an awfully bad one." "I know that too," Strether smiled. To which she added, with an irrelevance that was only superficial, "I come from Woollet, Massachusetts." It made her for some reason, the irrelevance or whatever, laugh. Balzac had described many cities, but hadn't described Woollet, Massachusetts. "You say that," she returned, "as if you wanted one immediately to know the worst." "Oh I think it's a thing," he said, "that you must already have made out. I feel it so that I certainly must look it, speak it, and, as people say there, act it. It sticks out of me, and you knew surely for yourself as soon as you looked at me." "The worst, you mean?" "Well, the fact of where I come from. There at any rate it is, so that you won't be able, if anything happens, to say I've not been straight with you." "I see," and Miss Gostrey looked really interested in the point he had made. "But what do you think of as happening?" Though he wasn't shy, which was rather anomalous, Strether gazed about without meeting her eyes, a motion that was frequent with him in talk, yet of which his words often seemed not at all the effect. "Why that you should find me too hopeless." With which they walked on again together, while she answered as they went that the most hopeless of her country folk were in general precisely those she liked best. All sorts of other pleasant small things that were yet large for him, flowered in the air of the occasion, but the bearing of the occasion itself on matters still remote concerns us too closely to permit us to multiply our illustrations. Two or three, however, in truth, we should perhaps regret to lose. The tortuous wall, girdle, long since snapped, of the little swollen city, half held in place by careful civic hands, wanders in narrow file between parapets smoothed by peaceful generations, pausing here and there for a dismantled gate or a bridged gap, with rises and drops, steps up and steps down, queer twists, queer contacts, peeps into homely streets and under the brows of gables, views of cathedral tower and waterside fields, of huddled English town and ordered English country. Too deep almost for words was the delight of these things to Strether, yet as deeply mixed with it were certain images of his inward picture. He had trod this walks in the far-off time, at 25, but that, instead of spoiling it, only enriched it for present feeling and marked his renewal as a thing substantial enough to share. It was with Waymarsh she should have shared it, and he was now accordingly taking from him something that was his due. He looked repeatedly at his watch, and when he had done so for the 5th time Miss Gostrey took him up. "You're doing something that you think not right." It so touched the place that he quite changed colour and his laugh grew almost awkward. "Am I enjoying it as much as that?" "You're not enjoying it, I think, so much as you ought." "I see." He appeared thoughtfully to agree. "Great is my privilege." "Oh, it's not your privilege. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with yourself. Your failure's general." "Ah, there you are," he laughed. "It's the failure of Woollett. That's general." "The failure to enjoy," Miss Gostrey explained, "is what I mean." "Precisely. Woollett isn't sure it ought to enjoy. If it were it would. But it hasn't, poor thing," Strether continued, "any one to show it how. It's not like me. I have somebody." They had stopped in the afternoon sunshine, constantly pausing in their stroll for the sharper sense of what they saw, and Strether rested on one of the high sides of the old stony groove of the little rampart. He leaned back on this support with his face to the tower of the cathedral, now admirably commanded by their station, the high bread-round mass, square and subordinately spired and crocketed, retouched and restored, but charming to his long-sealed eyes and with the first swallows of the year weaving their flight all round it. Miss Gostrey lingered near him, full of an air, to which she more and more justified her right, of understanding the effect of things. She quite concurred. "You've indeed somebody." And she added, "I wish you would let me show you how." "Oh I'm afraid of you!" he cheerfully pleaded. She kept on him a moment, through her glasses and through his own, a certain pleasant pointedness. "Ah no, you're not. You're not in the least, thank goodness. If you had been we shouldn't so soon have found ourselves here together. I think," she comfortably concluded, "you trust me." "I think I do. But that's exactly what I'm afraid of. I shouldn't mind if I didn't. It's falling thus in 20 minutes so utterly into your hands. I dare say," Strether continued, "it's a sort of thing you're thoroughly familiar with, but nothing more extraordinary has ever happened to me." She watched him with all her kindness. "That means simply that you've recognised me, which is rather beautiful and rare. You see what I am." As on this, however, he protested, with a good-humoured headshake, a resignation of any such claim. She had a moment of explanation. "If you'll only come on further as you have come, you'll at any rate make out. My own fate has been too many for me, and I've succumbed to it. I'm a general guide. To Europe, don't you know? I wait for people. I put them through. I pick them up. I set them down. I'm a sort of superior courier maid. I'm a companion at large. I take people, as I've told you, about. I never sought it. It has come to me. It has been my fate, and one's fate one accepts. It's a dreadful thing to have to say in so wicked a world, but I verily believe that, such as you see me, there's nothing I don't know. I know all the shops and the prices, but I know worse things still. I bear on my back the huge load of our national consciousness, or, in other words, for it comes to that, of our nation itself. Of what is our nation composed but of the men and women individually on my shoulders? I don't do it, you know, for any particular advantage. I don't do it, for instance, some people do, you know, for money." Strether could only listen and wonder and weigh his chance. "And yet, affected as you are then to so many of your clients, you can scarcely be said to do it for love." He waited a moment. "How do we reward you?" She had her own hesitation. "But you don't," she finally returned, setting him again in motion. They went on, but in a few minutes, though while still thinking over what she had said, he once more took out his watch, mechanically, unconsciously, and as if made nervous by the mere exhilaration of what struck him as her strange and cynical wit. He looked at the hour without seeing it, and then, on something again said by his companion, had another pause. "You're really in terror of him." He smiled a smile that he almost felt to be sickly. "Now you can see why I'm afraid of you." "Because I've such illuminations? Why, they're all for your help. It's what I told you," she added, "just now. You feel as if this were wrong." He fell back once more, settling himself against the parapet as if to hear more about it. "Then get me out." Her face fairly brightened for the joy of the appeal, but as if it were a question of immediate action she visibly considered. "Out of waiting for him? Of seeing him at all?" "Oh no, not that," said poor Strether, looking grave. "I've got to wait for him, and I want very much to see him. But out of the terror. You did put your finger on it a few minutes ago. It's general, but it avails itself of particular occasions. That's what it's doing for me now. I'm always considering something else I mean than the thing of the moment. The obsession of the other thing is the terror. I'm considering at present, for instance, something else than you." She listened with charming earnestness. "Oh you oughtn't to do that." "It's what I admit. Make it then impossible." She continued to think. "Is it really an order from you? That I shall take the job? Will you give yourself up?" Poor Strether heaved his sigh. "If I only could! But that's the deuce of it, that I never can. No, I can't." She wasn't, however, discouraged. "But you want to, at least?" "Oh unspeakably." "Ah then, if you'll try." And she took over the job, as she had called it, on the spot. "Trust me," she exclaimed, and the action of this, as they retraced their steps, was presently to make him pass his hand into her arm in the manner of a benign dependent paternal old person who wishes to be nice to a younger one. If he drew it out again indeed as they approached the inn, this may have been because after more talk had passed between them, the relation of age, or at least of experience, which for that matter had already played to and fro with some freedom, affected him as incurring a readjustment. It was at all events perhaps lucky that they arrived in sufficiently separate fashion within range of the hotel door. The young lady they had left in the glass cage watched as if she had come to await them on the threshold. At her side stood a person equally interested, by his attitude, in their return, and the effect of the sight of whom was instantly to determine for Strether another of those responsive arrests that we have had so repeatedly to note. He left it to Miss Gostrey to name, with a fine full bravado as it almost struck him, of her Mr. Waymarsh, what was to have been, what, he more than ever felt as his short stare of suspended welcome took things in, would have been, but for herself, his doom. It was already upon him even at that distance. Mr. Waymarsh was for his part joyless. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book First, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He had none the less to confess to this friend that evening that he knew almost nothing about her, and it was a deficiency that Waymarsh, even with his memory refreshed by contact, by her own prompt and lucid allusions and inquiries, by their having publicly partaken of dinner in her company, and by another stroll, to which she was not a stranger, out into the town to look at the cathedral by moonlight, it was a blank that the resident of Milrose, though admitting acquaintance with the Munsters, professed himself unable to fill. He had no recollection of Miss Gostrey, and 2 or 3 questions that she put to him about those members of his circle had, to Strether's observation, the same effect he himself had already more directly felt, the effect of appearing to place all knowledge, for the time, on this original woman's side. It interested him indeed to mark the limits of any such relation for her with his friend as there could possibly be a question of, and it particularly struck him that they were to be marked altogether in Waymarsh's quarter. This added to his own sense of having gone far with her, gave him an early illustration of a much shorter course. There was a certitude he immediately grasped, a conviction that Waymarsh would quite fail, as it were, and on whatever degree of acquaintances, to profit by her. There had been, after the first interchange among the 3, a talk of some 5 minutes in the hall, and then the 2 men had adjourned to the garden, Miss Gostrey for the time disappearing. Strether in due course accompanied his friend to the room he had bespoken, and had, before going out, scrupulously visited, where, at the end of another half hour, he had no less discreetly left him. On leaving him he repaired straight to his own room, but with the prompt effect of feeling the compass of that chamber resented by his condition. There he enjoyed at once the first consequence of their reunion. A place was too small for him, after it that had seemed large enough before. He had awaited it with something he would have been sorry, have been almost ashamed, not to recognise as emotion, yet with a tacit assumption at the same time that emotion would in the event find itself relieved. The actual oddity was that he was only more excited, and his excitement, to which indeed he would have found it difficult instantly to give a name, brought him once more downstairs and caused him for some minutes vaguely to wander. He went once more to the garden, he looked into the public room, found Miss Gostrey writing letters and backed out. He roamed, fidgeted and wasted time, but he was to have his more intimate session with his friend before the evening closed. It was late, not till Strether had spent an hour upstairs with him, that this subject consented to betake himself to doubtful rest. Dinner and the subsequent stroll by moonlight, a dream on Strether's part of romantic effects rather prosaically merged in a mere missing of thicker coats, had measurably intervened, and this midnight conference was the result of Waymarsh's having, when they were free, as he put it, of their fashionable friend, found the smoking-room not quite what he wanted, and yet bed what he wanted less. His most frequent form of words was that he knew himself, and they were applied on this occasion to his certainty of not sleeping. He knew himself well enough to know that he should have a night of prowling unless he should succeed, as a preliminary, in getting prodigiously tired. If the effort directed to this end involved till a later hour the presence of Strether, consisted, that is, in the detention of the latter for full discourse, there was yet an impression of minor discipline involved for our friend in the picture Waymarsh made as he sat in trousers and shirt on the edge of his couch. With his long legs extended and his large back much bent, he nursed alternately, for an almost incredible time, his elbows and his beard. He struck his visitor as extremely, as almost wilfully uncomfortable. Yet what had this been for Strether, from that first glimpse of him disconcerted in the porch of the hotel, but the predominant notes? The discomfort was in a manner contagious, as well as also in a manner inconsequent and unfounded. The visitor felt that unless he should get used to it, or unless Waymarsh himself should, it would constitute a menace for his own prepared, his own already confirmed, consciousness of the agreeable. On their first going up together to the room Strether had selected for him, Waymarsh had looked it over in silence and with a sigh that represented for his companion, if not the habit of disapprobation, at least the despair of felicity, and this look had recurred to Strether as the key of much he had observed. Europe, he had begun to gather from these things, had up to now rather failed of its message to him. He hadn't got into tune with it, and had at the end of 3 months almost renounced any such expectation. He really appeared at present to insist on that by just perching there with the gas in his eyes. This of itself somehow conveyed the futility of single rectifications in a multiform failure. He had a large handsome head and a large sallow seamed face, a striking significant physiognomic total, the upper reach of which, the great political brow, the thick loose hair, the dark fuliginous eyes, recalled even to a generation whose standard had dreadfully deviated, the impressive image, familiar by engravings and busts, of some great national worthy of the earlier part of the mid-century. He was of the personal type, and it was an element in the power and promise that in their early time Strether had found in him, of the American statesman, the statesman trained in congressional halls of an elder day. The legend had been in later years that as the lower part of his face, which was weak and slightly crooked, spoiled the likeness, this was the real reason for the growth of his beard, which might have seemed to spoil it for those not in the secret. He shook his mane, he fixed with his admirable eyes his auditor or his observer, He wore no glasses, and had a way, partly formidable, yet also partly encouraging, as from a representative to a constituent, of looking very hard at those who approached him. He met you as if you had knocked and he had bidden you enter. Strether, who hadn't seen him for so long an interval, apprehended him now with the freshness of taste, and had perhaps never done him such ideal justice. The head was bigger, the eyes finer, than they need have been for the career, but that only meant, after all, that the career was itself expressive. What it expressed at midnight in the gas-glaring bedroom at Chester was that the subject of it had, at the end of years, barely escaped, by flight in time, a general nervous collapse. But this very proof of the full life, as the full life was understood at Milrose, would have made to Strether's imagination an element in which Waymarsh could have floated easily had he only consented to float. Alas, nothing so little resembled floating as the rigour with which, on the edge of his bed, he hugged his posture of prolonged impermanence. It suggested to his comrade something that always, when kept up, worried him: a person established in a railway coach with a forward inclination. It represented the angle at which poor Waymarsh was to sit through the ordeal of Europe. Thanks to the stress of occupation, the strain of professions, the absorption and embarrassment of each, they had not, at home, during years before this sudden brief and almost bewildering reign of comparative ease, found so much as a day for a meeting, a fact that was in some degree an explanation of the sharpness with which most of his friend's features stood out to Strether. Those he had lost sight of since the early time came back to him; others that it was never possible to forget struck him now as sitting, clustered and expectant, like a somewhat defiant family group, on the doorstep of their residence. The room was narrow for its length, and the occupant of the bed thrust so far a pair of slippered feet that the visitor had almost to step over them in his recurrent rebounds from his chair to fidget back and forth. There were marks the friends made on things to talk about and on things not to, and one of the latter in particular fell like the tap of chalk on the blackboard. Married at 30, Waymarsh had not lived with his wife for 15 years, and it came up vividly between them in the glare of the gas that Strether wasn't to ask about her. He knew they were still separate, and that she lived at hotels, travelled in Europe, painted her face and wrote her husband abusive letters, of not one of which, to a certainty, that sufferer spared himself the perusal. But he respected without difficulty the cold twilight that had settled on this side of his companion's life. It was a province in which mystery reigned, and as to which Waymarsh had never spoken the informing word. Strether, who wanted to do him the highest justice whenever he could do it, singularly admired him for the dignity of this reserve, and even counted it as one of the grounds all handled and numbered, for ranking him, in the range of their acquaintance, as a success. He was a success, Waymarsh, in spite of overwork or prostration, of sensible shrinkage, of his wife's letters and of his not liking Europe. Strether would have reckoned his own career less futile had he been able to put into it anything so handsome as so much fine silence. One might oneself easily have left Mrs. Waymarsh, and one would assuredly have paid one's tribute to the ideal in covering with that attitude the derision of having been left by her. Her husband had held his tongue and had made a large income, and these were in especial the achievements as to which Strether envied him. Our friend had had indeed on his side too a subject for silence, which he fully appreciated, but it was a matter of a different sort, and the figure of the income he had arrived at had never been high enough to look any one in the face. "I don't know as I quite see what you require it for. You don't appear sick to speak of." It was of Europe Waymarsh thus finally spoke. "Well," said Strether, who fell as much as possible into step, "I guess I don't feel sick now that I've started, but I had pretty well run down before I did start." Waymarsh raised his melancholy look. "Ain't you about up to your usual average?" It was not quite pointedly sceptical, but it seemed somehow a plea for the purest veracity, and it thereby affected our friend as the very voice of Milrose. He had long since made a mental distinction, though never in truth daring to betray it, between the voice of Milrose and the voice even of Woollett. It was the former, he felt, that was most in the real tradition. There had been occasions in his past when the sound of it had reduced him to temporary confusion, and the present, for some reason, suddenly became such another. It was nevertheless no light matter that the very effect of his confusion should be to make him again prevaricate. That description hardly does justice to a man to whom it has done such a lot of good to see you. Waymarsh fixed on his washing stand the silent detached stare which Milrose in person, as it were, might have marked the unexpectedness of a compliment from Woollett. And Strether, for his part, felt once more like Woollett in person. "I mean," his friend presently continued, "that your appearance isn't as bad as I've seen it. It compares favourably with what it was when I last noticed it." On this appearance Waymarsh's eyes yet failed to rest. It was almost as if they obeyed an instinct of propriety, and the effect was still stronger when, always considering the basin and jug, he added, "You've filled out some since then." "I'm afraid I have," Strether laughed. "One does fill out some with all one takes in, and I've taken in, I dare say, more than I've natural room for. I was dog tired when I sailed." It had the oddest sound of cheerfulness. "I was dog tired," his companion returned, "when I arrived, and it's this wild hunt for rest that takes all the life out of me. The fact is, Strether, and it's a comfort to have you here at last to say it to, though I don't know, after all, that I've really waited. I've told it to people I've met in the cars. The fact is, such a country as this ain't my kind of country anyway. There ain't a country I've seen over here that does seem my kind. Oh, I don't say but what there are plenty of pretty places and remarkable old things. But the trouble is that I don't seem to feel anywhere in tune. That's one of the reasons why I suppose I've gained so little. I haven't had the first sign of that lift I was led to expect." With this he broke out more earnestly. "Look here, I want to go back." His eyes were all attached to Strether's now, for he was one of the men who fully face you when they talk of themselves. This enabled his friend to look at him hard, and immediately to appear to the highest advantage in his eyes by doing so. "That's a genial thing to say to a fellow who has come out on purpose to meet you." Nothing could have been finer, on this, than Waymarsh's sombre glow. "Have you come out on purpose?" "Well, very largely." "I thought from the way you wrote there was something back of it." Strether hesitated. "Back of my desire to be with you?" "Back of your prostration." Strether, with a smile made more dim by a certain consciousness, shook his head. "There are all the causes of it." "And no particular cause that seemed most to drive you?" Our friend could at last conscientiously answer. "Yes, one. There is a matter that has had much to do with my coming out." Waymarsh waited a little. "Too private to mention?" "No, not too private for you. Only rather complicated." "Well," said Waymarsh, who had waited again, "I may lose my mind over here, but I don't know as I've done so yet." "Oh, you shall have the whole thing, but not to-night." Waymarsh seemed to sit stiffer and to hold his elbows tighter. "Why not, if I can't sleep?" "Because, my dear man, I can." "Then where's your prostration?" "Just in that I can put in 8 hours." And Strether brought it out that if Waymarsh didn't gain it was because he didn't go to bed; the result of which was, in its order, that, to do the latter justice, he permitted his friend to insist on his really getting settled. Strether, with a kind of coercive hand for it, assisted him to this consummation, and again found his own part in their relation auspiciously enlarged by the smaller touches of lowering the lamp and seeing to a sufficiency of blanket. It somehow ministered for him to indulgence to feel Waymarsh, who looked unnaturally big and black in bed, as much tucked in as a patient in a hospital, and with his covering up to his chin as much simplified by it. He hovered in vague pity, to be brief, while his companion challenged him out of the bedclothes. "Is she really after you? Is that what's behind?" Strether felt an uneasiness at the direction taken by his companion's insight, but he played a little at uncertainty. "Behind my coming out?" "Behind your prostration or whatever. It's generally felt, you know, that she follows you up pretty close." Strether's candour was never very far off. "Oh, has it occurred to you that I'm literally running away from Mrs. Newsome?" "Well, I haven't known but what you are. You're a very attractive man, Strether. You've seen for yourself," said Waymarsh, "what that lady downstairs makes of it. Unless indeed," he rambled on with an effect between the ironic and the anxious, "it's you who are after her. Is Mrs. Newsome over here?" He spoke as with a droll dread of her. It made his friend, though rather dimly, smile. "Dear no, she's safe, thank goodness, as I think I more and more feel, at home. She thought of coming, but she gave it up. I've come in a manner instead of her, and come to that extent, for you're right in your inference, on her business. So you see there is plenty of connection." Waymarsh continued to see at least all there was. "Involving accordingly the particular one I've referred to?" Strether took another turn about the room, giving a twitch to his companion's blanket, and finally gaining the door. His feeling was that of a nurse who had earned personal rest by having made everything straight. "Involving more things than I can think of breaking ground on now. But don't be afraid, you shall have them from me. You'll probably find yourself having quite as much of them as you can do with. I shall, if we keep together, very much depend on your impression of some of them." Waymarsh's acknowledgement of this tribute was characteristically indirect. "You mean to say you don't believe we will keep together?" "I only glance at the danger," Strether paternally said, "because when I hear you wail to go back I seem to see you open up to such possibilities of folly." Waymarsh took it, silent a little, like a large snubbed child. "What are you going to do with me?" It was the very question Strether himself would put to Miss Gostrey, and he wondered if he had sounded like that. But he at least could be more definite. "I'm going to take you right down to London." "Oh, I've been down to London," Waymarsh more softly moaned. "I've no use, Strether, for anything down there." "Well," said Strether good-humouredly, "I guess you've some use for me." "So I've got to go?" "Oh, but you've got to go further yet." "Well," Waymarsh sighed, "do your damnedest. Only you will tell me before you lead me on all the way?" Our friend had again so lost himself, both for amusement and for contrition, in the wonder of whether he had made, in his own challenge that afternoon, such another figure, that he for an instant missed the thread. "Tell you?" "Why, what you've got on hand." Strether hesitated. "Why, it's such a matter as that even if I positively wanted, I shouldn't be able to keep it from you." Waymarsh gloomily gazed. "What does that mean then but that your trip is just for her?" "For Mrs. Newsome? Oh, it certainly is, as I say. Very much." "Then why do you also say it's for me?" Strether, in impatience, violently played with his latch. "It's simple enough. It's for both of you." Waymarsh at last turned over with a groan. "Well, I won't marry you." "Neither, when it comes to that." But the visitor had already laughed and escaped. End of Book First, Chapter 2. Book First, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. He had told Miss Gostrey that he should probably take, for departure with Waymarsh, some afternoon train, and it thereupon in the morning appeared that this lady had made her own plan for an earlier one. She had breakfasted when Strether came into the coffee-room, but Waymarsh not having yet emerged, he was in time to recall her to the terms of their understanding and to pronounce her discretion overdone. She was surely not to break away at the very moment she had created a want. He had met her as she rose from her little table in a window, where, with the morning papers beside her, she reminded him, as he let her know, of Major Pendennis breakfasting at his club, a compliment of which he professed a deep appreciation, and he detained her as pleadingly as if he had already, and notably under pressure of the visions of the night, learned to be unable to do without her. She must teach him, at all events, before she went, to order breakfast as breakfast was ordered in Europe, and she must especially sustain him in the problem of ordering for Waymarsh. The latter had laid upon his friend, by desperate sounds through the door of his room, dreadful divined responsibilities in respect to beefsteak and oranges, responsibilities which Miss Gostrey took over with an alertness of action that matched her quick intelligence. She had before this weaned the expatriated from traditions compared with which the matutinal beefsteak was but the creature of an hour, and it was not for her, with some of her memories, to falter in the path, though she freely enough declared, on reflection, that there was always in such a case a choice of opposed policies. There are times when to give them their head, you know. They had gone to wait together in the garden for the dressing of the meal, and Strether found her more suggestive than ever. "Well, what?" "Is to bring about for them such a complexity of relations, unless indeed we call it a simplicity, that the situation has to wind itself up. They want to go back." "And you want them to go," Strether gaily concluded. "I always want them to go, and I send them as fast as I can." "Oh, I know. You take them to Liverpool." "Any port will serve in a storm. I'm, with all my other functions, an agent for repatriation. I want to re-people our stricken country. What will become of it else? I want to discourage others." The ordered English garden, in the freshness of the day, was delightful to Strether, who liked the sound under his feet of the tight fine gravel, packed with the chronic damp, and who had the idlest eye for the deep smoothness of turf and the clean curves of paths. "Other people?" "Other countries, other people, yes. I want to encourage our own." Strether wondered. "Not to come? Why then do you meet them, since it doesn't appear to be to stop them?" "Oh that they shouldn't come is as yet too much to ask. What I attend to is that they come quickly and return still more so. I meet them to help it to be over as soon as possible, and though I don't stop them I've my way of putting them through. That's my little system, and if you want to know," said Maria Gostrey, "it's my real secret, my innermost mission and use. I only seem, you see, to beguile and approve, but I've thought it all out and I'm working all the while underground. I can't perhaps quite give you my formula, but I think that practically I succeed. I send you back spent. So you stay back, pass through my hands?" "We don't turn up again." The further she went, the further he always saw himself able to follow. "I don't want your formula. I feel quite enough, as I hinted yesterday, your abysses. Spent," he echoed. "If that's how you're arranging so subtly to send me, I thank you for the warning." For a minute, amid the pleasantness—poetry in tariffed items, but all the more, for guests already convicted, a challenge to consumption—they smiled at each other in confirmed fellowship. "Do you call it subtly? It's a plain poor tale. Besides, you're a special case." "Oh special cases, that's weak." She was weak enough, further still, to defer her journey and agree to accompany the gentlemen on their own, might a separate carriage mark her independence; though it was in spite of this to befall, after luncheon, that she went off alone and that, with a tryst taken for a day of her company in London, they lingered another night. She had, during the morning, spent in a way that he was to remember later as the very climax of his foretaste, as warm with presentiments, with what he would have called collapses, had all sorts of things out with Strether, and among them the fact that though there was never a moment of her life when she wasn't due somewhere, there was yet scarce a perfidy to others of which she wasn't capable for his sake. She explained moreover that wherever she happened to be she found a dropped thread to pick up, a ragged edge to repair, some familiar appetite in ambush, jumping out as she approached, yet appeasable with a temporary biscuit. It became, on her taking the risk of the deviation imposed on him by her insidious arrangement of his morning meal, a point of honour for her not to fail with Waymarsh of the largest success too, and her subsequent boast to Strether was that she had made their friend fare, and quite without his knowing what was the matter, as Major Pendennis would have fared at the Megatherium. She had made him breakfast like a gentleman, and it was nothing, she forcibly asserted, to what she would yet make him do. She made him participate in the slow reiterated ramble with which, for Strether, the new day amply filled itself, and it was by her art that he somehow had the air, on the ramparts and in the rows, of carrying a point of his own. The three strolled and stared and gossiped, or at least the two did, the case really yielding for their comrade, if analysed, but the element of stricken silence. This element indeed affected Strether as charged with audible rumblings, but he was conscious of the care of taking it explicitly as a sign of pleasant peace. He wouldn't appeal too much, for that provoked stiffness, yet he wouldn't be too freely tacit, for that suggested giving up. Waymarsh himself adhered to an ambiguous dumbness that might have represented either the growth of a perception or the despair of one, and at times and in places where the low-browed galleries were darkest, the opposite gables queerest, the solicitations of every kind densest, the others caught him fixing hard some object of minor interest, fixing even at moments nothing discernible, as if he were indulging it with a truce. When he met Strether's eye on such occasions he looked guilty and furtive, fell the next minute into some attitude of retraction. Our friend couldn't show him the right things for fear of provoking some total renouncement, and was tempted even to show him the wrong in order to make him differ with triumph. There were moments when he himself felt shy of professing the full sweetness of the taste of leisure, and there were others when he found himself feeling as if his passages of interchange with the lady at his side might fall upon the third member of their party very much as Mr. Burchell, at Dr. Primrose's fireside, was influenced by the high flights of the visitors from London. The smallest thing so arrested and amused him that he repeatedly almost apologized, brought up afresh in explanation his plea of a previous grind. He was aware at the same time that his grind had been nothing to Waymarsh's, and he repeatedly confessed that, to cover his frivolity, he was doing his best for his previous virtue. Do what he might, in any case, his previous virtue was still there, and it seemed fairly to stare at him out of the windows of shops that were not as the shops of Woollett, fairly to make him want things that he shouldn't know what to do with. It was by the oddest, the least admissible of laws demoralising him now, and the way it boldly took was to make him want more wants. These first walks in Europe were in fact a kind of finely lurid intimation of what one might find at the end of that process. Had he come back, after long years, in something already so like the evening of life, only to be exposed to it? It was at all events over the shop windows that he made, with Waymarsh, most free, though it would have been easier had not the latter most sensibly yielded to the appeal of the merely useful trades. He pierced with his sombre detachment the plate glass of ironmongers and saddlers, while Strether flaunted an affinity with the dealers in stamped letter paper and in smart neckties. Strether was in fact recurrently shameless in the presence of the tailors, though it was just over the heads of the tailors that his countrymen most loftily looked. This gave Miss Gostrey a grasped opportunity to back up Waymarsh at his expense. The weary lawyer, it was unmistakable, had a conception of dress, but that, in view of some of the features of the effect produced, was just what made the danger of insistence on it. Strether wondered if he by this time thought Miss Gostrey less fashionable, or Lambert Strether more so, and it appeared probable that most of the remarks exchanged between this latter pair about passers, figures, faces, personal types, exemplified in their degree the disposition to talk as society talked. Was what was happening to himself then, was what already had happened, really that a woman of fashion was floating him into society, and that an old friend deserted on the brink was watching the force of the current? When the woman of fashion permitted Strether, as she permitted him at the most, the purchase of a pair of gloves, the terms she made about it, the prohibition of neckties and other items till she should be able to guide him through the Burlington Arcade, were such as to fall upon a sensitive ear as a challenge to just imputations. Miss Gostrey was such a woman of fashion as could make, without a symptom of vulgar blinking, an appointment for the Burlington Arcade. Mere discriminations about a pair of gloves could thus at any rate represent—always for such sensitive ears as were in question—possibilities of something that Strether could make a mark against only as the peril of apparent wantonness. He had quite the consciousness of his new friend for their companion that he might have had of a Jesuit in petticoats, a representative of the recruiting interests of the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church, for Waymarsh, that was to say the enemy, the monster of bulging eyes and far-reaching, quivering, groping tentacles, was exactly society, exactly the multiplication of shibboleths, exactly the discrimination of types and tones, exactly the wicked old Rose of Chester, rank with feudalism, exactly, in short, Europe. There was light for observation, however, in an incident that occurred just before they turned back to luncheon. Waymarsh had been for a quarter of an hour exceptionally mute and distant, and something or other, Strether was never to make out exactly what, proved as it were too much for him after his comrades had stood for 3 minutes taking in, while they leaned on an old balustrade that guarded the edge of the Row, a particularly crooked and huddled street view. He thinks us sophisticated, he thinks us worldly, he thinks us wicked, he thinks us all sorts of queer things, Strether reflected, for wondrous were the vague quantities our friend had within a couple of short days acquired the habit of conveniently and conclusively lumping together. There seemed moreover a direct connexion between some such inference and a sudden grim dash taken by Waymarsh to the opposite side. This movement was startlingly sudden, and his companions at first supposed him to have espied, to be pursuing, the glimpse of an acquaintance. They next made out, however, that an open door had instantly received him, and they then recognised him as engulfed in the establishment of a jeweller, behind whose glittering front he was lost to view. The fact had somehow the note of a demonstration, and it left each of the others to show a face almost of fear. But Miss Gostrey broke into a laugh. "What's the matter with him?" "Well," said Strether, "he can't stand it." "But can't stand what?" "Anything. Europe." "Then how will that jeweller help him?" Strether seemed to make it out from their position between the interstices of arrayed watches, of close-hung dangling gewgaws. "You'll see." "Ah, that's just what, if he buys anything, I'm afraid of. That I shall see something rather dreadful." Strether studied the finer appearances. "He may buy everything." "Then don't you think we ought to follow him?" "Not for worlds. Besides, we can't. We're paralysed. We exchange a long scared look, we publicly tremble. The thing is, you see, we realise. He has struck for freedom." She wondered, but she laughed. "Ah, what a price to pay! And I was preparing some for him so cheap." "No, no," Strether went on, frankly amused now. "Don't call it that. The kind of freedom you deal in is dear." Then as to justify himself, "Am I not in my way trying it? It's this." "Being here, you mean, with me?" "Yes, and talking to you as I do. I've known you a few hours, and I've known him all my life. So that if the ease I thus take with you about him isn't magnificent"—and the thought of it held him a moment—"why, it's rather base." "It's magnificent," said Miss Gostrey to make an end of it. "And you should hear," she added, "the ease I take, and above all intend to take, with Mr. Waymarsh." Strether thought. "About me? Ah, that's no equivalent. The equivalent would be Waymarsh's himself serving me up, his remorseless analysis of me, and he'll never do that." He was sadly clear. "He'll never remorselessly analyse me." He quite held her with the authority of this. "He'll never say a word to you about me." She took it in, she did it justice, yet after an instant her reason, her restless irony, disposed of it. "Of course he won't. For what do you take people, that they're able to say words about anything, able remorselessly to analyse? There are not many like you and me. It will be only because he's too stupid." It stirred in her friend a sceptical echo, which was at the same time the protest of the faith of years. "Waymarsh stupid?" "Compared with you." Strether had still his eyes on the jeweller's front, and he waited a moment to answer. "He's a success of a kind I haven't approached." "Do you mean he has made money?" "He makes it, to my belief. And I," said Strether, "though with a back quite as bent, have never made anything. I'm a perfectly equipped failure." He feared an instant she'd ask him if he meant he was poor, and he was glad she didn't, for he really didn't know to what the truth on this unpleasant point might have prompted her. She only, however, confirmed his assertion. "Thank goodness you're a failure. It's why I so distinguish you. Anything else to-day is too hideous. Look about you. Look at the successes. Would you be one, on your honour? Look, moreover," she continued, "at me." For a little, accordingly, their eyes met. "I see," Strether returned. "You too are out of it." "The superiority you discern in me," she concurred, "announces my futility. If you knew," she sighed, "the dreams of my youth! But our realities are what has brought us together. We're beaten brothers in arms." He smiled at her kindly enough, but he shook his head. "It doesn't alter the fact that you're expensive. You've cost me already." But he had hung fire. "Cost you what?" "Well, my past, in one great lump. But no matter," he laughed. "I'll pay with my last penny." Her attention had unfortunately now been engaged by their comrade's return, for Waymarsh met their view as he came out of his shop. "I hope he hasn't paid," she said, "with his last; though I'm convinced he has been splendid, and has been so for you." "Ah no, not that." "Then for me?" "Quite as little." Waymarsh was by this time near enough to show signs his friend could read, though he seemed to look almost carefully at nothing in particular. "Then for himself?" "For nobody. For nothing. For freedom." "But what has freedom to do with it?" Strether's answer was indirect. "To be as good as you and me. But different." She had had time to take in their companion's faith, and with it, as such things were easy for her, she took in all. Different, yes, but better. If Waymarsh was sombre, he was also indeed almost sublime. He told them nothing, left his absence unexplained, and though they were convinced he had made some extraordinary purchase, they were never to learn its nature. He only glowered grandly at the tops of the old gables. "It's the sacred rage," Strether had had further time to say, and this sacred rage was to become between them, for convenient comprehension, the description of one of his periodical necessities. It was Strether who eventually contended that it did make him better than they. But by that time Miss Gostrey was convinced that she didn't want to be better than Strether. End of Book First, Chapter 3. Book Second, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. Those occasions on which Strether was, in association with the exile from Milrose, to see the sacred rage glimmer through, would doubtless have their due periodicity, but our friend had meanwhile to find names for many other matters. On no evening of his life perhaps, as he reflected, had he had to supply so many as on the third of his short stay in London, an evening spent by Miss Gostrey's side at one of the theatres, to which he had found himself transported, without his own hand raised, on the mere expression of a conscientious wonder. She knew her theatre, she knew her play, as she had triumphantly known, 3 days running, everything else, and the moment filled to the brim, for her companion, that apprehension of the interesting which, whether or no the interesting happened to filter through his guide, strained now to its limits his brief opportunity. Waymarsh hadn't come with them. He had seen plays enough, he signified, before Strether had joined him, an affirmation that had its full force when his friend ascertained by questions that he had seen two and a circus. Questions as to what he had seen had on him indeed an effect only less favourable than questions as to what he hadn't. He liked the former to be discriminated, but how could it be done, Strether asked of their constant counsellor, without discriminating the latter? Miss Gostrey had dined with him at his hotel, face to face over a small table on which the lighted candles had rose-coloured shades, and the rose-coloured shades and the small table and the soft fragrance of the lady, had anything to his mere sense ever been so soft? Were so many touches in he scarce knew what positive high picture? He had been to the theatre, even to the opera in Boston, with Mrs. Newsome, more than once acting as her only escort, but there had been no little confronted dinner, no pink lights, no whiff of vague sweetness as a preliminary, one of the results of which was that at present, mildly rueful, though with a sharpish accent, he actually asked himself why there hadn't. There was much the same difference in his impression of the noticed state of his companion, whose dress was cut down, as he believed the term to be, in respect to shoulders and bosom, in a manner quite other than Mrs. Newsome's, and who wore round her throat a broad red velvet band with an antique jewel, he was rather complacently sure it was antique, attached to it in front. Mrs. Newsome's dress was never in any degree cut down, and she never wore around her throat a broad red velvet band. If she had, moreover, would it ever have served so to carry on and complicate, as he now almost felt, his vision? It would have been absurd of him to trace into ramifications the effect of the ribbon from which Miss Gostrey's trinket depended, had he not for the hour at the best been so given over to uncontrolled perceptions. What was it but an uncontrolled perception that his friend's velvet band somehow added, in her appearance, to the value of every other item, to that of her smile and of the way she carried her head, to that of her complexion, of her lips, her teeth, her eyes, her hair? What, certainly, had a man conscious of a man's work in the world to do with red velvet bands? He wouldn't for anything have so exposed himself as to tell Miss Gostrey how much he liked hers, yet he had none the less not only caught himself in the act, frivolous no doubt, idiotic and above all unexpected, of liking it. He had in addition taken it as a starting point for fresh backward, fresh forward, fresh lateral flights. The manner in which Mrs. Newsome's throat was encircled suddenly represented for him, in an alien order, almost as many things as the manner in which Miss Gostrey's was. Mrs. Newsome wore, at operatic hours, a black silk dress, very handsome, he knew it was handsome, and an ornament that his memory was able further to identify as a ruche. He had his association indeed with the ruche, but it was rather imperfectly romantic. He had once said to the wearer, and it was as free a remark as he had ever made to her, that she looked, with her ruff and other matters, like Queen Elizabeth; and it had after this in truth been his fancy that, as a consequence of that tenderness and an acceptance of the idea, the form of this special tribute to the frill had grown slightly more marked. The connexion, as he sat there and let his imagination roam, was to strike him as vaguely pathetic. But there it all was, and pathetic was doubtless in the conditions the best thing it could possibly be. It had assuredly existed at any rate, for it seemed now to come over him that no gentleman of his age at Woollett could ever, to a lady of Mrs. Newsome's, which was not much less than his, have embarked on such a simile. All sorts of things in fact now seemed to come over him, comparatively few of which his chronicler can hope for space to mention. It came over him, for instance, that Miss Gostrey looked perhaps like Mary Stuart. Lambert Strether had a candour of fantasy which could rest for an instant gratified in such an antithesis. It came over him that never before, no, literally never, had a lady dined with him at a public place before going to a play. The publicity of the place was just, in the matter for Strether, the rare strange thing. It affected him almost as the achievement of privacy might have affected a man of a different experience. He had married, in the far-away years, so young as to have missed the time natural in Boston for taking girls to the museum, and it was absolutely true of him that, even after the close of the period of conscious detachment occupying the centre of his life, the grey middle desert of the two deaths, that of his wife and that 10 years later of his boy, he had never taken any one anywhere. It came over him in especial, though the monition had, as happened, already sounded, fitfully gleamed in other forms, that the business he had come out on hadn't yet been so brought home to him as by the sight of the people about him. She gave him the impression, his friend, at first more straight than he got it for himself. gave it simply by saying with offhand illumination, "Oh yes, they're types," but after he had taken it he made to the full his own use of it, both while he kept silence for the 4 acts and while he talked in the intervals. It was an evening, it was a world of types, and this was a connection above all in which the figures and faces in the stalls were interchangeable with those on the stage. He felt as if the play itself penetrated him with the naked elbow of his neighbour, a great stripped, handsome, red-haired lady who conversed with the gentleman on her other side in stray dissyllables which had for his ear, in the oddest way in the world, so much sound that he wondered they hadn't more sense, and he recognised by the same law, beyond the footlights, what he was pleased to take for the very flush of English life. He had distracted drops in which he couldn't have said if it were actors or auditors who were the most true, and the upshot of which, each time, was the consciousness of new contacts. However he viewed his job, it was the types he should have to tackle. Those before him and around him were not as the types of Woollett, where, for that matter, it had begun to seem to him that there must only have been the male and the female. These made 2 exactly, even with the individual varieties. Here, on the other hand, apart from the personal and the sexual range, which might be greater or less, a series of strong stamps had been applied, as it were, from without, stamps that his observation played with as, before a glass case on a table, it might have passed from metal to metal and from copper to gold. It befell that in the drama precisely there was a bad woman in a yellow frock, who made a pleasant, weak, good-looking young man in perpetual evening dress do the most dreadful things. Strether felt himself on the whole not afraid of the yellow frock, but he was vaguely anxious over a certain kindness into which he found himself drifting for its victim. He hadn't come out, he reminded himself, to be too kind, or indeed to be kind at all, to Chadwick Newsome. Would Chad also be in perpetual evening dress? He somehow rather hoped it. It seemed so to add to this young man's general amenability, though he wondered too if to fight him with his own weapons he himself, a thought almost startling, would have likewise to be. This young man furthermore would have been much more easy to handle, at least for him, than appeared probable in respect to Chad. It came up for him with Miss Gostrey that there were things of which she would really perhaps after all have heard, and she admitted, when a little pressed, that she was never quite sure of what she heard as distinguished from things such as, on occasions like the present, she only extravagantly guessed. "I seem with this freedom, you see, to have guessed Mr. Chad. He's a young man on whose head high hopes are placed at Woollett, a young man a wicked woman has got hold of and whom his family over there have sent you out to rescue. You've accepted the mission of separating him from the wicked woman. Are you quite sure she's very bad for him?" Something in his manner showed it as quite pulling him up. "Of course we are. Wouldn't you be?" "Oh I don't know. One never does one, beforehand. One can only judge on the facts. Yours are quite new to me. I'm really not in the least, as you see, in possession of them. So it will be awfully interesting to have them from you. If you're satisfied, that's all that's required. I mean if you're sure you are sure. Sure it won't do." "That he should lead such a life? Rather!" "Oh but I don't know, you see, about his life. You've not told me about his life. She may be charming. His life." "Charming?" Strether stared before him. "She's base, venal, out of the streets." "I see. And he?" "Chad, wretched boy?" "Of what type and temper is he?" she went on as Strether had lapsed. "Well, the obstinate." It was as if for a moment he had been going on to say more and had then controlled himself. That was scarce what she wished. "Do you like him?" This time he was prompt. "No. How can I?" "Do you mean because of your being so saddled with him?" "I'm thinking of his mother," said Strether after a moment. "He has darkened her admirable life." He spoke with austerity. "He has worried her half to death." "Oh that's of course odious." She had a pause as if for renewed emphasis of this truth, but it ended on another note. "Is her life very admirable?" "Extraordinarily." There was so much in the tone that Miss Gostrey had to devote another pause to the appreciation of it. And has he only her? I don't mean the bad woman in Paris," she quickly added, "for I assure you I shouldn't even at the best be disposed to allow him more than one. But has he only his mother?" "He has also a sister, older than himself and married, and they're both remarkably fine women." "Very handsome, you mean?" This promptitude, almost, as he might have thought, this precipitation, gave him a brief drop, but he came up again. "Mrs. Newsome, I think, is handsome, though she's not, of course, with a son of 28 and a daughter of 30 in her very first youth. She married, however, extremely young." "And is wonderful?" Miss Gostrey asked, "for her age?" Strether seemed to feel with a certain disquiet the pressure of it. "I don't say she's wonderful. Or rather," he went on the next moment, "I do say it. It's exactly what she is—wonderful. But I wasn't thinking of her appearance," he exclaimed, "striking as that doubtless is. I was thinking—well, of many other things." He seemed to look at these as if to mention some of them, then took, pulling himself up, another turn. "About Mrs. Pocock people may differ." "Is that the daughter's name, Pocock?" "That's the daughter's name," Strether sturdily confessed. "And people may differ, you mean, about her beauty?" "About everything." "But you admire her?" He gave his friend a glance as to show how he could bear this. "I'm perhaps a little afraid of her." "Oh," said Miss Gostrey, "I see her from here. You may say then I see very fast and very far, but I've already shown you I do. The young man and the two ladies," she went on, "are at any rate all the family?" "Quite all. His father has been dead 10 years and there's no brother nor any other sister. They'd do," said Strether, "anything in the world for him." "And you'd do anything in the world for them?" He shifted again. She had made it perhaps just a shade too affirmative for his nerves. "Oh I don't know." "You do at any rate this, and the anything they'd do is represented by their making you do it." "Ah they couldn't have come, either of them. They're very busy people, and Mrs. Newsome in particular has a large full life. She's moreover highly nervous, and not at all strong." "You mean she's an American invalid?" He carefully distinguished. "There's nothing she likes less than to be called one, but she would consent to be one of those things, I think," he laughed, "if it were the only way to be the other." "Consent to be an American in order to be an invalid?" "No," said Strether, "the other way round. She's at any rate delicate, sensitive, high-strung. She puts so much of herself into everything." Ah, Maria knew these things. "That she has nothing left for anything else? Of course she hasn't. To whom do you say it? High-strung? Don't I spend my life, for them, jamming down the pedal? I see moreover how it is told on you." Strether took this more lightly. "Oh I jam down the pedal too." "Well," she lucidly returned, "we must from this moment bear it on together with all our might." And she forged ahead. "Have they money?" But it was as if, while her energetic image still held him, her inquiry fell short. "Mrs. Newsome," he wished further to explain, "hasn't moreover your courage on the question of contact. If she had come it would have been to see this person herself." "The woman? Ah but that's courage." "No, it's exaltation, which is a very different thing. Courage," he, however, accommodatingly threw out, "is what you have." She shook her head. "You say that only to patch me up, to cover the nudity of my want of exaltation. I've neither the one nor the other. I'm mere battered indifference. I see that what you mean," Miss Gostrey pursued, "is that if your friend had come she would take great views, and the great views, to put it simply, would be too much for her." Strether looked amused at her notion of the simple, but he adopted her formula. "Everything's too much for her." "Ah then such a service as this of yours—" "Is more for her than anything else? Yes, far more. But so long as it isn't too much for me." "Her condition doesn't matter? Surely not. We leave her condition out. We take it, that is, for granted. I see it, her condition, as behind and beneath you, yet at the same time I see it as bearing you up." "Oh it does bear me up!" Strether laughed. "Well then as yours bears me nothing more's needed." With which she put again her question. "Has Mrs. Newsome money?" This time he heeded. "Oh, plenty. That's the root of the evil. There's money, to very large amounts, in the concern. Chad has had the free use of it a great deal. But if he'll pull himself together and come home, all the same, he'll find his account in it." She had listened with all her interest. "And I hope to goodness you'll find yours." "He'll take up his definite material reward," said Strether, without acknowledgement of this. "He's at the parting of the ways. He can come into the business now. He can't come later." "Is there a business?" "Lord, yes. A big brave bouncing business, a roaring trade." "A great shop?" "Yes, a workshop, a great production, a great industry. The concern's a manufacture, and a manufacture that, if it's only properly looked after, may well be on the way to become a monopoly. It's a little thing they make better, it appears, than other people can, or than other people at any rate do. Mr. Newsome, being a man of ideas, at least in that particular line," Strether explained, "put them on it with great effect and gave the place altogether in his time an immense lift." "It's a place in itself?" "Well, quite a number of buildings, almost a little industrial colony. But above all it's a thing. The article produced." "And what is the article produced?" Strether looked about him as if in slight reluctance to say; then the curtain, which he saw about to rise, came to his aid. "I'll tell you next time." But when the next time came he only said he'd tell her later on, after they should have left the theatre; for she had immediately reverted to their topic, and even for himself the picture of the stage was now overlaid with another image. His postponements, however, made her wonder if the article referred to were anything bad. And she explained that she meant improper or ridiculous or wrong. But Strether, so far as that went, could satisfy her. "Unmentionable? Oh no, we talk constantly of it. We are quite familiar and brazen about it. Only as a small, trivial, rather ridiculous object of the commonest domestic use, it's just wanting in, what shall I say? Well, dignity, or the least approach to distinction. Right here, therefore, with everything about us so grand—" In short, he shrank. "It's a false note?" "Sadly. It's vulgar." "But surely not vulgarer than this." Then on his wondering as she herself had done: "Then everything about us." She seemed a trifle irritated. "What do you take this for?" "Why, for, comparatively, divine." "This dreadful London theatre? It's impossible if you really want to know." "Oh then," laughed Strether, "I don't really want to know." It made between them a pause, which she, however, still fascinated by the mystery of the production at Woollett, presently broke. "Rather ridiculous? Clothes-pins? Saleratus? Shoe-polish?" It brought him round. "No, you don't even burn. I don't think you know you'll guess it." "How then can I judge how vulgar it is?" "You'll judge when I do tell you." And he persuaded her to patience. But it may even now frankly be mentioned that he in the sequel never was to tell her. He actually never did so, and it moreover oddly occurred that by the law within her of the incalculable, her desire for the information dropped and her attitude to the question converted itself into a positive cultivation of ignorance. In ignorance she could humour her fancy, and that proved a useful freedom. She could treat the little nameless object as indeed unnameable. She could make their abstention enormously definite. That might indeed have been for Strether the portent of this in what she next said. "Is it perhaps then because it's so bad, because your industry, as you call it, is so vulgar, that Mr. Chad won't come back? Does he feel the taint? Is he staying away not to be mixed up in it?" "Oh," Strether laughed, "it wouldn't appear, would it, that he feels taints? He's glad enough of the money from it, and the money's his whole basis. There's appreciation in that. I mean as to the allowance his mother has hitherto made him. She has of course the resource of cutting this allowance off. But even then he has unfortunately, and on no small scale, his independent supply, money left him by his grandfather, her own father." "Wouldn't the fact you mention then," Miss Gostrey asked, "make it just more easy for him to be particular? Isn't he conceivable as fastidious about the source, the apparent and public source, of his income?" Strether was able quite good-humouredly to entertain the proposition. The source of his grandfather's wealth, and thereby of his own share in it, was not particularly noble. And what source was it? Strether cast about. Well, practices. In business? Infamies? He was an old swindler? Oh, he said with more emphasis than spirit, I shan't describe him nor narrate his exploits. Lord, what abysses! And the late Mr. Newsome then? Well, what about him? Was he like the grandfather? No, he was on the other side of the house. And he was different. Miss Gostrey kept it up. Better? Her friend for a moment hung fire. No. Her comment on his hesitation was scarce the less marked for being mute. Thank you. Now, don't you see, she went on, why the boy doesn't come home? He's drowning his shame. His shame? What shame? What shame? Comment donc? The shame. But where and when, Strether asked, is the shame? Where is any shame to-day? The men I speak of, they did as every one does, and, besides being ancient history, it was all a matter of appreciation. She showed how she understood. Mrs. Newsome has appreciated? Ah, I can't speak for her. In the midst of such doings, and, as I understand you, profiting by them, she at least has remained exquisite? Oh, I can't talk of her, Strether said. I thought she was just what you could talk of. You don't trust me, Miss Gostrey after a moment declared. It had its effect. Well, her money is spent, her life conceived and carried on with a large beneficence. That's a kind of expiation of wrongs? Gracious, she added before he could speak, how intensely you make me see her. If you see her, Strether dropped, it's all that's necessary. She really seemed to have her. I feel that. She is, in spite of everything, handsome. This at least enlivened him. What do you mean by everything? Well, I mean you. With which she had one of her swift changes of ground. You say the concern needs looking after, but doesn't Mrs. Newsome look after it? So far as possible. She's wonderfully able, but it's not her affair, and her life's a good deal overcharged. She has many, many things. And you also? Oh yes, I've many too, if you will. I see. But what I mean is, Miss Gostrey mended, do you also look after the business? Oh no, I don't touch the business. Only everything else? Well, yes, some things. As for instance? Strether obligingly thought. Well, the review. The review? You have a review? Certainly. Woollett has a review, which Mrs. Newsome for the most part magnificently pays for, and which I not at all magnificently edit. My name's on the cover, Strether pursued, and I'm really rather disappointed and hurt that you seem never to have heard of it. She neglected for a moment this grievance. And what kind of a review is it? His serenity was now completely restored. Well, it's green. Do you mean in political colour, as they say here, in thought? No, I mean the cover's green, of the most lovely shade. And with Mrs. Newsome's name on it too? He waited a little. Oh, as for that you must judge if she peeps out. She's behind the whole thing, but she's of a delicacy and a discretion. Miss Gostrey took it all. I'm sure. She would be. I don't underrate her. She must be rather a swell. Oh yes, she's rather a swell. A Woollett swell. Bon, I like the idea of a Woollett swell. And you must be rather one too to be so mixed up with her. Ah no, said Strether, that's not the way it works. But she had already taken him up. The way it works, you needn't tell me, is of course that you efface yourself. With my name on the cover? He lucidly objected. Ah, but you don't put it on for yourself. I beg your pardon, that's exactly what I do put it on for. It's exactly the thing I'm reduced to doing for myself. It seems to rescue a little, you see, from the wreck of hopes and ambitions, the refuse heap of disappointments and failures, by one presentable little scrap of an identity. On this she looked at him as if to say many things, but what she at last simply said was, "She likes to see it there. You're the bigger swell of the two," she immediately continued, "because you think you're not one. She thinks she is one. However," Miss Gostrey added, "she thinks you're one too. You're at all events the biggest she can get hold of." She embroidered, she abounded. "I don't say it to interfere between you, but on the day she gets hold of a bigger one—" Strether had thrown back his head as in silent mirth over something that struck him in her audacity or felicity, and her flight meanwhile was already higher. "Therefore close with her." "Close with her?" he asked as she seemed to hang poised. "Before you lose your chance." Their eyes met over it. "What do you mean by closing?" "And what do I mean by your chance? I'll tell you when you tell me all the things you don't. Is it her greatest fad?" she briskly pursued. "The Review?" He seemed to wonder how he could best describe it. This resulted, however, but in a sketch. "It's her tribute to the ideal." "I see. You go in for tremendous things." "We go in for the unpopular side. That is so far as we dare." "And how far do you dare?" "Well, she very far. I much less. I don't begin to have her faith. She provides," said Strether, "3/4 of that. And she provides, as I've confided to you, all the money." It evoked somehow a vision of gold that held for a little Miss Gostrey's eyes, and she looked as if she heard the bright dollars shovelled in. "I hope then you make a good thing." "I never made a good thing," he at once returned. She just waited. "Don't you call it a good thing to be loved?" "Oh we're not loved. We're not even hated. We're only just sweetly ignored." She had another pause. "You don't trust me," she once more repeated. "Don't I, when I lift the last veil, tell you the very secret of the prison house?" Again she met his eyes, but to the result that after an instant her own turned away with impatience. "You don't sell. Oh I'm glad of that." After which, however, and before he could protest, she was off again. "She's just a moral swell." He accepted gaily enough the definition. "Yes, I really think that describes her." But it had for his friend the oddest connection. "How does she do her hair?" He laughed out. "Beautifully." "Ah that doesn't tell me. However, it doesn't matter. I know. It's tremendously neat, a real reproach. Quite remarkably thick and without as yet a single strand of white. There." He blushed for her realism, but gaped at her truth. "You're the very deuce." "What else should I be? It was as the very deuce I pounced on you. But don't let it trouble you, for everything but the very deuce, at our age, is a bore and a delusion, and even he himself, after all, but half a joy." With which, on a single sweep of her wing, she resumed. "You assist her to expatiate, which is rather hard when you've yourself not sinned." "It's she who hasn't sinned," Strether replied. "I've sinned the most." "Ah," Miss Gostrey cynically laughed, "what a picture of her! Have you robbed the widow and the orphan?" "I've sinned enough," said Strether. "Enough for whom? Enough for what?" "Well, to be where I am." "Thank you." They were disturbed at this moment by the passage between their knees and the back of the seats before them of a gentleman who had been absent during a part of the performance and who now returned for the close. But the interruption left Miss Gostrey time, before the subsequent hush, to express as a sharp finality her sense of the moral of all their talk. "I knew you had something up your sleeve." This finality, however, left them in its turn, at the end of the play, as disposed to hang back as if they still had much to say; so that they easily agreed to let every one go before them. They found an interest in waiting. They made out from the lobby that the night had turned to rain, yet Miss Gostrey let her friend know that he wasn't to see her home. He was simply to put her, by herself, into a four-wheeler. She liked so in London, of wet nights after wild pleasures, thinking things over, on the return, in lonely four-wheelers. This was her great time, she intimated, for pulling herself together. The delays caused by the weather, the struggle for vehicles at the door, gave them occasion to subside on a divan at the back of the vestibule and just beyond the reach of the fresh damp gusts from the street. Here Strether's comrade resumed that free handling of the subject to which his own imagination of it already owed so much. "Does your young friend in Paris like you?" It had almost, after the interval, startled him. "Oh, I hope not. Why should he?" "Why shouldn't he?" Miss Gostrey asked. "That you're coming down on him need have nothing to do with it." "You see more in it," he presently returned, "than I." "Of course I see you in it." "Well then you see more in me." "Than you see in yourself? Very likely. That's always one's right. What I was thinking of," she explained, "is the possible particular effect on him of his milieu." "Oh his milieu!" Strether really felt he could imagine it better now than 3 hours before. "Do you mean it can only have been so lowering?" "Why that's my very starting point." "Yes, but you start so far back. What do his letters say?" "Nothing. He practically ignores us. Or spares us. He doesn't write." "I see. But there are, all the same," she went on, "two quite distinct things that, given the wonderful place he's in, may have happened to him. One is that he may have got brutalised. The other is that he may have got refined." Strether stared. This was a novelty. "Refined?" "Oh," she said quietly, "there are refinements." The way of him made him, after looking at her, break into a laugh. "You have them!" "As one of the signs," she continued in the same tone, "they constitute perhaps the worst." He thought it over and his gravity returned. "Is it a refinement not to answer his mother's letters?" She appeared to have a scruple, but she brought it out. "Oh I should say the greatest of all." "Well," said Strether, "I'm quite content to let it, as one of the signs, pass for the worst that I know he believes he can do what he likes with me." This appeared to strike her. "How do you know it?" "Oh I'm sure of it. I feel it in my bones." "Feel he can do it?" "Feel that he believes he can. It may come to the same thing," Strether laughed. She wouldn't, however, have this. "Nothing for you will ever come to the same thing as anything else." And she understood what she meant, it seemed, sufficiently to go straight on. "You say that if he does break he'll come in for things at home?" "Quite positively. He'll come in for a particular chance, a chance that any properly constituted young man would jump at. The business is so developed that an opening scarcely apparent 3 years ago, but which his father's will took account of as in certain conditions possible, and which, under that will, attaches to Chad's availing himself of it a large contingent advantage. This opening, the conditions having come about, now simply awaits him. His mother has kept it for him, holding out against strong pressure till the last possible moment. It requires, naturally, as it carries with it a handsome part, a large share in profits, his being on the spot and making a big effort for a big result. That's what I mean by his chance. If he misses it he comes in, as you say, for nothing. And to see that he doesn't miss it is, in a word, what I've come out for." She let it all sink in. "What you've come out for then is simply to render him an immense service." Well, poor Strether was willing to take it so. "Ah if you like." "He stands, as they say, if you succeed with him, to gain—" "Oh a lot of advantages." Strether had them clearly at his fingers' ends. "By which you mean of course a lot of money?" "Well, not only. I'm acting with a sense for him of other things too. Consideration and comfort and security, the general safety of being anchored by a strong chain. He wants, as I see him, to be protected. Protected, I mean, from life." "Ah voilà!" Her thought fitted with a click. "From life." "What you really want to get him home for is to marry him." "Well, that's about the size of it." "Of course," she said, "it's rudimentary. But to any one in particular?" He smiled at this, looking a little more conscious. "You get everything out." For a moment again their eyes met. "You put everything in." He acknowledged the tribute by telling her. "To Mamie Pocock." She wondered, then gravely, even exquisitely, as if to make the oddity also fit. "His own niece?" "Oh you must yourself find a name for the relation. His brother-in-law's sister. Mrs. Jim's sister-in-law." It seemed to have on Miss Gostrey a certain hardening effect. "And who in the world's Mrs. Jim?" "Chad's sister, who was Sarah Newsome. She's married, didn't I mention it, to Jim Pocock?" "Ah yes," she tacitly replied. But he had mentioned things. Then, however, with all the sound it could have, "Who in the world's Jim Pocock?" she asked. "Why, Sally's husband. That's the only way we distinguish people in Woollett," he good-humouredly explained. "And is it a great distinction, being Sally's husband?" He considered. "I think there can be scarcely a greater, unless it may become one in the future to be Chad's wife." "Then how do they distinguish you?" "They don't, except, as I've told you, by the green cover." Once more their eyes met on it, and she held him an instant. "The green cover won't, nor will any cover, avail you with me. You're of a depth of duplicity." Still she could in her own large grasp of the real condone it. "Is Mamie a great parti?" "Oh the greatest we have. Our prettiest brightest girl." Miss Gostrey seemed to fix the poor child. "I know what they can be. And with money?" "Not perhaps with a great deal of that, but with so much of everything else that we don't miss it. We don't miss money much, you know," Strether added, "in general, in America, in pretty girls." "No," she conceded, "but I know also what you do sometimes miss." "And do you," she asked, "yourself admire her?" It was a question, he indicated, that there might be several ways of taking; but he decided after an instant for the humorous. "Haven't I sufficiently showed you how I admire any pretty girl?" Her interest in his problem was by this time such that it scarce left her freedom, and she kept close to the facts. "I supposed that at Woollett you wanted them, what shall I call it, blameless. I mean your young men for your pretty girls." "So did I," Strether confessed. "But you strike there a curious fact, the fact that Woollett too accommodates itself to the spirit of the age and the increasing mildness of manners. Everything changes, and I hold that our situation precisely marks a date. We should prefer them blameless, but we have to make the best of them as we find them. Since the spirit of the age and the increasing mildness send them so much more to Paris." "You've to take them back as they come. When they do come, bon!" Once more she embraced it all, but she had a moment of thought. "Poor Chad!" "Ah," said Strether cheerfully, "Mamie will save him." She was looking away, still in her vision, and she spoke with impatience and almost as if he hadn't understood her. "You'll save him. That's who'll save him." "Oh but with Mamie's aid. Unless indeed you mean," he added, "that I shall effect so much more with yours." It made her at last again look at him. "You'll do more, as you're so much better, than all of us put together." "I think I'm only better since I've known you," Strether bravely returned. The depletion of the place, the shrinkage of the crowd, and now comparatively quiet withdrawal of its last elements had already brought them nearer the door and put them in relation with the messenger of whom he bespoke Miss Gostrey's cab. But this left them a few minutes more, which he was clearly in no mood not to use. "You've spoken to me of what, by your success, Mr. Chad stands to gain. But you've not spoken to me of what you do." "Oh I've nothing more to gain," said Strether very simply. She took it as even quite too simple. "You mean you've got it all down? You've been paid in advance?" "Ah don't talk about payment!" he groaned. Something in the tone of it pulled her up, but as their messenger still delayed she had another chance, and she put it another way. "What, by failure, do you stand to lose?" He still, however, wouldn't have it. "Nothing!" he exclaimed, and on the messenger's at this instant reappearing he was able to sink the subject in their responsive advance. When, a few steps up the street, under a lamp, he had put her into her four-wheeler, and she had asked him if the man had called for him no second conveyance, he replied before the door was closed, "You won't take me with you?" "Not for the world." "Then I shall walk." "In the rain?" "I like the rain," said Strether. "Good night." She kept him a moment while his hand was on the door by not answering, after which she answered by repeating her question. "What do you stand to lose?" Why the question now affected him as other, he couldn't have said. He could only this time meet it otherwise. "Everything." "So I thought. Then you shall succeed. And to that end I'm yours." "Ah, dear lady," he kindly breathed. "Till death," said Maria Gostrey. "Good night." End of Book Second, Chapter 2. Book the Second, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. Strether called, his second morning in Paris, on the bankers of the Rue Scribe, to whom his letter of credit was addressed, and he made this visit attended by Waymarsh, in whose company he had crossed from London 2 days before. They had hastened to the Rue Scribe on the morrow of their arrival, but Strether had not then found the letters, the hope of which prompted this errand. He had had as yet none at all, hadn't expected them in London, but had counted on several in Paris, and disconcerted now, had presently strolled back to the Boulevard with a sense of injury that he felt himself taking for as good a start as any other. It would serve, this spur to his spirit, he reflected, as, pausing at the top of the street, he looked up and down the great foreign avenue, it would serve to begin business with. His idea was to begin business immediately, and it did much for him the rest of his day that the beginning of business awaited him. He did little else till night but ask himself what he should do if he hadn't fortunately had so much to do. But he put himself the question in many different situations and connections. What carried him hither and yon was an admirable theory that nothing he could do wouldn't be in some manner related to what he fundamentally had on hand, or would be, should he happen to have a scruple, wasted for it. He did happen to have a scruple about taking no definite step till he should get letters, but this reasoning carried it off. A single day to feel his feet—he had felt them as yet only at Chester and in London—was, he could consider, none too much, and having, as he had often privately expressed it, Paris to reckon with, he threw these hours of freshness consciously into the reckoning. They made it continually greater, but that was what it had best be if it was to be anything at all, and he gave himself up till far into the evening, at the theatre and on the return, after the theatre, along the bright congested boulevard, to feeling it grow. Waymarsh had accompanied him this time to the play, and the two men had walked together, as a first stage, from the Gymnase to the Café Riche, into the crowded terrace of which establishment, the night, or rather the morning, for midnight had struck, being bland and populous, they had wedged themselves for refreshment. Waymarsh, as a result of some discussion with his friend, had made a marked virtue of his having now let himself go, and there had been elements of impression in their half hour over their watered beer glasses that gave him his occasion for conveying that he held this compromise with his stiffer self to have become extreme. He conveyed it, for it was still, after all, his stiffer self who gloomed out of the glare of the terrace, in solemn silence, and there was indeed a great deal of critical silence every way between the companions, even till they gained the Place de l'Opéra, as to the character of their nocturnal progress. This morning there were letters which had reached London, apparently altogether, the day of Strether's journey, and had taken their time to follow him, so that after a controlled impulse to go into them in the reception room of the bank, which, reminding him of the post office at Woollett, affected him as the abutment of some transatlantic bridge, he slipped them into the pocket of his loose grey overcoat with a sense of the felicity of carrying them off. Waymarsh, who had had letters yesterday, had had them again to-day, and Waymarsh suggested in this particular no controlled impulses. The last one he was at all events likely to be observed to struggle with was clearly that of bringing to a premature close any visit to the Rue Scribe. Strether had left him there yesterday. He wanted to see the papers, and he had spent, by what his friend could make out, a succession of hours with the papers. He spoke of the establishment, with emphasis, as a post of superior observation, just as he spoke generally of his actual damnable doom as a device for hiding from him what was going on. Europe was best described, to his mind, as an elaborate engine for dissociating the confined American from that indispensable knowledge, and was accordingly only rendered bearable by these occasional stations of relief, traps for the arrest of wandering Western airs. Strether, on his side, set himself to walk again. He had his relief in his pocket, and indeed, much as he desired his budget, the growth of restlessness might have been marked in him from the moment he had assured himself of the superscription of most of the missives it contained. This restlessness became therefore his temporary law. He knew he should recognize as soon as see it the best place of all for settling down with his chief correspondent. He had for the next hour an accidental air of looking for it in the windows of shops. He came down the Rue de la Paix in the sun, and passing across the Tuileries and the river, indulged more than once, as if on finding himself determined, in a sudden pause before the bookstalls of the opposite quay. In the garden of the Tuileries he had lingered, in 2 or 3 spots, to look. It was as if the wonderful Paris spring had stayed with him as he roamed. The prompt Paris morning struck its cheerful notes, in a soft breeze and a sprinkled smell, in the light flit, over the garden floor, of bare-headed girls with the buckled strap of oblong boxes, in the type of ancient thrifty persons basking betimes where terrace walls were warm, in the blue-frocked brass-labelled officialism of humble rakers and scrapers, in the deep references of a straight-pacing priest or the sharp ones of a white-gaitered, red-legged soldier. He watched little brisk figures, figures whose movement was as the tick of the great Paris clock, take their smooth diagonal from point to point. The air had a taste as of something mixed with art, something that presented nature as a white-capped master chef. The palace was gone. Strether remembered the palace. And when he gazed into the irremediable void of its site, the historic sense in him might have been freely at play. The play under which in Paris indeed it so often winces like a touched nerve. He filled out spaces with dim symbols of scenes. He caught the gleam of white statues, at the base of which, with his letters out, he could tilt back a straw-bottomed chair. But his drift was, for reasons, to the other side, and it floated him unspent up the Rue de Seine and as far as the Luxembourg. In the Luxembourg Gardens he pulled up. Here at last he found his nook, and here, on a penny chair from which terraces, alleys, vistas, fountains, little trees in green tubs, little women in white caps, and shrill little girls at play, all sunnily composed together, he passed an hour in which the cup of his impressions seemed truly to overflow. But a week had elapsed since he quitted the ship, and there were more things in his mind than so few days could account for. More than once during that time he had regarded himself as admonished, but the admonition this morning was formidably sharp. It took as it hadn't done yet the form of a question, the question of what he was doing with such an extraordinary sense of escape. This sense was sharpest after he had read his letters, but that was also precisely why the question pressed. 4 of the letters were from Mrs. Newsome, and none of them short. She had lost no time, had followed on his heels while he moved, so expressing herself that he now could measure the probable frequency with which he should hear. They would arrive, it would seem, her communications, at the rate of several a week. He should be able to count, it might even prove, on more than one by each mail. If he had begun yesterday with a small grievance, he had therefore an opportunity to begin to-day with its opposite. He read the letters successively and slowly, putting others back into his pocket, but keeping these for a long time afterwards gathered in his lap. He held them there, lost in thought, as if to prolong the presence of what they gave him, or as if at least to assure them their part in the constitution of some lucidity. His friend wrote admirably, and her tone was even more in her style than in her voice. He might almost, for the hour, have had to come this distance to get its full carrying quality. Yet the plenitude of his consciousness of difference consorted perfectly with the deepened intensity of the connection. It was the difference of being just where he was and as he was, that formed the escape. This difference was so much greater than he had dreamed it would be, and what he finally sat there turning over was the strange logic of his finding himself so free. He felt it in a manner his duty to think out his state, to approve the process, and when he came in fact to trace the steps and add up the items, they sufficiently accounted for the sum. He had never expected, that was the truth of it, again to find himself young, and all the years and other things that had taken to make him so were exactly his present arithmetic. He had to make sure of them to put his scruple to rest. It all sprang at bottom from the beauty of Mrs. Newsome's desire that he should be worried with nothing that was not of the essence of his task. By insisting that he should thoroughly intermit and break, she had so provided for his freedom that she would, as it were, have only herself to thank. Strether could not at this point indeed have completed his thought by the image of what she might have to thank herself for. The image at best of his own likeness, poor Lambert Strether washed up on the sunny strand by the waves of a single day, poor Lambert Strether thankful for breathing time and stiffening himself while he gasped. There he was, and with nothing in his aspect or his posture to scandalize. It was only true that if he had seen Mrs. Newsome coming he would instinctively have jumped up to walk away a little. He would have come round and back to her bravely, but he would have had first to pull himself together. She abounded in news of the situation at home, proved to him how perfectly she was arranging for his absence, told him who would take up this and who would take up that exactly where he had left it, gave him in fact chapter and verse for the moral that nothing would suffer. It filled for him, this tone of hers, all the air, yet it struck him at the same time as the hum of vain things. This latter effect was what he tried to justify, and with a success that, grave though the appearance, he at last lighted on a form that was happy. He arrived at it by the inevitable recognition of his having been a fortnight before one of the weariest of men. If ever a man had come off tired, Lambert Strether was that man, and hadn't it been distinctly on the ground of his fatigue that his wonderful friend at home had so felt for him and so contrived? It seemed to him somehow at these instants that could he only maintain with sufficient firmness his grasp of that truth, it might become in a manner his compass and his helm. What he wanted most was some idea that would simplify, and nothing would do this so much as the fact that he was done for and finished. If it had been in such a light that he had just detected in his cup the dregs of youth, that was a mere flaw of the surface of his scheme. He was so distinctly fagged out that it must serve precisely as his convenience, and if he could but consistently be good for little enough, he might do everything he wanted. Everything he wanted was comprised moreover in a single boon, the common unattainable art of taking things as they came. He appeared to himself to have given his best years to an active appreciation of the way they didn't come. But perhaps, as they would seemingly here be things quite other, this long ache might at last drop to rest. He could easily see that from the moment he should accept the notion of his foredoomed collapse, the last thing he would lack would be reasons and memories. Oh, if he should do the sum, no slate would hold the figures. The fact that he had failed, as he considered it, in everything, in each relation, and in half a dozen trades, as he liked luxuriously to put it, might have made, might still make for an empty present. But it stood solidly for a crowded past. It had not been, so much achievement missed, a light yoke nor a short load. It was at present as if the backward picture had hung there, the long crooked course, grey in the shadow, of his solitude. It had been a dreadful cheerful sociable solitude, a solitude of life or choice, of community, but though there had been people enough all round it, there had been but 3 or 4 persons in it. Waymarsh was one of these, and the fact struck him just now as marking the record. Mrs. Newsome was another, and Miss Gostrey had of a sudden showed signs of becoming a third. Behind them was the pale figure of his real youth, which held against its breast the two presences paler than itself, the young wife he had early lost and the young son he had stupidly sacrificed. He had again and again made out for himself that he might have kept his little boy, his little dull boy who had died at school of rapid diphtheria, if he had not in those years so insanely given himself to merely missing the mother. It was the soreness of his remorse that the child had in all likelihood not really been dull, had been dull as he had been banished and neglected mainly because the father had been unwittingly selfish. This was doubtless but the secret habit of sorrow, which had slowly given way to time, yet there remained an ache sharp enough to make the spirit, at the sight now and again of some fair young man just growing up, wince with the thought of an opportunity lost. Had ever a man, he had finally fallen into the way of asking himself, lost so much and even done so much for so little? There had been particular reasons why all yesterday, beyond other days, he should have had in one ear this cold inquiry. His name on the green cover, where he had put it for Mrs. Newsome, expressed him doubtless just enough to make the world as distinguished, both for more and for less, from Woollett, ask who he was. He had incurred the ridicule of having to have his explanation explained. He was Lambert Strether because he was on the cover, whereas it should have been, for anything like glory, that he was on the cover because he was Lambert Strether. He would have done anything for Mrs. Newsome, have been still more ridiculous, as he might, for that matter, have occasion to be yet, which came to saying that this acceptance of fate was all he had to show at 55. He judged the quantity as small because it was small, and all the more egregiously since it couldn't, as he saw the case, so much as thinkably have been larger. He hadn't had the gift of making the most of what he tried, and if he had tried and tried again, no one but himself knew how often, it appeared to have been that he might demonstrate what else, in default of that, could be made. Old ghosts of experiments came back to him, old drudgeries and delusions and disgusts, old recoveries with their relapses, old fevers with their chills, broken moments of good faith, others of still better doubt, adventures for the most part of the sort qualified as lessons. The special spring that had constantly played for him the day before was the recognition, frequent enough to surprise him, of the promises to himself that he had, after his other visit, never kept. The reminiscence to-day most quickened for him was that of the vow taken in the course of the pilgrimage that, newly married, with the war just over, and helplessly young in spite of it, he had recklessly made with the creature who was so much younger still. It had been a bold dash, for which they had taken money set apart for necessities, but kept sacred at the moment in 100 ways, and in none more so than by this private pledge of his own to treat the occasion as a relation formed with a higher culture, and see that, as they said at Woollett, it should bear a good harvest. He had believed, saving home again, that he had gained something great, and his theory, with an elaborate innocent plan of reading, digesting, coming back even every few years, had then been to preserve, cherish and extend it. As such plans as these had come to nothing, however, in respect to acquisitions still more precious, it was doubtless little enough of a marvel that he should have lost account of that handful of seed. Buried for long years in dark corners at any rate, these few germs had sprouted again under 48 hours of Paris. The process of yesterday had really been the process of feeling the general stirred life of connections long since individually dropped. Strether had become acquainted even on this ground with short gusts of speculation, sudden flights of fancy in Louvre galleries, hungry gazes through clear plates behind which lemon-coloured volumes were as fresh as fruit on the tree. There were instants at which he could ask whether, since there had been fundamentally so little question of his keeping anything, the fate after all decreed for him hadn't been only to be kept. Kept for something, in that event, that he didn't pretend, didn't possibly dare as yet to divine, something that made him hover and wonder and laugh and sigh, made him advance and retreat, feeling half ashamed of his impulse to plunge and more than half afraid of his impulse to wait. He remembered, for instance, how he had gone back in the 60s with lemon-coloured volumes in general on the brain, as well as with a dozen, selected for his wife too, in his trunk, and nothing had at the moment shown more confidence than this invocation of the finer taste. They were still somewhere at home, the dozen, stale and soiled and never sent to the binder, but what had become of the sharp initiation they represented? They represented now the mere sallow paint on the door of the temple of taste that he had dreamed of raising up, a structure he had practically never carried further. Strether's present highest flights were perhaps those in which this particular lapse figured to him as a symbol of his long grind and his want of odd moments, his want moreover of money, of opportunity, of positive dignity. That the memory of the vow of his youth should, in order to throb again, have had to wait for this last, as he felt it, of all his accidents, that was surely proof enough of how his conscience had been encumbered. If any further proof were needed, it would have to be found in the fact that, as he now perfectly saw, he had ceased even to measure his meagreness, a meagreness that sprawled, in this retrospect, vague and comprehensive, stretching back like some unmapped hinterland from a rough coast settlement. His conscience had been amusing itself for the 48 hours by forbidding him the purchase of a book. He held off from that, held off from everything. From the moment he didn't yet call on Chad he wouldn't for the world have taken any other step. On this evidence, however, of the way they actually affected him, he glared at the lemon-coloured covers in confession of the subconsciousness that, all the same, in the great desert of the years, he must have had of them. The green covers at home comprised, by the law of their purpose, no tribute to letters. It was of a mere rich kernel of economics, politics, ethics, that glazed and, as Mrs. Newsome maintained, rather against his view, preeminently pleasant to touch, they formed the specious shell. Without therefore any needed instinctive knowledge of what was coming out, in Paris, on the bright highway, he struck himself at present as having more than once flushed with a suspicion. He couldn't otherwise at present be feeling so many fears confirmed. There were movements he was too late for, weren't they, with the fun of them already spent? There were sequences he had missed and great gaps in the procession. He might have been watching it all recede in a golden cloud of dust. If the playhouse wasn't closed, his seat had at least fallen to somebody else. He had had an uneasy feeling the night before that if he was at the theatre at all, though he indeed justified the theatre in the specific sense, and with a grotesqueness to which his imagination did all honour, as something he owed poor Waymarsh, he should have been there with, and as might have been said, for Chad. This suggested the question of whether he could properly have taken him to such a play, and what effect—it was a point that suddenly rose—his peculiar responsibility might be held in general to have on his choice of entertainment. It had literally been present to him at the Gymnase, where one was held moreover comparatively safe, that having his young friend at his side would have been an odd feature of the work of redemption, and this quite in spite of the fact that the picture presented might well, confronted with Chad's own private stage, have seemed the pattern of propriety. He clearly hadn't come out in the name of propriety but to visit unattended equivocal performances. Yet still less had he done so to undermine his authority by sharing them with the graceless youth. Was he to renounce all amusement for the sweet sake of that authority? And would such renouncement give him for Chad a moral glamour? The little problem bristled the more by reason of poor Strether's fairly open sense of the irony of things. Were there then sides on which his predicament threatened to look rather droll to him? Should he have to pretend to believe, either to himself or the wretched boy, that there was anything that could make the latter worse? Wasn't some such pretence on the other hand involved in the assumption of possible processes that would make him better? His great uneasiness seemed to peep at him out of the imminent impression that almost any acceptance of Paris might give one's authority away. It hung before him this morning, the vast bright Babylon, like some huge iridescent object, a jewel brilliant and hard, in which parts were not to be discriminated, nor differences comfortably marked. It twinkled and trembled and melted together, and what seemed all surface one moment seemed all depth the next. It was a place of which, unmistakably, Chad was fond. Wherefore if he, Strether, should like it too much, what on earth, with such a bond, would become of either of them? It all depended, of course, which was a gleam of light, on how the too much was measured, though indeed our friend fairly felt, while he prolonged the meditation I describe, that for himself even already a certain measure had been reached. It will have been sufficiently seen that he was not a man to neglect any good chance for reflection. Was it at all possible, for instance, to like Paris enough without liking it too much? He, luckily, however, hadn't promised Mrs. Newsome not to like it at all. He was ready to recognise at this stage that such an engagement would have tied his hands. The Luxembourg Gardens were incontestably just so adorable at this hour by reason, in addition to their intrinsic charm, of his not having taken it. The only engagement he had taken, when he looked the thing in the face, was to do what he reasonably could. It upset him a little none the less, and after a while to find himself at last remembering on what current of association he had floated so far. Old imaginations of the Latin Quarter had played their part for him, and he had duly recalled its having been with this scene of rather ominous legend that, like so many young men in fiction as well as in fact, Chad had begun. He was now quite out of it, with his home, as Strether figured the place, in the Boulevard Malesherbes, which was perhaps why, repairing, not to fail of justice either, to the elder neighbourhood, our friend had felt he could allow for the element of the usual, the immemorial, without courting perturbation. He was not at least in danger of seeing the youth and the particular person flaunt by together, and yet he was in the very air of which, just to feel what the early natural note must have been, he wished most to take counsel. It became at once vivid to him that he had originally had, for a few days, an almost envious vision of the boy's romantic privilege. Melancholy Murger, with Francine and Musette and Rodolphe at home in the copy of the Tattered, one, if not he and his single self, two or three, of the Unbound, the paper-covered dozen on the shelf. And when Chad had written 5 years ago, after a sojourn then already prolonged to 6 months, that he had decided to go in for economy and the real thing, Strether's fancy had quite fondly accompanied him in this migration, which was to convey him, as they somewhat confusedly learned at Woollett, across the bridges and up the Montagne Sainte-Geneviève. This was the region, Chad had been quite distinct about it, in which the best French and many other things were to be learned at least cost, and in which all sorts of clever fellows, compatriots there for a purpose, formed an awfully pleasant set. The clever fellows, the friendly countrymen, were mainly young painters, sculptors, architects, medical students, but they were, Chad sagely opined, a much more profitable lot to be with, even on the footing of not being quite one of them, than the terrible toughs. Strether remembered the edifying discrimination of the American bars and banks round about the Opéra. Chad had thrown out in the communications following this one, for at that time he did once in a while communicate, that several members of a band of earnest workers under one of the great artists had taken him right in, making him dine every night almost for nothing at their place, and even pressing him not to neglect the hypothesis of there being as much in him as in any of them. There had been literally a moment at which it appeared there might be something in him. There had been at any rate a moment at which he had written that he didn't know but what a month or two more might see him enrolled in some atelier. The season had been one at which Mrs. Newsome was moved to gratitude for small mercies. It had broken on them all as a blessing that their absentee had perhaps a conscience, that he was sated, in fine, with idleness, was ambitious of variety. The exhibition was doubtless as yet not brilliant, but Strether himself, even by that time much enlisted and immersed, had determined, on the part of the two ladies, a temperate approval and in fact, as he now recollected, a certain austere enthusiasm. But the very next thing that happened had been a dark drop of the curtain. The son and brother had not browsed long on the Montagne Sainte Geneviève, his effective little use of the name of which, like his allusion to the best French, appeared to have been but one of the notes of his rough cunning. The light refreshment of these vain appearances had not accordingly carried any of them very far. On the other hand, it had gained Chad time. It had given him a chance, unchecked, to strike his roots, had paved the way for initiations more direct and more deep. It was Strether's belief that he had been comparatively innocent before this first migration, and even that the first effects of the migration would not have been, without some particular bad accident, to have been deplored. There had been 3 months, he had sufficiently figured it out, in which Chad had wanted to try. He had tried, though not very hard. He had had his little hour of good faith. The weakness of this principle in him was that almost any accident attestedly bad enough was stronger. Such had at any rate markedly been the case for the precipitation of a special series of impressions. They had proved successively, these impressions, all of Musette and Francine, but Musette and Francine vulgarised by the larger evolution of the type, irresistibly sharp. He had taken up, by what was at the time to be shrinkingly gathered, as it was scantly mentioned, with one ferociously interested little person after another. Strether had read somewhere of a Latin motto, a description of the hours, observed on a clock by a traveller in Spain, and he had been led to apply it in thought to Chad's number 1, number 2, number 3. Omnes vulnerat, ultima necat. They had all morally wounded, the last had morally killed. The last had been longest in possession, that is, of whatever was left of the poor boy's finer mortality. And it hadn't been she, it had been one of her early predecessors who had determined the second migration, the expensive return and relapse, the exchange again, as was fairly to be presumed, of the vaunted best French for some special variety of the worst. He pulled himself then at last together for his own progress back, not with the feeling that he had taken his walk in vain. He prolonged it a little, in the immediate neighbourhood, after he had quitted his chair, and the upshot of the whole morning for him was that his campaign had begun. He had wanted to put himself in relation, and he would be hanged if he were not in relation. He was that at no moment so much as while, under the old arches of the Odéon, he lingered before the charming open-air array of literature classic and casual. He found the effect of tone and tint in the long charged tables and shelves, delicate and appetizing, the impression, substituting one kind of low-priced consommation for another, might have been that of one of the pleasant cafés that overlapped under an awning to the pavement. But he edged along, grazing the tables, with his hands firmly behind him. He wasn't there to dip, to consume. He was there to reconstruct. He wasn't there for his own profit, not, that is, the direct. He was there on some chance of feeling the brush of the wing of the stray spirit of youth. He felt it in fact, he had it beside him. The old arcade indeed, as his inner sense listened, gave out the faint sound, as from far off, of the wild waving of wings. They were folded now over the breasts of buried generations, but a flutter or two lived again in the turned page of shock-headed, slouch-hatted loiterers, whose young intensity of type, in the direction of pale acuteness, deepened his vision and even his appreciation of racial differences, and whose manipulation of the uncut volume was too often, however, but a listening at closed doors. He reconstructed a possible groping Chad of 3 or 4 years before, a Chad who had, after all, simply, for that was the only way to see it, been too vulgar for his privilege. Surely it was a privilege to have been young and happy just there. Well, the best thing Strether knew of him was that he had had such a dream. But his own actual business half an hour later was with the third floor on the Boulevard Malesherbes. So much as that was definite, and the fact of the enjoyment by the third-floor windows of a continuous balcony, to which he was helped by this knowledge, had perhaps something to do with his lingering for 5 minutes on the opposite side of the street. There were points as to which he had quite made up his mind, and one of these bore precisely on the wisdom of the abruptness to which events had finally committed him, a policy that he was pleased to find not at all shaken as he now looked at his watch and wondered. He had announced himself 6 months before, had written out at least that Chad wasn't to be surprised should he see him some day turn up. Chad had thereupon, in a few words of rather carefully colourless answer, offered him a general welcome, and Strether, ruefully reflecting that he might have understood the warning as a hint to hospitality, a bid for an invitation, had fallen back upon silence as the corrective most to his own taste. He had asked Mrs. Newsome, moreover, not to announce him again. He had so distinct an opinion on his attacking his job, should he attack it at all, in his own way. Not the least of this lady's high merits for him was that he could absolutely rest on her word. She was the only woman he had known, even at Woollett, as to whom his conviction was positive that to lie was beyond her art. Sarah Pocock, for instance, her own daughter, though with social ideals, as they said, in some respects different, Sarah, who was, in her way, aesthetic, had never refused to human commerce that mitigation of rigour. There were occasions when he had distinctly seen her apply it. Since, accordingly, at all events, he had had it from Mrs. Newsome that she had, at whatever cost to her more strenuous view, conformed, in the matter of preparing Chad, wholly to his restrictions, he now looked up at the fine continuous balcony with a safe sense that if the case had been bungled the mistake was at least his property. Was there perhaps just a suspicion of that in his present pause on the edge of the boulevard and well in the pleasant light? Many things came over him here, and one of them was that he should doubtless presently know whether he had been shallow or sharp. Another was that the balcony in question didn't somehow show as a convenience easy to surrender. Poor Strether had at this very moment to recognise the truth that wherever one paused in Paris the imagination reacted before one could stop it. This perpetual reaction put a price, if one would, on pauses, but it piled up consequences till there was scarce room to pick one's steps among them. What call had he, at such a juncture, for example, to like Chad's very house? High, broad, clear. He was expert enough to make out in a moment that it was admirably built. It fairly embarrassed our friend by the quality that, as he would have said, it sprang on him. He had struck off the fancy that it might, as a preliminary, be of service to him to be seen, by a happy accident, from the third-story windows, which took all the March sun; but of what service was it to find himself making out after a moment that the quality sprung, the quality produced by measure and balance, the fine relation of part to part and space to space, was probably, aided by the presence of ornament as positive as it was discreet and by the complexion of the stone, a cold fair grey, warmed and polished a little by life, neither more nor less than a case of distinction, such a case as he could only feel unexpectedly as a sort of delivered challenge. Meanwhile, however, the chance he had allowed for, the chance of being seen in time from the balcony, had become a fact. 2 or 3 of the windows stood open to the violet air, and before Strether had cut the knot by crossing, a young man had come out and looked about him, had lighted a cigarette and tossed the match over, and then, resting on the rail, had given himself up to watching the life below while he smoked. His arrival contributed, in its order, to keeping Strether in position, the result of which in turn was that Strether soon felt himself noticed. The young man began to look at him as in acknowledgement of his being himself in observation. This was interesting so far as it went, but the interest was affected by the young man's not being Chad. Strether wondered at first if he were perhaps Chad altered, and then saw that this was asking too much of alteration. The young man was light, bright and alert, with an air too pleasant to have been arrived at by patching. Strether had conceived Chad as patched, but not beyond recognition. He was in presence, he felt, of amendments enough as they stood. It was a sufficient amendment that the gentleman up there should be Chad's friend. He was young too then, the gentleman up there. He was very young, young enough apparently to be amused at an elderly watcher, to be curious even to see what the elderly watcher would do on finding himself watched. There was youth in that, there was youth in the surrender to the balcony, there was youth for Strether at this moment in everything but his own business. And Chad's thus pronounced association with youth had given the next instant an extraordinary quick lift to the issue. The balcony, the distinguished front, testified suddenly, for Strether's fancy, to something that was up and up. They placed the whole cause materially, and as by an admirable image, on a level that he found himself at the end of another moment rejoicing to think he might reach. The young man looked at him still, he looked at the young man, and the issue, by a rapid process, was that this knowledge of a perched privacy appeared to him the last of luxuries. To him too the perched privacy was open, and he saw it now but in one light, that of the only domicile, the only fireside, in the great ironic city, on which he had the shadow of a claim. Miss Gostrey had a fireside, she had told him of it, and it was something that doubtless awaited him. But Miss Gostrey hadn't yet arrived, she mightn't arrive for days, and the sole attenuation of his excluded state was his vision of the small, the admittedly secondary hotel in the by-street from the Rue de la Paix, in which her solicitude for his purse had placed him, which affected him somehow as all indoor chill, glass-roofed court and slippery staircase, and which by the same token expressed the presence of Waymarsh even at times when Waymarsh might have been certain to be round at the bank. It came to pass before he moved that Waymarsh, and Waymarsh alone, Waymarsh not only undiluted but positively strengthened, struck him as the present alternative to the young man in the balcony. When he did move it was fairly to escape that alternative. Taking his way over the street at last and passing through the porte cochère of the house was like consciously leaving Waymarsh out. However, he would tell him all about it. End of Book Second, Chapter 2. Book Third, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. Strether told Waymarsh all about it that very evening, on their dining together at the hotel, which needn't have happened, he was all the while aware, hadn't he chosen to sacrifice to this occasion a rarer opportunity. The mention to his companion of the sacrifice was moreover exactly what introduced his recital, or, as he would have called it with more confidence in his interlocutor, his confession. His confession was that he had been captured, and that one of the features of the affair had just failed to be his engaging himself on the spot to dinner. As by such a freedom Waymarsh would have lost him, he had obeyed his scruple, and he had likewise obeyed another scruple, which bore on the question of his himself bringing a guest. Waymarsh looked gravely ardent over the finished soup at this array of scruples. Strether hadn't yet quite got used to being so unprepared for the consequences of the impression he produced. It was comparatively easy to explain, however, that he hadn't felt sure his guest would please. The person was a young man whose acquaintance he had made but that afternoon in the course of rather a hindered enquiry for another person, an enquiry his new friend had just prevented in fact from being vain. "Oh," said Strether, "I've all sorts of things to tell you." And he put it in a way that was a virtual hint to Waymarsh to help him to enjoy the telling. He waited for his fish, he drank of his wine, he wiped his long moustache, he leaned back in his chair, he took in the two English ladies who had just creaked past them and whom he would even have articulately greeted if they hadn't rather chilled the impulse; so that all he could do was, by way of doing something, to say "Merci, François" out quite loud when his fish was brought. Everything was there that he wanted, everything that could make the moment an occasion, that would do beautifully, everything but what Waymarsh might give. The little waxed salle à manger was sallow and sociable. François, dancing over it, all smiles, was a man and a brother. The high-shouldered patronne, with her high-held, much-rubbed hands, seemed always assenting exuberantly to something unsaid. The Paris evening, in short, was, for Strether, in the very taste of the soup, in the goodness, as he was innocently pleased to think of it, of the wine, in the pleasant coarse texture of the napkin and the crunch of the thick-crusted bread. These were all things congruous with his confession, and his confession was that he had—it would come out properly just there if Waymarsh would only take it properly—agreed to breakfast out, at 12 literally, the next day. He didn't quite know where; the delicacy of the case came straight up in the remembrance of his new friend's "We'll see, I'll take you somewhere," for it had required little more than that, after all, to let him right in. He was affected after a minute, face to face with his actual comrade, by the impulse to overcolour. There had already been things in respect to which he knew himself tempted by this perversity. If Waymarsh thought them bad he should at least have his reason for his discomfort, so Strether showed them as worse. Still he was now, in his way, sincerely perplexed. Chad had been absent from the Boulevard Malesherbes, was absent from Paris altogether. He had learned that from the concierge, but had nevertheless gone up and gone up—there were no two ways about it—from an uncontrollable, a really, if one would, depraved curiosity. The concierge had mentioned to him that a friend of the tenant of the Troisième was for the time in possession, and this had been Strether's pretext for a further inquiry, an experiment carried on, under Chad's roof, without his knowledge. I found his friend in fact there keeping the place warm, as he called it, for him, Chad himself being, as appears, in the south. He went a month ago to Cannes, and though his return begins to be looked for, it can't be for some days. I might, you see, perfectly have waited a week, might have beaten a retreat as soon as I got this essential knowledge. But I beat no retreat, I did the opposite. I stayed, I dawdled, I trifled. Above all I looked round. I saw, in fine, and—I don't know what to call it—I sniffed. It's a detail, but it's as if there were something very good to sniff. Waymarsh's face had shown his friend an attention apparently so remote that the latter was slightly surprised to find it at this point abreast with him. "Do you mean to smell? What of?" "A charming scent, but I don't know." Waymarsh gave an inferential grunt. "Does he live there with a woman?" "I don't know." Waymarsh waited an instant for more, then resumed. "Has he taken her off with him?" "And will he bring her back?" Strether fell into the inquiry, but he wound it up as before. "I don't know." The way he wound it up, accompanied as this was with another drop back, another degustation of the Léoville, another wipe of his moustache and another good word for François, seemed to produce in his companion a slight irritation. "Then what the devil do you know?" "Well," said Strether almost gaily, "I guess I don't know anything." His gaiety might have been a tribute to the fact that the state he had been reduced to did for him again what had been done by his talk of the matter with Miss Gostrey at the London theatre. It was somehow enlarging, and the air of that amplitude was now doubtless more or less—and all for Waymarsh to feel—in his further response. "That's what I found out from the young man." "But I thought you said you found out nothing." "Nothing but that I don't know anything." "And what good does that do you?" "It's just," said Strether, "what I've come to you to help me discover. I mean anything about anything over here. I felt that up there. It regularly rose before me in its might. The young man moreover, Chad's friend, as good as told me so." "As good as told you know nothing about anything?" Waymarsh appeared to look at some one who might have as good as told him. "How old is he?" "Well, I guess not 30." "Yet you had to take that from him?" "Oh I took a good deal more, since, as I tell you, I took an invitation to déjeuner." "And are you going to that unholy meal?" "If you'll come with me. He wants you too, you know. I told him about you. "He gave me his card," Strether pursued, "and his name is rather funny. It's John Little Bilham, and he says his two surnames are, on account of his being small, inevitably used together." "Well," Waymarsh asked with due detachment from these details, "what's he doing up there?" "His account of himself is that he's only a little artist man. That seemed to me perfectly to describe him. But he's yet in the phase of study, this you know is the great art school, to pass a certain number of years in which he came over. And he's a great friend of Chad's, and occupying Chad's rooms just now because they're so pleasant. He's very pleasant and curious too," Strether added, "though he's not from Boston." Waymarsh looked already rather sick of him. "Where is he from?" Strether thought. "I don't know that either, but he's notoriously, as he put it himself, not from Boston." "Well," Waymarsh moralised from dry depths, "every one can't notoriously be from Boston. Why," he continued, "is he curious?" "Perhaps just for that, for one thing. But really," Strether added, "for everything. When you meet him you'll see." "Oh I don't want to meet him," Waymarsh impatiently growled. "Why don't he go home?" Strether hesitated. "Well, because he likes it over here." This appeared in particular more than Waymarsh could bear. "He ought then to be ashamed of himself, and as you admit that you think so too, why drag him in?" Strether's reply again took time. "Perhaps I do think so myself, though I don't quite yet admit it. I'm not a bit sure. It's again one of the things I want to find out. I liked him, and can you like people? But no matter." He pulled himself up. "There's no doubt I want you to come down on me and squash me." Waymarsh helped himself to the next course, which, however, proving not the dish he had just noted as supplied to the English ladies, had the effect of causing his imagination temporarily to wander. But it presently broke out at a softer spot. "Have they got a handsome place up there?" "Oh a charming place, full of beautiful and valuable things. I never saw such a place." And Strether's thought went back to it. "For a little artist man." He could in fact scarce express it. But his companion, who appeared now to have a view, insisted. "Well?" "Well, life can hold nothing better. Besides, they're things of which he's in charge." "So that he does doorkeeper for your precious pair? Can life," Waymarsh enquired, "hold nothing better than that?" Then as Strether, silent, seemed even yet to wonder, "Doesn't he know what she is?" he went on. "I don't know. I didn't ask him. I couldn't. It was impossible. You wouldn't either. Besides, I didn't want to. No more would you." Strether in short explained it at a stroke. "You can't make out over here what people do know." "Then what did you come over for?" "Well, I suppose exactly to see for myself, without their aid." "Then what do you want mine for?" "Oh," Strether laughed, "you're not one of them. I do know what you know." As, however, this last assertion caused Waymarsh again to look at him hard, such being the latter's doubt of its implication, he felt his justification lame; which was still more the case when Waymarsh presently said, "Look here, Strether, quit this." Our friend smiled with the doubt of his own. "Do you mean my tone?" "No, damn your tone. I mean your nosing round. Quit the whole job. Let them stew in their own juice. You're being used for a thing you ain't fit for. People don't take a fine-tooth comb to groom a horse." "Am I a fine-tooth comb?" Strether laughed. "It's something I never called myself." "It's what you are, all the same. You ain't so young as you were, but you've kept your teeth." He acknowledged his friend's humour. "Take care I don't get them into you. You'd like them, my friends, at home, Waymarsh," he declared. "You'd really particularly like them. And I know"—it was slightly irrelevant, but he gave it sudden and singular force—"I know they'd like you." "Oh don't work them off on me!" Waymarsh groaned. Yet Strether still lingered with his hands in his pockets. "It's really quite as indispensable as I say that Chad should be got back." "Indispensable to whom? To you?" "Yes," Strether presently said. "Because if you get him you also get Mrs. Newsome?" Strether faced it. "Yes." "And if you don't get him you don't get her?" It might be merciless, but he continued not to flinch. I think it might have some effect on our personal understanding. Chad's of real importance, or can easily become so if he will, to the business." "And the business is of real importance to his mother's husband?" "Well, I naturally want what my future wife wants. And the thing will be much better if we have our own man in it." "If you have your own man in it, in other words," Waymarsh said, "you'll marry. You personally. More money. She's already rich, as I understand you, but she'll be richer still if the business can be made to boom on certain lines that you've laid down." "I haven't laid them down," Strether promptly returned. "Mr. Newsome, who knew extraordinarily well what he was about, laid them down 10 years ago." "Oh well," Waymarsh seemed to indicate with a shake of his mane, "that didn't matter." "You're fierce for the boom anyway." His friend weighed a moment in silence the justice of the charge. "I can scarcely be called fierce, I think, when I so freely take my chance of the possibility, the danger, of being influenced in a sense counter to Mrs. Newsome's own feelings." Waymarsh gave this proposition a long hard look. "I see. You're afraid yourself of being squared. But you're a humbug," he added, "all the same." "Oh!" Strether quickly protested. "Yes, you ask me for protection, which makes you very interesting, and then you won't take it. You say you want to be squashed." "Ah but not so easily. Don't you see," Strether demanded, "where my interest, as already shown you, lies? It lies in my not being squared. If I'm squared, where's my marriage? If I miss my errand I miss that, and if I miss that I miss everything. I'm nowhere." Waymarsh, but all relentlessly, took this in. "What do I care where you are if you're spoiled?" Their eyes met on it an instant. "Thank you awfully," Strether at last said. "But don't you think her judgment of that—" "Ought to content me? No." It kept them again face to face, and the end of this was that Strether again laughed. "You do her injustice. You really must know her. Good night." He breakfasted with Mr. Bilham on the morrow, and, as inconsequently befell, with Waymarsh massively of the party. The latter announced at the 11th hour, and much to his friend's surprise, that, damn it, he would as soon join him as do anything else; on which they proceeded together, strolling in a state of detachment practically luxurious for them to the Boulevard Malesherbes, a couple engaged that day with the sharp spell of Paris as confessedly, it might have been seen, as any couple among the daily thousand so compromised. They walked, wandered, wondered, and a little lost themselves. Strether hadn't had for years so rich a consciousness of time, a bag of gold into which he constantly dipped for a handful. It was present to him that when the little business with Mr. Bilham should be over he would still have shining hours to use absolutely as he liked. There was no great pulse of haste yet in this process of saving Chad, nor was that effect a bit more marked as he sat, half an hour later, with his legs under Chad's mahogany, with Mr. Bilham on one side, with a friend of Mr. Bilham's on the other, with Waymarsh stupendously opposite, and with the great hum of Paris coming up in softness, vagueness, for Strether himself indeed already positive sweetness, through the sunny windows toward which, the day before, his curiosity had raised its wings from below. The feeling strongest with him at that moment had borne fruit almost faster than he could taste it, and Strether literally felt at the present hour that there was a precipitation in his fate. He had known nothing and nobody as he stood in the street, but hadn't his view now taken a bound in the direction of every one and of everything? "What's he up to? What's he up to?" Something like that was at the back of his head all the while in respect to little Bilham. But meanwhile, till he should make out, every one and everything were as good as represented for him by the combination of his host and the lady on his left. The lady on his left, the lady thus promptly and ingeniously invited to meet Mr. Strether and Mr. Waymarsh—it was the way she herself expressed her case—was a very marked person, a person who had much to do with our friend's asking himself if the occasion weren't in its essence the most baited, the most gilded of traps. Baited it could properly be called when the repast was of so wise a savour, and gilded surrounding objects seemed inevitably to need to be, when Miss Barrace, which was the lady's name, looked at them with convex Parisian eyes and through a glass with a remarkably long tortoise-shell handle. Why Miss Barrace, mature, meagre, erect and eminently gay, highly adorned, perfectly familiar, freely contradictious and reminding him of some last-century portrait of a clever head without powder, why Miss Barrace should have been in particular the note of a trap Strether couldn't on the spot have explained. He blinked in the light of a conviction that he should know later on, and know well, as it came over him, for that matter, with force, that he should need to. He wondered what he was to think exactly of either of his new friends, since the young man, Chad's intimate and deputy, had, in thus constituting the scene, practised so much more subtly than he had been prepared for, and since in especial Miss Barrace, surrounded clearly by every consideration, hadn't scrupled to figure as a familiar object. It was interesting to him to feel that he was in the presence of new measures, other standards, a different scale of relations, and that evidently here were a happy pair who didn't think of things at all as he and Waymarsh thought. Nothing was less to have been calculated in the business than it should now be for him, as if he and Waymarsh were comparatively quite at one. The latter was magnificent. This at least was an assurance privately given him by Miss Barrace. "Oh, your friend's a type, the grand old American, what shall one call it? The Hebrew prophet, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, who used, when I was a little girl in the Rue Montaigne, to come and see my father, and who was usually the American minister to the Tuileries or some other court. I haven't seen one these ever so many years. The sight of it warms my poor old chilled heart. This specimen is wonderful. In the right quarter, you know, he'll have a succès fou." Strether hadn't failed to ask what the right quarter might be, much as he required his presence of mind to meet such a change in their scheme. "Oh, the artist quarter and that kind of thing. Here already, for instance, as you see." He had been on the point of echoing "Here? Is this the artist quarter?" but she had already disposed of the question with a wave of all her tortoise shell and an easy "Bring him to me." He knew on the spot how little he should be able to bring him, for the very air was by this time, to his sense, thick and hot with poor Waymarsh's judgement of it. He was in the trap still more than his companion, and, unlike his companion, not making the best of it, which was precisely what doubtless gave him his admirable sombre glow. Little did Miss Barrace know that what was behind it was his grave estimate of her own laxity. The general assumption with which our two friends had arrived had been that of finding Mr. Bilham ready to conduct them to one or the other of those resorts of the earnest, the æsthetic fraternity, which were shown among the sights of Paris. In this character it would have justified them in a proper insistence on discharging their score. Waymarsh's only proviso at the last had been that nobody should pay for him, but he found himself, as the occasion developed, paid for on a scale as to which Strether privately made out that he already nursed retribution. Strether was conscious across the table of what worked in him, conscious when they passed back to the small salon to which, the previous evening, he himself had made so rich a reference, conscious most of all as they stepped out to the balcony, in which one would have had to be an ogre not to recognise the perfect place for easy aftertastes. These things were enhanced for Miss Barrace by a succession of excellent cigarettes, acknowledged, acclaimed, as a part of the wonderful supply left behind him by Chad, in an almost equal absorption of which Strether found himself blindly, almost wildly pushing forward. He might perish by the sword as well as by famine, and he knew that his having abetted the lady by an excess that was rare with him would count for little in the sum, as Waymarsh might so easily add it up, of her licence. Waymarsh had smoked of old, smoked hugely, but Waymarsh did nothing now, and that gave him his advantage over people who took things up lightly just when others had laid them heavily down. Strether had never smoked, and he felt as if he flaunted at his friend that this had been only because of a reason. The reason, it now began to appear even to himself, was that he had never had a lady to smoke with. It was this lady's being there at all, however, that was the strange free thing. Perhaps, since she was there, her smoking was the least of her freedoms. If Strether had been sure at each juncture of what, with Bilham in especial, she talked about, he might have traced others and winced at them and felt Waymarsh wince. But he was in fact so often at sea that his sense of the range of reference was merely general, and that he on several different occasions guessed and interpreted only to doubt. He wondered what they meant, but there were things he scarce thought they could be supposed to mean, and "Oh no, not that!" was at the end of most of his ventures. This was the very beginning with him of a condition as to which, later on, it will be seen, he found cause to pull himself up, and he was to remember the moment duly as the first step in a process. The central fact of the place was neither more nor less, when analysed, and a pressure superficial sufficed, than the fundamental impropriety of Chad's situation, round about which they thus seemed cynically clustered. Accordingly, since they took it for granted, they took for granted all that was in connection with it taken for granted at Woollett, matters as to which verily he had been reduced with Mrs. Newsome to the last intensity of silence. That was the consequence of their being too bad to be talked about, and was the accompaniment, by the same token, of a deep conception of their badness. It befell before that when poor Strether put it to himself that their badness was ultimately, or perhaps even insolently, what such a scene as the one before him was, so to speak, built upon, he could scarce shirk the dilemma of reading a roundabout echo of them into almost anything that came up. This, he was well aware, was a dreadful necessity, but such was the stern logic, he could only gather, of a relation to the irregular life. It was the way the irregular life sat upon Bilham and Miss Barrace that was the insidious, the delicate marvel. He was eager to concede that their relation to it was all indirect, for anything less in him would have shown the grossness of bad manners. But the indirectness was none the less consonant, that was striking, with a grateful enjoyment of everything that was Chad's. They spoke of him repeatedly, invoking his good name and good nature, and the worst confusion of mind for Strether was that all their mention of him was of a kind to do him honour. They commended his munificence and approved his taste, and in doing so sat down, as it seemed to Strether, in the very soil out of which these things flowered. Our friend's final predicament was that he himself was sitting down for the time being with them, and there was a supreme moment at which, compared with his collapse, Waymarsh's erectness affected him as really high. One thing was certain, he saw he must make up his mind. He must approach Chad, must wait for him, deal with him, master him, but he mustn't dispossess himself of the faculty of seeing things as they were. He must bring him to him, not go himself, as it were, so much of the way. He must at any rate be clearer as to what, should he continue to do that for convenience, he was still condoning. It was on the detail of this quantity, and what could the fact be but mystifying, that Bilham and Miss Barrace threw so little light. So there they were. End of Book Third, Chapter 1. Book Third, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. When Miss Gostrey arrived at the end of a week she made him a sign. He went immediately to see her, and it wasn't till then that he could again close his grasp on the idea of a corrective. This idea, however, was luckily all before him again from the moment he crossed the threshold of the little entresol of the Quartier Marbeuf, into which she had gathered, as she said, picking them up in 1,000 flights and funny little passionate pounces, the makings of a final nest. He recognised in an instant that there really, there only, he should find the boon with the vision of which he had first mounted Chad's stairs. He might have been a little scared at the picture of how much more, in this place, he should know himself in, hadn't his friend been on the spot to measure the amount to his appetite. Her compact and crowded little chambers, almost dusky as they at first struck him, with accumulations, represented a supreme general adjustment to opportunities and conditions. Wherever he looked he saw an old ivory or an old brocade, and he scarce knew where to sit for fear of a misappliance. The life of the occupant struck him of a sudden as more charged with possession even than Chad's or than Miss Barrace's. Wide as his glimpse had lately become of the empire of things, what was before him still enlarged it. The lust of the eyes and the pride of life had indeed thus their temple. It was the innermost nook of the shrine, as brown as a pirate's cave. In the brownness were glints of gold, patches of purple were in the gloom, objects all that caught, through the muslin, with their high rarity, the light of the low windows. Nothing was clear about them but that they were precious, and they brushed his ignorance with their contempt as a flower, in a liberty taken with him, might have been whisked under his nose. But after a full look at his hostess he knew none the less what most concerned him. The circle in which they stood together was warm with life, and every question between them would live there as nowhere else. A question came up as soon as they had spoken, for his answer, with a laugh, was quickly, "Well, they've got hold of me." Much of their talk on this first occasion was his development of that truth. He was extraordinarily glad to see her, expressing to her frankly what she most showed him, that one might live for years without a blessing unsuspected, but that to know it at last for no more than 3 days was to need it or miss it for ever. She was that blessing that now had become his need, and what could prove it better than that without her he had lost himself? "What do you mean?" she asked with an absence of alarm, that, correcting him as if he had mistaken the period of one of her pieces, gave him afresh a sense of her easy movement through the maze he had but begun to tread. "What in the name of all the Pococks have you managed to do?" "Why, exactly the wrong thing. I've made a frantic friend of little Bilham." "Ah, that sort of thing was of the essence of your case, and to have been allowed for from the first." And it was only after this that, quite as a minor matter, she asked who in the world little Bilham might be. When she learned that he was a friend of Chad's, and living for the time in Chad's rooms in Chad's absence, quite as if acting in Chad's spirit and serving Chad's cause, she showed, however, more interest. "Should you mind my seeing him? Only once, you know," she added. "Oh, the oftener the better. He's amusing. He's original." "He doesn't shock you?" Miss Gostrey threw out. "Never in the world. We escape that with a perfection. I feel it to be largely, no doubt, because I don't half understand him, but our modus vivendi isn't spoiled even by that. You must dine with me to meet him," Strether went on. "Then you'll see." "Are you giving dinners?" "Yes. There I am. That's what I mean." All her kindness wondered. "Then you're spending too much money?" "Dear no. They seem to cost so little. But that I'd do it to them. I ought to hold off." She thought again. She laughed. "The money you must be spending to think it cheap! But I must be out of it to the naked eye." He looked for a moment as if she were really failing him. "Then you won't meet them?" It was almost as if she had developed an unexpected personal prudence. She hesitated. "Who are they, first?" "Why, little Bilham to begin with." He kept back for the moment Miss Barrace. "And Chad, when he comes, you must absolutely see." "When then does he come?" "When Bilham has had time to write him and hear from him about me. Bilham, however," he pursued, "will report favourably for Chad. That will make him not afraid to come. I want you the more, therefore, you see, for my bluff." "Oh you'll do yourself for your bluff." She was perfectly easy. "At the rate you've gone I'm quiet." "Ah but I haven't," said Strether, "made one protest." She turned it over. "Haven't you been seeing what there's to protest about?" He let her, with this, however ruefully, have the whole truth. "I haven't yet found a single thing." "Isn't there any one with him then?" "Of the sort I came about?" Strether took a moment. "How do I know? And what do I care?" "Oh, oh!" And her laughter spread. He was struck in fact by the effect on her of his joke. He saw now how he had meant it as a joke. She saw, however, still other things, though in an instant she had hidden them. "You've got no facts at all?" He tried to muster them. "Well, he has a lovely home." "Ah, that, in Paris," she quickly returned, "proves nothing. That is, rather, it disproves nothing. They may very well, you see, the people your mission is concerned with, have done it for him." "Exactly. And it was on the scene of their doings then that Waymarsh and I sat guzzling." "Oh, if you forbore to guzzle here on scenes of doings," she replied, "you might easily die of starvation." With which she smiled at him. "You've worse before you." "Ah, I've everything before me. But on our hypothesis, you know, they must be wonderful." "They are," said Miss Gostrey. "You're not therefore, you see," she added, "wholly without facts. They've been, in effect, wonderful." To have got at something comparatively definite appeared at last a little to help; a wave by which moreover the next moment recollection was washed. "My young man does admit furthermore that they're our friend's greatest interest." "Is that the expression he uses?" Strether more exactly recalled. "No, not quite." "Something more vivid? Less?" He had bent with neared glasses over a group of articles on a small stand, and at this he came up. "It was a mere allusion, but on the lookout as I was it struck me. Awful, you know, as Chad is." Those were Bilham's words. "Awful, you know. Oh!" And Miss Gostrey turned them over. She seemed, however, satisfied. "Well, what more do you want?" He glanced once more at a bibelot or two, and everything sent him back. "But it is all the same as if they wished to let me have it between the eyes." She wondered. "Quoi donc?" "Why, what I speak of. The amenity. They can stun you with that as well as with everything else." "Oh," she answered, "you'll come round. I must see them each," she went on, "for myself. I mean Mr. Bilham and Mr. Newsome. Mr. Bilham naturally first. Once only, once for each. That will do. But face to face. For half an hour. What's Mr. Chad," she immediately pursued, "doing at Cannes? Decent men don't go to Cannes with the—well, with the kind of ladies you mean." "Don't they?" Strether asked with an interest in decent men that amused her. "No, elsewhere, but not to Cannes. Cannes is different. Cannes is better. Cannes is best. I mean it's all the people you know—when you do know them; and if he does, why that's different too. He must have gone alone. She can't be with him." "I haven't," Strether confessed in his weakness, "the least idea." There seemed much in what she said, but he was able after a little to help her to a nearer impression. The meeting with little Bilham took place, by easy arrangement, in the great gallery of the Louvre, and when standing with his fellow visitor before one of the splendid Titians, the overwhelming portrait of the young man with the strangely shaped glove and the blue-grey eyes, he turned to see the third member of their party advance from the end of the waxed and gilded vista, he had a sense of having at last taken hold. He had agreed with Miss Gostrey—it dated even from Chester—for a morning at the Louvre, and he had embraced independently the same idea as thrown out by little Bilham, whom he had already accompanied to the Museum of the Luxembourg. The fusion of these schemes presented no difficulty, and it was to strike him again that at little Bilham's company contrarieties in general dropped. "Oh he's all right. He's one of us," Miss Gostrey, after the first exchange, soon found a chance to murmur to her companion; and Strether, as they proceeded and paused, and while a quick unanimity between the two appeared to have phrased itself in half a dozen remarks, Strether knew that he knew almost immediately what she meant, and took it as still another sign that he had got his job in hand. This was the more grateful to him that he could think of the intelligence now serving him as an acquisition positively new. He wouldn't have known even the day before what she meant, that is if she meant, what he assumed, that they were intense Americans together. He had just worked round, and with a sharper turn of the screw than any yet, to the conception of an American intense as little Bilham was intense. The young man was his first specimen; the specimen had profoundly perplexed him. At present, however, there was light. It was by little Bilham's amazing serenity that he had at first been affected, but he had inevitably, in his circumspection, felt it as the trail of the serpent, the corruption, as he might conveniently have said, of Europe. whereas the promptness with which it came up for Miss Gostrey but as a special little form of the oldest thing they knew justified it at once to his own vision as well. He wanted to be able to like his specimen with a clear good conscience, and this fully permitted it. What had muddled him was precisely the small artist man's way—it was so complete—of being more American than anybody; but it now for the time put Strether vastly at his ease to have this view of a new way. The amiable youth then looked out, as it had first struck Strether, at a world in respect to which he hadn't a prejudice. The one our friend most instantly missed was the usual one in favour of an occupation accepted. Little Bilham had an occupation, but it was only an occupation declined, and it was by his general exemption from alarm, anxiety or remorse on this score that the impression of his serenity was made. He had come out to Paris to paint, to fathom, that is, at large, that mystery, but study had been fatal to him so far as anything could be fatal, and his productive power faltered in proportion as his knowledge grew. Strether had gathered from him that at the moment of his finding him in Chad's rooms he hadn't saved from his shipwreck a scrap of anything but his beautiful intelligence and his confirmed habit of Paris. He referred to these things with an equal fond familiarity, and it was sufficiently clear that as an outfit they still served him. They were charming to Strether through the hour spent at the Louvre, where indeed they figured for him as an unseparated part of the charged iridescent air, the glamour of the name, the splendour of the space, the colour of the masters. Yet they were present too wherever the young man led, and the day after the visit to the Louvre they hung, in a different walk, about the steps of our party. He had invited his companions to cross the river with him, offering to show them his own poor place, and his own poor place, which was very poor, gave to his idiosyncrasies for Strether, the small sublime indifference and independences that had struck the latter as fresh, an odd and engaging dignity. He lived at the end of an alley that went out of an old short cobbled street, a street that went in turn out of a new long smooth avenue, street and avenue and alley having, however, in common a sort of social shabbiness, and he introduced them to the rather cold and blank little studio which he had lent to a comrade for the term of his elegant absence. The comrade was another ingenuous compatriot, to whom he had wired that tea was to await them regardless, and this reckless repast, and the second ingenuous compatriot, and the far-away makeshift life, with its jokes and its gaps, its delicate daubs and its 3 or 4 chairs, its overflow of taste and conviction, and its lack of nearly all else, these things wove round the occasion a spell to which our hero unreservedly surrendered. He liked the ingenuous compatriots, for 2 or 3 others soon gathered. He liked the delicate daubs and the free discriminations, involving references indeed, involving enthusiasms and execrations that made him, as they said, sit up. He liked above all the legend of good-humoured poverty, of mutual accommodation fairly raised to the romantic, that he soon read into the scene. The ingenuous compatriots showed a candour, he thought, surpassing even the candour of Woollett. They were red-haired and long-legged, they were quaint and queer and dear and droll, they made the place resound with the vernacular, which he had never known so marked as when figuring for the chosen language, he must suppose, of contemporary art. They twanged with a vengeance the aesthetic lyre, they drew from it wonderful airs. This aspect of their life had an admirable innocence, and he looked on occasion at Maria Gostrey to see to what extent that element reached her. She gave him, however, for the hour, as she had given him the previous day, no further sign than to show how she dealt with boys, meeting them with the air of old Parisian practice that she had for every one, for everything in turn. Wonderful about the delicate daubs, masterful about the way to make tea, trustful about the legs of chairs and familiarly reminiscent of those, in the other time, the named, the numbered or the caricatured, who had flourished or who had failed, disappeared or arrived, she had accepted with the best grace her second course of Little Bilham, and had said to Strether, the previous afternoon on his leaving them, that since her impression was to be renewed, she would reserve judgment till after the new evidence. The new evidence was to come, as it proved, in a day or two. He soon had from Maria a message to the effect that an excellent box at the Français had been lent her for the following night, it seeming on such occasions not the least of her merits that she was subject to such approaches. The sense of how she was always paying for something in advance was equalled on Strether's part only by the sense of how she was always being paid; all of which made for his consciousness, in the larger air, of a lively bustling traffic, the exchange of such values as were not for him to handle. She hated, he knew, at the French play anything but a box, just as she hated at the English anything but a stall, and a box was what he was already in this phase girding himself to press upon her. But she had for that matter her community with little Bilham. She too, always, on the great issues, showed as having known in time. It made her constantly beforehand with him, and gave him mainly the chance to ask himself how on the day of their settlement their account would stand. He endeavoured even now to keep it a little straight by arranging that if he accepted her invitation she should dine with him first. But the upshot of this scruple was that at 8 o'clock on the morrow he awaited her with Waymarsh under the pillared portico. She hadn't dined with him, and it was characteristic of their relation that she had made him embrace her refusal without in the least understanding it. She ever caused her rearrangements to affect him as her tenderest touches. It was on that principle, for instance, that, giving him the opportunity to be amiable again to little Bilham, she had suggested his offering the young man a seat in their box. Strether had dispatched for this purpose a small blue missive to the Boulevard Malesherbes, but up to the moment of their passing into the theatre he had received no response to his message. He held, however, even after they had been for some time conveniently seated, that their friend, who knew his way about, would come in at his own right moment. His temporary absence moreover seemed, as never yet, to make the right moment for Miss Gostrey. Strether had been waiting till tonight to get back from her in some mirrored form her impressions and conclusions. She had elected, as they said, to see little Bilham once, but now she had seen him twice and had nevertheless not said more than a word. Waymarsh meanwhile sat opposite him with their hostess between, and Miss Gostrey spoke of herself as an instructor of youth introducing her little charges to a work that was one of the glories of literature. The glory was happily unobjectionable, and the little charges were candid. For herself she had travelled that road, and she merely waited on their innocence. But she referred in due time to their absent friend, whom it was clear they should have to give up. "He either won't have got your note," she said, "or you won't have got his. He has had some kind of hindrance, and of course, for that matter, you know, a man never writes about coming to a box." She spoke as if with her look it might have been Waymarsh who had written to the youth, and the latter's face showed a mixture of austerity and anguish. She went on, however, as if to meet this. "He's far and away, you know, the best of them." "The best of whom, ma'am?" "Why, of all the long procession, the boys, the girls, or the old men and old women, as they sometimes really are. The hope, as one may say, of our country. They've all passed, year after year, but there has been no one in particular I've ever wanted to stop. I feel, don't you, that I want to stop little Bilham. He's so exactly right as he is." She continued to talk to Waymarsh. "He's too delightful. If he'll only not spoil it. But they always will, they always do, they always have." "I don't think Waymarsh knows," Strether said after a moment, "quite what it's open to Bilham to spoil." "It can't be a good American," Waymarsh lucidly enough replied, "for it didn't strike me that the young man had developed much in that shape." "Ah," Miss Gostrey sighed, "the name of the good American is as easily given as taken away. What is it, to begin with, to be one, and what's the extraordinary hurry? Surely nothing that's so pressing was ever so little defined. It's such an order, really, that before we cook you the dish we must at least have your receipt. Besides, the poor chicks have time. What I've seen so often spoiled," she pursued, "is the happy attitude itself, the state of faith and, what shall I call it, the sense of beauty. You're right about him," she now took in Strether. "Little Bilham has them to a charm. We must keep little Bilham along." Then she was all again for Waymarsh. "The others have all wanted so dreadfully to do something, and they've gone and done it in too many cases indeed. It leaves them never the same afterwards. The charm's always somehow broken. Now he, I think, you know, really won't. He won't do the least dreadful little thing. We shall continue to enjoy him just as he is. No, he's quite beautiful. He sees everything. He isn't a bit ashamed. He has every scrap of the courage of it that one could ask. Only think what he might do. One wants really, for fear of some accident, to keep him in view. At this very moment, perhaps, what mayn't he be up to? I've had my disappointments. The poor things are never really safe, or only at least when you have them under your eye. One can never completely trust them. One's uneasy, and I think that's why I most miss him now." She had wound up with a laugh of enjoyment over her embroidery of her idea, an enjoyment that her face communicated to Strether, who almost wished, none the less at this moment, that she would let poor Waymarsh alone. He knew more or less what she meant, but the fact wasn't a reason for her not pretending to Waymarsh that he didn't. It was craven of him perhaps, but he would, for the high amenity of the occasion, have liked Waymarsh not to be so sure of his wit. Her recognition of it gave him away, and before she was done with him or with that article would give him worse. What was he, all the same, to do? He looked across the box at his friend. Their eyes met, something queer and stiff, something that bore on the situation but that it was better not to touch, passed in silence between them. Well, the effect of it for Strether was an abrupt reaction, a final impatience of his own tendency to temporise. Where was that taking him anyway? It was one of the quiet instants that sometimes settle more matters than the outbreaks dear to the historic muse. The only qualification of the quietness was the synthetic "Oh hang it!" into which Strether's share of the silence soundlessly flowered. It represented, this mute ejaculation, a final impulse to burn his ships. These ships to the historic muse may seem of course mere cockles, but when he presently spoke to Miss Gostrey it was with the sense at least of applying the torch. "Is it then a conspiracy?" "Between the two young men? Well, I don't pretend to be a seer or prophetess," she presently replied, "but if I'm simply a woman of sense he's working for you to-night. I don't quite know how, but it's in my bones." And she looked at him at last as if, little material as she yet gave him, he'd really understand. "For an opinion, that's my opinion. He makes you out too well not to." "Not to work for me to-night?" Strether wondered. "Then I hope he isn't doing anything very bad." "They've got you," she portentously answered. "Do you mean he is—?" "They've got you," she merely repeated. Though she disclaimed the prophetic vision, she was at this instant the nearest approach he had ever met to the priestess of the oracle. The light was in her eyes. "You must face it now." He faced it on the spot. "They had arranged?" "Every move in the game, and they've been arranging it ever since. He has had every day his little telegram from Cannes." It made Strether open his eyes. "Do you know that?" "I do better. I see it. This was, before I met him, what I wondered whether I was to see. But as soon as I met him I ceased to wonder, and our second meeting made me sure. I took him all in. He was acting, he is still, on his daily instructions." "So that Chad has done the whole thing?" "Oh no, not the whole. We've done some of it. You and I and Europe." "Europe, yes," Strether mused. "Dear old Paris," she seemed to explain. But there was more, and with one of her turns she risked it. "And dear old Waymarsh. You," she declared, "have been a good bit of it." He sat massive. "A good bit of what, ma'am?" "Why of the wonderful consciousness of our friend here. You've helped too in your way to float him to where he is." "And where the devil is he?" She passed it on with a laugh. "Where the devil, Strether, are you?" He spoke as if he had just been thinking it out. Well, quite already in Chad's hands, it would seem. And he had with this another thought. Will that be, just all through Bilham, the way he's going to work it? It would be, for him, you know, an idea. And Chad with an idea. "Well?" she asked while the image held him. "Well, is Chad, what shall I say, monstrous?" "Oh as much as you like. But the idea you speak of," she said, "won't have been his best. He'll have a better. It won't be all through little Bilham that he'll work it." This already sounded almost like a hope destroyed. "Through whom else then?" "That's what we shall see." But quite as she spoke she turned, and Strether turned. For the door of the box had opened, with the click of the ouvreuse, from the lobby, and a gentleman, a stranger to them, had come in with a quick step. The door closed behind him, and though their faces showed him his mistake, his air, which was striking, was all good confidence. The curtain had just again arisen, and in the hush of the general attention Strether's challenge was tacit, as was also the greeting, with a quickly deprecating hand and smile, of the unannounced visitor. He discreetly sighed that he would wait, would stand, and these things in his face, one look from which he had caught, had suddenly worked for Miss Gostrey. She fitted to them all an answer for Strether's last question. The solid stranger was simply the answer, as she now, turning to her friend, indicated. She brought it straight out for him. It presented the intruder. "Why, through this gentleman." The gentleman indeed, at the same time, though sounding for Strether a very short name, did practically as much to explain. Strether gasped the name back. Then only had he seen Miss Gostrey had said more than she knew. They were in the presence of Chad himself. Our friend was to go over it afterwards again and again. He was going over it much of the time that they were together, and they were together constantly for 3 or 4 days. The note had been so strongly struck during that first half hour that everything happening since was comparatively a minor development. The fact was that his perception of the young man's identity, so absolutely checked for a minute, had been quite one of those sensations that count in life. He had certainly never known one that had acted, as he might have said, with more of a crowded rush. And the rush, though both vague and multitudinous, had lasted a long time, protected, as it were, yet at the same time aggravated by the circumstance of its coinciding with a stretch of decorous silence. They couldn't talk without disturbing the spectators in the part of the balcony just below them, and it, for that matter, came to Strether, being a thing of the sort that did come to him, that these were the accidents of a high civilization, the imposed tribute to propriety, the frequent exposure to conditions, usually brilliant, in which relief has to await its time. Relief was never quite near at hand for kings, queens, comedians and other such people, and though you might be yourself not exactly one of those, you could yet, in leading the life of high pressure, guess a little how they sometimes felt. It was truly the life of high pressure that Strether had seemed to feel himself lead while he sat there, close to Chad, during the long tension of the act. He was in presence of a fact that occupied his whole mind, that occupied for the half hour his senses themselves altogether, but he couldn't without inconvenience show anything, which moreover might count really as luck. What he might have shown, had he shown at all, was exactly the kind of emotion, the emotion of bewilderment, that he had proposed to himself from the first, whatever should occur, to show least. The phenomenon that had suddenly sat down there with him was the phenomenon of change so complete that his imagination, which had worked so beforehand, felt itself, in the connection, without margin or allowance. It had faced every contingency but that Chad should not be Chad, and this was what it now had to face with a mere strained smile and an uncomfortable flush. He asked himself if by chance, before he should have in some way to commit himself, he might feel his mind settled to the new vision, might habituate it, so to speak, to the remarkable truth. But oh, it was too remarkable, the truth, for what could be more remarkable than this sharp rupture of an identity? You could deal with a man as himself, you couldn't deal with him as somebody else. It was a small source of peace, moreover, to be reduced to wondering how little he might know in such an event what a sum he was setting you. He couldn't absolutely not know, for you couldn't absolutely not let him. It was a case then simply, a strong case, as people nowadays called such things, a case of transformation unsurpassed, and the hope was but in the general law that strong cases were liable to control from without. Perhaps he, Strether himself, was the only person after all aware of it. Even Miss Gostrey, with all her science, wouldn't be, would she? And he had never seen any one less aware of anything than Waymarsh as he glowered at Chad. The social sightlessness of his old friend's survey marked for him afresh, and almost in a humiliating way, the inevitable limits of direct aid from this source. He was not certain, however, of not drawing a shade of compensation from the privilege, as yet untasted, of knowing more about something in particular than Miss Gostrey did. His situation too was a case, for that matter, and he was now so interested, quite so privately agog about it, that he had already an eye to the fun it would be to open up to her afterwards. He derived during his half hour no assistance from her, and just this fact of her not meeting his eyes played a little, it must be confessed, into his predicament. He had introduced Chad in the first minutes under his breath, and there was never the primness in her of the person unacquainted, but she had none the less betrayed at first no vision but of the stage, where she occasionally found a pretext for an appreciative moment that she invited Waymarsh to share. The latter's faculty of participation had never had, all round, such an assault to meet, the pressure on him being the sharper for this chosen attitude in her, as Strether judged it, of isolating, for their natural intercourse, Chad and himself. This intercourse was meanwhile restricted to a frank, friendly look from the young man, something markedly like a smile, but falling far short of a grin, and to the vivacity of Strether's private speculation as to whether he carried himself like a fool. He didn't quite see how he could so feel as one without somehow showing as one. The worst of that question, moreover, was that he knew it as a symptom the sense of which annoyed him. If I'm going to be odiously conscious of how I may strike the fellow, he reflected, it was so little what I came out for that I may as well stop before I begin. This sage consideration, too, distinctly seemed to leave untouched the fact that he was going to be conscious. He was conscious of everything but of what would have served him. He was to know afterwards, in the watches of the night, that nothing would have been more open to him than after a minute or two to propose to Chad to seek with him the refuge of the lobby. He hadn't only not proposed it, but had lacked even the presence of mind to see it as possible. He had stuck there like a schoolboy, wishing not to miss a minute of the show, for though that portion of the show then presented, he hadn't had an instant's real attention. He couldn't, when the curtain fell, have given the slightest account of what had happened. He had therefore, further, not at that moment acknowledged the amenity added by this acceptance of his awkwardness to Chad's general patience. Hadn't he none the less known at the very time, known it stupidly and without reaction, that the boy was accepting something? He was modestly benevolent, the boy. That was at least what he had been capable of the superiority of making out his chance to be, and one had oneself literally not had the gumption to get in ahead of him. If we should go into all that occupied our friend in the watches of the night we should have to mend our pen, but an instance or two may mark for us the vividness with which he could remember. He remembered the two absurdities that, if his presence of mind had failed, were the things that had most to do with it. He had never in his life seen a young man come into a box at 10 o'clock at night, and would, if challenged on the question in advance, have been scarce ready to pronounce as to different ways of doing so. But it was in spite of this definite to him that Chad had had a way that was wonderful, a fact carrying with it an implication that, as one might imagine it, he knew he had learned how. Here already then were abounding results. He had on the spot, and without the least trouble of intention, taught Strether that even in so small a thing as that there were different ways. He had done in the same line still more than this, had by a mere shake or two of the head made his old friend observe that the change in him was perhaps more than anything else, for the eye, a matter of the marked streaks of grey, extraordinary at his age, in his thick black hair; as well as that this new feature was curiously becoming to him, did something for him, as characterization, also, even of all the good things in the world, as refinement, that had been a good deal wanted. Strether felt, however, he would have had to confess, that it wouldn't have been easy just now, on this and other counts, in the presence of what had been supplied, to be quite clear as to what had been missed. A reflection a candid critic might have made of old, for instance, was that it would have been happier for the son to look more like the mother. But this was a reflection that at present would never occur. The ground had quite fallen away from it, yet no resemblance whatever to the mother had supervened. It would have been hard for a young man's face and air to disconnect themselves more completely than Chad's, at this juncture, from any discerned, from any imaginable aspect of a New England female parent. That of course was no more than had been on the cards, but it produced in Strether none the less one of those frequent phenomena of mental reference with which all judgment in him was actually beset. Again and again, as the days passed, he had had a sense of the pertinence of communicating quickly with Woollett, communicating with a quickness with which telegraphy alone would rhyme, the fruit really of a fine fancy in him for keeping things straight, for the happy forestalment of error. No one could explain better when needful, nor put more conscience into an account or a report, which burden of conscience is perhaps exactly the reason why his heart always sank when the clouds of explanation gathered. His highest ingenuity was in keeping the sky of life clear of them. Whether or no he had a grand idea of the lucid, he held that nothing ever was in fact, for any one else, explained. One went through the vain motions, but it was mostly a waste of life. A personal relation was a relation only so long as people either perfectly understood or, better still, didn't care if they didn't. From the moment they cared if they didn't, it was living by the sweat of one's brow, and the sweat of one's brow was just what one might buy oneself off from by keeping the ground free of the wild weed of delusion. It easily grew too fast, and the Atlantic cable now alone could race with it. That agency would each day have testified for him to something that was not what Woollett had argued. He was not at this moment absolutely sure that the effect of the morrow's, or rather of the night's, appreciation of the crisis wouldn't be to determine some brief missive. Have at last seen him, but oh dear! Some temporary relief of that sort seemed to hover before him. It hovered somehow as preparing them all, yet preparing them for what? If he might do so more luminously and cheaply, he would tick out in 4 words, "Awfully old, grey hair." To this particular item in Chad's appearance he constantly, during their mute half-hour, reverted, as if so very much more than he could have said had been involved in it. The most he could have said would have been, "If he's going to make me feel young," which indeed, however, carried with it quite enough. If Strether was to feel young, that is, it would be because Chad was to feel old, and an aged and hoary sinner had been no part of the scheme. The question of Chadwick's true time of life was doubtless what came up quickest after the adjournment of the two, when the play was over, to a café in the Avenue de l'Opéra. Miss Gostrey had in due course been perfect for such a step. She had known exactly what they wanted, to go straight somewhere and talk, and Strether had even felt she had known what he wished to say and that he was arranging immediately to begin. She hadn't pretended this, as she had pretended on the other hand to have divined Waymarsh's wish to extend to her an independent protection homeward. But Strether nevertheless found how, after he had Chad opposite to him at a small table in the brilliant halls that his companion straightway selected, sharply and easily discriminated from the others, it was quite to his mind as if she heard him speak, as if, sitting up a mile away in the little apartment he knew, she would listen hard enough to catch. He found too that he liked that idea, and he wished that, by the same token, Mrs. Newsome might have caught as well. For what had above all been determined in him as a necessity of the first order was not to lose another hour, nor a fraction of one, was to advance, to overwhelm with a rush. This was how he would anticipate, by a night attack as might be, any forced maturity that a crammed consciousness of Paris was likely to take upon itself to assert on behalf of the boy. He knew to the full, on what he had just extracted from Miss Gostrey, Chad's marks of alertness, but they were a reason the more for not dawdling. If he was himself moreover to be treated as young, he wouldn't at all events be so treated before he should have struck out at least once. His arms might be pinioned afterwards, but it would have been left on record that he was 50. The importance of this he had indeed begun to feel before they left the theatre. It had become a wild unrest, urging him to seize his chance. He could scarcely wait for it as they went. He was on the verge of the indecency of bringing up the question in the street. He fairly caught himself going on, so he afterwards invidiously named it, as if there would be for him no second chance should the present be lost. Not till, on the purple divan, before the perfunctory Bach, he had brought out the words themselves, was he sure, for that matter, that the present would be saved. End of Book Third, Chapter 2. Book Fourth, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. I've come, you know, to make you break with everything, neither more nor less, and take you straight home, so you'll be so good as immediately and favourably to consider it. Strether, face to face with Chad after the play, had sounded these words almost breathlessly, and with an effect at first positively disconcerting to himself alone. For Chad's receptive attitude was that of a person who had been gracefully quiet while the messenger, at last reaching him, has run a mile through the dust. During some seconds after he had spoken, Strether felt as if he had made some such exertion. He was not even certain that the perspiration wasn't on his brow. It was the kind of consciousness for which he had to thank the look that, while the strain lasted, the young man's eyes gave him. They reflected, and the deuce of the thing was that they reflected really with a sort of shyness or kindness, his momentarily disordered state; which fact brought on in its turn for our friend the dawn of a fear that Chad might simply take it out, take everything out, in being sorry for him. Such a fear, any fear, was unpleasant. But everything was unpleasant. It was odd how everything had suddenly turned so. This, however, was no reason for letting the least thing go. Strether had the next minute proceeded as roundly as if with an advantage to follow up. "Of course I'm a busybody, if you want to fight the case to the death; but after all mainly in the sense of having known you, and having given you such attention as you kindly permitted when you were in jackets and knickerbockers. Yes, it was knickerbockers, I'm busybody enough to remember that; and that you had, for your age— I speak of the first far-away time— tremendously stout legs. Well, we want you to break. Your mother's heart's passionately set upon it, but she has, above and beyond that, excellent arguments and reasons. I've not put them into her head. I needn't remind you how little she's a person who needs that. But they exist. You must take it from me as a friend both of hers and yours, for myself as well. I didn't invent them. I didn't originally work them out. But I understand them. I think I can explain them, by which I mean make you actively do them justice. And that's why you see me here. You had better know the worst at once. It's a question of an immediate rupture and an immediate return. I've been conceited enough to dream I can sugar that pill. I take at any rate the greatest interest in the question. I took it already before I left home, and I don't mind telling you that, altered as you are, I take it still more now that I've seen you. You're older and, I don't know what to call it, more of a handful, but you're by so much the more I seem to make out to our purpose. Do I strike you as improved?" Strether was to recall that Chad had at this point inquired. He was likewise to recall, and it had to count for some time as his greatest comfort, that it had been given him, as they said at Woollett, to reply with some presence of mind, "I haven't the least idea." He was really for a while to like thinking he had been positively hard. On the point of conceding that Chad had improved in appearance, but that to the question of appearance the remark must be confined, he checked even that compromise and left his reservation bare. Not only his moral, but also, as it were, his aesthetic sense had a little to pay for this, Chad being unmistakably—and wasn't it a matter of the confounded grey hair again?—handsomer than he had ever promised. That, however, fell in perfectly with what Strether had said. They had no desire to keep down his proper expansion, and he wouldn't be less to their purpose for not looking, as he had too often done of old, only bold and wild. There was indeed a signal particular in which he would distinctly be more so. Strether didn't, as he talked, absolutely follow himself. He only knew he was clutching his thread and that he held it from moment to moment a little tighter. His mere uninterruptedness during the few minutes helped him to do that. He had frequently, for a month, turned over what he should say on this very occasion, and he seemed at last to have said nothing he had thought of. Everything was so totally different. But in spite of all he had put the flag at the window. This was what he had done, and there was a minute during which he affected himself as having shaken it hard, flapped it with a mighty flutter, straight in front of his companion's nose. It gave him really almost the sense of having already acted his part. The momentary relief, as if from the knowledge that nothing of that at least could be undone, sprang from a particular cause, the cause that had flashed into operation in Miss Gostrey's box with direct apprehension, with amazed recognition, and that had been concerned since then in every throb of his consciousness. What it came to was that with an absolutely new quantity to deal with one simply couldn't know. The new quantity was represented by the fact that Chad had been made over. That was all. Whatever it was everything. Strether had never seen the thing so done before. It was perhaps a specialty of Paris. If one had been present at the process one might little by little have mastered the result. But he was face to face, as matters stood, with the finished business. It had freely been noted for him that he might be received as a dog among skittles, but that was on the basis of the old quantity. He had originally thought of lines and tones as things to be taken, but these possibilities had now quite melted away. There was no computing at all what the young man before him would think or feel or say on any subject whatever. This intelligence Strether had afterwards to account for his nervousness, reconstituted as he might, just as he had also reconstituted the promptness with which Chad had corrected his uncertainty. An extraordinarily short time had been required for the correction, and there had ceased to be anything negative in his companion's face and air as soon as it was made. "Your engagement to my mother has become then what they call here a fait accompli?" It had consisted, the determinant touch, in nothing more than that. Well, that was enough, Strether had felt while his answer hung fire. He had felt at the same time, however, that nothing could less become him than that it should hang fire too long. "Yes," he said brightly, "it was on the happy settlement of the question that I started. You see therefore to what tune I'm in your family. Moreover," he added, "I've been supposing you'd suppose it." "Oh I've been supposing it for a long time, and what you tell me helps me to understand that you should want to do something. To do something, I mean," said Chad, "to commemorate an event so—what do they call it?—so auspicious. I see you make out, and not unnaturally," he continued, "that bringing me home in triumph as a sort of wedding present to Mother would commemorate it better than anything else. You want to make a bonfire, in fact," he laughed, "and you pitch me on. Thank you, thank you!" And he laughed again. He was altogether easy about it, and this made Strether now see how at the bottom, and in spite of the shade of shyness that really cost him nothing, he had from the first moment been easy about everything. The shade of shyness was mere good taste. People with manners formed could apparently have, as one of their best cards, the shade of shyness too. He had leaned a little forward to speak, his elbows were on the table, and the inscrutable new face that he had got somewhere and somehow was brought by the movement nearer to his critics. There was a fascination for that critic in its not being, this ripe physiognomy, the face that, under observation at least, he had originally carried away from Woollett. Strether found a certain freedom on his own side in defining it as that of a man of the world, a formula that indeed seemed to come now in some degree to his relief. That of a man to whom things had happened and were variously known. In gleams, in glances, the past did perhaps peep out of it, but such lights were faint and instantly merged. Chad was brown and thick and strong, and of old Chad had been rough. Was all the difference therefore that he was actually smooth? Possibly, for that he was smooth was as marked as in the taste of a sauce or in the rub of a hand. The effect of it was general. It had retouched his features, drawn them with a cleaner line. It had cleared his eyes and settled his colour and polished his fine square teeth, the main ornament of his face, and at the same time that it had given him a form and a surface, almost a design. It had toned his voice, established his accent, encouraged his smile to more play and his other motions to less. He had formerly, with a great deal of action, expressed very little, and he now expressed whatever was necessary with almost none at all. It was as if in short he had really, copious perhaps but shapeless, been put into a firm mould and turned successfully out. The phenomenon, Strether kept eyeing it as a phenomenon, an eminent case, was marked enough to be touched by the finger. He finally put his hand across the table and laid it on Chad's arm. "If you'll promise me, here on the spot and giving me your word of honour, to break straight off, you'll make the future the real right thing for all of us alike. You'll ease off the strain of this decent but none the less acute suspense in which I've for so many days been waiting for you, and let me turn in to rest. I shall leave you with my blessing and go to bed in peace." Chad again fell back at this, and his hands pocketed, settled himself a little; in which posture he looked, though he rather anxiously smiled, only the more earnest. Then Strether seemed to see that he was really nervous, and he took that as what he would have called a wholesome sign. The only mark of it hitherto had been his more than once taking off and putting on his wide-brimmed crush hat. He had at this moment made the motion again to remove it, then had only pushed it back, so that it hung informally on his strong young grizzled crop. It was a touch that gave the note of the familiar, the intimate and the belated, to their quiet colloquy, and it was indeed by some such trivial aid that Strether became aware at the same moment of something else. The observation was at any rate determined in him by some light too fine to distinguish him from so many others, but it was none the less sharply determined. Chad looked unmistakably during these instants, well, as Strether put it to himself, all he was worth. Our friend had a sudden apprehension of what that would on certain sides be. He saw him in a flash as the young man marked out by women, and for a concentrated minute the dignity, the comparative austerity, as he funnily fancied it, of this character affected him almost with awe. There was an experience on his interlocutor's part that looked out at him from under the displaced hat, and that looked out moreover by a force of its own, the deep fact of its quantity and quality, and not through Chad's intending bravado or swagger. That was then the way men marked out by women were, and also the men by whom the women were doubtless in turn sufficiently distinguished. It affected Strether for 30 seconds as a relevant truth, a truth which, however, the next minute had fallen into its relation. "Can't you imagine there being some questions," Chad asked, "that a fellow, however much impressed by your charming way of stating things, would like to put to you first?" "Oh yes, easily. I'm here to answer everything. I think I can even tell you things of the greatest interest to you that you won't know enough to ask me. We'll take as many days to it as you like. But I want," Strether wound up, "to go to bed now." "Really?" Chad had spoken in such surprise that he was amused. "Can't you believe it? With what you put me through?" The young man seemed to consider. "Oh, I haven't put you through much—yet." "Do you mean there's so much more to come?" Strether laughed. "All the more reason then that I should gird myself. and as if to mark what he felt he could by this time count on, he was already on his feet. Chad, still seated, stayed him, with a hand against him, as he passed between their table and the next. "Oh, we shall get on." The tone was, as who should say, everything Strether could have desired, and quite as good the expression of face with which the speaker had looked up at him and kindly held him. All these things lacked was their not showing quite so much as the fruit of experience. Yes, experience was what Chad did play on him, if he didn't play any grossness of defiance. Of course experience was in a manner defiance, but it wasn't at any rate, rather indeed quite the contrary, grossness, which was so much gained. He fairly grew older, Strether thought, while he himself so reasoned. Then with his mature pat on his visitor's arm he also got up, and there had been enough of it all by this time to make the visitor feel that something was settled. Wasn't it settled that he had at least the testimony of Chad's own belief in a settlement? Strether found himself treating Chad's profession that they would get on as a sufficient basis for going to bed. He hadn't nevertheless after this gone to bed directly, for when they had again passed out together into the mild bright night a check had virtually sprung from nothing more than a small circumstance which might have acted only as confirming quiescence. There were people, expressive sound, projected light still abroad, and after they had taken in for a moment, through everything, the great clear architectural street, they turned off in tacit union to the quarter of Strether's hotel. "Of course," Chad here abruptly began, "of course Mother's making things out with you about me has been natural. And of course also you've had a good deal to go upon. Still, you must have filled out—" He had stopped, leaving his friend to wonder a little what point he wished to make. And this it was that enabled Strether meanwhile to make one. "Oh, we've never pretended to go into detail. We weren't in the least bound to that. It was filling out enough to miss you as we did." But Chad rather oddly insisted, though under the high lamp at their corner where they paused, he had at first looked as if touched by Strether's allusion to the long sense at home of his absence. "What I mean is you must have imagined." "Imagined what?" "Well, horrors." It affected Strether. Horrors was so little, superficially at any rate, in this robust and reasoning image. But he was none the less there to be veracious. "Yes, I dare say we have imagined horrors. But where's the harm if we haven't been wrong?" Chad raised his face to the lamp, and it was one of the moments at which he had, in his extraordinary way, most his air of designedly showing himself. It was as if at these instants he just presented himself, his identity so rounded off, his palpable presence and his massive young manhood, as such a link in the chain as might practically amount to a kind of demonstration. It was as if, and how but anomalously, he couldn't after all help thinking sufficiently well of these things to let them go for what they were worth. What could there be in this for Strether but the hint of some self-respect, some sense of power, oddly perverted, something latent and beyond access, ominous and perhaps enviable? The intimation had the next thing, in a flash, taken on a name on which our friend seized as he asked himself if he weren't perhaps really dealing with an irreducible young pagan. This description—he quite jumped at it—had a sound that gratified his mental ear, so that of a sudden he had already adopted it. Pagan, yes, that was, wasn't it, what Chad would logically be? It was what he must be. It was what he was. The idea was a clue, and instead of darkening the prospect, projected a certain clearness. Strether made out in this quick ray that a pagan was perhaps, at the pass they had come to, the thing most wanted at Woollett. They'd be able to do with one, a good one. He'd find an opening, yes. And Strether's imagination even now prefigured and accompanied the first appearance there of this rousing personage. He had only the slight discomfort of feeling, as the young man turned away from the lamp, that his thought had in the momentary silence possibly been guessed. "Well, I've no doubt," said Chad, "you've come near enough. The details, as you say, don't matter. It has been generally the case that I've let myself go. But I'm coming round. I'm not so bad now." With which they walked on again to Strether's hotel. "Do you mean," the latter asked as they approached the door, That there isn't any woman with you now?" "But pray what has that to do with it?" "Why, it's the whole question." "Of my going home?" Chad was clearly surprised. "Oh not much. Do you think that when I want to go any one will have any power?" "To keep you," Strether took him straight up, "from carrying out your wish? Well, our idea has been that somebody has hitherto, or a good many persons perhaps, kept you pretty well from wanting. That's what, if you're in anybody's hand, may again happen. You don't answer my question"—he kept it up; "but if you aren't in anybody's hands, so much the better. There's nothing then but what makes for your going." Chad turned this over. "I don't answer your question?" He spoke quite without resenting it. "Well, such questions have always a rather exaggerated side. One doesn't know quite what you mean by being in women's 'hands.' It's all so vague. One is when one isn't. One isn't when one is. And then one can't quite give people away." He seemed kindly to explain. "I've never got stuck so very hard, and as against anything at any time really better, I don't think I've ever been afraid." There was something in it that held Strether to wonder, and this gave him time to go on. He broke out as with a more helpful thought. "Don't you know how I like Paris itself?" The upshot was indeed to make our friend marvel. "Oh if that's all the matter with you!" It was he who almost showed resentment. Chad's smile of a truth more than met it. "But isn't that enough?" Strether hesitated, but it came out. "Not enough for your mother." Spoken, however, it sounded a trifle odd, the effect of which was that Chad broke into a laugh. Strether at this succumbed as well, though with extreme brevity. "Permit us to have still our theory, but if you are so free and so strong you're inexcusable. I'll write in the morning," he added with decision. "I'll say I've got you." This appeared to open for Chad a new interest. "How often do you write?" "Oh perpetually." "And at great length?" Strether had become a little impatient. "I hope it's not found too great." "Oh I'm sure not. And you hear as often?" Again Strether paused. "As often as I deserve." "Mother writes," said Chad, "a lovely letter." Strether, before the closed porte cochère, fixed him a moment. "It's more, my boy, than you do. But our suppositions don't matter," he added, "if you're actually not entangled." Chad's pride seemed none the less a little touched. "I never was that, let me insist. I always had my own way." With which he pursued, "And I have it at present." "Then what are you here for? What has kept you," Strether asked, "if you have been able to leave?" It made Chad, after a stare, throw himself back. "Do you think one's kept only by women?" His surprise and his verbal emphasis rang out so clear in the still street that Strether winced till he remembered the safety of their English speech. "Is that," the young man demanded, "what they think at Woollett?" At the good faith in the question Strether had changed colour, feeling that, as he would have said, he had put his foot in it. He had appeared stupidly to misrepresent what they thought at Woollett, but before he had time to rectify, Chad again was upon him. "I must say then you show a low mind." It so fell in, unhappily for Strether, with that reflexion of his own prompted in him by the pleasant air of the Boulevard Malesherbes, that its disconcerting force was rather unfairly great. It was a dig that, administered by himself, and administered even to poor Mrs. Newsome, was no more than salutary, but administered by Chad, and quite logically, it came nearer drawing blood. They hadn't a low mind, nor any approach to one, yet incontestably they had worked, and with a certain smugness, on a basis that might be turned against them. Chad had at any rate pulled his visitor up. He had even pulled up his admirable mother. He had absolutely, by a turn of the wrist and a jerk of the far-flung noose, pulled up, in a bunch, Woollett browsing in its pride. There was no doubt Woollett had insisted on his coarseness, and what he at present stood there for in the sleeping street was, by his manner of striking the other note, to make of such insistence a preoccupation compromising the insisters. It was exactly as if they had imputed to him a vulgarity that he had, by a mere gesture, caused to fall from him. The devil of the case was that Strether felt it, by the same stroke, as falling straight upon himself. He had been wondering a minute ago if the boy weren't a pagan, and he found himself wondering now if he weren't by chance a gentleman. It didn't in the least, on the spot, spring up helpfully for him that a person couldn't at the same time be both. There was nothing at this moment in the air to challenge the combination. There was everything to give it, on the contrary, something of a flourish. It struck Strether into the bargain as doing something to meet the most difficult of the questions, though perhaps indeed only by substituting another. Wouldn't it be precisely by having learned to be a gentleman that he had mastered the consequent trick of looking so well that one could scarce speak to him straight? But what in the world was the clue to such a prime-producing cause? There were too many clues then that Strether lacked, and these clues to clues were among them. What it accordingly amounted to for him was that he had to take full in the face a fresh attribution of ignorance. He had grown used by this time to reminders, especially from his own lips, of what he didn't know, but he had borne them because in the first place they were private, and because in the second they practically conveyed a tribute. He didn't know what was bad, and, as others didn't know how little he knew it, he could put up with in his state. But if he didn't know, in so important a particular, what was good, Chad at least was now aware he didn't. And that, for some reason, affected our friend as curiously public. It was in fact an exposed condition that the young man left him in long enough for him to feel its chill, till he saw fit, in a word, generously again to cover him. This last was in truth what Chad quite gracefully did. But he did it as with a simple thought that met the whole of the case. "Oh, I'm all right." It was what Strether had rather bewilderedly to go to bed on. End of Book Fourth, Chapter 1. Book Fourth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It really looked true, moreover, from the way Chad was to behave after this. He was full of attentions to his mother's ambassador, in spite of which all the while the latter's other relations rather remarkably contrived to assert themselves. Strether's sittings, pen in hand, with Mrs. Newsome up in his own room were broken, yet they were richer, and they were more than ever interspersed with the hours in which he reported himself, in a different fashion, but with scarce less earnestness and fullness, to Maria Gostrey. Now that, as he would have expressed it, he had really something to talk about, he found himself, in respect to any oddity that might reside for him in the double connection, at once more aware and more indifferent. He had been fine to Mrs. Newsome about his useful friend, but it had begun to haunt his imagination that Chad, taking up again for her benefit a pen too long disused, might possibly be finer. It wouldn't at all do, he saw, that anything should come up for him at Chad's hand but what specifically was to have come, the greatest divergence from which would be precisely the element of any lubrication of their intercourse by levity. It was accordingly to forestall such an accident that he frankly put before the young man the several facts, just as they had occurred, of his funny alliance. He spoke of these facts pleasantly and obligingly as the whole story, and felt that he might qualify the alliance as funny if he remained sufficiently grave about it. He flattered himself that he even exaggerated the wild freedom of his original encounter with the wonderful lady. He was scrupulously definite about the absurd conditions in which they had made acquaintance, their having picked each other up almost in the street. And he had, finest inspiration of all, a conception of carrying the war into the enemy's country by showing surprise at the enemy's ignorance. He had always had a notion that this last was the grand style of fighting, the greater therefore the reason for it, as he couldn't remember that he had ever before fought in the grand style. Every one, according to this, knew Miss Gostrey. How came it Chad didn't know her? The difficulty, the impossibility, was really to escape it. Strether put on him, by what he took for granted, the burden of proof to the contrary. This tone was so far successful as that Chad quite appeared to recognise her as a person whose fame had reached him, but against his acquaintance with whom much mischance had worked. He made the point at the same time that his social relations, such as they could be called, were perhaps not to the extent Strether supposed, with the rising flood of their compatriots. He hinted at his having more and more given way to a different principle of selection, the moral of which seemed to be that he went about little in the "colony." For the moment, certainly, he had quite another interest. It was deep, what he understood, and Strether for himself could only so observe it. He couldn't see as yet how deep. Might he not all too soon? For there was really too much of their question that Chad had already committed himself to liking. He liked, to begin with, his prospective stepfather, which was distinctly what had not been on the cards. His hating him was the untowardness for which Strether had been best prepared. He hadn't expected the boy's actual form to give him more to do than his imputed. It gave him more thorough suggesting that he must somehow make up to himself for not being sure he was sufficiently disagreeable. That had really been present to him as his only way to be sure he was sufficiently thorough. The point was that if Chad's tolerance of his thoroughness were insincere, were but the best of devices for gaining time, it none the less did treat everything as tacitly concluded. That seemed at the end of 10 days the upshot of the abundant, the recurrent talk, through which Strether poured into him all it concerned him to know, put him in full possession of facts and figures. Never cutting these colloquies short by a minute, Chad behaved, looked and spoke as if he were rather heavily, perhaps even a trifle gloomily, but none the less fundamentally and comfortably free. He made no crude profession of eagerness to yield, but he asked the most intelligent questions, probed at moments abruptly even deeper than his friend's layer of information, justified by these touches the native estimate of his latent stuff, and had in every way the air of trying to live, reflectively, into the square bright picture. He walked up and down in front of this production, sociably took Strether's arm at the points at which he stopped, surveyed it repeatedly from the right and from the left, inclined a critical head to either quarter and, while he puffed a still more critical cigarette, animadverted to his companion on this passage and that. Strether sought relief—there were hours when he required it—in repeating himself. It was in truth not to be blinked that Chad had a way. The main question as yet was of what it was a way to. It made vulgar questions no more easy, but that was unimportant when all questions save those of his own asking had dropped. That he was free was answer enough, and it wasn't quite ridiculous that this freedom should end by presenting itself as what was difficult to move. His changed state, his lovely home, his beautiful things, his easy talk, his very appetite for Strether, insatiable and, when all was said, flattering, what were such marked matters all but the notes of his freedom? He had the effect of making a sacrifice of it just in these handsome forms to his visitor, which was mainly the reason the visitor was privately, for the time, a little out of countenance. Strether was at this point again and again thrown back on a felt need to remodel somehow his plan. He fairly caught himself shooting rueful glances, shy looks of pursuit, toward the embodied influence, the definite adversary, who had by a stroke of her own failed him and on a fond theory of whose palpable presence he had, under Mrs. Newsome's inspiration, altogether proceeded. He had once or twice, in secret, literally expressed the irritated wish that she would come out and find her. He couldn't quite yet force it upon Woollett that such a career, such a perverted young life, showed after all a certain plausible side, did, in the case before them, flaunt something like an impunity for the social man. But he could at least treat himself to the statement that would prepare him for the sharpest echo. This echo, as distinct over there in the dry thin air as some shrill heading above a column of print, seemed to reach him even as he wrote. "He says there's no woman," he could hear Mrs. Newsome report in capitals almost of newspaper size to Mrs. Pocock, and he could focus in Mrs. Pocock the response of the reader of the journal. He could see in the younger lady's face the earnestness of her attention and catch the full scepticism of her but slightly delayed What is there, then? Just so he could again as little miss the mother's clear decision. "There's plenty of disposition, no doubt, to pretend there isn't." Strether had, after posting his letter, the whole scene out, and it was a scene during which, coming and going, as befell, he kept his eye not least upon the daughter. He had his fine sense of the conviction Mrs. Pocock would take occasion to reaffirm, a conviction bearing, as he had from the first deeply divined it to bear, on Mr. Strether's essential inaptitude. She had looked him in his conscious eyes even before he sailed, and that she didn't believe he would find the woman had been written in her book. Hadn't she at the best but a scant faith in his ability to find women? It wasn't even as if he had found her mother; so much more, to her discrimination, had her mother performed the finding. Her mother had, in a case her private judgment of which remained educative of Mrs. Pocock's critical sense, found the man. The man owed his unchallenged state, in general, to the fact that Mrs. Newsome's discoveries were accepted at Woollett; but he knew in his bones, our friend did, how almost irresistibly Mrs. Pocock would now be moved to show what she thought of his own. Give her a free hand would be the moral, and the woman would soon be found. His impression of Miss Gostrey after her introduction to Chad was meanwhile an impression of a person almost unnaturally on her guard. He struck himself as at first unable to extract from her what he wished, though indeed of what he wished at this special juncture he would doubtless have contrived to make but a crude statement. It sifted and settled nothing to put to her tout bêtement, as she often said, "Do you like him, eh?" thanks to his feeling it actually the least of his needs to heap up the evidence in the young man's favour. He repeatedly knocked at her door to let her have it afresh that Chad's case, whatever else of minor interest it might yield, was first and foremost a miracle almost monstrous. It was the alteration of the entire man, and was so signal an instance that nothing else, for the intelligent observer, could it? Signify. "It's a plot," he declared. "There's more in it that beats the eye." He gave the rein to his fancy. "It's a plant." His fancy seemed to please her. "Whose then?" "Well, the party responsible is, I suppose, the fate that waits for one, the dark doom that rides. What I mean is that with such elements one can't count. I've but my poor individual, my modest human means. It isn't playing the game to turn on the uncanny. All one's energy goes to facing it, to tracking it. One wants, confound it, don't you see?" he confessed with a queer face. "One wants to enjoy anything so rare. Call it then life." He puzzled it out. "Call it poor dear old life, simply that springs the surprise. Nothing alters the fact that the surprise is paralysing or at any rate engrossing. All, practically, hang it, that one sees, that one can see." Her silences were never barren, nor even dull. "Is that what you've written home?" He tossed it off. "Oh dear, yes." She had another pause, while across her carpets he had another walk. "If you don't look out you'll have them straight over." "Oh but I've said he'll go back." "And will he?" Miss Gostrey asked. The special tone of it made him, pulling up, look at her long. "What's that but just the question I've spent treasures of patience and ingenuity in giving you, by the sight of him, after everything had led up, every facility to answer? What is it but just the thing I came here to day to get out of you? Will he?" "No, he won't," she said at last. "He's not free." The air of it held him. "Then you've all the while known?" "I've known nothing but what I've seen, and I wonder," she declared with some impatience, "that you didn't see as much. It was enough to be with him there." "In the box? Yes," he rather blankly urged. "Well, to feel sure." "Sure of what?" She got up from her chair at this, with a nearer approach than she had ever yet shown to dismay at his dimness. She even, fairly pausing for it, spoke with a shade of pity. "Guess." It was a shade, fairly, that brought a flush into his face, so that for a moment, as they waited together, their difference was between them. "You mean that just your hour with him told you so much of his story? Very good. I'm not such a fool on my side as that I don't understand you, or as that I didn't in some degree understand him. That he has done what he liked most isn't, among any of us, a matter the least in dispute. There's equally little question at this time of day of what it is he does like most. But I'm not talking," he reasonably explained, "of any mere wretch he may still pick up. I'm talking of some person who in his present situation may have held her own, may really have counted." "That's exactly what I am," said Miss Gostrey. But she as quickly made her point. "I thought you thought—or that they think at Woollett—that that's what mere wretches necessarily do. Mere wretches necessarily don't," she declared with spirit. "There must, behind every appearance to the contrary, still be somebody who's not a mere wretch, since we accept the miracle. What else but such a somebody can such a miracle be?" He took it in. "Because the fact itself is the woman?" "A woman, some woman or other. It's one of those things that have to be." "But you mean then at least a good one." "A good woman?" She threw up her arms with a laugh. "I should call her excellent." "Then why does he deny her?" Miss Gostrey thought a moment. "Because she's too good to admit. Don't you see," she went on, "how she accounts for him?" Strether clearly more and more did see, yet it made him also see other things. "But isn't what we want that he shall account for her?" "Well, he does. What you have before you is his way. You must forgive him if it isn't quite outspoken. In Paris such debts are tacit." Strether could imagine. But still. "Even when the woman's good?" Again she laughed out. "Yes, and even when the man is. There's always a caution in such cases," she more seriously explained, "for what it may seem to show. There's nothing that's taken as showing so much here as sudden unnatural goodness." "Ah then you're speaking now," Strether said, "of people who are not nice." "I delight," she replied, "in your classifications. But do you want me," she asked, "to give you, in the matter, on this ground, the wisest advice I'm capable of? Don't consider her, don't judge her at all in herself. Consider her and judge her only in Chad." He had the courage at least of his companion's logic. "Because then I shall like her?" He almost looked, with his quick imagination, as if he already did, though seeing at once also the full extent of how little it would suit his book. "But is that what I came out for?" She had to confess indeed that it wasn't. But there was something else. "Don't make up your mind. There are all sorts of things. You haven't seen him all." This, on his side, Strether recognised, but his acuteness none the less showed him the danger. "Yes, but if the more I see the better he seems?" Well, she found something. "That may be, but his disavowal of her isn't, all the same, pure consideration. There's a hitch." She made it out. "It's the effort to sink her." Strether winced at the image. "To sink?" "Well, I mean there's a struggle, and a part of it is just what he hides. Take time, that's the only way not to make some mistake that you'll regret. Then you'll see. He does really want to shake her off." Our friend had by this time so got into the vision that he almost gasped. "After all she has done for him?" Miss Gostrey gave him a look which broke the next moment into a wonderful smile. "He's not so good as you think." They remained with him, these words, promising him, in their character of warning, considerable help. But the support he tried to draw from them found itself on each renewal of contact with Chad defeated by something else. What could it be, this disconcerting force, he asked himself, but the sense, constantly renewed, that Chad was, quite in fact insisted on being, as good as he thought? It seemed somehow as if he couldn't but be as good from the moment he wasn't as bad. There was a succession of days at all events when contact with him, and in its immediate effect, as if it could produce no other, elbowed out of Strether's consciousness everything but itself. Little Bilham once more pervaded the scene, but little Bilham became even in a higher degree than he had originally been one of the numerous forms of the inclusive relation, a consequence promoted, to our friend's sense, by two or three incidents with which we have yet to make acquaintance. Waymarsh himself, for the occasion, was drawn into the eddy. It absolutely, though but temporarily, swallowed him down, and there were days when Strether seemed to bump against him as a sinking swimmer might brush a submarine object. The fathomless medium held them, Chad's manner was the fathomless medium, and our friend felt as if they passed each other in their deep immersion with the round impersonal eye of silent fish. It was practically produced between them that Waymarsh was giving him then his chance, and the shade of discomfort that Strether drew from the allowance resembled not a little the embarrassment he had known at school, as a boy, when members of his family had been present at exhibitions. He could perform before strangers, but relatives were fatal, and it was now as if, comparatively, Waymarsh were a relative. He seemed to hear him say, "Strike up then," and to enjoy a foretaste of conscientious domestic criticism. He had struck up, so far as he actually could. Chad knew by this time in profusion what he wanted, and what vulgar violence did his fellow pilgrim expect of him when he had really emptied his mind? It went somehow to and fro that what poor Waymarsh meant was, "I told you so, that you'd lose your immortal soul." But it was also fairly explicit that Strether had his own challenge, and that since they must go to the bottom of things he wasted no more virtue in watching Chad than Chad wasted in watching him. His dip for duty's sake, where was it worse than Waymarsh's own? For he needn't have stopped resisting and refusing, needn't have parleyed, at that rate, with the foe. The strolls over Paris to see something or call somewhere were accordingly inevitable and natural, and the late sessions in the wondrous troisième, the lovely home when men dropped in, and the picture composed more suggestively through the haze of tobacco, of music more or less good, and of talk more or less polyglot, were on a principle not to be distinguished from that of the mornings and the afternoons. Nothing, Strether had to recognise as he leaned back and smoked, could well less resemble a scene of violence than even the liveliest of these occasions. They were occasions of discussion none the less, and Strether had never in his life heard so many opinions on so many subjects. There were opinions at Woollett, but only on 3 or 4. The differences were there to match. If they were doubtless deep, though few, they were quiet. They were, as might be said, almost as shy as if people had been ashamed of them. People showed little diffidence about such things, on the other hand, in the Boulevard Malesherbes, and were so far from being ashamed of them, or indeed of anything else, that they often seemed to have invented them to avert those agreements that destroy the taste of talk. No one had ever done that at Woollett, though Strether could remember times when he himself had been tempted to it without quite knowing why. He saw why at present. He had but wanted to promote intercourse. These, however, were but parenthetic memories, and the turn taken by his affair on the whole was positively that if his nerves were on the stretch it was because he missed violence. When he asked himself if none would then, in connection with it, ever come at all, he might almost have passed as wondering how to provoke it. It would be too absurd if such a vision as that should have to be invoked for relief. It was already marked enough as absurd that he should actually have begun with flutters and dignities on the score of a single accepted meal. What sort of a brute had he expected Chad to be anyway? Strether had occasion to make the inquiry, but was careful to make it in private. He could himself, comparatively recent as it was—it was truly but the fact of a few days since—focus his primal crudity, but he would, on the approach of an observer, as if handling an illicit possession, have slipped the reminiscence out of sight. There were echoes of it still in Mrs. Newsome's letters, and there were moments when these echoes made him exclaim on her want of tact. He blushed, of course, at once, still more for the explanation than for the ground of it. It came to him in time, to save his manners, that she couldn't at the best become tactful as quickly as he. Her tact had to reckon with the Atlantic Ocean, the General Post Office, and the extravagant curve of the globe. Chad had one day offered tea at the Boulevard Malesherbes to a chosen few, a group again including the unobscured Miss Barrace, and Strether had on coming out walked away with the acquaintance whom, in his letters to Mrs. Newsome, he always spoke of as the little artist man. He had had full occasion to mention him as the other party, so oddly, to the only close personal alliance observation had as yet detected in Chad's existence. Little Bilham's way this afternoon was not Strether's, but he had none the less kindly come with him, and it was somehow a part of his kindness that, as it had sadly begun to rain, they suddenly found themselves seated for conversation at a café in which they had taken refuge. He had passed no more crowded hour in Chad's society than the one just ended. He had talked with Miss Barrace, who had reproached him with not having come to see her, and he had above all hit on a happy thought for causing Waymarsh's tension to relax. Something might possibly be extracted for the latter from the idea of his success with that lady, whose quick apprehension of what might amuse her had given Strether a free hand. What had she meant if not to ask whether she couldn't help him with his splendid encumbrance, and mightn't the sacred rage at any rate be kept a little in abeyance by thus creating for his comrade's mind, even in a world of irrelevance, the possibility of a relation? What was it but a relation to be regarded as so decorative, and in especial, on the strength of it, to be whirled away, amid flounces and feathers, in a coupé lined by what Strether could make out with dark blue brocade? He himself had never been whirled away, never at least in a coupé and behind a footman. He had driven with Miss Gostrey in cabs, with Mrs. Pocock a few times in an open buggy, with Mrs. Newsome in a four-seated cart, and occasionally up at the mountains on a buckboard, but his friend's actual adventure transcended his personal experience. He now showed his companion soon enough indeed how inadequate as a general monitor this last queer quantity could once more feel itself. "What game under the sun is he playing?" He signified the next moment that his allusion was not to the fat gentleman immersed in dominoes on whom his eyes had begun by resting, but to their host of the previous hour, as to whom, there on the velvet bench, with a final collapse of all consistency, he treated himself to the comfort of indiscretion. "Where do you see him come out?" Little Bilham, in meditation, looked at him with a kindness almost paternal. "Don't you like it over here?" Strether laughed out, for the tone was indeed droll. He let himself go. "What has that to do with it? The only thing I've any business to like is to feel that I'm moving him. That's why I ask you simply whether you believe I am. Is the creature"—and he did his best to show that he simply wished to ascertain—"honest?" His companion looked responsible, but looked it through a small dim smile. "What creature do you mean?" It was on this that they did have for a little a mute interchange. "Is it untrue that he's free? How then," Strether asked wondering, "does he arrange his life?" "Is the creature you mean Chad himself?" little Bilham said. Strether here, with a rising hope, just thought, "We must take one of them at a time." But his coherence lapsed. "Is there some woman? Of whom he's really afraid, of course I mean? Or who does with him what she likes?" "It's awfully charming of you," Bilham presently remarked, "not to have asked me that before." "Oh I'm not fit for my job." The exclamation had escaped our friend, but it made little Bilham more deliberate. "Chad's a rare case," he luminously observed. "He's awfully changed," he added. "Then you see it too?" "The way he has improved? Oh yes, I think every one must see it. But I'm not sure," said little Bilham, "that I didn't like him about as well in his other state." "Then this is really a new state altogether?" "Well," the young man after a moment returned, "I'm not sure he was really meant by nature to be quite so good. It's like the new edition of an old book that one has been fond of, revised and amended, brought up to date, but not quite the thing one knew and loved. However that may be, at all events," he pursued, "I don't think, you know, that he's really playing, as you call it, any game. I believe he really wants to go back and take up a career. He's capable of one, you know, that will improve and enlarge him still more. He won't then," little Bilham continued to remark, "be my pleasant well-rubbed old-fashioned volume at all. But of course I'm beastly immoral. I'm afraid it would be a funny world altogether, a world with things the way I like them. I ought, I dare say, to go home and go into business myself. Only I'd simply rather die, simply. And I've not the least difficulty in making up my mind not to, and in knowing exactly why, and in defending my ground against all comers. All the same," he wound up, "I assure you I don't say a word against it, for himself, I mean, to Chad. I seem to see it as much the best thing for him. You see he's not happy." "Do I?" Strether stared. "I've been supposing I see just the opposite. An extraordinary case of the equilibrium arrived at and assured." "Oh there's a lot behind it." "Ah there you are!" Strether exclaimed. "That's just what I want to get at. You speak of your familiar volume altered out of recognition. Well, who's the editor?" Little Bilham looked before him a minute in silence. "He ought to get married. That would do it. And he wants to." "Wants to marry her?" Again little Bilham waited, and with a sense that he had information, Strether scarce knew what was coming. "He wants to be free. He isn't used, you see," the young man explained in his lucid way, "to being so good." Strether hesitated. "Then I may take it from you that he is good?" His companion matched his pause, but making it up with a quiet fullness. "Do take it from me." "Well then why isn't he free? He swears to me he is, but meanwhile does nothing, except of course that he's so kind to me, to prove it, and couldn't really act much otherwise if he weren't. My question to you just now was exactly on this queer impression of his diplomacy, as if instead of really giving ground his line were to keep me on here and set me a bad example." As the half hour meanwhile had ebbed, Strether paid his score, and the waiter was presently in the act of counting out change. Our friend pushed back to him a fraction of it, with which, after an emphatic recognition, the personage in question retreated. "You give too much," little Bilham permitted himself benevolently to observe. "Oh I always give too much," Strether helplessly sighed. "But you don't," he went on as if to get quickly away from the contemplation of that doom, "answer my question. Why isn't he free?" Little Bilham had got up as if the transaction with the waiter had been a signal, and had already edged out between the table and the divan. The effect of this was that a minute later they had quitted the place, the gratified waiter alert again at the open door. Strether had found himself deferring to his companion's abruptness as to a hint that he should be answered as soon as they were more isolated. This happened when after a few steps in the outer air they had turned the next corner. Then our friend had kept it up. "Why isn't he free if he's good?" Little Bilham looked him full in the face. "Because it's a virtuous attachment." This had settled the question so effectually for the time, that is for the next few days, that it had given Strether almost a new lease on life. It must be added, however, that thanks to his constant habit of shaking the bottle in which life handed him the wine of experience, he presently found the taste of the lees rising as usual into his draught. His imagination had in other words already dealt with his young friend's assertion, of which it had made something that sufficiently came out on the very next occasion of his seeing Maria Gostrey. This occasion moreover had been determined promptly by a new circumstance, a circumstance he was the last man to leave her for a day in ignorance of. "When I said to him last night," he immediately began, "that without some definite word from him now that will enable me to speak to them over there of our sailing, or at least of mine, giving them some sort of date, my responsibility becomes uncomfortable and my situation awkward. When I said that to him, what do you think was his reply?" And then as she this time gave it up, "Why that he has two particular friends, two ladies, mother and daughter, about to arrive in Paris, coming back from an absence, and that he wants me so furiously to meet them, know them and like them, that I shall oblige him by kindly not bringing our business to a crisis till he has had a chance to see them again himself. Is that," Strether enquired, "the way he's going to try to get off? These are the people," he explained, "that he must have gone down to see before I arrived. They're the best friends he has in the world, and they take more interest than any one else in what concerns him. As I'm his next best he sees 1,000 reasons why we should comfortably meet. He hasn't broached the question sooner because their return was uncertain, seemed in fact for the present impossible. But he more than intimates that, if you can believe it, their desire to make my acquaintance has had to do with their surmounting difficulties." "They're dying to see you?" Miss Gostrey asked. "Dying. Of course," said Strether, "they're the virtuous attachment." He had already told her about that, had seen her the day after his talk with little Bilham, and they had then threshed out together the bearing of the revelation. She had helped him to put into it the logic in which little Bilham had left it slightly deficient. Strether hadn't pressed him as to the object of the preference so unexpectedly described, feeling in the presence of it, with one of his irrepressible scruples, a delicacy from which he had in the quest of the quite other article worked himself sufficiently free. He had held off, as on a small principle of pride, from permitting his young friend to mention a name, wishing to make with this the great point that Chad's virtuous attachments were none of his business. He had wanted from the first not to think too much of his dignity, but that was no reason for not allowing it any little benefit that might turn up. He had often enough wondered to what degree his interference might pass for interest, so that there was no want of luxury in letting it be seen whenever he could that he didn't interfere. That had of course at the same time not deprived him of the further luxury of much private astonishment, which, however, he had reduced to some order before communicating his knowledge. When he had done this at last it was with the remark that, surprised as Miss Gostrey might, like himself, at first be, she would probably agree with him on reflection that such an account of the matter did after all fit the confirmed appearances. Nothing certainly, on all the indications, could have been a greater change for him than a virtuous attachment, and since they had been in search of the word, as the French called it, of that change, little Bilham's announcement, though so long and so oddly delayed, would serve as well as another. She had assured Strether in fact after a pause that the more she thought of it the more it did serve, and yet her assurance hadn't so weighed with him as that before they parted he hadn't ventured to challenge her sincerity. Didn't she believe the attachment was virtuous? He had made sure of her again with the aid of that question. The tidings he brought her on this second occasion were moreover such as would help him to make surer still. She showed at first none the less as only amused. "You say there are two? An attachment to them both would, I suppose, almost necessarily be innocent." Our friend took the point, but he had his clue. "Mayn't he be still in the stage of not quite knowing which of them, mother or daughter, he likes best?" She gave it more thought. "Oh it must be the daughter at his age." "Possibly. Yet what do we know," Strether asked, "about hers? She may be old enough." "Old enough for what?" "Why, to marry Chad. That may be, you know, what they want. And if Chad wants it too, and if little Bilham wants it, and even we at a pinch could do with it, that is if she doesn't prevent repatriation, why it may be plain sailing yet." It was always the case for him in these counsels that each of his remarks, as it came, seemed to drop into a deeper well. He had at all events to wait a moment to hear the slight splash of this one. "I don't see why, if Mr. Newsome wants to marry the young lady, he hasn't already done it, or hasn't been prepared with some statement to you about it. And if he both wants to marry her and is on good terms with them, why isn't he free?" Strether, responsively, wondered indeed. "Perhaps the girl herself doesn't like him." "Then why does he speak of them to you as he does?" Strether's mind echoed the question, but also again met it. "Perhaps it's with the mother he's on good terms." "As against the daughter?" "Well, if she's trying to persuade the daughter to consent to him, what could make him like the mother more? Only," Strether threw out, "why shouldn't the daughter consent to him?" "Oh," said Miss Gostrey, "mayn't it be that every one else isn't quite so struck with him as you?" "Doesn't regard him, you mean, as such an eligible young man? Is that what I've come to?" he audibly and rather gravely sought to know. "However," he went on, "his marriage is what his mother most desires, that is if it will help. And oughtn't any marriage to help? They must want him"—he had already worked it out—"to be better off. Almost any girl he may marry will have a direct interest in his taking up his chances. It won't suit her at least that he shall miss them." Miss Gostrey cast about. "No, you reason well. But of course on the other hand there's always dear old Woollett itself." "Oh yes," he mused, "there's always dear old Woollett itself." She waited a moment. "The young lady mayn't find herself able to swallow that quantity. She may think it's paying too much. She may weigh one thing against another." Strether, ever restless in such debates, took a vague turn. "It will all depend on who she is. That, of course"—the proved ability to deal with dear old Woollett, since I'm sure she does deal with it—"is what makes so strongly for Mamie." "Mamie?" He stopped short at her tone before her; then, though seeing that it represented not vagueness, but a momentary embarrassed fulness, let his exclamation come. "You surely haven't forgotten about Mamie?" "No, I haven't forgotten about Mamie," she smiled. "There's no doubt whatever that there's ever so much to be said for her. Mamie's my girl," she roundly declared. Strether resumed for a minute his walk. "She's really perfectly lovely, you know. Far prettier than any girl I've seen over here yet." "That's precisely on what I perhaps most build." And she mused a moment in her friend's way. "I should positively like to take her in hand." He humoured the fancy, though indeed finally to deprecate it. "Oh but don't, in your zeal, go over to her. I need you most and can't, you know, be left." But she kept it up. "I wish they'd send her out to me." "If they knew you," he returned, "they would." "Ah but don't they? After all that, as I've understood you, you've told them about me?" He had paused before her again, but he continued his course. "They will, before, as you say, I've done." Then he came out with the point he wished after all most to make. "It seems to give away now his game. This is what he has been doing, keeping me along for. He has been waiting for them." Miss Gostrey drew in her lips. "You see a good deal in it." "I doubt if I see as much as you. Do you pretend," he went on, "that you don't see—?" "Well, what?" she pressed him as he paused. "Why, that there must be a lot between them, and that it has been going on from the first, even from before I came." She took a minute to answer. "Who are they then, if it's so grave?" "It mayn't be grave, it may be gay, but at any rate it's marked. Only I don't know," Strether had to confess, "anything about them. Their name, for instance, was a thing that, after little Bilham's information, I found it a kind of refreshment not to feel obliged to follow up." "Oh," she returned, "if you think you've got off!" Her laugh produced in him a momentary gloom. "I don't think I've got off. I only think I'm breathing for about 5 minutes. I dare say I shall have, at the best, still to get on." A look, over it all, passed between them, and the next minute he had come back to good humour. "I don't meanwhile take the smallest interest in their name." "Nor in their nationality? American, French, English, Polish?" "I don't care the least little hang," he smiled, "for their nationality. It would be nice if they're Polish," he almost immediately added. "Very nice indeed." The transition kept up her spirits. "So you see you do care." He did this contention a modified justice. "I think I should if they were Polish. Yes," he thought, "there might be joy in that." "Let us then hope for it." But she came after this nearer to the question. "If the girl's of the right age, of course the mother can't be. I mean for the virtuous attachment. If the girl's 20, and she can't be less, the mother must be at least 40. So it puts the mother out. She's too old for him." Strether, arrested again, considered and demurred. "Do you think so? Do you think any one would be too old for him? I'm 80 and I'm too young. But perhaps the girl," he continued, "isn't 20. Perhaps she's only 10, but such a little dear that Chad finds himself counting her in as an attraction of the acquaintance. Perhaps she's only 5. Perhaps the mother's but 25, a charming young widow." Miss Gostrey entertained the suggestion. "She is a widow then?" "I haven't the least idea." They once more, in spite of this vagueness, exchanged a look that was perhaps the longest yet. It seemed in fact the next thing to require to explain itself, which it did as it could. "I only feel what I've told you, that he has some reason." Miss Gostrey's imagination had taken its own flight. "Perhaps she's not a widow." Strether seemed to accept the possibility with reserve. Still he accepted it. "Then that's why the attachment, if it's to her, is virtuous." But she looked as if she scarce followed. "Why is it virtuous if, since she's free, there's nothing to impose on it any condition?" He laughed at her question. "Oh, I perhaps don't mean as virtuous as that. Your idea is that it can be virtuous, in any sense worthy of the name, only if she's not free. But what does it become then," he asked, "for her?" "Ah, that's another matter." He said nothing for a moment, and she soon went on. "I dare say you're right, at any rate, about Mr. Newsome's little plan. He has been trying you, has been reporting on you to these friends." Strether meanwhile had had time to think more. "Then where's his straightness?" "Well, as we say, it's struggling up, breaking out, asserting itself as it can. We can be on the side, you see, of his straightness. We can help him. But he has made out," said Miss Gostrey, "that you'll do." "Do for what?" "Why, for them, for ces dames. He has watched you, studied you, liked you, and recognised that they must. It's a great compliment to you, my dear man, for I'm sure they're particular. You came out for a success. Well," she gaily declared, "you're having it." He took it from her with momentary patience and then turned abruptly away. It was always convenient to him that there were so many fine things in her room to look at. But the examination of 2 or 3 of them appeared soon to have determined a speech that had little to do with them. "You don't believe in it?" "In what?" "In the character of the attachment. In its innocence." But she defended herself. "I don't pretend to know anything about it. Everything's possible. We must see." "See?" he echoed with a groan. "Haven't we seen enough?" "I haven't," she smiled. "But do you suppose then little Bilham has lied?" "You must find out." It made him almost turn pale. "Find out any more?" He had dropped on a sofa for dismay, but she seemed, as she stood over him, to have the last word. "Wasn't what you came out for to find out all?" End of Book Fourth, Chapter 2. Book Fifth, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sunday of the next week was a wonderful day, and Chad Newsome had let his friend know in advance that he had provided for it. There had already been a question of his taking him to see the great Gloriani, who was at home on Sunday afternoons and at whose house, for the most part, fewer bores were to be met than elsewhere. But the project, through some accident, had not had instant effect, and now revived in happier conditions. Chad had made the point that the celebrated sculptor had a queer old garden for which the weather, spring at last, frank and fair, was propitious, and 2 or 3 of his other allusions had confirmed for Strether the expectation of something special. He had by this time, for all introductions and adventures, let himself recklessly go, cherishing the sense that whatever the young man showed him he was showing at least himself. He could have wished indeed, so far as this went, that Chad were less of a mere cicerone, for he was not without the impression, now that the vision of his game, his plan, his deep diplomacy did recurrently assert itself, of his taking refuge from the realities of their intercourse in profusely dispensing, as our friend mentally phrased, et panem et circenses. Our friend continued to feel rather smothered in flowers, though he made in his other moments the almost angry inference that this was only because of his odious ascetic suspicion of any form of beauty. He periodically assured himself, for his reactions were sharp, that he shouldn't reach the truth of anything till he had at least got rid of that. He had known beforehand that Madame de Vionnet and her daughter would probably be on view, an intimation to that effect having constituted the only reference again made by Chad to his good friends from the South. The effect of Strether's talk about them with Miss Gostrey had been to consecrate his reluctance to pry. Something in the very air of Chad's silence, judged in the light of that talk, offered it to him as a reserve he could markedly match. It shrouded them about with he scarce knew what, a consideration, a distinction. He was in presence, at any rate, so far as it placed him there, of ladies, and the one thing that was definite for him was that they themselves should be, to the extent of his responsibility, in presence of a gentleman. Was it because they were very beautiful, very clever, or even very good? Was it for one of these reasons that Chad was, so to speak, nursing his effect? Did he wish to spring them, in the Woollett phrase, with a fuller force, to confound his critic, slight though as yet the criticism, with some form of merit exquisitely incalculable? The most the critic had at all events asked was whether the persons in question were French, and that enquiry had been but a proper comment on the sound of their name. "Yes, that is, no," had been Chad's reply, but he had immediately added that their English was the most charming in the world, so that if Strether were wanting an excuse for not getting on with them he wouldn't in the least find one. Never in fact had Strether, in the mood into which the place had quickly launched him, felt for himself less the need of an excuse. Those he might have found would have been, at the worst, all for the others, the people before him, in whose liberty to be as they were he was aware that he positively rejoiced. His fellow guests were multiplying, and these things, their liberty, their intensity, their variety, their conditions at large, were infusion in the admirable medium of the scene. The place itself was a great impression. A small pavilion, clear-faced and sequestered, an effect of polished parquet, of fine white panel and spare sallow gilt, of decoration delicate and rare, in the heart of the Faubourg Saint-Germain and on the edge of a cluster of gardens attached to old noble houses. Far back from streets and unsuspected by crowds, reached by a long passage and a quiet court, it was as striking to the unprepared mind, he immediately saw, as a treasure dug up, giving him too, more than anything yet, the note of the range of the immeasurable town, and sweeping away, as by a last brave brush, his usual landmarks and terms. It was in the garden, a spacious cherished remnant, out of which a dozen persons had already passed, that Chad's host presently met them while the tall bird-haunted trees, all of a twitter with the spring and the weather, and the high party walls on the other side of which grave hôtels stood off for privacy, spoke of survival, transmission, association, a strong, indifferent, persistent order. The day was so soft that the little party had practically adjourned to the open air, but the open air was in such conditions all a chamber of state. Strether had presently the sense of a great convent, a convent of missions, famous for he scarce knew what, a nursery of young priests, of scattered shade, of straight alleys and chapel bells that spread its mass in one quarter. He had the sense of names in the air, of ghosts at the windows, of signs and tokens, a whole range of expression all about him, too thick for prompt discrimination. This assault of images became for a moment, in the address of the distinguished sculptor, almost formidable. Gloriani showed him, in such perfect confidence, on Chad's introduction of him, a fine worn handsome face, a face that was like an open letter in a foreign tongue, with his genius in his eyes, his manners on his lips, his long career behind him and his honours and rewards all round. The great artist, in the course of a single sustained look and a few words of delight at receiving him, affected our friend as a dazzling prodigy of type. Strether had seen in museums, in the Luxembourg as well as, more reverently later on, in the New York of the billionaires, the work of his hand, knowing too that after an earlier time in his native Rome he had migrated in mid-career to Paris, where, with a personal lustre almost violent, he shone in a constellation all of which was more than enough to crown him for his guest with the light, with the romance of glory. Strether, in contact with that element as he had never yet so intimately been, had the consciousness of opening to it, for the happy instant, all the windows of his mind, of letting this rather grey interior drink in for once the sun of a clime not marked in his old geography. He was to remember again repeatedly the medal-like Italian face, in which every line was an artist's own, in which time told only as tone and consecration, and he was to recall in especial, as the penetrating radiance, as the communication of the illustrious spirit itself, the manner in which, while they stood briefly, in welcome and response, face to face, he was held by the sculptor's eyes. He wasn't soon to forget them, was to think of them, all unconscious, unintending, preoccupied though they were, as the source of the deepest intellectual sounding to which he had ever been exposed. He was in fact quite to cherish his vision of it, to play with it in idle hours, only speaking of it to no one, and quite aware he couldn't have spoken without appearing to talk nonsense. Was what it had told him, or what it had asked him, the greater of the mysteries? Was it the most special flare, unequalled, supreme, of the aesthetic torch, lighting that wondrous world for ever? Or was it above all the long straight shaft sunk by a personal acuteness that life had seasoned to steel? Nothing on earth could have been stranger, and no one doubtless more surprised than the artist himself. But it was for all the world to Strether just then as if in the matter of his accepted duty he had positively been on trial. The deep human expertness in Gloriani's charming smile, oh the terrible life behind it, was flashed upon him as a test of his stuff. Chad, meanwhile, after having easily named his companion, had still more easily turned away and was already greeting other persons present. He was as easy, clever Chad, with the great artist as with his obscure compatriot, and as easy with every one else as with either. This fell into its place for Strether and made almost a new light, giving him, as a concatenation, something more he could enjoy. He liked Gloriani, but should never see him again; of that he was sufficiently sure. Chad, accordingly, who was wonderful with both of them, was a kind of a link for hopeless fancy, an implication of possibilities. Oh, if everything had been different! Strether noted at all events that he was thus on terms with illustrious spirits, and also that, yes, distinctly, he hadn't in the least swaggered about it. Our friend hadn't come there only for his figure of Abel Newsome's son, but that presence threatened to affect the observant mind as positively central. Gloriani, indeed, remembering something and excusing himself, pursued Chad to speak to him, and Strether was left musing on many things. One of them was the question of whether, since he had been tested, he had passed. Did the artist drop him from having made out that he wouldn't do? He really felt just to-day that he might do better than usual. Hadn't he done well enough, so far as that went, in being exactly so dazzled, and in not having too, as he almost believed, wholly hidden from his host that he felt the latter's plummet? Suddenly, across the garden, he saw little Bilham approach, and it was a part of the fit that was on him that as their eyes met he guessed also his knowledge. If he had said to him on the instant what was uppermost he would have said, "Have I passed? For of course I know one has to pass here." Little Bilham would have reassured him, have told him that he exaggerated, and have adduced happily enough the argument of little Bilham's own very presence, which in truth he could see was as easy a one as Gloriani's own or as Chad's. He himself would perhaps then, after a while, cease to be frightened, would get the point of view for some of the faces, types tremendously alien to Woollett, that he had already begun to take in. Who were they all, the dispersed groups and couples, the ladies even more unlike those of Woollett than the gentlemen? This was the enquiry that, when his young friend had greeted him, he did find himself making. "Oh, they're every one, all sorts and sizes. Of course I mean within limits, though limits down perhaps rather more than limits up. There are always artists. He's beautiful and inimitable to the cher confrère, and then gros bonnets of many kinds, ambassadors, cabinet ministers, bankers, generals, what do I know, even Jews. Above all, always some awfully nice women, and not too many, sometimes an actress, an artist, a great performer, but only when they're not monsters, and in particular the right femme du monde. You can fancy his history on that side. I believe it's fabulous. They never give him up. Yet he keeps them down. No one knows how he manages. It's too beautiful and bland. Never too many, and a mighty good thing too. Just a perfect choice. But there are not in any way many bores. It has always been so. He has some secret. It's extraordinary. And you don't find it out. He's the same to every one. He doesn't ask questions." "Ah, doesn't he?" Strether laughed. Bilham met it with all his candour. "How then should I be here?" "Oh for what you tell me. You're part of the perfect choice." Well, the young man took in the scene. It seems rather good to-day." Strether followed the direction of his eyes. "Are they all, this time, femmes du monde?" Little Bilham showed his competence. "Pretty well." This was a category our friend had a feeling for, a light, romantic and mysterious, on the feminine element, in which he enjoyed for a little watching it. "Are there any Poles?" His companion considered. "I think I make out a Portuguese, but I've seen Turks." Strether wondered, desiring justice. "They seem, all the women, very harmonious." "Oh in closer quarters they come out." And then while Strether was aware of fearing closer quarters, though giving himself again to the harmonies, "Well," little Bilham went on, "it is at the worst rather good, you know. If you like it, you feel it this way, that shows you're not in the least out. But you always know things," he handsomely added, "immediately." Strether liked it and felt it only too much. "So, I say, don't lay traps for me," he rather helplessly murmured. "Well," his companion returned, "he's wonderfully kind to us." "To us Americans, you mean?" "Oh no, he doesn't know anything about that. That's half the battle here, that you can never hear politics. We don't talk them, I mean to poor young wretches of all sorts. And yet it's always as charming as this. It's as if by something in the air our squalor didn't show. It puts us all back, into the last century." "I'm afraid," Strether said, amused, "that it puts me rather forward. Oh ever so far." "Into the next. But isn't that only," little Bilham asked, "because you're really of the century before?" "The century before the last? Thank you!" Strether laughed. "If I ask you about some of the ladies it can't be then that I may hope, as such a specimen of the rococo, to please them." "On the contrary, they adore, we all adore here, the rococo. And where is there a better setting for it than the whole thing, the pavilion and the garden together? There are lots of people with collections," little Bilham smiled as he glanced round. "You'll be secured." It made Strether for a moment give himself again to contemplation. There were faces he scarce knew what to make of. Were they charming or were they only strange? He mightn't talk politics, yet he suspected a Pole or two. The upshot was the question at the back of his head from the moment his friend had joined them. "Have Madame de Vionnet and her daughter arrived?" "I haven't seen them yet, but Miss Gostrey has come. She's in the pavilion looking at objects. One can see she's a collector," little Bilham added without offence. "Oh yes, she's a collector, and I knew she was to come. Is Madame de Vionnet a collector?" Strether went on. "Rather, I believe, almost celebrated." The young man met, on it, a little, his friend's eyes. "I happen to know, from Chad whom I saw last night, that they've come back, but only yesterday. He wasn't sure up to the last. This, accordingly," little Bilham went on, "will be, if they are here, their first appearance after their return." Strether very quickly turned these things over. "Chad told you last night? To me, on our way here, he said nothing about it." "But did you ask him?" Strether did him the justice. "I dare say not." "Well," said little Bilham, "you're not a person to whom it's easy to tell things you don't want to know. Though it is easy, I admit, it's quite beautiful," he benevolently added, "when you do want to." Strether looked at him with an indulgence that matched his intelligence. "Is that the deep reasoning on which, about these ladies, you've been yourself so silent?" Little Bilham considered the depth of his reasoning. "I haven't been silent. I spoke of you to them the other day, the day we sat down after Chad's tea party." Strether came round to it. "They then are the virtuous attachment?" "I can only tell you that it's what they pass for. But isn't that enough? What more than a vain appearance does the wisest of us know? I commend you," the young man declared with a pleasant emphasis, "the vain appearance." Strether looked more widely round, and what he saw from face to face deepened the effect of his young friend's words. "Is it so good?" "Magnificent." Strether had a pause. "The husband's dead?" "Dear no. Alive." "Oh," said Strether. After which, as his companion laughed, "How then can it be so good?" "You'll see for yourself. One does see." "Chad's in love with the daughter?" "That's what I mean." Strether wondered. "Then where's the difficulty?" "Why, aren't you and I, with our grander bolder ideas—" "Oh mine!" Strether said rather strangely. But then, as if to attenuate, "You mean they won't hear of Woollett?" Little Bilham smiled. "Isn't that just what you must see about?" It had brought them, as she caught the last words, into relation with Miss Barrace, whom Strether had already observed, as he had never before seen a lady at a party, moving about alone. Coming within sound of them she had already spoken, and she took again, through her long-handled glass, all her amused and amusing possession. "How much, poor Mr. Strether, you seem to have to see about! But you can't say," she gaily declared, "that I don't do what I can to help you. Mr. Waymarsh is placed. I've left him in the house with Miss Gostrey." "The way," little Bilham exclaimed, "Mr. Strether gets the ladies to work for him! He's just preparing to draw in another, to pounce, don't you see him, on Madame de Vionnet." "Madame de Vionnet? Oh, oh, oh!" Miss Barrace cried in a wonderful crescendo. There was more in it, our friend made out, than met the ear. Was it after all a joke that he should be serious about anything? He envied Miss Barrace at any rate her power of not being. She seemed, with little cries and protests and quick recognitions, movements like the darts of some fine high-feathered free-pecking bird, to stand before life as before some full shop window. You could fairly hear, as she selected and pointed, the tap of her tortoise-shell against the glass. "It's certain that we do need seeing about, only I'm glad it's not I who have to do it. One does, no doubt, begin the way, then suddenly one finds that one has given it up. It's too much, it's too difficult. You're wonderful, you people," she continued to Strether, "for not feeling those things, by which I mean impossibilities. You never feel them. You face them with a fortitude that makes it a lesson to watch you." "Ah but," little Bilham put it with discouragement, "what do we achieve after all? We see about you and report, when we even go so far as reporting, but nothing's done." "Oh you Mr. Bilham," she replied with an impatient rap on the glass, "you're not worth sixpence. You come over to convert the savages, for I know you verily did, I remember you, and the savages simply convert you." "Not even," the young man woefully confessed. "They haven't gone through that form. They've simply, the cannibals, eaten me. Converted me if you like, but converted me into food. I'm but the bleached bones of a Christian." "Well then, there we are. Only"—and Miss Barrace appealed again to Strether—"don't let it discourage you. You'll break down soon enough, but you'll meanwhile have had your moments. Il faut en avoir. I always like to see you while you last. And I'll tell you who will last." "Waymarsh?" He had already taken her up. She laughed out as at the alarm of it. "He'll resist even Miss Gostrey. So grand is it not to understand. He's wonderful." "He is indeed," Strether conceded. "He wouldn't tell me of this affair, only said that he had an engagement, but with such a gloom, you must let me insist, as if it had been an engagement to be hanged. Then silently and secretly he turns up here with you. Do you call that lasting?" "Oh I hope it's lasting," Miss Barrace said. "But he only, at the best, bears with me. He doesn't understand, not one little scrap. He's delightful, he's wonderful," she repeated. "Michelangelesque," little Bilham completed her meaning. "He is a success. Moses on the ceiling brought down to the floor, overwhelming, colossal, but somehow portable." "Certainly, if you mean by portable," she returned, "looking so well in one's carriage. He's too funny beside me in his corner. He looks like somebody foreign and famous, en exil, so that people wonder—it's very amusing—whom I'm talking about. I show him Paris, show him everything, and he never turns a hair. He's like the Indian chief one reads about who, when he comes up to Washington to see the Great Father, stands wrapped in his blanket and gives no sign. I might be the Great Father, from the way he takes everything." She was delighted at this hit of her identity with that personage. It fitted so her character. She declared it was the title she meant henceforth to adopt. "And the way he sits, too, in the corner of my room, only looking at my visitors very hard and as if he wanted to start something. They wonder what he does want to start. But he's wonderful," Miss Barrace once more insisted. "He has never started anything yet." It presented him, none the less, in truth, to her actual friends, who looked at each other in intelligence, with frank amusement on Bilham's part and a shade of sadness on Strether's. Strether's sadness sprang, for the image had its grandeur, from his thinking how little he himself was wrapped in his blanket, how little in marble halls, all too oblivious of the great father, he resembled a really majestic aboriginal. But he had also another reflection. You've all of you here so much visual sense that you somehow all run to it. There are moments when it strikes me you haven't any other. Any moral, little Bilham explained, watching serenely across the garden the several femmes du monde. But Miss Barrace has a moral distinction, he kindly continued, speaking as if for Strether's benefit not less than for her own. "Have you?" Strether, scarce knowing what he was about, asked of her almost eagerly. "Oh not a distinction." She was mightily amused at his tone. "Mr. Bilham's too good. But I think I may say a sufficiency. Yes, a sufficiency. Have you supposed strange things of me?" And she fixed him again, through all her tortoise shell, with the droll interest of it. "You are all indeed wonderful. I should awfully disappoint you. I do take my stand on my sufficiency. But I know, I confess," she went on, "strange people. I don't know how it happens. I don't do it on purpose. It seems to be my doom, as if I were always one of their habits. It's wonderful. I dare say, moreover," she pursued with an interested gravity, "that I do, that we all do here, run too much to mere eye. But how can it be helped? We're all looking at each other, and in the light of Paris one sees what things resemble. That's what the light of Paris seems always to show. It's the fault of the light of Paris. Dear old light." "Dear old Paris," little Bilham echoed. "Everything, every one shows," Miss Barrace went on. "But for what they really are?" Strether asked. "Oh I like your Boston 'reallys.' But sometimes, yes." "Dear old Paris then," Strether resignedly sighed, while for a moment they looked at each other. Then he broke out. "Does Madame de Vionnet do that? I mean really show for what she is?" Her answer was prompt. "She's charming. She's perfect." "Then why did you a minute ago say 'Oh, oh, oh' at her name?" She easily remembered. "Why just because she's wonderful." "Ah she too?" Strether had almost a groan. But Miss Barrace had meanwhile perceived relief. "Why not put your question straight to the person who can answer it best?" "No," said little Bilham, "don't put any question. Wait rather. It will be much more fun, to judge for yourself. He has come to take you to her." End of Book Fifth, Chapter 1. Book Fifth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. On which Strether saw that Chad was again at hand, and he afterwards scarce knew, absurd as it may seem, what had then quickly occurred. The moment concerned him, he felt, more deeply than he could have explained, and he had a subsequent passage of speculation as to whether, on walking off with Chad, he hadn't looked either pale or red. The only thing he was clear about was that luckily nothing indiscreet had in fact been said, and that Chad himself was more than ever, in Miss Barrace's great sense, wonderful. It was one of the connections, though really why it should be, after all, was none so apparent, in which the whole change in him came out as most striking. Strether recalled as they approached the house that he had impressed him that first night as knowing how to enter a box. Well, he impressed him scarce less now as knowing how to make a presentation. It did something for Strether's own quality, marked it as estimated, so that our poor friend, conscious and passive, really seemed to feel himself quite handed over and delivered, absolutely, as he would have said, made a present of, given away. As they reached the house a young woman, about to come forth, appeared, unaccompanied, on the steps. At the exchange with whom of a word on Chad's part, Strether immediately perceived that, obligingly, kindly, she was there to meet them. Chad had left her in the house, but she had afterwards come half-way and then the next moment had joined them in the garden. Her air of youth, for Strether, was at first almost disconcerting, while his second impression was, not less sharply, a degree of relief at there not having just been, with the others, any freedom used about her. It was upon him at a touch that she was no subject for that, and meanwhile, on Chad's introducing him, she had spoken to him very simply and gently, in an English clearly of the easiest to her, yet unlike any other he had ever heard. It wasn't as if she tried. Nothing, he could see after they had been a few minutes together, was as if she tried. But her speech, charming, correct and odd, was like a precaution against her passing for a Pole. There were precautions, he seemed indeed to see, only when there were really dangers. Later on he was to feel many more of them, but by that time he was to feel other things besides. She was dressed in black, but in black that struck him as light and transparent. She was exceedingly fair, and though she was as markedly slim, her face had a roundness, with eyes far apart and a little strange. Her smile was natural and dim, her hat not extravagant. He had only perhaps a sense of the clink, beneath her fine black sleeves, of more gold bracelets and bangles than he had ever seen a lady wear. Chad was excellently free and light about their encounter. It was one of the occasions on which Strether most wished he himself might have arrived at such ease and such humour. "Here you are then face to face at last, you're made for each other, vous allez voir, and I bless your union." It was indeed, after he had gone off, as if he had been partly serious too. This latter motion had been determined by an inquiry from him about Jeanne, to which her mother had replied that she was probably still in the house with Miss Gostrey, to whom she had lately committed her. "Ah but you know," the young man had said, "he must see her." With which, while Strether pricked up his ears, he had started as if to bring her, leaving the other objects of his interest together. Strether wondered whether to find Miss Gostrey already involved, feeling that he had missed a link, but feeling also, with small delay, how much he should like to talk with her of Madame de Vionnet on this basis of evidence. The evidence as yet in truth was meagre, which, for that matter, was perhaps a little why his expectation had had a drop. There was somehow not quite a wealth in her, and a wealth was all that, in his simplicity, he had definitely prefigured. Still, it was too much to be sure already that there was but a poverty. They moved away from the house, and with eyes on a bench at some distance he proposed that they should sit down. "I've heard a great deal about you," she said as they went, but he had an answer to it that made her stop short. "Well, about you, Madame de Vionnet, I've heard, I'm bound to say, almost nothing." Those struck him as the only words he himself could utter with any lucidity, conscious as he was, and as with more reason, of the determination to be in respect to the rest of his business perfectly plain and to go perfectly straight. It hadn't at any rate been in the least his idea to spy on Chad's proper freedom. It was possibly, however, at this very instant, and under the impression of Madame de Vionnet's pause, that going straight began to announce itself as a matter for care. She had only after all to smile at him ever so gently in order to make him ask himself if he weren't already going crooked. It might be going crooked to find it of a sudden just only clear that she intended very definitely to be what he would have called nice to him. This was what passed between them while, for another instant, they stood still. He couldn't at least remember afterwards what else it might have been. The thing indeed really unmistakable was its rolling over him as a wave that he had been, in conditions incalculable and unimaginable, a subject of discussion. He had been, on some ground that concerned her, answered for, which gave her an advantage he should never be able to match. "Hasn't Miss Gostrey," she asked, "said a good word for me?" What had struck him first was the way he was bracketed with that lady, and he wondered what account Chad would have given of their acquaintance. Something not as yet traceable, at all events, had obviously happened. "I didn't even know of her knowing you." "Well, now she'll tell you all. I'm so glad you're in relation with her." This was one of the things, the all Miss Gostrey would now tell him, that, with every deference to present preoccupation, was uppermost for Strether after they had taken their seat. One of the others was, at the end of 5 minutes, that she, oh incontestably, yes, differed less, differed, that is, scarcely at all, well, superficially speaking, from Mrs. Newsome or even from Mrs. Pocock. She was ever so much younger than the one and not so young as the other, but what was there in her, if anything, that would have made it impossible he should meet her at Woollett? And wherein was her talk during their moments on the bench together not the same as would have been found adequate for a Woollett garden party? Unless perhaps truly in not being quite so bright. She observed to him that Mr. Newsome had, to her knowledge, taken extraordinary pleasure in his visit, but there was no good lady at Woollett who wouldn't have been at least up to that. Was there in Chad, by chance, after all, deep down, a principle of aboriginal loyalty that had made him, for sentimental ends, attach himself to elements, happily encountered, that would remind him most of the old air and the old soil? Why accordingly be in a flutter—Strether could even put it that way—about this unfamiliar phenomenon of the femme du monde? On these terms Mrs. Newsome herself was as much of one. Little Bilham verily had testified that they came out, the ladies of the type, in close quarters, but it was just in these quarters, now comparatively close, that he felt Madame de Vionnet's common humanity. She did come out, and certainly to his relief, but she came out as the usual thing. There might be motives behind, but so could there often be even at Woollett. The only thing was that if she showed him she wished to like him, as the motives behind might conceivably prompt, it would possibly have been more thrilling for him that she should have shown as more vividly alien. Ah, she was neither Turk nor Pole, which would be indeed flat once more for Mrs. Newsome and Mrs. Pocock. A lady and 2 gentlemen had meanwhile, however, approached their bench, and this accident stayed for the time further developments. They presently addressed his companions, the brilliant strangers. She rose to speak to them, and Strether noted how the escorted lady, though mature and by no means beautiful, had more of the bold high look, the range of expensive reference, that he had, as might have been said, made his plans for. Madame de Vionnet greeted her as Duchesse, and was greeted in turn, while talk started in French, as "ma toute belle," little facts that had their due, their vivid interest for Strether. Madame de Vionnet didn't, none the less, introduce him, a note he was conscious of as false to the Woollett scale and the Woollett humanity, though it didn't prevent the Duchess, who struck him as confident and free, very much what he had obscurely supposed duchesses, from looking at him as straight and as hard, for it was hard, as if she would have liked, all the same, to know him. "Oh yes, my dear, it's all right, it's me, and who are you, with your interesting wrinkles and your most effective—is it the handsomest, is it the ugliest—of noses?" Some such loose handful of bright flowers she seemed fragrantly enough to fling at him. Strether almost wondered—at such a pace was he going—if some divination of the influence of either party were what determined Madame de Vionnet's abstention. One of the gentlemen, in any case, succeeded in placing himself in close relation with our friend's companion, a gentleman rather stout and importantly short, in a hat with a wonderful wide curl to its brim and a frock coat buttoned with an effect of superlative decision. His French had quickly turned to equal English, and it occurred to Strether that he might well be one of the ambassadors. His design was evidently to assert a claim to Madame de Vionnet's undivided countenance, and he made it good in the course of a minute, led her away with a trick of 3 words, a trick played with a social art of which Strether, looking after them as the 4, whose backs were now all turned, moved off, felt himself no master. He sank again upon his bench, and while his eyes followed the party, reflected, as he had done before, on Chad's strange communities. He sat there alone for 5 minutes with plenty to think of, above all with his sense of having suddenly been dropped by a charming woman, overlaid now by other impressions and in fact quite cleared and indifferent. He hadn't yet had so quiet a surrender. He didn't in the least care if nobody spoke to him any more. He might have been, by his attitude, in for something of a march so broad that the want of ceremony with which he had just been used could fall into its place as but a minor incident of the procession. Besides, there would be incidents enough, as he felt when this term of contemplation was closed by the reappearance of little Bilham, who stood before him a moment with a suggestive "Well?" in which he saw himself reflected as disorganised, as possibly floored. He replied with a "Well?" intended to show that he wasn't floored in the least. No indeed. He gave it out as the young man sat down beside him that if at the worst he had been overturned at all he had been overturned into the upper air, the sublimer element with which he had an affinity and in which he might be trusted a while to float. It wasn't a descent to earth to say after an instant, and in sustained response to the reference, "You're quite sure her husband's living?" "Oh dear, yes." "Ah then—" "Ah then what?" Strether had after all to think. "Well, I'm sorry for them." But it didn't for the moment matter more than that. He assured his young friend he was quite content. They wouldn't stir, were all right as they were. He didn't want to be introduced, had been introduced already about as far as he could go. He had seen moreover an immensity, liked Gloriani, who, as Miss Barrace kept saying, was wonderful, had made out, he was sure, the half-dozen other men who were distinguished, the artists, the critics, and oh the great dramatist. Him it was easy to spot. But wanted—no thanks really, to talk with none of them, having nothing at all to say and finding it would do beautifully as it was, do beautifully because what it was, well, was just simply too late. And when, after this, little Bilham, submissive and responsive, but with an eye to the consolation nearest, easily threw off some "better late than never," all he got in return for it was a sharp "better early than late." This note indeed, the next thing, overflowed for Strether into a quiet stream of demonstration that as soon as he had let himself go he felt as the real relief. It had consciously gathered to a head, but the reservoir had filled sooner than he knew, and his companion's touch was to make the waters spread. There were some things that had to come in time if they were to come at all. If they didn't come in time they were lost for ever. It was the general sense of them that had overwhelmed him with its long slow rush. "It's not too late for you, on any side, and you don't strike me as in danger of missing the train. Besides which people can be in general pretty well trusted, of course, with the clock of their freedom ticking as loud as it seems to do here, to keep an eye on the fleeting hour. All the same, don't forget that you're young, blessedly young. Be glad of it, on the contrary, and live up to it. Live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular so long as you have your life. If you haven't had that, what have you had? This place and these impressions, mild as you may find them to wind a man up so, all my impressions of Chad and of people I've seen at his place, well, have had their abundant message for me, have just dropped that into my mind. I see it now. I haven't done so enough before, and now I'm old. Too old at any rate for what I see. Oh I do see at least, and more than you'd believe or I can express. It's too late. And it's as if the train had fairly waited at the station for me without my having had the gumption to know it was there. Now I hear its faint receding whistle miles and miles down the line. What one loses, one loses. Make no mistake about that. The affair, I mean the affair of life, couldn't, no doubt, have been different for me, for it's at best a tin mould, either fluted and embossed, with ornamental excrescences, or else smooth and dreadfully plain, into which a helpless jelly, one's consciousness, is poured, so that one takes the form, as the great cook says, and is more or less compactly held by it. One lives in fine as one can. Still one has the illusion of freedom. Therefore don't be, like me, without the memory of that illusion. I was either at the right time too stupid or too intelligent to have it. I don't quite know which. Of course at present I'm a case of reaction against the mistake, and the voice of reaction should no doubt always be taken with an allowance. But that doesn't affect the point that the right time is now yours. The right time is any time that one is still so lucky as to have. You've plenty. That's the great thing. You're, as I say, damn you, so happily and hatefully young. Don't at any rate miss things out of stupidity. Of course I don't take you for a fool, or I shouldn't be addressing you thus awfully. Do what you like so long as you don't make my mistake, for it was a mistake. Live." Slowly and sociably, with full pauses and straight dashes, Strether had so delivered himself, holding little Bilham from step to step deeply and gravely attentive. The end of all was that the young man had turned quite solemn, and that this was a contradiction of the innocent gaiety the speaker had wished to promote. He watched for a moment the consequence of his words, and then, laying a hand on his listener's knee and as if to end with the proper joke, "And now for the eye I shall keep on you." "Oh but I don't know that I want to be, at your age, too different from you." "Ah prepare while you're about it," said Strether, "to be more amusing." Little Bilham continued to think, but at last had a smile. "Well, you are amusing—to me." "Impayable, as you say, no doubt. But what am I to myself?" Strether had risen with this, giving his attention now to an encounter that, in the middle of the garden, was in the act of taking place between their host and the lady at whose side Madame de Vionnet had quitted him. This lady, who appeared within a few minutes to have left her friends, awaited Gloriani's eager approach with words on her lips that Strether couldn't catch, but of which her interesting witty face seemed to give him the echo. He was sure she was prompt and fine, but also that she had met her match, and he liked, in the light of what he was quite sure was the Duchess's latent insolence, the good humour with which the great artist asserted equal resources. Were they, this pair, of the great world? And was he himself, for the moment, and thus related to them by his observation, in it? Then there was something in the great world covertly tigerish, which came to him across the lawn, and in the charming air as a waft from the jungle. Yet it made him admire most of the two, made him envy the glossy male tiger, magnificently marked. These absurdities of the stirred sense, fruits of suggestion ripening on the instant, were all reflected in his next words to little Bilham. "I know, if we talk of that, whom I should enjoy being like." Little Bilham followed his eyes, but then as with a shade of knowing surprise. "Gloriani?" Our friend had in fact already hesitated, though not on the hint of his companion's doubt, in which there were depths of critical reserve. He had just made out, in the now full picture, something and somebody else; another impression had been superimposed. A young girl in a white dress and a softly plumed white hat had suddenly come into view, and what was presently clear was that her course was toward them. What was clearer still was that the handsome young man at her side was Chad Newsome, and what was clearest of all was that she was therefore Mademoiselle de Vionnet, and that she was unmistakably pretty, bright, gentle, shy, happy, wonderful, and that Chad now, with a consummate calculation of effect, was about to present her to his old friend's vision. What was clearest of all indeed was something much more than this, something at the single stroke of which, and wasn't it simply juxtaposition? All vagueness vanished. It was the click of a spring. He saw the truth. He had by this time also met Chad's look. There was more of it in that, and the truth accordingly, so far as Bilham's inquiry was concerned, had thrust in the answer. Oh Chad! It was that rare youth he should have enjoyed being like. The virtuous attachment would be all therefore before him. The virtuous attachment would be in the very act of appeal for his blessing. Jeanne de Vionnet, this charming creature, would be exquisitely, intensely, now, the object of it. Chad brought her straight up to him, and Chad was, oh yes, at this moment, for the glory of Woollett or whatever, better still even than Gloriani. He had plucked this blossom, he had kept it overnight in water, and at last as he held it up to wonder he did enjoy his effect. That was why Strether had felt at first the breath of calculation, and why moreover, as he now knew, his look at the girl would be, for the young man, a sign of the latter's success. What young man had ever paraded about that way, without a reason, a maiden in her flower? and there was nothing in his reason at present obscure. Her type sufficiently told of it. They wouldn't, they couldn't want her to go to Woollett. Poor Woollett, and what it might miss! Though brave Chad indeed too, and what it might gain. Brave Chad, however, had just excellently spoken. "This is a good little friend of mine who knows all about you and has moreover a message for you. And this, my dear"—he had turned to the child herself—"is the best man in the world, who has it in his power to do a great deal for us, and whom I want you to like and revere as nearly as possible as much as I do." She stood there quite pink, a little frightened, prettier and prettier, and not a bit like her mother. There was in this last particular no resemblance but that of youth to youth, and here was in fact suddenly Strether's sharpest impression. It went wondering, dazed, embarrassed, back to the woman he had just been talking with. It was a revelation in the light of which he already saw she would become more interesting. So slim and fresh and fair, she had yet put forth this perfection; so that for really believing it of her, for seeing her to any such developed degree as a mother, comparison would be urgent. Well, what was it now but fairly thrust upon him? "Mamma wishes me to tell you before we go," the girl said, "that she hopes very much you'll come to see us very soon. She has something important to say to you." "She quite reproaches herself," Chad helpfully explained. "You were interesting her so much when she accidentally suffered you to be interrupted." "Ah don't mention it," Strether murmured, looking kindly from one to the other and wondering at many things. "And I'm to ask you for myself," Jeanne continued with her hands clasped together as if in some small learnt prayer, "I'm to ask you for myself if you won't positively come." "Leave it to me, my dear, I'll take care of it," Chad genially declared in answer to this, while Strether himself almost held his breath. What was in the girl was indeed too soft, too unknown for direct dealing, so that one could only gaze at it as at a picture, quite staying one's own hand. But with Chad he was now on ground. Chad he could meet; so pleasant a confidence in that, and in everything did the young man freely exhale. There was the whole of a story in his tone to his companion, and he spoke indeed as if already of the family. It made Strether guess the more quickly what it might be about which Madame de Vionnet was so urgent. Having seen him then she had found him easy. She wished to have it out with him that some way for the young people must be discovered, some way that would not impose as a condition the transplantation of her daughter. He already saw himself discussing with this lady the attractions of Woollett as a residence for Chad's companion. Was that youth going now to trust her with the affair, so that it would be after all with one of his lady friends that his mother's missionary should be condemned to deal? It was quite as if for an instant the two men looked at each other on this question. But there was no mistaking at last Chad's pride in the display of such a connexion. This was what had made him so carry himself while, 3 minutes before, he was bringing it into view, what had caused his friend, first catching sight of him, to be so struck with his air. It was, in a word, just when he thus finally felt Chad putting things straight off on him that he envied him, as he had mentioned to little Bilham, most. The whole exhibition, however, was but a matter of 3 or 4 minutes, and the author of it had soon explained that as Madame de Vionnet was immediately going on, this could be for Jeanne but a snatch. They would all meet again soon, and Strether was meanwhile to stay and amuse himself. "I'll pick you up again in plenty of time." He took the girl off as he had brought her, and Strether, with the faint sweet foreignness of his "Au revoir, monsieur," in his ears as a note almost unprecedented, watched them recede side by side, and felt how, once more, her companion's relation to her got an accent from it. They disappeared among the others and apparently into the house, whereupon our friend turned round to give out to little Bilham the conviction of which he was full. But there was no little Bilham any more. Little Bilham had, within the few moments, for reasons of his own, proceeded further, a circumstance by which, in its order, Strether was also sensibly affected. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 2. Book Fifth, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chad was not, in fact, on this occasion to keep his promise of coming back, but Miss Gostrey had soon presented herself with an explanation of his failure. There had been reasons at the last for his going off with ces dames, and he had asked her with much instance to come out and take charge of their friend. She did so, Strether felt, as she took her place beside him, in a manner that left nothing to desire. He had dropped back on his bench, alone again for a time, and the more conscious for little Bilham's defection of his unexpressed thought, in respect to which, however, this next converser was a still more capacious vessel. "It's the child," he had exclaimed to her almost as soon as she appeared, and though her direct response was for some time delayed, he could feel in her meanwhile the working of this truth. It might have been simply, as she waited, that they were now in presence altogether of truth spreading like a flood, and not for the moment to be offered her in the mere cupful; inasmuch as who should ces dames prove to be but persons about whom, once thus face to face with them, she found she might from the first have told him almost everything? This would have freely come had he taken the simple precaution of giving her their name. There could be no better example, and she appeared to note it with high amusement, than the way, making things out already so much for himself, he was at last throwing precautions to the winds. They were neither more nor less, she and the child's mother, than old school friends, friends who had scarcely met for years, but whom this unlooked-for chance had brought together with a rush. It was a relief, Miss Gostrey hinted, to feel herself no longer groping. She was unaccustomed to grope and, as a general thing, he might well have seen, made straight enough for her clue. With the one she had now picked up in her hands there need be at least no waste of wonder. "She's coming to see me. That's for you," Strether's counsellor continued, "but I don't require it to know where I am." The waste of wonder might be proscribed, but Strether, characteristically, was even by this time in the immensity of space. "By which you mean that you know where she is?" She just hesitated. "I mean that if she comes to see me I shall, now that I've pulled myself round a bit after the shock, not be at home." Strether hung poised. "You call it, your recognition, a shock?" She gave one of her rare flickers of impatience. "It was a surprise, an emotion. Don't be so literal. I wash my hands of her." Poor Strether's face lengthened. "She's impossible?" "She's even more charming than I remembered her." "Then what's the matter?" She had to think how to put it. "Well, I'm impossible. It's impossible. Everything's impossible." He looked at her an instant. "I see where you're coming out. Everything's possible." Their eyes had on it in fact an exchange of some duration; after which he pursued: "Isn't it that beautiful child?" Then as she still said nothing: "Why don't you mean to receive her?" Her answer in an instant rang clear: "Because I wish to keep out of the business." It provoked in him a weak wail. "You're going to abandon me now?" "No, I'm only going to abandon her. She'll want me to help her with you, and I won't." "You'll only help me with her? Well then—" Most of the persons previously gathered had, in the interest of tea, passed into the house, and they had the gardens mainly to themselves. The shadows were long, the last call of the birds, who had made a home of their own in the noble interspaced quarter, sounded from the high trees in the other gardens as well, those of the old convent and of the old hôtel. It was as if our friends had waited for the full charm to come out. Strether's impressions were still present. It was as if something had happened that nailed them, had made them more intense; but he was to ask himself soon afterwards, that evening, what really had happened, conscious as he could after all remain that for a gentleman taken, and taken the first time, into the great world, the world of ambassadors and duchesses, the items made a meagre total. It was nothing new to him, however, as we know, that a man might have, at all events such a man as he, an amount of experience out of any proportion to his adventures; so that though it was doubtless no great adventure to sit on there with Miss Gostrey and hear about Madame de Vionnet, the hour, the picture, the immediate, the recent, the possible, as well as the communication itself, not a note of which failed to reverberate, only gave the moments more of the taste of history. It was history, to begin with, that Jeanne's mother had been, 23 years before, at Geneva, schoolmate and good girl-friend to Maria Gostrey, who had moreover enjoyed since then, though interruptedly, and above all with a long recent drop, other glimpses of her. 23 years put them both on, no doubt, and Madame de Vionnet, though she had married straight after school, couldn't be to-day an hour less than 38. This made her 10 years older than Chad, though 10 years also, if Strether liked, older than she looked; the least, at any rate, that a prospective mother-in-law could be expected to do with. She would be of all mothers-in-law the most charming, unless indeed, through some perversity as yet insupposable, she should utterly belie herself in that relation. There was none surely in which, as Maria remembered her, she mustn't be charming; and this frankly in spite of the stigma of failure in the tie where failure always most showed. It was no test there; when indeed was it a test there? For Monsieur de Vionnet had been a brute. She had lived for years apart from him, which was of course always a horrid position; but Miss Gostrey's impression of the matter had been that she could scarce have made a better thing of it had she done it on purpose to show she was amiable. She was so amiable that nobody had had a word to say, which was luckily not the case for her husband. He was so impossible that she had the advantage of all her merits. It was still history for Strether that the Comte de Vionnet, it being also history that the lady in question was a countess, should now, under Miss Gostrey's sharp touch, rise before him as a high distinguished polished impertinent reprobate, the product of a mysterious order. It was history, further, that the charming girl so freely sketched by his companion should have been married out of hand by a mother, another figure of striking outline, full of dark personal motive. It was perhaps history most of all that this company was, as a matter of course, governed by such considerations as put divorce out of the question. Ces gens-là don't divorce, you know, any more than they emigrate or abjure. They think it impious and vulgar; a fact in the light of which they seemed but the more richly special. It was all special; it was all, for Strether's imagination, more or less rich. The girl at the Genevese school, an isolated, interesting, attaching creature, then both sensitive and violent, audacious but always forgiven, was the daughter of a French father and an English mother, who, early left a widow, had married again, tried afresh with the foreigner, in her career with whom she had apparently given her child no example of comfort. All these people, the people of the English mother's side, had been of condition more or less eminent, yet with oddities and disparities that had often since made Maria, thinking them over, wonder what they really quite rhymed to. It was in any case her belief that the mother, interested and prone to adventure, had been without conscience, had only thought of ridding herself most quickly of a possible, an actual encumbrance. The father, by her impression, a Frenchman with a name one knew, had been a different matter, leaving his child, she clearly recalled, a memory all fondness, as well as an assured little fortune which was unluckily to make her more or less a prey later on. She had been in particular at school dazzlingly, though quite booklessly, clever, as polyglot as a little Jewess, which she wasn't, oh no, and chattering French, English, German, Italian, anything one would, in a way that made a clean sweep, if not of prizes and parchments, at least of every part, whether memorised or improvised, in the curtained, costumed school repertory, and in especial of all mysteries of race and vagueness of reference, all swagger about home among their variegated mates. It would doubtless be difficult to-day, as between French and English, to name her and place her. She would certainly show, on knowledge, Miss Gostrey felt, as one of those convenient types who don't keep you explaining, minds with doors as numerous as the many-tongued cluster of confessionals at St. Peter's. You might confess to her with confidence in Rumelian, and even Rumelian sins. Therefore? But Strether's narrator covered her implication with a laugh. a laugh by which his betrayal of a sense of the lurid in the picture was also perhaps sufficiently protected. He had a moment of wondering, while his friend went on, what sins might be especially Roumelian. She went on at all events to the mention of her having met the young thing, again by some Swiss lake, in her first married state, which had appeared for the few intermediate years not at least violently disturbed. She had been lovely at that moment, delightful to her, full of responsive emotion, of amused recognitions and amusing reminders, and then once more, much later, after a long interval, equally but differently charming, touching and rather mystifying for the 5 minutes of an encounter at a railway station en province, during which it had come out that her life was all changed. Miss Gostrey had understood enough to see essentially what had happened, and yet had beautifully dreamed that she was herself faultless. There were doubtless depths in her, but she was all right. Strether would see if she wasn't. She was another person, however, that had been promptly marked, from the small child of nature at the Geneva school, a little person quite made over, as foreign women were compared with American, by marriage. Her situation too had evidently cleared itself up. There would have been, all that was possible, a judicial separation. She had settled in Paris, brought up her daughter, steered her boat. It was no very pleasant boat, especially there to be in. But Marie de Vionnet would have headed straight. She would have friends, certainly, and very good ones. There she was at all events, and it was very interesting, her knowing Mr. Chad didn't in the least prove she hadn't friends. What it proved was what good ones he had. "I saw that," said Miss Gostrey, "that night at the Français. It came out for me in 3 minutes. I saw her or somebody like her. And so," she immediately added, "did you." "Oh no, not anybody like her," Strether laughed. "But you mean," he as promptly went on, "that she has had such an influence on him?" Miss Gostrey was on her feet. It was time for them to go. "She has brought him up for her daughter." Their eyes, as so often in candid conference, through their settled glasses, met over it long; after which Strether's again took in the whole place. They were quite alone there now. "Mustn't she rather, in the time then, have rushed it?" "Ah she won't of course have lost an hour. But that's just the good mother, the good French one. You must remember that of her, that as a mother she's French, and that for them there's a special providence. It precisely, however, that she mayn't have been able to begin as far back as she'd have liked, makes her grateful for aid." Strether took this in as they slowly moved to the house on their way out. "She counts on me then to put the thing through?" "Yes, she counts on you. Oh, and first of all, of course," Miss Gostrey added, "on her, well, convincing you." "Ah," her friend returned, "she caught Chad young." "Yes, but there are women who are for all your times of life. They're the most wonderful sort." She had laughed the words out, but they brought her companion, the next thing, to a stand. "Is what you mean that she'll try to make a fool of me?" "Well, I'm wondering what she will, with an opportunity, make." "What do you call," Strether asked, "an opportunity? My going to see her?" "Ah you must go to see her." Miss Gostrey was a trifle evasive. "You can't not do that. You'd have gone to see the other woman, I mean if there had been one, a different sort. It's what you came out for." It might be, but Strether distinguished. "I didn't come out to see this sort." She had a wonderful look at him now. "Are you disappointed she isn't worse?" He for a moment entertained the question, then found for it the frankest of answers. "Yes, if she were worse she'd be better for our purpose. It would be simpler." "Perhaps," she admitted. "But won't this be pleasanter?" "Ah you know," he promptly replied, "I didn't come out. Wasn't that just what you originally reproached me with? For the pleasant." "Precisely. Therefore I say again what I said at first. You must take things as they come. Besides," Miss Gostrey added, "I'm not afraid for myself." "For yourself?" "Of your seeing her. I trust her. There's nothing she'll say about me. In fact there's nothing she can." Strether wondered, little as he had thought of this. Then he broke out. "Oh you women!" There was something in it at which she flushed. "Yes, there we are. We're abysses." At last she smiled. "But I risk her." He gave himself a shake. "Well then, so do I." But he added as they passed into the house that he would see Chad the first thing in the morning. This was, the next day, the more easily effected that the young man, as it happened, even before he was down, turned up at his hotel. Strether took his coffee, by habit, in the public room, but on his descending for this purpose Chad instantly proposed an adjournment to what he called greater privacy. He had himself as yet said nothing. They would sit down somewhere together, and when after a few steps and a turn into the boulevard they had, for their greater privacy, sat down among 20 others, our friend saw in his companion's move a fear of the advent of Waymarsh. It was the first time Chad had to that extent given this personage away, and Strether found himself wondering of what it was symptomatic. He made out in a moment that the youth was in earnest as he hadn't yet seen him, which in its turn threw a ray perhaps a trifle startling on what they had each up to that time been treating as earnestness. It was sufficiently flattering, however, that the real thing, if this was at last the real thing, should have been determined, as appeared, precisely by an accretion of Strether's importance. For this was what it quickly enough came to, that Chad, rising with the lark, had rushed down to let him know while his morning consciousness was as yet young that he had literally made the afternoon before a tremendous impression. Madame de Vionnet couldn't rest till she should have some assurance from him that he would consent again to see her. The announcement was made, across their marble-topped table, while the foam of the hot milk was in their cups and its plash still in the air, with the smile of Chad's easiest urbanity; and this expression of his face caused our friend's doubts to gather on the spot into a challenge of the lips. "See here." That was all. He only for the moment said again, "See here." Chad met it with all his air of straight intelligence, while Strether remembered again that fancy of the first impression of him, the happy young pagan, handsome and hard but oddly indulgent, whose mysterious measure he had under the street lamp tried mentally to take. The young pagan, while a long look passed between them, sufficiently understood. Strether scarce needed at last to say the rest. "I want to know where I am." But he said it, adding before any answer something more. "Are you engaged to be married? Is that your secret? To the young lady?" Chad shook his head with the slow amenity that was one of his ways of conveying that there was time for everything. "I have no secret, though I may have secrets. I haven't at any rate that one. We're not engaged. No." "Then where's the hitch?" "Do you mean why I haven't already started with you?" Chad, beginning his coffee and buttering his roll, was quite ready to explain. "Nothing would have induced me, nothing will still induce me, not to try to keep you here as long as you can be made to stay. It's too visibly good for you." Strether had himself plenty to say about this, but it was amusing also to measure the march of Chad's tone. He had never been more a man of the world, and it was always in his company present to our friend that one was seeing how in successive connections a man of the world acquitted himself. Chad kept it up beautifully. "My idea, voyons, is simply that you should let Madame de Vionnet know you, simply that you should consent to know her. I don't in the least mind telling you that, clever and charming as she is, she's ever so much in my confidence. All I ask of you is to let her talk to you. You've asked me about what you call my hitch, and so far as it goes she'll explain it to you. She's herself my hitch, hang it, if you must really have it all out. But in a sense," he hastened in the most wonderful manner to add, "that you'll quite make out for yourself. She's too good a friend, confound her. Too good, I mean, for me to leave without—" It was his first hesitation. "Without what?" "Well, without my arranging somehow or other the damnable terms of my sacrifice." "It will be a sacrifice then?" "It will be the greatest loss I ever suffered. I owe her so much." It was beautiful, the way Chad said these things, and his plea was now confessedly, quite flagrantly and publicly, interesting. The moment really took on for Strether an intensity. Chad owed Madame de Vionnet so much? What did that do then but clear up the whole mystery? He was indebted for alterations, and she was thereby in a position to have sent in her bill for expenses incurred in reconstruction. What was this at bottom but what had been to be arrived at? Strether sat there arriving at it while he munched toast and stirred his second cup. To do this with the aid of Chad's pleasant earnest face was also to do more besides. No, never before had he been so ready to take him as he was. What was it that had suddenly so cleared up? It was just everybody's character, that is everybody's but, in a measure, his own. Strether felt his character receive for the instant a smutch from all the wrong things he had suspected or believed. The person to whom Chad owed it that he could positively turn out such a comfort to other persons, such a person was sufficiently raised above any breath by the nature of her work and the young man's steady light. All of which was vivid enough to come and go quickly, though indeed in the midst of it Strether could utter a question. "Have I your word of honour that if I surrender myself to Madame de Vionnet you'll surrender yourself to me?" Chad laid his hand firmly on his friend's. "My dear man, you have it." There was, finally, something in his felicity almost embarrassing and oppressive. Strether had begun to fidget under it for the open air and the erect posture. He had signed to the waiter that he wished to pay, and this transaction took some moments, during which he thoroughly felt, while he put down money and pretended—it was quite hollow—to estimate change, that Chad's higher spirit, his youth, his practice, his paganism, his felicity, his assurance, his impudence, whatever it might be, had consciously scored a success. Well, that was all right so far as it went. His sense of the thing in question covered our friend for a minute like a veil through which, as if he had been muffled, he heard his interlocutor ask him if he mightn't take him over about 5. Over was over the river, and over the river was where Madame de Vionnet lived, and 5 was that very afternoon. They got at last out of the place, got out before he answered. He lighted in the street a cigarette, which again gave him more time. But it was already sharp for him that there was no use in time. "What does she propose to do to me?" he had presently demanded. Chad had no delays. "Are you afraid of her?" "Oh immensely. Don't you see it?" "Well," said Chad, "she won't do anything worse to you than make you like her." "It's just of that I'm afraid." "Then it's not fair to me." Strether cast about. "It's fair to your mother." "Oh," said Chad, "are you afraid of her?" "Scarcely less, or perhaps even more. But is this lady against your interests at home?" Strether went on. "Not directly, no doubt, but she's greatly in favour of them here." "And what, here, does she consider them to be?" "Well, good relations." "With herself?" "With herself." "And what is it that makes them so good?" "What? Well, that's exactly what you'll make out if you'll only go, as I'm supplicating you, to see her." Strether stared at him with a little of the wanness, no doubt, that the vision of more "to make out" could scarcely help producing. "I mean how good are they?" "Oh awfully good." Again Strether had faltered, but it was brief. It was all very well, but there was nothing now he wouldn't risk. "Excuse me, but I must really, as I began by telling you, know where I am. Is she bad?" "Bad?" Chad echoed it, but without a shock. "Is that what's implied?" "When relations are good?" Strether felt a little silly, and was even conscious of a foolish laugh at having it imposed on him to have appeared to speak so. What indeed was he talking about? His stare had relaxed; he looked now all round him. But something in him brought him back, though he still didn't know quite how to turn it. The 2 or 3 ways he thought of, and one of them in particular, were even with scruples dismissed too ugly. He none the less at last found something. "Is her life without reproach?" It struck him, directly he had found it, as pompous and priggish; so much so that he was thankful to Chad for taking it only in the right spirit. The young man spoke so immensely to the point that the effect was practically of positive blandness. "Absolutely without reproach. A beautiful life. Allez donc voir." These last words were, in the liberality of their confidence, so imperative that Strether went through no form of assent, but before they separated it had been confirmed that he should be picked up at 4:45. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 3. Book Sixth, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was quite by 5:30, after the two men had been together in Madame de Vionnet's drawing-room not more than a dozen minutes, that Chad, with a look at his watch and then another at their hostess, said genially, gaily, "I've an engagement, and I know you won't complain if I leave him with you. He'll interest you immensely, and as for her," he declared to Strether, "I assure you, if you're at all nervous, she's perfectly safe." He had left them to be embarrassed or not by this guarantee, as they could best manage, and embarrassment was a thing that Strether wasn't at first sure Madame de Vionnet escaped. He escaped it himself, to his surprise, but he had grown used by this time to thinking of himself as brazen. She occupied, his hostess, in the Rue de Bellechasse, the first floor of an old house to which our visitors had had access from an old clean court. The court was large and open, full of revelations for our friend of the habit of privacy, the peace of intervals, the dignity of distances and approaches. The house, to his restless sense, was in the high homely style of an elder day, and the ancient Paris that he was always looking for, sometimes intensely felt, sometimes more acutely missed, was in the immemorial polish of the wide waxed staircase, and in the fine boiserie, the medallions, mouldings, mirrors, great clear spaces, of the greyish-white salon into which he had been shown. He seemed at the very outset to see her in the midst of possessions not vulgarly numerous, but hereditary, cherished, charming. While his eyes turned after a little from those of his hostess, and Chad freely talked, not in the least about him, but about other people, people he didn't know, and quite as if he did know them, he found himself making out, as a background of the occupant, some glory, some prosperity of the First Empire, some Napoleonic glamour, some dim lustre of the great legend, elements clinging still to all the consular chairs and mythological brasses and sphinxes' heads and faded surfaces of satin striped with alternate silk. The place itself went further back, that he guessed, and how old Paris continued in a manner to echo there, but the post-revolutionary period, the world he vaguely thought of as the world of Chateaubriand, of Madame de Staël, even of the young Lamartine, had left its stamp of harps and urns and torches, a stamp impressed on sundry small objects, ornaments and relics. He had never before, to his knowledge, had present to him relics of any special dignity, of a private order, little old miniatures, medallions, pictures, books in leather bindings, pinkish and greenish, with gilt garlands on the back, ranged, together with other promiscuous properties, under the glass of brass-mounted cabinets. His attention took them all tenderly into account. They were among the matters that marked Madame de Vionnet's apartment as something quite different from Miss Gostrey's little museum of bargains and from Chad's lovely home. He recognised it as founded much more on old accumulations that had possibly from time to time shrunken than on any contemporary method of acquisition or form of curiosity. Chad and Miss Gostrey had rummaged and purchased and picked up and exchanged, sifting, selecting, comparing, whereas the mistress of the scene before him, beautifully passive under the spell of transmission from her father's line, he quite made up his mind, had only received, accepted and been quiet. When she hadn't been quiet she had been moved at the most to some occult charity for some fallen fortune. There had been objects she or her predecessors might even conceivably have parted with under need, but Strether couldn't suspect them of having sold old pieces to get better ones. They would have felt no difference as to better or worse. He could but imagine their having felt, perhaps in emigration, in prescription, for his sketch was slight and confused, the pressure of want or the obligation of sacrifice. The pressure of want, whatever might be the case with the other force, was, however, presumably not active now, for the tokens of a chastened ease still abounded after all, many marks of a taste whose discriminations might perhaps have been called eccentric. He guessed at intense little preferences and sharp little exclusions, a deep suspicion of the vulgar and a personal view of the right. The general result of this was something for which he had no name on the spot quite ready, but something he would have come nearest to naming in speaking of it as the air of supreme respectability, the consciousness, small, still, reserved, but none the less distinct and diffused, of private honour. The air of supreme respectability, that was a strange blank wall for his adventure to have brought him to break his nose against. It had in fact, as he was now aware, filled all the approaches, hovered in the court as he passed, hung on the staircase as he mounted, sounded in the grave rumble of the old bell, as little electric as possible, of which Chad at the door had pulled the ancient but neatly kept tassel. It formed, in short, the clearest medium of its particular kind that he had ever breathed. He would have answered for it at the end of a quarter of an hour that some of the glass cases contained swords and epaulettes of ancient colonels and generals, medals and orders once pinned over hearts that had long since ceased to beat, snuff-boxes bestowed on ministers and envoys, copies of works presented, with inscriptions, by authors now classic. At bottom of it all for him was the sense of her rare unlikeness to the women he had known. This sense had grown since the day before the more he recalled her, and had been above all singularly fed by his talk with Chad in the morning. Everything, in fine, made her immeasurably new, and nothing so new as the old house and the old objects. There were books, 2 or 3, on a small table near his chair, but they hadn't the lemon-coloured covers with which his eye had begun to dally from the hour of his arrival, and to the opportunity of a further acquaintance with which he had for a fortnight now altogether succumbed. On another table, across the room, he made out the great Revue, but even that familiar face, conspicuous in Mrs. Newsome's parlours, scarce counted here as a modern note. He was sure on the spot, and he afterwards knew he was right, that this was a touch of Chad's own hand. What would Mrs. Newsome say to the circumstance that Chad's interested influence kept her paper-knife in the Revue? The interested influence at any rate had, as we say, gone straight to the point, had in fact soon left it quite behind. She was seated near the fire on a small stuffed and fringed chair, one of the few modern articles in the room, and she leaned back in it with her hands clasped in her lap and no movement, in all her person, but the fine prompt play of her deep young face. The fire, under the low white marble, undraped and academic, had burnt down to the silver ashes of light wood. One of the windows at a distance stood open to the mildness and stillness, out of which, in the short pauses, came the faint sound, pleasant and homely, almost rustic, of a plash and a clatter of sabots from some coach-house on the other side of the court. Madame de Vionnet, while Strether sat there, wasn't to shift her posture by an inch. "I don't think you seriously believe in what you're doing," she said, "but all the same, you know, I'm going to treat you quite as if I did." "By which you mean," Strether directly replied, "quite as if you didn't. I assure you it won't make the least difference with me how you treat me." "Well," she said, taking that menace bravely and philosophically enough, "the only thing that really matters is that you shall get on with me." "Ah but I don't," he immediately returned. It gave her another pause, which, however, she happily enough shook off. "Will you consent to go on with me a little, provisionally, as if you did?" Then it was that he saw how she had decidedly come all the way, and there accompanied it an extraordinary sense of her raising from somewhere below him her beautiful suppliant eyes. He might have been perched at his doorstep or at his window, and she standing in the road. For a moment he let her stand and couldn't moreover have spoken. It had been sad, of a sudden, with a sadness that was like a cold breath in his face. "What can I do," he finally asked, "but listen to you as I promised Chadwick?" "Ah but what I'm asking you," she quickly said, "isn't what Mr. Newsome had in mind." She spoke at present, he saw, as if to take courageously all her risk. "This is my own idea, and a different thing." It gave poor Strether in truth, uneasy as it made him too, something of the thrill of a bold perception justified. "Well," he answered kindly enough, "I was sure a moment since that some idea of your own had come to you." She seemed still to look up at him, but now more serenely. "I made out you were sure, and that helped it to come. So you see," she continued, "we do get on." "Oh but it appears to me I don't at all meet your request. How can I when I don't understand it?" "It isn't at all necessary you should understand. It will do quite well enough if you simply remember it. Only feel I trust you. And for nothing so tremendous after all. Just," she said with a wonderful smile, "for common civility." Strether had a long pause while they sat again face to face, as they had sat, scarce less conscious, before the poor lady had crossed the stream. She was the poor lady for Strether now, because clearly she had some trouble, and her appeal to him could only mean that her trouble was deep. He couldn't help it. It wasn't his fault. He had done nothing. But by a turn of the hand she had somehow made their encounter a relation. And the relation profited by a mass of things that were not strictly in it or of it, by the very air in which they sat, by the high cold delicate room, by the world outside and the little plash in the court, by the First Empire and the relics in the stiff cabinets, by matters as far off as those and by others as near as the unbroken clasp of her hands in her lap, and the look her expression had of being most natural when her eyes were most fixed. "You count upon me of course for something really much greater than it sounds." "Oh it sounds great enough too!" She laughed at this. He found himself in time on the point of telling her that she was, as Miss Barrace called it, wonderful. But catching himself up he said something else instead. "What was it Chad's idea then that you should say to me?" "Ah his idea was simply what a man's idea always is: to put every effort off on the woman." "The woman?" Strether slowly echoed. "The woman he likes, and just in proportion as he likes her. In proportion too, for shifting the trouble, as she likes him." Strether followed it; then with an abruptness of his own: "How much do you like Chad?" "Just as much as that, to take all, with you, on myself." But she got at once again away from this. "I've been trembling as if we were to stand or fall by what you may think of me. And I'm even now," she went on wonderfully, "drawing a long breath, and yes, truly taking a great courage, from the hope that I don't in fact strike you as impossible." "That's at all events clearly," he observed after an instant, "the way I don't strike you." "Well," she so far assented, "as you haven't yet said you won't have the little patience with me I ask for." "You draw splendid conclusions? Perfectly. But I don't understand them," Strether pursued. "You seem to me to ask for much more than you need. What, at the worst for you, what at the best for myself, can I after all do? I can use no pressure that I haven't used. You come really late with your request. I've already done all that for myself the case admits of. I've said my say, and here I am." "Yes, here you are fortunately," Madame de Vionnet laughed. "Mrs. Newsome," she added in another tone, "didn't think you can do so little." He had an hesitation, but he brought the words out. "Well, she thinks so now." "Do you mean by that?" But she also hung fire. "Do I mean what?" She still rather faltered. "Pardon me if I touch on it, but if I'm saying extraordinary things, why, perhaps mayn't I? Besides, doesn't it properly concern us to know?" "To know what?" he insisted as after thus beating about the bush she had again dropped. She made the effort. "Has she given you up?" He was amazed afterwards to think how simply and quietly he had met it. "Not yet." It was almost as if he were a trifle disappointed, had expected still more of her freedom. But he went straight on. "Is that what Chad has told you will happen to me?" She was evidently charmed with the way he took it. "If you mean if we've talked of it, most certainly. And the question's not what has had the least to do with my wishing to see you." "To judge if I'm the sort of man a woman can—" "Precisely," she exclaimed. You wonderful gentleman. I do judge. I have judged. A woman can't. You're safe, with every right to be. You'd be much happier if you'd only believe it." Strether was silent a little. Then he found himself speaking with a cynicism of confidence of which even at the moment the sources were strange to him. "I try to believe it. But it's a marvel," he exclaimed, "how you already get at it." Oh, she was able to say, "Remember how much I was on the way to it through Mr. Newsome, before I saw you. He thinks everything of your strength." "Well, I can bear almost anything," our friend briskly interrupted. Deep and beautiful on this her smile came back, and with the effect of making him hear what he had said just as she had heard it. He easily enough felt that it gave him away, but what in truth had everything done but that? It had been all very well to think at moments that he was holding her nose down and that he had coerced her. What had he by this time done but let her practically see that he accepted their relation? What was their relation moreover, though light and brief enough in form as yet, but whatever she might choose to make it? Nothing could prevent her, certainly he couldn't, from making it pleasant. At the back of his head, behind everything, was the sense that she was, there before him, close to him, in vivid imperative form, one of the rare women he had so often heard of, read of, thought of, but never met, whose very presence, look, voice, the mere contemporaneous fact of whom, from the moment it was all presented, made a relation of mere recognition. That was not the kind of woman he'd ever found Mrs. Newsome, a contemporaneous fact who had been distinctly slow to establish herself. And at present, confronted with Madame de Vionnet, he felt the simplicity of his original impression of Miss Gostrey. She certainly had been a fact of rapid growth, but the world was wide, each day was more and more a new lesson. There were at any rate even among the stranger ones relations and relations. "Of course I suit Chad's grand way," he quickly added. "He hasn't had much difficulty in working me in." She seemed to deny a little, on the young man's behalf, by the rise of her eyebrows, an intention of any process at all inconsiderate. "You must know how grieved he'd be if you were to lose anything. He believes you can keep his mother patient." Strether wondered with his eyes on her. "I see. That's then what you really want of me. And how am I to do it? Perhaps you'll tell me that." "Simply tell her the truth." "And what do you call the truth?" "Well, any truth, about us all, that you see yourself. I leave it to you." "Thank you very much. I like," Strether laughed with a slight harshness, "the way you leave things." But she insisted kindly, gently, as if it wasn't so bad. "Be perfectly honest. Tell her all." "All?" he oddly echoed. "Tell her the simple truth," Madame de Vionnet again pleaded. "But what is the simple truth? The simple truth is exactly what I'm trying to discover." She looked about a while, but presently she came back to him. "Tell her fully and clearly about us." Strether meanwhile had been staring. "You and your daughter?" "Yes, little Jeanne and me. Tell her," she just slightly quavered, "you like us." "And what good will that do me? Or rather," he caught himself up, "what good will it do you?" She looked graver. "None, you believe, really?" Strether debated. "She didn't send me out to like you." "Oh," she charmingly contended, "she sent you out to face the facts." He admitted after an instant that there was something in that. "But how can I face them till I know what they are? Do you want him," he then braced himself to ask, "to marry your daughter?" She gave a headshake as noble as it was prompt. "No, not that." "And he really doesn't want to himself?" She repeated the movement, but now with a strange light in her face. "He likes her too much." Strether wondered. "To be willing to consider, you mean, the question of taking her to America?" "To be willing to do anything with her but be immensely kind and nice, really tender of her. We watch over her and you must help us. You must see her again." Strether felt awkward. "Ah, with pleasure. She's so remarkably attractive." The mother's eagerness with which Madame de Vionnet jumped at this was to come back to him later as beautiful in its grace. "The dear thing did please you?" Then as he met it with the largest "Oh!" of enthusiasm, "She's perfect. She's my joy." "Well, I'm sure of that. If one were near her and saw more of her, she'd be mine." "Then," said Madame de Vionnet, "tell Mrs. Newsome that." He wondered the more. "What good will that do you?" As she appeared unable at once to say, however, he brought out something else. "Is your daughter in love with our friend?" "Ah," she rather startlingly answered, "I wish you'd find out." He showed his surprise. "I? A stranger?" "Oh you won't be a stranger presently. You shall see her quite, I assure you, as if you weren't." It remained for him none the less an extraordinary notion. "It seems to me surely that if her mother can't—" "Ah little girls and their mothers to day!" she rather inconsequently broke in. But she checked herself with something she seemed to give out as after all more to the point. "Tell her I've been good for him. Don't you think I have?" It had its effect on him, more than at the moment he quite measured. Yet he was consciously enough touched. "Oh if it's all you—" "Well, it may not be all," she interrupted, "but it's to a great extent. Really and truly," she added in a tone that was to take its place with him among things remembered. "Then it's very wonderful." He smiled at her from a face that he felt as strained, and her own face for a moment kept him so. At last she also got up. "Well, don't you think that for that—" "I ought to save you?" So it was the way to meet her, and the way as well in a manner to get off, came over him. He heard himself use the exorbitant word, the very sound of which helped to determine his flight. "I'll save you if I can." End of Book Sixth, Chapter 1. Book Sixth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Chad's lovely home, however, one evening 10 days later, he felt himself present at the collapse of the question of Jeanne de Vionnet's shy secret. He had been dining there in the company of that young lady and her mother, as well as of other persons, and had gone into the petit salon, at Chad's request, on purpose to talk with her. The young man had put this to him as a favour. "I should like so awfully to know what you think of her. It will really be a chance for you," he had said, "to see the jeune fille, I mean the type, as she actually is, and I don't think that, as an observer of manners, it's a thing you ought to miss. It will be an impression that, whatever else you take, you can carry home with you, where you'll find again so much to compare it with." Strether knew well enough with what Chad wished him to compare it, and though he entirely assented he hadn't yet somehow been so deeply reminded that he was being, as he constantly though mutely expressed it, used. He was as far as ever from making out exactly to what end, but he was none the less constantly accompanied by a sense of the service he rendered. He conceived only that this service was highly agreeable to those who profited by it, and he was indeed still waiting for the moment at which he should catch it in the act of proving disagreeable, proving in some degree intolerable, to himself. He failed quite to see how his situation could clear up at all logically, except by some turn of events that would give him the pretext of disgust. He was building from day to day on the possibility of disgust, but each day brought forth meanwhile a new and more engaging bend of the road. That possibility was now ever so much further from sight than on the eve of his arrival, and he perfectly felt that, should it come at all, it would have to be at best inconsequent and violent. He struck himself as a little nearer to it only when he asked himself what service, in such a life of utility, he was after all rendering Mrs. Newsome. When he wished to help himself to believe that he was still all right he reflected—and in fact with wonder—on the unimpaired frequency of their correspondence, in relation to which what was after all more natural than it should become more frequent just in proportion as their problem became more complicated? Certain it is at any rate that he now often brought himself balm by the question with the rich consciousness of yesterday's letter. "Well, what can I do more than that? What can I do more than tell her everything?" to persuade himself that he did tell her, had told her, everything. He used to try to think of particular things he hadn't told her. When, at rare moments and in the watches of the night, he pounced on one, it generally showed itself to be, to a deeper scrutiny, not quite truly of the essence. When anything new struck him as coming up, or anything already noted as reappearing, he always immediately wrote, as if for fear that if he didn't he would miss something, and also that he might be able to say to himself from time to time, "She knows it now, even while I worry." It was a great comfort to him in general not to have left past things to be dragged to light and explained, not to have to produce at so late a stage anything not produced, or anything even veiled and attenuated at the moment. She knew it now, that was what he said to himself to-night in relation to the fresh fact of Chad's acquaintance with the two ladies, not to speak of the fresher one of his own. Mrs. Newsome knew, in other words, that very night, at Woollett, that he himself knew Madame de Vionnet, and that he had conscientiously been to see her, also that he had found her remarkably attractive, and that there would probably be a good deal more to tell. But she further knew, or would know very soon, that, again conscientiously, he hadn't repeated his visit, and that when Chad had asked him on the Countess's behalf, Strether made her out vividly, with a thought at the back of his head, a countess, if he wouldn't name a day for dining with her, he had replied lucidly, "Thank you very much. Impossible." He had begged the young man would present his excuses, and had trusted him to understand that it couldn't really strike one as quite the straight thing. He hadn't reported to Mrs. Newsome that he had promised to save Madame de Vionnet, but so far as he was concerned with that reminiscence, he hadn't at any rate promised to haunt her house. What Chad had understood could only in truth be inferred from Chad's behaviour, which had been in this connection as easy as in every other. He was easy, always, when he understood. He was easier still, if possible, when he didn't. He had replied that he would make it all right, and he had proceeded to do this by substituting the present occasion, as he was ready to substitute others, for every occasion as to which his old friend should have a funny scruple. "Oh but I'm not a little foreign girl, I'm just as English as I can be," Jeanne de Vionnet had said to him as soon as, in the petit salon, he sank shyly enough on his own side into the place near her vacated by Madame Gloriani at his approach. Madame Gloriani, who was in black velvet, with white lace and powdered hair, and whose somewhat massive majesty melted, at any contact, into the graciousness of some incomprehensible tongue, moved away to make room for the vague gentleman, after benevolent greetings to him which embodied, as he believed, in baffling accents, some recognition of his face from a couple of Sundays before. There he had remarked, making the most of the advantage of his years, that it frightened him quite enough to find himself dedicated to the entertainment of a little foreign girl. There were girls he wasn't afraid of; he was quite bold with little Americans. Thus it was that she had defended herself to the end. "Oh but I'm almost American too. That's what mamma has wanted me to be. I mean like that, for she has wanted me to have lots of freedom. She has known such good results from it." She was fairly beautiful to him, a faint pastel in an oval frame. He thought of her already as of some lurking image in a long gallery, the portrait of a small old-time princess of whom nothing was known but that she had died young. Little Jeanne wasn't doubtless to die young, but one couldn't all the same bear on her lightly enough. It was bearing hard, it was bearing as he in any case wouldn't bear, to concern himself in relation to her with the question of a young man. Odious really the question of a young man; one didn't treat such a person as a maidservant suspected of a follower. And then young men, well, the thing was their business simply, or was at all events hers. She was fluttered, fairly fevered, to the point of a little glitter that came and went in her eyes and a pair of pink spots that stayed in her cheeks, with the great adventure of dining out, and with the greater one still, possibly, of finding a gentleman whom she must think of as very, very old, a gentleman with eye-glasses, wrinkles, a long grizzled moustache. She spoke the prettiest English, our friend thought, that he had ever heard spoken, just as he had believed her a few minutes before to be speaking the prettiest French. He wondered almost wistfully if such a sweep of the lyre didn't react on the spirit itself, and his fancy had in fact, before he knew it, begun so to stray and embroider that he finally found himself, absent and extravagant, sitting with the child in friendly silence. Only by this time he felt her flutter to have fortunately dropped, and that she was more at her ease. She trusted him, liked him, and it was to come back to him afterwards that she had told him things. She had dipped into the waiting medium at last and had found neither surge nor chill, nothing but the small splash she could herself make in the pleasant warmth, nothing but the safety of dipping and dipping again. At the end of the 10 minutes he was to spend with her, his impression, with all it had thrown off and all it had taken in, was complete. She had been free, as she knew freedom, partly to show him that, unlike other little persons she knew, she had imbibed the ideal. She was delightfully quaint about herself, but the vision of what she had imbibed was what most held him. It really consisted, he was soon enough to feel, in just one great little matter, the fact that, whatever her nature, she was thoroughly, he had to cast about for the word, but it came, bred. He couldn't, of course, on so short an acquaintance speak for her nature, but the idea of breeding was what she had meanwhile dropped into his mind. He had never yet known it so sharply presented. Her mother gave it, no doubt, but her mother, to make that less sensible, gave so much else besides, and on neither of the two previous occasions, extraordinary woman, Strether felt, anything like what she was giving to-night. Little Jeanne was a case, an exquisite case of education, whereas the Countess, whom it so amused him to think of by that denomination, was a case, also exquisite, of, well, he didn't know what. "He has wonderful taste, notre jeune homme." This is what Gloriani said to him on turning away from the inspection of a small picture suspended near the door of the room. The high celebrity in question had just come in, apparently in search of Mademoiselle de Vionnet, but while Strether had got up from beside her, their fellow guest, with his eye sharply caught, had paused for a long look. The thing was a landscape, of no size, but of the French school, as our friend was glad to feel he knew, and also of a quality, which he liked to think he should also have guessed. Its frame was large out of proportion to the canvas, and he had never seen a person look at anything, he thought, just as Gloriani, with his nose very near and quick movements of the head from side to side and bottom to top, examined this feature of Chad's collection. The artist used that word the next moment, smiling courteously, wiping his nippers and looking round him further, paying the place in short by the very manner of his presence and by something Strether fancied he could make out in this particular glance, such a tribute as, to the latter's sense, settled many things once and for all. Strether was conscious at this instant, for that matter, as he hadn't yet been, of how, round about him, quite without him, they were consistently settled. Gloriani's smile, deeply Italian, he considered, and finely inscrutable, had for him, during dinner, at which they were not neighbours, an indefinite greeting, but the quality in it was gone that had appeared on the other occasion to turn him inside out. It was as if even the momentary link supplied by the doubt between them had snapped. He was conscious now of the final reality, which was that there wasn't so much a doubt as a difference altogether. All the more that over the difference the famous sculptor seemed to signal almost condolingly, yet oh how vacantly, as across some great flat sheet of water. He threw out the bridge of a charming hollow civility on which Strether wouldn't have trusted his own full weight a moment. That idea, even though but transient and perhaps belated, had performed the office of putting Strether more at his ease, and the blurred picture had already dropped with the sound of something else said and with his becoming aware, by another quick turn, that Gloriani was now on the sofa talking with Jeanne, while he himself had in his ears again the familiar friendliness and the elusive meaning of the "oh, oh, oh" that had made him, a fortnight before, challenged Miss Barrace in vain. She had always the air, this picturesque and original lady, who struck him so oddly as both antique and modern, she had always the air of taking up some joke that one had already had out with her. The point itself, no doubt, was what was antique, and the use she made of it was what was modern. He felt just now that her good-natured irony did bear on something, and it troubled him a little that she wouldn't be more explicit, only assuring him, with the pleasure of observation so visible in her, that she wouldn't tell him more for the world. He could take refuge but in asking her what she had done with Waymarsh, though it must be added that he felt himself a little on the way to a clue after she had answered that this personage was, in the other room, engaged in conversation with Madame de Vionnet. He stared a moment at the image of such a conjunction. Then, for Miss Barrace's benefit, he wondered, is she too then under the charm? No, not a bit. Miss Barrace was prompt. She makes nothing of him. She's bored. She won't help you with him. Oh, Strether laughed, she can't do everything. Of course not, wonderful as she is. Besides, he makes nothing of her. She won't take him from me, though she wouldn't, no doubt, having other affairs in hand, even if she could. I've never, said Miss Barrace, seen her fail with any one before. And to-night, when she's so magnificent, it would seem to her strange, if she minded. So, at any rate, I have him all. Je suis tranquille. Strether understood as far as that went, but he was feeling for his clue. She strikes you to-night as particularly magnificent? Surely. Almost as I've never seen her. Doesn't she you? Why, it's for you. He persisted in his candour. For me? Oh, 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 cried Miss Barrace, who persisted in the opposite of that quality. Well, he acutely admitted, she is different. She's gay. She's gay, Miss Barrace laughed, and she has beautiful shoulders, though there's nothing different in that. No, said Strether, one was sure of her shoulders. It isn't her shoulders. His companion, with renewed mirth and the finest sense, between the puffs of her cigarette, of the drollery of things, appeared to find their conversation highly delightful. Yes, it isn't her shoulders. What then is it? Strether earnestly inquired. Why, it's she, simply. It's her mood. It's her charm. Of course it's her charm, but we're speaking of the difference. Well, Miss Barrace explained, she's just brilliant, as we used to say. That's all. She's various. She's 50 women. Ah, but only one, Strether kept it clear, at a time. Perhaps. But in 50 times? Oh, we shan't come to that, our friend declared, and the next moment he had moved in another direction. Will you answer me a plain question? Will she ever divorce? Miss Barrace looked at him through all her tortoise shell. Why should she? It wasn't what he had asked for, he signified, but he met it well enough. To marry Chad. Why should she marry Chad? Because I'm convinced she's very fond of him. She has done wonders for him. Well then, how could she do more? Marrying a man, or a woman either, Miss Barrace sagely went on, is never the wonder, for any Jack and Jill can bring that off. The wonder is their doing such things without marrying. Strether considered a moment this proposition. You mean it's so beautiful for our friends simply to go on so? But whatever he said made her laugh. Beautiful! He nevertheless insisted. And that because it's disinterested? She was now, however, suddenly tired of the question. Yes then, call it that. Besides, she'll never divorce. Don't, moreover, she added, believe everything you hear about her husband. He's not then, Strether asked, a wretch? Oh yes, but charming. Do you know him? I've met him. He's bien aimable. To every one but his wife? Oh, for all I know, to her too. To every woman. I hope you, at any rate, she pursued with a quick change, appreciate the care I take of Mr. Waymarsh. Oh, immensely. But Strether was not yet in line. At all events, he roundly brought out, the attachment's an innocent one. Mine and his? Ah, she laughed, don't rob it of all interest. I mean our friends here, to the lady we've been speaking of. That was what he had settled to as an indirect but none the less closely involved consequence of his impression of Jeanne. That was where he meant to stay. "It's innocent," he repeated. "I see the whole thing." Mystified by his abrupt declaration, she had glanced over at Gloriani as at the unnamed subject of his illusion, but the next moment she had understood, though indeed not before Strether had noticed her momentary mistake and wondered what might possibly be behind that too. He already knew that the sculptor admired Madame de Vionnet, but did this admiration also represent an attachment of which the innocence was discussable? He was moving verily in a strange air and on ground not of the firmest. He looked hard for an instant at Miss Barrace, but she had already gone on. "All right with Mr. Newsome? Why, of course she is." And she got gaily back to the question of her own good friend. "I dare say you're surprised that I'm not worn out with all I see, it being so much, of Sitting Bull. But I'm not, you know. I don't mind him. I bear up and we get on beautifully. I'm very strange. I'm like that, and often I can't explain. There are people who are supposed interesting or remarkable or whatever, and who bore me to death. And then there are others as to whom nobody can understand what anybody sees in them, in whom I see no end of things." Then after she had smoked a moment, "He's touching, you know," she said. "No," Strether echoed, "don't I indeed? We must move you almost to tears." "Oh but I don't mean you!" she laughed. "You ought to then, for the worst sign of all, as I must have it for you, is that you can't help me. That's when a woman pities." "Ah but I do help you," she cheerfully insisted. Again he looked at her hard and then after a pause, "No you don't." Her tortoise shell on its long chain rattled down. "I help you with Sitting Bull? That's a good deal." "Oh that, yes." But Strether hesitated. "Do you mean he talks of me?" "So that I have to defend you? No, never." "I see," Strether mused. "It's too deep." "That's his only fault," she returned, "that everything with him is too deep. He has depths of silence, which he breaks only at the longest intervals by a remark. And when the remark comes it's always something he has seen or felt for himself, never a bit banal. That would be what one might have feared and what would kill me. But never." She smoked again as she thus with amused complacency appreciated her acquisition. "And never about you. We keep clear of you. We're wonderful. But I'll tell you what he does do," she continued. "He tries to make me presents." "Presents?" poor Strether echoed, conscious with a pang that he hadn't yet tried that in any quarter. "Why, you see," she explained, "he's as fine as ever in the Victoria; so that when I leave him, as I often do almost for hours—he likes it so—at the doors of shops, the sight of him there helps me, when I come out, to know my carriage away off in the rank. But sometimes, for a change, he goes with me into the shops, and then I've all I can do to prevent his buying me things." "He wants to treat you?" Strether almost gasped at all he himself hadn't thought of. He had a sense of admiration. "Oh he's much more in the real tradition than I. Yes," he mused, "it's the sacred rage." "The sacred rage, exactly!" And Miss Barrace, who hadn't before heard this term applied, recognised its bearing with a clap of her gemmed hands. "Now I do know why he's not banal. But I do prevent him all the same—and if you saw what he sometimes selects—from buying. I save him hundreds and hundreds. I only take flowers." "Flowers?" Strether echoed again with a rueful reflexion. How many nosegays had her present converse sent? "Innocent flowers," she pursued, "as much as he likes. And he sends me splendours. He knows all the best places. He has found them for himself. He's wonderful." "He hasn't told them to me," her friend smiled. "He has a life of his own." But Strether had swung back to the consciousness that for himself, after all, it would never have done. Waymarsh hadn't Mrs. Waymarsh in the least to consider, whereas Lambert Strether had constantly, in the inmost honour of his thoughts, to consider Mrs. Newsome. He liked moreover to feel how much his friend was in the real tradition. Yet he had his conclusion. "What a rage it is!" He had worked it out. "It's an opposition." She followed, but at a distance. That's what I feel. Yet to what? Well, he thinks, you know, that I've a life of my own. And I haven't." "You haven't?" She showed doubt, and her laugh confirmed it. "Oh, oh, oh!" "No, not for myself. I seem to have a life only for other people." "Ah, for them and with them? Just now, for instance, with—" "Well, with whom?" he asked before she had had time to say. His tone had the effect of making her hesitate and even, as he guessed, speak with a difference. "Say with Miss Gostrey. What do you do for her?" It really made him wonder. "Nothing at all." End of Book Sixth, Chapter 2. Book Sixth, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame de Vionnet, having meanwhile come in, was at present close to them, and Miss Barrace hereupon, instead of risking a rejoinder, became again with a look that measured her from top to toe, all mere long-handled appreciative tortoise-shell. She had struck our friend, from the first of her appearing, as dressed for a great occasion, and she met still more than on either of the others the conception reawakened in him at their garden party, the idea of the femme du monde in her habit as she lived. Her bare shoulders and arms were white and beautiful; the materials of her dress, a mixture, as he supposed, of silk and crape, were of a silvery grey so artfully composed as to give an impression of warm splendour, and round her neck she wore a collar of large old emeralds, the green note of which was more dimly repeated at other points of her apparel, in embroidery, in enamel, in satin, in substances and textures vaguely rich. Her head, extremely fair and exquisitely festal, was like a happy fancy, a notion of the antique on an old precious medal, some silver coin of the Renaissance, while her slim lightness and brightness, her gaiety, her expression, her decision, contributed to an effect that might have been felt by a poet as half mythological and half conventional. He could have compared her to a goddess still partly engaged in a morning cloud, or to a sea nymph waist high in the summer surge. Above all, she suggested to him the reflexion that the femme du monde, in these finest developments of the type, was, like Cleopatra in the play, indeed various and multifold. She had aspects, characters, days, nights; or had them at least, showed them by a mysterious law of her own, when in addition to everything she happened also to be a woman of genius. She was an obscure person, a muffled person one day and a showy person, an uncovered person the next. He thought of Madame de Vionnet to-night as showy and uncovered, though he felt the formula rough, because thanks to one of the short cuts of genius she had taken all his categories by surprise. Twice during dinner he had met Chad's eyes in a longish look, but these communications had in truth only stirred up again old ambiguities, so little was it clear from them whether they were an appeal or an admonition. "You see how I'm fixed," was what they appeared to convey, yet how he was fixed was exactly what Strether didn't see. However, perhaps he should see now. "Are you capable of the very great kindness of going to relieve Newsome for a few minutes of the rather crushing responsibility of Madame Gloriani while I say a word, if he'll allow me, to Mr. Strether, of whom I've a question to ask? Our host ought to talk a bit to those other ladies, and I'll come back in a minute to your rescue." She made this proposal to Miss Barrace as if her consciousness of a special duty had just flickered up, but that lady's recognition of Strether's little start at it, as at a betrayal on the speaker's part of a domesticated state, was as mute as his own comment, and after an instant, when their fellow guest had so good-naturedly left them, he had been given something else to think of. "Why has Maria so suddenly gone? Do you know?" That was the question Madame de Vionnet had brought with her. "I'm afraid I've no reason to give you but the simplest reason I've had from her in a note: the sudden obligation to join in the South a sick friend who has got worse." "Ah then she has been writing you?" "Not since she went. I had only a brief explanatory word before she started. I went to see her," Strether explained. "It was the day after I called on you. But she was already on her way, and her concierge told me that in case of my coming I was to be informed she had written to me. I found her note when I got home." Madame de Vionnet listened with interest and with her eyes on Strether's face. Then her delicately decorated head had a small melancholy motion. "She didn't write to me. I went to see her," she added, "almost immediately after I had seen you, and as I assured her I would do when I met her at Gloriani's. She hadn't then told me she was to be absent, and I felt at her door as if I understood. She's absent, with all respect to her sick friend, though I know indeed she has plenty, so that I may not see her. She doesn't want to meet me again. Well," she continued with a beautiful conscious mildness, "I liked and admired her beyond every one in the old time, and she knew it. Perhaps that's precisely what has made her go. And I dare say I haven't lost her for ever." Strether still said nothing. He had a horror, as he now thought of himself, of being in question between women, was in fact already quite enough on his way to that, and there was moreover, as it came to him, perceptibly, something behind these allusions and professions that, should he take it all in, would square but ill with his present resolve to simplify. It was as if for him, all the same, her softness and sadness were sincere. He felt that not less when she soon went on. "I'm extremely glad of her happiness." But it also left him mute, sharp and fine though the imputation it conveyed. What it conveyed was that he was Maria Gostrey's happiness, and for the least little instant he had the impulse to challenge the thought. He could have done so, however, only by saying, "What do you then suppose to be between us?" And he was wonderfully glad a moment later not to have spoken. He would rather seem stupid any day than fatuous, and he drew back as well, with a smothered inward shudder, from the consideration of what women, of highly developed type in particular, might think of each other. Whatever he had come out for, he hadn't come to go into that, so that he absolutely took up nothing his interlocutress had now let drop. Yet though he had kept away from her for days, had laid wholly on herself the burden of their meeting again, she hadn't a gleam of irritation to show him. "Well, about Jeanne now," she smiled. It had the gaiety with which she had originally come in. He felt it on the instant to represent her motive and real errand. But he had been schooling her of a truth to say much in proportion to his little. "Do you make out that she has a sentiment? I mean for Mr. Newsome." Almost resentful, Strether could at last be prompt. "How can I make out such things?" She remained perfectly good-natured. "Ah, but they're beautiful little things, and you make out, don't pretend, everything in the world. Haven't you," she asked, "been talking with her?" "Yes, but not about Chad. Or at least not much." "Oh you don't require much," she reassuringly declared. But she immediately changed her ground. "I hope you remember your promise of the other day." "To save you, as you called it?" "I call it so still. You will," she insisted. "You haven't repented?" He wondered. "No, but I've been thinking what I meant." She kept it up. "And not a little what I did?" "No, that's not necessary. It will be enough if I know what I meant myself." "And don't you know," she asked, "by this time?" Again he had a pause. "I think you ought to leave it to me. But how long," he added, "do you give me?" "It seems to me much more a question of how long you give me. Doesn't our friend here himself, at any rate," she went on, "perpetually make me present to you?" "Not," Strether replied, "by ever speaking of you to me." "He never does that?" "Never." She considered, and if the fact was disconcerting to her, effectually concealed it. The next minute indeed she had recovered. "No, he wouldn't. But do you need that?" Her emphasis was wonderful, and though his eyes had been wandering he looked at her longer now. "I see what you mean." "Of course you see what I mean." Her triumph was gentle, and she really had tones to make justice weep. "I've before me what he owes you." "Admit then that that's something," she said, yet still with the same discretion in her pride. He took in this note, but went straight on. "You've made of him what I see, but what I don't see is how in the world you've done it." "Ah, that's another question," she smiled. "The point is of what use is your declining to know me when to know Mr. Newsome, as you do me the honour to find him, is just to know me." "I see," he mused, still with his eyes on her. "I shouldn't have met you to night." She raised and dropped her linked hands. "It doesn't matter. If I trust you, why can't you a little trust me too? And why can't you also," she asked in another tone, "trust yourself?" But she gave him no time to reply. "Oh, I shall be so easy for you. And I'm glad at any rate you've seen my child." "I'm glad too," he said. "But she does you no good." "No good?" Madame de Vionnet had a clear stare. "Why, she's an angel of light." "That's precisely the reason. Leave her alone. Don't try to find out, I mean," he explained, "about what you spoke to me of—the way she feels." His companion wondered. "Because one really won't?" "Well, because I ask you, as a favour to myself, not to. She's the most charming creature I've ever seen. Therefore don't touch her. Don't know. Don't want to know. And moreover, yes, you won't." It was an appeal of a sudden, and she took it in. "As a favour to you?" "Well, since you ask me." "Anything, everything you ask," she smiled. "I shan't know then. Never. Thank you," she added with peculiar gentleness as she turned away. The sound of it lingered with him, making him fairly feel as if he had been tripped up and had a fall. In the very act of arranging with her for his independence he had, under pressure from a particular perception, inconsistently, quite stupidly, committed himself, and, with her subtlety sensitive on the spot to an advantage, she had driven in by a single word a little golden nail, the sharp intention of which he signally felt. He hadn't detached, he had more closely connected himself, and his eyes, as he considered with some intensity this circumstance, met another pair which had just come within their range and which struck him as reflecting his sense of what he had done. He recognised them at the same moment as those of little Bilham, who had apparently drawn near on purpose to speak to him, and little Bilham wasn't, in the conditions, the person to whom his heart would be most closed. They were seated together a minute later at the angle of the room, obliquely opposite the corner in which Gloriani was still engaged with Jeanne de Vionnet, to whom at first and in silence their attention had been benevolently given. "I can't see for my life," Strether had then observed, "how a young fellow of any spirit—such a one as you for instance—can be admitted to the sight of that young lady without being hard hit. Why don't you go in, little Bilham?" He remembered the tone into which he had been betrayed on the garden bench at the sculptor's reception, and this might make up for that by being much more the right sort of thing to say to a young man worthy of any advice at all. There would be some reason. "Some reason for what?" "Why, for hanging on here." "To offer my hand and fortune to Mademoiselle de Vionnet?" "Well," Strether asked, "to what lovelier apparition could you offer them? She's the sweetest little thing I've ever seen." "She's certainly immense. I mean she's the real thing. I believe the pale pink petals are folded up there for some wondrous efflorescence in time, to open, that is, to some great golden sun. I'm, unfortunately, but a small farthing candle. What chance in such a field for a poor little painter man?" "Oh you're good enough!" Strether threw out. "Certainly I'm good enough. We're good enough, I consider, nous autres, for anything. But she's too good. There's the difference. They wouldn't look at me." Strether, lounging on his divan and still charmed by the young girl, whose eyes had consciously strayed to him, he fancied, with a vague smile, Strether, enjoying the whole occasion as with dormant pulses at last awake and in spite of new material thrust upon him, thought over his companion's words. "Whom do you mean by they? She and her mother?" "She and her mother. And she has a father too, who, whatever else he may be, certainly can't be indifferent to the possibilities she represents. Besides, there's Chad." Strether was silent a little. "Ah but he doesn't care for her. Not, I mean, it appears, after all, in the sense I'm speaking of. He's not in love with her." "No, but he's her best friend, after her mother. He's very fond of her. He has his ideas about what can be done for her." "Well, it's very strange," Strether presently remarked with a sighing sense of fullness. "Very strange indeed. That's just the beauty of it. Isn't it very much the kind of beauty you had in mind," little Bilham went on, "when you were so wonderful and so inspiring to me the other day? Didn't you adjure me, in accents I shall never forget, to see, while I've a chance, everything I can? And really to see, for it must have been that only you meant. Well, you did me no end of good, and I'm doing my best. I do make it out a situation." "So do I," Strether went on after a moment. But he had the next minute an inconsequent question. "How comes Chad so mixed up, anyway?" "Ah, ah, ah!" And little Bilham fell back on his cushions. It reminded our friend of Miss Barrace, and he felt again the brush of his sense of moving in a maze of mystic closed illusions. Yet he kept hold of his thread. "Of course I understand really. Only the general transformation makes me occasionally gasp. Chad with such a voice in the settlement of the future of a little countess? No," he declared. "It takes more time. You say moreover," he resumed, "that we're inevitably, people like you and me, out of the running. The curious fact remains that Chad himself isn't. The situation doesn't make for it, but in a different one he could have her if he would." "Yes, but that's only because he's rich, and because there's a possibility of his being richer. They won't think of anything but a great name or a great fortune." "Well," said Strether, "he'll have no great fortune on these lines. He must stir his stumps." "Is that," little Bilham enquired, "what you were saying to Madame de Vionnet?" "No, I don't say much to her. Of course, however," Strether continued, "he can make sacrifices if he likes." Little Bilham had a pause. "Oh he's not keen for sacrifices. Or thinks, that is, possibly, that he has made enough." "Well, it is virtuous," his companion observed with some decision. "That's exactly," the young man dropped after a moment, "what I mean." It kept Strether himself silent a little. "I've made it out for myself," he then went on. "I've really, within the last half hour, got hold of it. I understand it in short at last; which at first, when you originally spoke to me, I didn't. Nor when Chad originally spoke to me either." "Oh," said little Bilham, "I don't think that at that time you believed me." "Yes, I did, and I believed Chad too. It would have been odious and unmannerly, as well as quite perverse, if I hadn't. What interest have you in deceiving me?" The young man cast about. "What interest have I?" "Yes, Chad might have. But you?" "Ah, ah, ah!" little Bilham exclaimed. It might, on repetition, as a mystification, have irritated our friend a little, but he knew once more, as we have seen, where he was, and his being proof against everything was only another attestation that he meant to stay there. "I couldn't, without my own impression, realise. She's a tremendously clever, brilliant, capable woman, and with an extraordinary charm on top of it all, the charm we surely all of us this evening know what to think of. It isn't every clever, brilliant, capable woman that has it. In fact it's rare with any woman. So there you are," Strether proceeded, as if not for little Bilham's benefit alone. "I understand what a relation with such a woman, what such a high fine friendship may be. It can't be vulgar or coarse anyway, and that's the point." "Yes, that's the point," said little Bilham. "It can't be vulgar or coarse. And bless us and save us, it isn't. It's, upon my word, the very finest thing I ever saw in my life, and the most distinguished." Strether, from beside him and leaning back with him as he leaned, dropped on him a momentary look which filled a short interval and of which he took no notice. He only gazed before him with intent participation. "Of course what it has done for him," Strether at all events presently pursued, "of course what it has done for him, that is as to how it has so wonderfully worked, isn't a thing I pretend to understand. I've to take it as I find it. There he is." "There he is," little Bilham echoed, "and it's really and truly she. I don't understand either, even with my longer and closer opportunity. But I'm like you," he added. "I can admire and rejoice even when I'm a little in the dark. You see, I've watched it for some 3 years, and especially for this last. He wasn't so bad before it as I seem to have made out that you think." "Oh, I don't think anything now," Strether impatiently broke in. "That is but what I do think. I mean that originally, for her to have cared for him—" "There must have been some stuff in him? Oh yes, there was stuff indeed, and much more of it than ever showed, I dare say, at home. Still, you know," the young man in all fairness developed, "there was room for her, and that's where she came in. She saw her chance and took it. That's what strikes me as having been so fine. But of course," he wound up, "he liked her first." "Naturally," said Strether. "I mean that they first met somehow and somewhere, I believe in some American house, and she, without in the least then intending it, made her impression. Then with time and opportunity he made his, and after that she was as bad as he." Strether vaguely took it up. "As bad?" "She began, that is, to care very much. Alone, and in her horrid position, she found it, when once she had started, an interest. It is an interest, and it continues to do, a lot for herself as well. So she still cares. She cares in fact," said little Bilham thoughtfully, "more." Strether's theory that it was none of his business was somehow not damaged by the way he took this. "More, you mean, than he?" On which his companion looked round at him, and now for an instant their eyes met. "More than he?" he repeated. Little Bilham, for as long, hung fire. "Will you never tell any one?" Strether thought. "Whom should I tell?" "Why, I suppose that you reported regularly—" "To people at home?" Strether took him up. "Well, I won't tell them this." The young man at last looked away. "Then she does now care more than he." "Oh!" Strether oddly exclaimed. But his companion immediately met it. "Haven't you after all had your impression of it? That's how you've got hold of him." "Ah but I haven't got hold of him." "Oh I say!" But it was all little Bilham said. "It's at any rate none of my business. I mean," Strether explained, "nothing else than getting hold of him is." It appeared, however, to strike him as his business to add. "The fact remains nevertheless that she has saved him." Little Bilham just waited. "I thought that was what you were to do." But Strether had his answer ready. "I'm speaking in connexion with her—of his manners and morals, his character and life. I'm speaking of him as a person to deal with and talk with and live with, speaking of him as a social animal." "And isn't it as a social animal that you also want him?" "Certainly, so that's as if she had saved him for us." "It strikes you accordingly then," the young man threw out, "as for you all to save her?" "Oh for us all!" Strether could but laugh at that. It brought him back, however, to the point he had really wished to make. "They've accepted their situation, hard as it is. They're not free, at least she's not, but they take what's left to them. It's a friendship of a beautiful sort, and that's what makes them so strong. They're straight, they feel, and they keep each other up. It's doubtless she, however, who, as you yourself have hinted, feels it most." Little Bilham appeared to wonder what he had hinted. "Feels most that they're straight?" "Well, feels that she is, and the strength that comes from it. She keeps him up. She keeps the whole thing up. When people are able to it's fine. She's wonderful, wonderful, as Miss Barrace says, and he is in his way too. However, as a mere man, he may sometimes rebel and not feel that he finds his account in it. She has simply given him an immense moral lift, and what that can explain is prodigious. That's why I speak of it as a situation. It is one, if there ever was." And Strether, with his head back and his eyes on the ceiling, seemed to lose himself in the vision of it. His companion attended deeply. "You state it much better than I could. Oh you see it doesn't concern you." Little Bilham considered. "I thought you said just now that it doesn't concern you either." "Well, it doesn't a bit as Madame de Vionnet's affair. But as we were again saying just now, what did I come out for but to save him?" "Yes, to remove him." "To save him by removal. To win him over to himself, thinking it best he shall take up business, thinking he must immediately do, therefore, what's necessary to that end." "Well," said little Bilham after a moment, "you have won him over. He does think it best. He has within a day or two again said to me as much." "And that," Strether asked, "is why you consider that he cares less than she?" "Cares less for her than she for him? Yes, that's one of the reasons. But other things too have given me the impression. A man, don't you think," little Bilham presently pursued, "can't, in such conditions, care so much as a woman. It takes different conditions to make him, and then perhaps he cares more. Chad," he wound up, "has his possible future before him." "Are you speaking of his business future?" "No, on the contrary, of the other, the future of what you so justly call their situation. Monsieur de Vionnet may live for ever." "So that they can't marry?" The young man waited a moment. "Not being able to marry is all they've with any confidence to look forward to. A woman, a particular woman, may stand that strain. But can a man?" he propounded. Strether's answer was as prompt as if he had already, for himself, worked it out. "Not without a very high ideal of conduct. But that's just what we're attributing to Chad. And how, for that matter," he mused, "does his going to America diminish the particular strain? Wouldn't it seem rather to add to it?" "Out of sight, out of mind," his companion laughed. Then more bravely, "Wouldn't distance lessen the torment?" But before Strether could reply, "The thing is, you see, Chad ought to marry," he wound up. Strether for a little appeared to think of it. "If you talk of torments you don't diminish mine," he then broke out. The next moment he was on his feet with the question. "He ought to marry whom?" Little Bilham rose more slowly. "Well, some one he can—some thoroughly nice girl." Strether's eyes, as they stood together, turned again to Jeanne. "Do you mean her?" His friend made a sudden strange face. "After being in love with her mother? No." "But isn't it exactly your idea that he isn't in love with her mother?" His friend once more had a pause. "Well, he isn't at any rate in love with Jeanne." "I dare say not." "How can he be with any other woman?" "Oh that I admit. But being in love isn't, you know, here," little Bilham spoke in friendly reminder, "thought necessary, in strictness, for marriage." "And what torment, to call a torment, can there ever possibly be with a woman like that?" As if from the interest of his own question, Strether had gone on without hearing. "Is it for her to have turned a man out so wonderfully, too, only for somebody else?" He appeared to make a point of this, and little Bilham looked at him now. "When it's for each other that people give things up they don't miss them." Then he threw off as with an extravagance of which he was conscious. "Let them face the future together." Little Bilham looked up at him indeed. "You mean that after all he shouldn't go back?" "I mean that if he gives her up—" "Yes?" "Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself." But Strether spoke with a sound that might have passed for a laugh. End of Book Sixth, Chapter 3. Book Seventh, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It wasn't the first time Strether had sat alone in the great dim church. Still less was it the first of his giving himself up, so far as conditions permitted, to its beneficent action on his nerves. He had been to Notre Dame with Waymarsh, he had been there with Miss Gostrey, he had been there with Chad Newsome, and had found the place, even in company, such a refuge from the obsession of his problem that, with renewed pressure from that source, he had not unnaturally recurred to a remedy meeting the case, for the moment, so indirectly, no doubt, but so relievingly. He was conscious enough that it was only for the moment, but good moments, if he could call them good, still had their value for a man who by this time struck himself as living almost disgracefully from hand to mouth. Having so well learnt the way, he had lately made the pilgrimage more than once by himself, had quite stolen off, taking an unnoticed chance, and making no point of speaking of the adventure when restored to his friends. His great friend, for that matter, was still absent, as well as remarkably silent. Even at the end of 3 weeks Miss Gostrey hadn't come back. She wrote to him from Mentone, admitting that he must judge her grossly inconsequent, perhaps in fact for the time odiously faithless, but asking for patience, for a deferred sentence, throwing herself in short on his generosity. For her too, she could assure him, life was complicated, more complicated than he could have guessed. She had moreover made certain of him, certain of not wholly missing him on her return, before her disappearance. If furthermore she didn't burden him with letters it was frankly because of her sense of the other great commerce he had to carry on. He himself, at the end of a fortnight, had written twice, to show how his generosity could be trusted. But he reminded himself in each case of Mrs. Newsome's epistolary manner at the times when Mrs. Newsome kept off delicate ground. He sank his problem, he talked of Waymarsh and Miss Barrace, of little Bilham and the set over the river, with whom he had again had tea, and he was easy, for convenience, about Chad and Madame de Vionnet and Jeanne. He admitted that he continued to see them. He was decidedly so confirmed a haunter of Chad's premises, and that young man's practical intimacy with them was so undeniably great. But he had his reason for not attempting to render for Miss Gostrey's benefit the impression of these last days. That would be to tell her too much about himself, it being at present just from himself he was trying to escape. This small struggle sprang not a little, in its way, from the same impulse that had now carried him across to Notre Dame, the impulse to let things be, to give them time to justify themselves, or at least to pass. He was aware of having no errand in such a place but the desire not to be, for the hour, in certain other places, a sense of safety, of simplification, which each time he yielded to it he amused himself by thinking of as a private concession to cowardice. The great church had no altar for his worship, no direct voice for his soul, but it was none the less soothing even to sanctity, for he could feel while there what he couldn't elsewhere, that he was a plain, tired man taking the holiday he had earned. He was tired, but he wasn't plain. That was the pity and the trouble of it. He was able, however, to drop his problem at the door very much as if it had been the copper piece that he deposited on the threshold in the receptacle of the inveterate blind beggar. He trod the long dim nave, sat in the splendid choir, paused before the cluttered chapels of the East End, and the mighty monument laid upon him its spell. He might have been a student under the charm of a museum, which was exactly what, in a foreign town, in the afternoon of life, he would have liked to be free to be. This form of sacrifice did at any rate for the occasion as well as another. It made him quite sufficiently understand how, within the precinct, for the real refugee, the things of the world could fall into abeyance. That was the cowardice, probably, to dodge them, to beg the question, not to deal with it in the hard outer light, but his own oblivions were too brief, too vain, to hurt any one but himself, and he had a vague and fanciful kindness for certain persons whom he met, figures of mystery and anxiety, and whom, with observation for his pastime, he ranked as those who were fleeing from justice. Justice was outside, in the hard light, and injustice too, but one was as absent as the other from the air of the long aisles and the brightness of many altars. Thus it was at all events that one morning some dozen days after the dinner in the Boulevard Malesherbes, at which Madame de Vionnet had been present with her daughter, he was called upon to play his part in an encounter that deeply stirred his imagination. He had the habit in these contemplations of watching a fellow visitant, here and there, from a respectable distance, remarking some note of behaviour, of penitence, of prostration, of the absolved, relieved state. This was the manner in which his vague tenderness took its course, the degree of demonstration to which it naturally had to confine itself. It hadn't indeed so felt its responsibility as when on this occasion he suddenly measured the suggestive effect of a lady whose supreme stillness, in the shade of one of the chapels, he had 2 or 3 times noticed as he made, and made once more, his slow circuit. She wasn't prostrate, not in any degree bowed, but she was strangely fixed, and her prolonged immobility showed her, while he passed and paused, as wholly given up to the need, whatever it was, that had brought her there. She only sat and gazed before her, as he himself often sat, but she had placed herself, as he never did, within the focus of the shrine, and she had lost herself, he could easily see, as he would only have liked to do. She was not a wandering alien, keeping back more than she gave, but one of the familiar, the intimate, the fortunate, for whom these dealings had a method and a meaning. She reminded our friend, since it was the way of 9/10 of his current impressions to act as recalls of things imagined, of some fine, firm, concentrated heroine of an old story, something he had heard, read, something that, had he had a hand for drama, he might himself have written, renewing her courage, renewing her clearness, in splendidly protected meditation. Her back as she sat was turned to him, but his impression absolutely required that she should be young and interesting, and she carried her head moreover, even in the sacred shade, with a discernible faith in herself, a kind of implied conviction of consistency, security, impunity. But what had such a woman come for if she hadn't come to pray? Strether's reading of such matters was, it must be owned, confused, but he wondered if her attitude was some congruous fruit of absolution, of indulgence. He knew but dimly what indulgence in such a place might mean, yet he had, as with a soft sweep, a vision of how it might indeed add to the zest of active rites. All this was a good deal to have been denoted by a mere lurking figure who was nothing to him. But the last thing before leaving the church he had the surprise of a still deeper quickening. He had dropped upon a seat halfway down the nave, and again in the museum mood was trying with head thrown back and eyes aloft to reconstitute a past, to reduce it in fact to the convenient terms of Victor Hugo, whom a few days before, giving the rein for once in a way to the joy of life, he had purchased in 70 bound volumes, a miracle of cheapness, parted with, he was assured by the shopman, at the price of the red and gold alone. He looked, doubtless, while he played his eternal nippers over Gothic glooms, sufficiently wrapped in reverence, but what his thought had finally bumped against was the question of where, among packed accumulations, so multiform a wedge would be able to enter. Were 70 volumes in red and gold to be perhaps what he should most substantially have to show at Woollett as the fruit of his mission? It was a possibility that held him a minute, held him till he happened to feel that some one, unnoticed, had approached him and paused. Turning, he saw that a lady stood there as for a greeting, and he sprang up as he next took her, securely, for Madame de Vionnet, who happened to have recognised him as she passed near him on her way to the door. She checked, quickly and gaily, a certain confusion in him, came to meet it, turned it back by an art of her own, the confusion having threatened him as he knew her for the person he had lately been observing. She was the lurking figure of the dim chapel. She had occupied him more than she guessed, but it came to him in time, luckily, that he needn't tell her, and that no harm, after all, had been done. She herself, for that matter, straightway showing she felt their encounter as the happiest of accidents, had for him a "You come here too?" that despoiled surprise of every awkwardness. "I come often," she said. "I love this place, but I'm terrible in general for churches. The old women who live in them all know me. In fact I'm already myself one of the old women. It's like that, at all events, that I foresee I shall end." Looking about for a chair, so that he instantly pulled one nearer, she sat down with him again to the sound of an "Oh, I like so much your also being fond." He confessed the extent of his feeling, though she left the object vague, and he was struck with the tact, the taste of her vagueness, which simply took for granted in him a sense of beautiful things. He was conscious of how much it was affected, this sense, by something subdued and discreet in the way she had arranged herself for her special object and her morning walk. He believed her to have come on foot, the way her slightly thicker veil was drawn, a mere touch, but everything. The composed gravity of her dress, in which here and there a dull wine colour seemed to gleam faintly through black, the charming discretion of her small compact head, the quiet note as she sat of her folded grey-gloved hands. It was, to Strether's mind, as if she sat on her own ground, the light honours of which, at an open gate, she thus easily did him, while all the vastness and mystery of the domain stretched off behind. When people were so completely in possession they could be extraordinarily civil, and our friend had indeed at this hour a kind of revelation of her heritage. She was romantic for him far beyond what she could have guessed, and again he found his small comfort in the conviction that, subtle though she was, his impression must remain a secret from her. The thing that once more made him uneasy for secrets in general was this particular patience she could have with his own want of colour, albeit that on the other hand his uneasiness pretty well dropped after he had been for 10 minutes as colourless as possible and at the same time as responsive. The moments had already, for that matter, drawn their deepest tinge from the special interest excited in him by his vision of his companion's identity with the person whose attitude before the glimmering altar had so impressed him. This attitude fitted admirably into the stand he had privately taken about her connection with Chad on the last occasion of his seeing them together. It helped him to stick fast at the point he had then reached. It was there he had resolved that he would stick, and at no moment since had it seemed as easy to do so. Unassailably innocent was a relation that could make one of the parties to it so carry herself. If it wasn't innocent, why did she haunt the churches? Into which, given the woman he could believe he had made out, she would never have come to flaunt an insolence of guilt. She haunted them for continued help, for strength, for peace, sublime support which, if one were able to look at it so, she found from day to day. They talked in low easy tones and with lifted lingering looks about the great monument and its history and its beauty, all of which Madame de Vionnet professed came to her most in the other, the outer view. "We'll presently, after we go," she said, "walk around it again if you like. I'm not in a particular hurry, and it will be pleasant to look at it well with you." He had spoken of the great romancer and the great romance, and of what, to his imagination, they had done for the whole, mentioning to her moreover the exorbitance of his purchase, the 70 blazing volumes that were so out of proportion. Out of proportion to what? Well, to any other plunge. Yet he felt even as he spoke how at that instant he was plunging. He had made up his mind and was impatient to get into the air, for his purpose was a purpose to be uttered outside, and he had a fear that it might with delay still slip away from him. She, however, took her time. She drew out their quiet gossip as if she had wished to profit by their meeting, and this confirmed precisely an interpretation of her manner, of her mystery. While she rose, as he would have called it, to the question of Victor Hugo, her voice itself, the light low quaver of her deference to the solemnity about them, seemed to make her words mean something that they didn't mean openly. Help, strength, peace, a sublime support. She hadn't found so much of these things as that the amount wouldn't be sensibly greater for any scrap his appearance of faith in her might enable her to feel in her hand. Every little, in a long strain, helped, and if he happened to affect her as a firm object she could hold on by, he wouldn't jerk himself out of her reach. People in difficulties held on by what was nearest, and he was perhaps after all not further off than sources of comfort more abstract. It was as to this he had made up his mind. He had made it up, that is, to give her a sign. The sign would be that, though it was her own affair, he understood. The sign would be that, though it was her own affair, she was free to clutch. Since she took him for a firm object, much as he might to his own sense appear at times to rock, he would do his best to be one. The end of it was that half an hour later they were seated together for an early luncheon at a wonderful, a delightful house of entertainment on the left bank, a place of pilgrimage for the knowing, they were both aware, the knowing who came, for its great renown, the homage of restless days, from the other end of the town. Strether had already been there 3 times, first with Miss Gostrey, then with Chad again and with Waymarsh and little Bilham, all of whom he had himself sagaciously entertained; and his pleasure was deep now on learning that Madame de Vionnet hadn't yet been initiated. When he had said as they strolled round the church, by the river, acting at last on what within he had made up his mind to, "Will you, if you have time, come to déjeuner with me somewhere? For instance, if you know it, over there on the other side, which is so easy a walk," and then had named the place. When he had done this she stopped short, as for quick intensity, and yet deep difficulty, of response. She took in the proposal as if it were almost too charming to be true, and there had perhaps never yet been for her companion so unexpected a moment of pride, so fine, so odd a case at any rate, as his finding himself thus able to offer to a person in such universal possession a new, rare amusement. She had heard of the happy spot, but she asked him in reply to a further question how in the world he could suppose her to have been there. He supposed himself to have supposed that Chad might have taken her, and she guessed this, the next moment, to his no small discomfort. "Ah, let me explain," she smiled, "that I don't go about with him in public. I never have such chances, not having them otherwise, and it's just the sort of thing that, as a quiet creature living in my hole, I adore." It was more than kind of him to have thought of it, though, frankly, if he asked whether she had time, she hadn't a single minute. That, however, made no difference. She'd throw everything over. Every duty at home, domestic, maternal, social, awaited her. But it was a case for a high line. Her affairs would go to smash, but hadn't one a right to one's snatch of scandal when one was prepared to pay? It was on this pleasant basis of costly disorder, consequently, that they eventually seated themselves, on either side of a small table, at a window adjusted to the busy quay and the shining, barge-burdened Seine, where, for an hour, in the matter of letting himself go, of diving deep, Strether was to feel he had touched bottom. He was to feel many things on this occasion, and one of the first of them was that he had travelled far since that evening in London, before the theatre, when his dinner with Maria Gostrey, between the pink-shaded candles, had struck him as requiring so many explanations. He had at that time gathered them in, the explanations. He had stored them up. But it was at present as if he had either soared above or sunk below them. He couldn't tell which. He could somehow think of none that didn't seem to leave the appearance of collapse and cynicism easier for him than lucidity. How could he wish it to be lucid for others, for any one, that he, for the hour, saw reasons enough in the mere way the bright clean ordered waterside life came in at the open window, the mere way Madame de Vionnet, opposite him over their intensely white table linen, their omelette aux tomates, their bottle of straw-coloured Chablis, thanked him for everything almost with the smile of a child, while her grey eyes moved in and out of their talk, back to the quarter of the warm spring air in which early summer had already begun to throb, and then back again to his face and their human questions. Their human questions became many before they had done, many more, as one after the other came up, than our friend's free fancy had at all foreseen. The sense he had had before, the sense that he had had repeatedly, the sense that the situation was running away with him, had never been so sharp as now, and all the more that he could perfectly put his finger on the moment it had taken the bit in its teeth. That accident had definitely occurred the other evening, after Chad's dinner. It had occurred, as he fully knew, at the moment when he interposed between this lady and her child, when he suffered himself so to discuss with her a matter closely concerning them that her own subtlety, marked by its significant "Thank you," instantly sealed the occasion in her favour. Again he had held off for 10 days, but the situation had continued out of hand in spite of that; the fact that it was running so fast being indeed just why he had held off. What had come over him as he recognised her in the nave of the church was that holding off could be but a losing game from the instant she was worked for not only by her subtlety but by the hand of fate itself. If all the accidents were to fight on her side, and by the actual showing they loomed large, he could only give himself up. This was what he had done in privately deciding then and there to propose she should breakfast with him. What did the success of his proposal in fact resemble but the smash in which a regular runaway properly ends? The smash was their walk, their déjeuner, their omelette, the Chablis, the place, the view, their present talk and his present pleasure in it, to say nothing, wonder of wonders, of her own. To this tune and nothing less accordingly was his surrender made good. It sufficiently lighted up at least the folly of holding off. Ancient proverbs sounded, for his memory, in the tone of their words and the clink of their glasses, in the hum of the town and the plash of the river. It was clearly better to suffer as a sheep than as a lamb. One might as well perish by the sword as by famine. Maria still away? That was the first thing she had asked him, and when he had found the frankness to be cheerful about it in spite of the meaning he knew her to attach to Miss Gostrey's absence, she had gone on to enquire if he didn't tremendously miss her. There were reasons that made him by no means sure, yet he nevertheless answered "tremendously," which she took in as if it were all she had wished to prove. Then, "A man in trouble must be possessed somehow of a woman," she said. "If she doesn't come in one way she comes in another." "Why do you call me a man in trouble?" "Ah because that's the way you strike me." She spoke ever so gently and as if with all fear of wounding him while he sat partaking of his bounty. "Aren't you in trouble?" He felt himself colour at the question, and then hated that. Hated to pass for anything so idiotic as woundable. Woundable by Chad's lady, in respect to whom he had come out with such a fund of indifference. Was he already at that point? Perversely, none the less, his pause gave a strange air of truth to her supposition. And what was he in fact but disconcerted at having struck her just in the way he had most dreamed of not doing? "I'm not in trouble yet," he at last smiled. "I'm not in trouble now." "Well, I'm always so. But that you sufficiently know." She was a woman who, between courses, could be graceful with her elbows on the table. It was a posture unknown to Mrs. Newsome, but it was easy for a femme du monde. "Yes, I am now." "There was a question you put to me," he presently returned, "the night of Chad's dinner. I didn't answer it then, and it has been very handsome of you not to have sought an occasion for pressing me about it since." She was instantly all there. "Of course I know what you allude to. I asked you what you had meant by saying, the day you came to see me, just before you left me, that you'd save me. And you then said, at our friend's, that you'd have really to wait to see, for yourself, what you did mean." "Yes, I asked for time," said Strether. "And it sounds now, as you put it, like a very ridiculous speech." "Oh," she murmured. She was full of attenuation. But she had another thought. "If it does sound ridiculous, why do you deny that you're in trouble?" "Ah if I were," he replied, "it wouldn't be the trouble of fearing ridicule. I don't fear it." "What then do you?" "Nothing now." And he leaned back in his chair. "I like your 'now'!" she laughed across at him. "Well, it's precisely that it fully comes to me at present that I've kept you long enough. I know by this time at any rate what I meant by my speech, and I really knew it the night of Chad's dinner." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "Because it was difficult at the moment. I had already at that moment done something for you, in the sense of what I had said the day I went to see you. But I wasn't then sure of the importance I might represent this as having." She was all eagerness. "And you're sure now?" "Yes. I see that practically I've done for you, had done for you when you put me your question, all that it's as yet possible for me to do. I feel now," he went on, "that it may go further than I thought. What I did after my visit to you," he explained, "was to write straight off to Mrs. Newsome about you, and I'm at last, from one day to the other, expecting her answer. It's this answer that will represent, as I believe, the consequences." Patient and beautiful was her interest. "I see. The consequences of your speaking for me." And she waited as if not to hustle him. He acknowledged it by immediately going on. "The question, you understand, was how I should save you. Well, I'm trying it by thus letting her know that I consider you worth saving." "I see, I see." Her eagerness broke through. "How can I thank you enough?" He couldn't tell her that, however, and she quickly pursued. "You do really for yourself consider it?" His only answer at first was to help her to the dish that had been freshly put before them. "I've written to her again since then. I've left her in no doubt of what to think. I've told her all about you." "Thanks. Not so much. All about me?" she went on. "Yes." "All, it seems to me, you've done for him." "Ah, and you might have added all it seems to me." She laughed again while she took up her knife and fork, as in the cheer of these assurances. "But you're not sure how she will take it?" "No, I'll not pretend I'm sure." "Voilà." And she waited a moment. "I wish you'd tell me about her." "Oh," said Strether with a slightly strained smile, "all that need concern you about her is that she's really a grand person." Madame de Vionnet seemed to demur. "Is that all that need concern me about her?" But Strether neglected the question. "Hasn't Chad talked to you?" "Of his mother? Yes, a great deal, immensely. But not from your point of view." "He can't," our friend returned, "have said any ill of her." "Not the least bit. He has given me, like you, the assurance that she's really grand. But her being really grand is somehow just what hasn't seemed to simplify our case. Nothing," she continued, "is further from me than to wish to say a word against her, but of course I feel how little she can like being told of her owing me anything. No woman ever enjoys such an obligation to another woman." This was a proposition Strether couldn't contradict. "And yet what other way could I have expressed to her what I felt? It's what there was most to say about you." "Do you mean then that she will be good to me?" "It's what I'm waiting to see. But I've little doubt she would," he added, "if she could comfortably see you." It seemed to strike her as a happy, a beneficent thought. "Oh, then couldn't that be managed? Wouldn't she come out? Wouldn't she if you so put it to her? Did you by any possibility—?" she faintly quavered. "Oh no," he was prompt. "Not that. It would be, much more, to give an account of you that, since there's no question of your paying the visit, I should go home first." It instantly made her graver. "And are you thinking of that?" "Oh all the while, naturally." "Stay with us, stay with us," she exclaimed on this. "That's your only way to make sure." "To make sure of what?" "Why that he doesn't break up. You didn't come out to do that to him." "Doesn't it depend," Strether returned after a moment, "on what you mean by breaking up?" "Oh you know well enough what I mean." His silence seemed again for a little to denote an understanding. "You take for granted remarkable things." "Yes, I do, to the extent that I don't take for granted vulgar ones. You're perfectly capable of seeing that what you came out for wasn't really at all to do what you now have to do." "Ah it's perfectly simple," Strether good-humouredly pleaded. "I've had but one thing to do, to put our case before him, to put it as it could only be put here on the spot, by personal pressure. My dear lady," he lucidly pursued, My work, you see, is really done, and my reasons for staying on even another day are none of the best. Chad's in possession of our case and professes to do it full justice. What remains is with himself. I've had my rest, my amusement and refreshment. I've had, as we say at Woollett, a lovely time. Nothing in it has been more lovely than this happy meeting with you, in these fantastic conditions to which you so delightfully consented. I've a sense of success. It's what I wanted. My getting all this good is what Chad has waited for, and I gather that if I'm ready to go, he's the same." She shook her head with a finer, deeper wisdom. "You're not ready. If you're ready, why did you write to Mrs. Newsome, in the sense you've mentioned to me?" Strether considered. "I shan't go before I hear from her. You're too much afraid of her," he added. It produced between them a long look from which neither shrank. "I don't think you believe that—believe I've not really reason to fear her." "She's capable of great generosity," Strether presently stated. "Well, then let her trust me a little. That's all I ask. Let her recognise in spite of everything what I've done." "Ah remember," our friend replied, "that she can't effectually recognise it without seeing it for herself. Let Chad go over and show her what you've done, and let him plead with her there for it and, as it were, for you." She measured the depth of this suggestion. "Do you give me your word of honour that if she once has him there she won't do her best to marry him?" It made her companion, this enquiry, look again a while out at the view; after which he spoke without sharpness. "When she sees for herself what he is—" But she had already broken in. "It's when she sees for herself what he is that she'll want to marry him most." Strether's attitude, that of due deference to what she said, permitted him to attend for a minute to his luncheon. "I doubt if that will come off. It won't be easy to make it." "It will be easy if he remains there, and he'll remain for the money. The money appears to be, as a probability, so hideously much." "Well," Strether presently concluded, "nothing could really hurt you but his marrying." She gave a strange light laugh. "Putting aside what may really hurt him." But her friend looked at her as if he had thought of that too. "The question will come up, of course, of the future that you yourself offer him." She was leaning back now, but she fully faced him. "Well, let it come up." "The point is that it's for Chad to make of it what he can. His being proof against marriage will show what he does make. If he is proof, yes." She accepted the proposition. "But for myself," she added, "the question is what you make." "Ah I make nothing. It's not my affair." "I beg your pardon. It's just there that, since you've taken it up and are committed to it, it most intensely becomes yours. You're not saving me, I take it, for your interest in myself, but for your interest in our friend. The one's at any rate wholly dependent on the other. You can't in honour not see me through," she wound up, "because you can't in honour not see him." Strange and beautiful to him was her quiet soft acuteness. The thing that most moved him was really that she was so deeply serious. She had none of the portentous forms of it, but he had never come in contact, it struck him, with a force brought to so fine a head. Mrs. Newsome, goodness knew, was serious, but it was nothing to this. He took it all in, he saw it all together. "No," he mused, "I can't in honour not see him." Her face affected him as with an exquisite light. "You will then?" "I will." At this she pushed back her chair and was the next moment on her feet. "Thank you," she said, with her hand held out to him across the table, and with no less a meaning in the words than her lips had so particularly given them after Chad's dinner. The golden nail she had then driven in pierced a good inch deeper. Yet he reflected that he himself had only meanwhile done what he had made up his mind to do on the same occasion. So far as the essence of the matter went, he had simply stood fast on the spot on which he had then planted his feet. End of Book 7th, Chapter 1. Book Seventh, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. He received 3 days after this a communication from America, in the form of a scrap of blue paper folded and gummed, not reaching him through his bankers, but delivered at his hotel by a small boy in uniform, who, under instructions from the concierge, approached him as he slowly paced the little court. It was the evening hour, but daylight was long now, and Paris more than ever penetrating. The scent of flowers was in the streets. He had the whiff of violets perpetually in his nose. And he had attached himself to sounds and suggestions, vibrations of the air, human and dramatic, he imagined, as they were not in other places, that came out for him more and more as the mild afternoons deepened, a far-off hum, a sharp near click on the asphalt, a voice calling, replying, somewhere and as full of tones as an actor's in a play. He was to dine at home as usual with Waymarsh. They had settled to that for thrift and simplicity, and now he hung about before his friend came down. He read his telegram in the court, standing still a long time where he had opened it, and giving 5 minutes afterwards to the renewed study of it. At last, quickly, he crumpled it up as if to get it out of the way, in spite of which, however, he kept it there, still kept it when, at the end of another turn, he had dropped into a chair placed near a small table. Here, with his scrap of paper compressed in his fist, and further concealed by his folding his arms tight, he sat for some time in thought, gazed before him so straight that Waymarsh appeared and approached him without catching his eye. The latter, in fact, struck with his appearance, looked at him hard for a single instant, and then, as if determined to that course by some special vividness in it, dropped back into the salon de lecture without addressing him. But the pilgrim from Milrose permitted himself still to observe the scene from behind the clear glass plate of that retreat. Strether ended, as he sat, by a fresh scrutiny of his compressed missive, which he smoothed out carefully again as he placed it on his table. There it remained for some minutes, until, at last looking up, he saw Waymarsh watching him from within. It was on this that their eyes met for a moment during which neither moved. But Strether then got up, folding his telegram more carefully and putting it into his waistcoat pocket. A few minutes later the friends were seated together at dinner, but Strether had meanwhile said nothing about it, and they eventually parted, after coffee in the court, with nothing said on either side. Our friend had moreover the consciousness that even less than usual was on this occasion said between them, so that it was almost as if each had been waiting for something from the other. Waymarsh had always more or less the air of sitting at the door of his tent, and silence, after so many weeks, had come to play its part in their concert. This note indeed, to Strether's sense, had lately taken a fuller tone, and it was his fancy to-night that they had never quite so drawn it out. Yet it befell none the less that he closed the door to confidence when his companion finally asked him if there were anything particular the matter with him. "Nothing," he replied, "more than usual." On the morrow, however, at an early hour, he found occasion to give an answer more in consonance with the facts. What was the matter had continued to be so all the previous evening, the first hours of which, after dinner in his room, he had devoted to the copious composition of a letter. He had quitted Waymarsh for this purpose, leaving him to his own resources with less ceremony than their wont, but finally coming down again with his letter unconcluded and going forth into the streets without inquiry for his comrade. He had taken a long vague walk, and 1 o'clock had struck before his return and his reascent to his room by the aid of the glimmering candle end left for him on the shelf outside the porter's lodge. He had possessed himself, on closing his door, of the numerous loose sheets of his unfinished composition, and then, without reading them over, had torn them into small pieces. He had thereupon slept, as if it had been in some measure thanks to that sacrifice, the sleep of the just, and had prolonged his rest considerably beyond his custom. Thus it was that when, between 9 and 10, the tap of the knob of a walking-stick sounded on his door, he had not yet made himself altogether presentable. Chad Newsome's bright deep voice determined quickly enough none the less the admission of the visitor. The little blue paper of the evening before, plainly an object the more precious for its escape from premature destruction, now lay on the sill of the open window, smoothed out afresh and kept from blowing away by the superincumbent weight of his watch. Chad, looking about with careless and competent criticism, as he looked wherever he went, immediately espied it, and permitted himself to fix it for a moment rather hard. After which he turned his eyes to his host. "It has come then at last." Strether paused in the act of pinning his necktie. "Then you know? You've had one too?" "No, I've had nothing. And I only know what I see. I see that thing and I guess. Well," he added, "it comes as pat as in a play, for I've precisely turned up this morning, as I would have done yesterday, but it was impossible, to take you." "To take me?" Strether had turned again to his glass. "Back, at last, as I promised. I'm ready. I've really been ready this month. I've only been waiting for you, as was perfectly right. But you're better now. You're safe. I see that for myself you've got all your good. You're looking this morning as fit as a flea." Strether, at his glass, finished dressing, consulting that witness moreover on this last opinion. Was he looking preternaturally fit? There was something in it perhaps for Chad's wonderful eye, but he had felt himself for hours rather in pieces. Such a judgment, however, was after all but a contribution to his resolve. It testified unwittingly to his wisdom. He was still firmer, apparently, since it shone in him as a light, than he had flattered himself. His firmness indeed was slightly compromised, as he faced about to his friend, by the way this very personage looked; though the case would of course have been worse hadn't the secret of personal magnificence been at every hour Chad's unfailing possession. There he was in all the pleasant morning freshness of it, strong and sleek and gay, easy and fragrant and fathomless, with happy health in his colour and pleasant silver in his thick young hair, and the right word for everything on the lips that his clear brownness caused to show as red. He had never struck Strether as personally such a success. It was as if now, for his definite surrender, he had gathered himself vividly together. This, sharply and rather strangely, was the form in which he was to be presented to Woollett. Our friend took him in again. He was always taking him in and yet finding that parts of him still remained out; though even thus his image showed through a mist of other things. "I've had a cable," Strether said. "From your mother." "I dare say, my dear man. I hope she's well." Strether hesitated. "No, she's not well. I'm sorry to have to tell you." "Ah," said Chad, "I must have had the instinct of it. All the more reason then that we should start straight off." Strether had now got together hat, gloves and stick, but Chad had dropped on the sofa as if to show where he wished to make his point. He kept observing his companion's things. He might have been judging how quickly they could be packed. He might even have wished to hint that he'd send his own servant to assist. "What do you mean," Strether enquired, "by 'straight off'?" "Oh, by one of next week's boats. Everything at this season goes out so light that berths will be easy anywhere." Strether had in his hand his telegram, which he had kept there after attaching his watch, and he now offered it to Chad, who, however, with an odd movement, declined to take it. "Thanks, I'd rather not. Your correspondence with Mother's your own affair. I'm only with you both on it, whatever it is." Strether, at this, while their eyes met, slowly folded the missive and put it in his pocket; after which, before he had spoken again, Chad broke fresh ground. "Has Miss Gostrey come back?" But when Strether presently spoke it wasn't in answer. "It's not, I gather, that your mother's physically ill. Her health on the whole this spring seems to have been better than usual. But she's worried, she's anxious, and it appears to have risen within the last few days to a climax. We've tired out, between us, her patience." "Oh it isn't you!" Chad generously protested. "I beg your pardon, it is me." Strether was mild and melancholy but firm. He saw it far and away and over his companion's head. "It's very particularly me." "Well then, all the more reason. Marchons, marchons," said the young man gaily. His host, however, at this, but continued to stand agaze, and he had the next thing repeated his question of a moment before. "Has Miss Gostrey come back?" "Yes, 2 days ago." "Then you've seen her?" "No, I'm to see her to-day." But Strether wouldn't linger now on Miss Gostrey. "Your mother sends me an ultimatum. If I can't bring you I'm to leave you. I'm to come at any rate myself." "Ah but you can bring me now," Chad from his sofa reassuringly replied. Strether had a pause. "I don't think I understand you. Why was it that more than a month ago you put it to me so urgently to let Madame de Vionnet speak for you?" "Why?" Chad considered, but he had it at his fingers' ends. "Why but because I knew how well she'd do it. It was the way to keep you quiet and, to that extent, do you good. Besides," he happily and comfortably explained, "I wanted you really to know her and to get the impression of her. And you see the good that has done you." "Well," said Strether, "the way she has spoken for you, all the same, so far as I've given her a chance, has only made me feel how much she wishes to keep you. If you make nothing of that I don't see why you wanted me to listen to her." "Why, my dear man," Chad exclaimed, "I make everything of it. How can you doubt?" "I doubt only because you come to me this morning with your signal to start." Chad stared, then gave a laugh. "And isn't my signal to start just what you've been waiting for?" Strether debated. He took another turn. "This last month I've been awaiting, I think, more than anything else, the message I have here." "You mean you've been afraid of it?" "Well, I was doing my business in my own way. And I suppose your present announcement," Strether went on, "isn't merely the result of your sense of what I've expected. Otherwise you wouldn't have put me in relation—" But he paused, pulling up. At this Chad rose. "Ah, her wanting me not to go has nothing to do with it. It's only because she's afraid of the way that, over there, I may get caught. But her fear's groundless." He had met again his companion's sufficiently searching look. "Are you tired of her?" Chad gave him in reply to this, with a movement of his head, the strangest slow smile he had ever had from him. "Never." It had immediately on Strether's imagination so deep and soft an effect that our friend could only for the moment keep it before him. "Never?" "Never," Chad obligingly and serenely repeated. It made his companion take several more steps. "Then you're not afraid?" "Afraid to go?" Strether pulled up again. "Afraid to stay." The young man looked brightly amazed. "You want me now to stay?" "If I don't immediately sail, the Pococks will immediately come out. That's what I mean," said Strether, "by your mother's ultimatum." Chad showed a still livelier but not an alarmed interest. "She has turned on Sarah and Jim?" Strether joined him for an instant in the vision. "Oh, and you may be sure Mamie. That's whom she's turning on." This also Chad saw. He laughed out. "Mamie? To corrupt me?" "Ah," said Strether, "she's very charming." "So you've already more than once told me. I should like to see her." Something happy and easy, something above all unconscious, in the way he said this, brought home again to his companion the facility of his attitude and the enviability of his state. "See her then by all means. And consider too," Strether went on, "that you really give your sister a lift in letting her come to you. You give her a couple of months in Paris, which she hasn't seen, if I'm not mistaken, since just after she was married, and which I'm sure she wants but the pretext to visit." Chad listened, but with all his own knowledge of the world. "She has had it, the pretext, these several years, yet she has never taken it." "Do you mean you?" Strether after an instant inquired. "Certainly. The lone exile. And whom do you mean?" said Chad. "Oh I mean me. I'm her pretext. That is—for it comes to the same thing—I'm your mother's." "Then why," Chad asked, "doesn't Mother come herself?" His friend gave him a long look. "Should you like her to?" And as he for the moment said nothing, "It's perfectly open to you to cable for her." Chad continued to think. "Will she come if I do?" "Quite possibly. But try and you'll see." "Why don't you try?" Chad after a moment asked. "Because I don't want to." Chad thought. "Don't desire her presence here?" Strether faced the question, and his answer was the more emphatic. "Don't put it off, my dear boy, on me." "Well, I see what you mean. I'm sure you'd behave beautifully, but you don't want to see her. So I won't play you that trick." "Ah," Strether declared, "I shouldn't call it a trick. You've a perfect right, and it would be perfectly straight of you." Then he added in a different tone, "You'd have moreover in the person of Madame de Vionnet a very interesting relation prepared for her." Their eyes, on this proposition, continued to meet, but Chad's, pleasant and bold, never flinched for a moment. He got up at last and he said something with which Strether was struck. "She wouldn't understand her, but that makes no difference. Madame de Vionnet would like to see her. She'd like to be charming to her. She believes she could work it." Strether thought a moment, affected by this, but finally, turning away, "She couldn't." "You're quite sure?" Chad asked. "Well, risk it if you like." Strether, who uttered this with serenity, had urged a plea for their now getting into the air, but the young man still waited. "Have you sent your answer?" "No, I've done nothing yet." "Were you waiting to see me?" "No, not that." "Only waiting," and Chad with this had a smile for him, "to see Miss Gostrey?" "No, not even Miss Gostrey. I wasn't waiting to see any one. I had only waited, till now, to make up my mind, in complete solitude, and since I of course absolutely owe you the information, was on the point of going out with it quite made up. Have therefore a little more patience with me. Remember," Strether went on, "that that's what you originally asked me to have. I've had it, you see, and you see what has come of it. Stay on with me." Chad looked grave. "How much longer?" "Well, till I make you a sign. I can't myself, you know, at the best, or at the worst, stay for ever. Let the Pococks come," Strether repeated. "Because it gains you time?" "Yes, it gains me time." Chad, as if it still puzzled him, waited a minute. "You don't want to get back to Mother?" "Not just yet. I'm not ready." "You feel," Chad asked him in a tone of his own, "the charm of life over here?" "Immensely." Strether faced it. "You've helped me so to feel it that surely needn't surprise you." "No, it doesn't surprise me, and I'm delighted. But what, my dear man," Chad went on with conscious queerness, "does it all lead to for you?" The change of position and of relation for each was so oddly betrayed in the question that Chad laughed out as soon as he had uttered it, which made Strether also laugh. "Well, to my having a certitude that has been tested, that has passed through the fire. But oh," he couldn't help breaking out, "if within my first month here you had been willing to move with me—" "Well," said Chad while he broke down as for weight of thought. "Well, we should have been over there by now." "Ah but you wouldn't have had your fun." "I should have had a month of it, and I'm having now, if you want to know," Strether continued, "enough to last me for the rest of my days." Chad looked amused and interested, yet still somewhat in the dark, partly perhaps because Strether's estimate of fun had required of him from the first a good deal of elucidation. "It wouldn't do if I left you?" "Left me?" Strether remained blank. "Only for a month or two, time to go and come. Madame de Vionnet," Chad smiled, "would look after you in the interval." "To go back by yourself, I remaining here?" Again for an instant their eyes had the question out; after which Strether said, "Grotesque!" "But I want to see Mother," Chad presently returned. "Remember how long it is since I've seen Mother." "Long indeed, and that's exactly why I was originally so keen for moving you. Hadn't you shown us enough how beautifully you could do without it?" "Oh but," said Chad wonderfully, "I'm better now." There was an easy triumph in it that made his friend laugh out loud again. "Oh if you were worse I should know what to do with you. In that case I believe I'd have you gagged and strapped down, carried on board resisting, kicking. "How much," Strether asked, "do you want to see Mother?" "How much?" Chad seemed to find it in fact difficult to say. "How much?" "Why, as much as you've made me. I'd give anything to see her. And you've left me," Chad went on, "in little enough doubt as to how much she wants it." Strether thought a minute. "Well then, if those things are really your motive, catch the French steamer and sail to–morrow. Of course when it comes to that you're absolutely free to do as you choose. From the moment you can't hold yourself I can only accept your flight." "I'll fly in a minute then," said Chad, "if you'll stay here." "I'll stay here till the next steamer. Then I'll follow you." "And do you call that," Chad asked, "accepting my flight?" "Certainly. It's the only thing to call it. The only way to keep me here, accordingly," Strether explained, "is by staying yourself." Chad took it in. "All the more that I've really dished you, eh?" "Dished me?" Strether echoed as inexpressively as possible. "Why, if she sends out the Pococks it will be that she doesn't trust you, and if she doesn't trust you that bears upon—well, you know what." Strether decided after a moment that he did know what, and in consonance with this he spoke. "You see then all the more what you owe me." "Well, if I do see, how can I pay?" "By not deserting me. By standing by me." "Oh I say!" But Chad, as they went downstairs, clapped a firm hand, in the manner of a pledge, upon his shoulder. They descended slowly together and had, in the court of the hotel, some further talk, of which the upshot was that they presently separated. Chad Newsome departed, and Strether, left alone, looked about, superficially, for Waymarsh. But Waymarsh hadn't yet, it appeared, come down, and our friend finally went forth without sight of him. End of Book 7th, Chapter 2. Book 7th, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. At 4 o'clock that afternoon he had still not seen him, but he was then, as to make up for this, engaged in talk about him with Miss Gostrey. Strether had kept away from home all day, given himself up to the town and to his thoughts, wandered and mused, been at once restless and absorbed, and all with the present climax of a rich little welcome in the Quartier Marbeuf. "Waymarsh has been, unbeknown to me, I'm convinced," for Miss Gostrey had enquired, "in communication with Woollett, the consequence of which was, last night, the loudest possible call for me." "Do you mean a letter to bring you home?" "No, a cable which I have at this moment in my pocket. A 'come back by the first ship.'" Strether's hostess, it might have been made out, just escaped changing colour. Reflection arrived but in time and established a provisional serenity. It was perhaps exactly this that enabled her to say with duplicity: "And you're going?" "You almost deserve it when you abandon me so." She shook her head as if this were not worth taking up. "My absence has helped you, as I've only to look at you to see. It was my calculation, and I'm justified. You're not where you were. And the thing," she smiled, "was for me not to be there either. You can go of yourself." "Oh but I feel to–day," he comfortably declared, "that I shall want you yet." She took him all in again. "Well, I promise you not to leave you, but it will only be to follow you. You've got your momentum and can toddle alone." He intelligently accepted it. "Yes, I suppose I can toddle. It's the sight of that in fact that has upset Waymarsh. He can bear it, the way I strike him as going, no longer. That's only the climax of his original feeling. He wants me to quit, and he must have written to Woollett that I'm in peril of perdition." "Ah good," she murmured. "But is it only your supposition?" "I make it out. It explains." "Then he denies? Or you haven't asked him?" "I've not had time," Strether said. "I made it out but last night, putting various things together, and I've not been since then face to face with him." She wondered. "Because you're too disgusted? You can't trust yourself?" He settled his glasses on his nose. "Do I look in a great rage?" "You look divine." "There's nothing," he went on, "to be angry about. He has done me, on the contrary, a service." She made it out. "By bringing things to a head?" "How well you understand!" he almost groaned. "Waymarsh won't in the least, at any rate when I have it out with him, deny or extenuate. He has acted from the deepest conviction, with the best conscience and after wakeful nights. He'll recognise that he's fully responsible, and will consider that he has been highly successful, so that any discussion we may have will bring us quite together again, bridge the dark stream that has kept us so thoroughly apart. We shall have at last, in the consequences of his act, something we can definitely talk about." She was silent a little. "How wonderfully you take it! But you're always wonderful." He had a pause that matched her own; then he had, with an adequate spirit, a complete admission. "It's quite true. I'm extremely wonderful just now. I dare say in fact I'm quite fantastic, and I shouldn't be at all surprised if I were mad." "Then tell me," she earnestly pressed. As he, however, for the time answered nothing, only returning the look with which she watched him, she presented herself where it was easier to meet her. "What will Mr. Waymarsh exactly have done?" "Simply have written a letter. One will have been quite enough. He has told them I want looking after." "And do you?" She was all interest. "Immensely. And I shall get it." "By which you mean you don't budge?" "I don't budge." "You've cabled?" "No, I've made Chad do it." "That you decline to come?" "That he declines. We had it out this morning and I brought him round. He had come in, before I was down, to tell me he was ready, I mean, to return; and he went off, after 10 minutes with me, to say he wouldn't." Miss Gostrey followed with intensity. "Then you've stopped him?" Strether settled himself afresh in his chair. "I've stopped him. That is for the time. That"—he gave it to her more vividly—"is where I am." "I see. But where's Mr. Newsome? He was ready," she asked, "to go?" "All ready." "And sincerely believing you'd be?" "Perfectly, I think; so that he was amazed to find the hand I had laid on him to pull him over suddenly converted into an engine for keeping him still." It was an account of the matter Miss Gostrey could weigh. "Does he think the conversion sudden?" "Well," said Strether, "I'm not altogether sure what he thinks. I'm not sure of anything that concerns him, except that the more I've seen of him the less I've found him what I originally expected. He's obscure, and that's why I'm waiting." She wondered. "But for what in particular?" "For the answer to his cable." "And what was his cable?" "I don't know," Strether replied. "It was to be, when he left me, according to his own taste. I simply said to him, 'I want to stay, and the only way for me to do so is for you to.' That I wanted to stay seemed to interest him, and he acted on that." Miss Gostrey turned it over. "He wants then himself to stay." "He half wants it. That is, he half wants to go. My original appeal has to that extent worked in him. Nevertheless," Strether pursued, "he won't go, not at least so long as I'm here." "But you can't," his companion suggested, "stay here always. I wish you could." "By no means. Still, I want to see him a little further. He's not in the least the case I supposed. He's quite another case. And it's as such that he interests me." It was almost as if for his own intelligence that, deliberate and lucid, our friend thus expressed the matter. "I don't want to give him up." Miss Gostrey but desired to help his lucidity. She had, however, to be light and tactful. "Up, you mean, to his mother?" "Well, I'm not thinking of his mother now. I'm thinking of the plan of which I was the mouthpiece, which, as soon as we met, I put before him as persuasively as I knew how, and which was drawn up, as it were, in complete ignorance of all that in this last long period has been happening to him. It took no account whatever of the impression I was here on the spot immediately to begin to receive from him, impressions of which I feel sure I'm far from having had the last." Miss Gostrey had a smile of the most genial criticism. "So your idea is, more or less, to stay out of curiosity?" "Call it what you like. I don't care what it's called." "So long as you do stay?" Certainly not then. I call it, all the same, immense fun," Maria Gostrey declared. "And to see you work it out will be one of the sensations of my life. It is clear you can toddle alone." He received this tribute without elation. "I shan't be alone when the Pococks have come." Her eyebrows went up. "The Pococks are coming?" "That, I mean, is what will happen, and happen as quickly as possible, in consequence of Chad's cable. They'll simply embark. Sarah will come to speak for her mother, with an effect different from my muddle." Miss Gostrey more gravely wondered. "She then will take him back?" "Very possibly, and we shall see. She must at any rate have the chance, and she may be trusted to do all she can." "And do you want that?" "Of course," said Strether, "I want it. I want to play fair." But she had lost for a moment the thread. "If it devolves on the Pococks, why do you stay?" "Just to see that I do play fair, and a little also, no doubt, that they do." Strether was luminous as he had never been. "I came out to find myself in presence of new facts, facts that have kept striking me as less and less met by our old reasons. The matter's perfectly simple. New reasons, reasons as new as the facts themselves, are wanted, and of this our friends at Woollett, Chad's and mine, were at the earliest moment definitely notified. If any are producible, Mrs. Pocock will produce them. She'll bring over the whole collection. They'll be," he added with a pensive smile, "a part of the fun you speak of." She was quite in the current now and floating by his side. "It's Mamie, so far as I've had it from you, who'll be their great card." And then as his contemplative silence wasn't a denial, she significantly added: "I think I'm sorry for her." "I think I am," and Strether sprang up, moving about a little as her eyes followed him. "But it can't be helped." "You mean her coming out can't be?" He explained after another turn what he meant. "The only way for her not to come is for me to go home, as I believe that on the spot I could prevent it. But the difficulty as to that is that if I do go home—" "I see, I see." She had easily understood. "Mr. Newsome will do the same, and that's not," she laughed out now, "to be thought of." Strether had no laugh. He had only a quiet, comparatively placid look that might have shown him as proof against ridicule. "Strange, isn't it?" They had, in the matter that so much interested them, come so far as this without sounding another name, to which, however, their present momentary silence was full of a conscious reference. Strether's question was a sufficient implication of the weight it had gained with him during the absence of his hostess, and just for that reason a single gesture from her could pass for him as a vivid answer. Yet he was answered still better when she said in a moment: "Will Mr. Newsome introduce his sister?" "To Madame de Vionnet?" Strether spoke the name at last. "I shall be greatly surprised if he doesn't." She seemed to gaze at the possibility. "You mean you've thought of it and you're prepared?" "I've thought of it and I'm prepared." It was to her visitor now that she applied her consideration. "Bon, you are magnificent." "Well," he answered after a pause and a little wearily, but still standing there before her, "well, that's what, just once in all my dull days, I think I shall like to have been." 2 days later he had news from Chad of a communication from Woollett in response to their determinant telegram, this missive being addressed to Chad himself and announcing the immediate departure for France of Sarah and Jim and Mamie. Strether had meanwhile on his own side cabled. He had but delayed that act till after his visit to Miss Gostrey, an interview by which, as so often before, he felt his sense of things cleared up and settled. His message to Mrs. Newsome, in answer to her own, had consisted of the words: "Judge best to take another month, but with full appreciation of all reinforcements." He had added that he was writing, but he was of course always writing. It was a practice that continued oddly enough to relieve him, to make him come nearer than anything else to the consciousness of doing something; so that he often wondered if he hadn't really, under his recent stress, acquired some hollow trick, one of the specious arts of make-believe. Wouldn't the pages he still so freely dispatched by the American post have been worthy of a showy journalist, some master of the great new science of beating the sense out of words? Wasn't he writing against time, and mainly to show that he was kind, since it had become quite his habit not to like to read himself over? On those lines he could still be liberal, yet it was at best a sort of whistling in the dark. It was unmistakable, moreover, that the sense of being in the dark now pressed on him more sharply, creating thereby the need for a louder and livelier whistle. He whistled long and hard after sending his message. He whistled again and again in celebration of Chad's news. There was an interval of a fortnight in which this exercise helped him. He had no great notion of what, on the spot, Sarah Pocock would have to say, though he had indeed confused premonitions. But it shouldn't be in her power to say, it shouldn't be in any one's anywhere to say, that he was neglecting her mother. He might have written before more freely, but he had never written more copiously, and he frankly gave for a reason at Woollett that he wished to fill the void created there by Sarah's departure. The increase of his darkness, however, and the quickening, as I have called it, of his tune, resided in the fact that he was hearing almost nothing. He had for some time been aware that he was hearing less than before, and he was now clearly following a process by which Mrs. Newsome's letters could but logically stop. He hadn't had a line for many days, and he needed no proof, though he was in time to have plenty, that she wouldn't have put pen to paper after receiving the hint that had determined her telegram. She wouldn't write till Sarah should have seen him and reported on him. It was strange, though it might well be less so than his own behaviour appeared at Woollett. It was at any rate significant, and what was remarkable was the way his friend's nature and manner put on for him, through this very drop of demonstration, a greater intensity. It struck him really that he had never lived so with her as during this period of her silence. The silence was a sacred hush, a finer, clearer medium, in which her idiosyncrasies showed. He walked about with her, sat with her, drove with her, and dined face to face with her, a rare treat in his life, as he could perhaps have scarce escaped phrasing it, and if he had never seen her so soundless he had never, on the other hand, felt her so highly, so almost austerely herself, pure and, by the vulgar estimate, cold, but deep, devoted, delicate, sensitive, noble. Her vividness in these respects became for him, in the special conditions, almost an obsession, and though the obsession sharpened his pulses, adding really to the excitement of life, there were hours at which, to be less on the stretch, he directly sought forgetfulness. He knew it for the queerest of adventures, a circumstance capable of playing such a part only for Lambert Strether, that in Paris itself, of all places, he should find this ghost of the lady of Woollett more importunate than any other presence. When he went back to Maria Gostrey, it was for the change to do something else. And yet after all the change scarcely operated, for he talked to her of Mrs. Newsome in these days as he had never talked before. He had hitherto observed in that particular a discretion and a law, considerations that at present broke down quite as if relations had altered. They hadn't really altered, he said to himself, so much as that came to, for if what had occurred was of course that Mrs. Newsome had ceased to trust him, there was nothing on the other hand to prove that he shouldn't win back her confidence. It was quite his present theory that he would leave no stone unturned to do so, and in fact if he now told Maria things about her that he had never told before, this was largely because it kept before him the idea of the honour of such a woman's esteem. His relation with Maria as well was, strangely enough, no longer quite the same. This truth, though not too disconcertingly, had come up between them on the renewal of their meetings. It was all contained in what she had then almost immediately said to him. It was represented by the remark she had needed but 10 minutes to make and that he hadn't been disposed to gainsay. He could toddle alone, and the difference that showed was extraordinary. The turn taken by their talk had promptly confirmed this difference. His larger confidence on the score of Mrs. Newsome did the rest, and the time seemed already far off when he had held out his small thirsty cup to the spout of her pail. Her pail was scarce touched now, and other fountains had flowed for him. She fell into her place as but one of his tributaries, and there was a strange sweetness, a melancholy mildness that touched him in her acceptance of the altered order. It marked for himself the flight of time, or at any rate what he was pleased to think of with irony and pity as the rush of experience, it having been but the day before yesterday that he sat at her feet and held on by her garment and was fed by her hand. It was the proportions that were changed, and the proportions were, at all times, he philosophized, the very conditions of perception, the terms of thought. It was as if, with her effective little entresol and her wide acquaintance, her activities, varieties, promiscuities, the duties and devotions that took up 9/10 of her time, and of which he got guardedly but the side wind, it was as if she had shrunk to a secondary element and had consented to the shrinkage with the perfection of tact. This perfection had never failed her. It had originally been greater than his prime measure for it. It had kept him quite apart, kept him out of the shop, as she called her huge general acquaintance, made their commerce as quiet, as much a thing of the home alone, the opposite of the shop, as if she had never another customer. She had been wonderful to him at first, with the memory of her little entresol, the image to which, on most mornings at that time, his eyes directly opened. But now she mainly figured for him as but part of the bristling total, though of course always as a person to whom he should never cease to be indebted. It would never be given to him certainly to inspire a greater kindness. She had decked him out for others, and he saw at this point at least nothing she would ever ask for. She only wondered and questioned and listened, rendering him the homage of a wistful speculation. She expressed it repeatedly. He was already far beyond her, and she must prepare herself to lose him. There was but one little chance for her. Often, as she had said it, he met it, for it was a touch he liked, each time the same way. "My coming to grief?" "Yes, then I might patch you up." "Oh, for my real smash, if it takes place, there will be no patching." "But you surely don't mean it will kill you?" "No, worse. It will make me old." "Ah, nothing can do that. The wonderful and special thing about you is that you are, at this time of day, youth." Then she always made, further, one of those remarks that she had completely ceased to adorn with hesitations or apologies, and that had, by the same token, in spite of their extreme straightness, ceased to produce in Strether the least embarrassment. She made him believe them, and they became thereby as impersonal as truth itself. "It's just your particular charm." His answer too was always the same. "Of course I'm youth for the trip to Europe. I began to be young, or at least to get the benefit of it, the moment I met you at Chester, and that's what's been taking place ever since. I never had the benefit of the proper time, which comes to saying that I never had the thing itself. I'm having the benefit at this moment. I had it the other day when I said to Chad, 'Wait.' I shall have it still again when Sarah Pocock arrives. It's a benefit that would make a poor show for many people, and I don't know who else but you and I, frankly, could begin to see in it what I feel. I don't get drunk, I don't pursue the ladies, I don't spend money, I don't even write sonnets. But nevertheless I'm making up late for what I didn't have early. I cultivate my little benefit in my own little way. It amuses me more than anything that has happened to me in all my life. They may say what they like, it's my surrender, it's my tribute to youth. One puts that in where one can. It has to come in somewhere, if only out of the lives, the conditions, the feelings of other persons. Chad gives me the sense of it, for all his grey hairs, which merely make it solid in him and safe and serene. and she does the same, for all her being older than he, for all her marriageable daughter, her separated husband, her agitated history. Though they're young enough, my pair, I don't say they're, in the freshest way, their own absolutely prime adolescence, for that has nothing to do with it. The point is that they're mine. Yes, they're my youth, since somehow at the right time nothing else ever was. What I meant just now, therefore, is that it would all go before doing its work, if they were to fail me." On which, just here, Miss Gostrey inveterately questioned, "What do you, in particular, call its work?" "Well, to see me through." "But through what?" She liked to get it all out of him. "Why, through this experience." That was all that would come. It regularly gave her none the less the last word. "Don't you remember how, in those first days of our meeting, it was I who was to see you through?" "Remember?" Tenderly, deeply, he always rose to it. "You're just doing your part and letting me maunder to you thus." "Ah, don't speak as if my part were small, since whatever else fails you—" "You won't ever, ever, ever," he thus took her up. "Oh, I beg your pardon, you necessarily, you inevitably will. Your conditions—that's what I mean—won't allow me anything to do for you." "Let alone, I see what you mean, that I'm drearily dreadfully old. I am, but there's a service, possibly for you to render, that I know, all the same, I shall think of." "And what will it be?" This in fine, however, she would never tell him. "You shall hear only if your smash takes place. As that's really out of the question I won't expose myself." A point at which, for reasons of his own, Strether ceased to press. He came round, for publicity—it was the easiest thing—to the idea that his smash was out of the question, and this rendered idle the discussion of what might follow it. He attached an added importance, as the days elapsed, to the arrival of the Pococks. He had even a shameful sense of waiting for it insincerely and incorrectly. He accused himself of making believe to his own mind that Sarah's presence, her impression, her judgment, would simplify and harmonise. He accused himself of being so afraid of what they might do that he sought refuge to beg the whole question in a vain fury. He had abundantly seen at home what they were in the habit of doing, and he had not at present the smallest ground. His clearest vision was when he made out that what he most desired was an account more full and free of Mrs. Newsome's state of mind than any he felt he could now expect from herself. That calculation at least went hand in hand with the sharp consciousness of wishing to prove to himself that he was not afraid to look his behaviour in the face. If he was, by an inexorable logic, to pay for it, he was literally impatient to know the cost, and he held himself ready to pay in instalments. The first instalment would be precisely this entertainment of Sarah, as a consequence of which, moreover, he should know vastly better where he stood. End of Book 7th, Chapter 3. Book 8th, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strether rambled alone during these few days, the effect of the incident of the previous week having been to simplify in a marked fashion his mixed relations with Waymarsh. Nothing had passed between them in reference to Mrs. Newsome's summons, but that our friend had mentioned to his own the departure of the deputation actually at sea, giving him thus an opportunity to confess to the occult intervention he imputed to him. Waymarsh, however, in the event, confessed to nothing, and though this falsified in some degree Strether's forecast, the latter amusedly saw in it the same depth of good conscience out of which the dear man's impertinence had originally sprung. He was patient with the dear man now, and delighted to observe how unmistakably he had put on flesh. He felt his own holidays so successfully large and free that he was full of allowances and charities in respect to those cabined and confined. His instinct toward a spirit so strapped down as Waymarsh's was to walk round it on tiptoe for fear of waking it up to a sense of losses by this time irretrievable. It was all very funny, he knew, and but the difference, as he often said to himself, of Tweedledum and Tweedledee, an emancipation so purely comparative that it was like the advance of the doormat on the scraper. Yet the present crisis was happily to profit by it, and the pilgrim from Milrose to know himself more than ever in the right. Strether felt that when he heard of the approach of the Pococks, the impulse of pity quite sprang up in him beside the impulse of triumph. That was exactly why Waymarsh had looked at him with eyes in which the heat of justice was measured and shaded. He had looked very hard, as if affectionately sorry for the friend of 55, whose frivolity had had thus to be recorded, becoming, however, but obscurely sententious and leaving his companion to formulate a charge. It was in this general attitude that he had of late altogether taken refuge. With the drop of discussion they were solemnly, sadly superficial. Strether recognised in him the mere portentous rumination to which Miss Barrace had so good-humouredly described herself as assigning a corner of her salon. It was quite as if he knew his surreptitious step had been divined, and it was also as if he missed the chance to explain the purity of his motive. But this privation of relief should be precisely his small penance. It was not amiss for Strether that he should find himself to that degree uneasy. If he had been challenged or accused, rebuked for meddling or otherwise pulled up, he would probably have shown, on his own system, all the height of his consistency, all the depth of his good faith. Explicit resentment of his course would have made him take the floor, and the thump of his fist on the table would have affirmed him as consciously incorruptible. Had what now really prevailed with Strether been but a dread of that thump, a dread of wincing a little painfully at what it might invidiously demonstrate? However this might be, at any rate, one of the marks of the crisis was a studied lapse in Waymarsh of betrayed concern. As if to make up to his comrade for the stroke by which he had played Providence, he now conspicuously ignored his movements, withdrew himself from the pretensions to share them, stiffened up his sensibility to neglect, and clasping his large empty hands and swinging his large restless foot, clearly looked to another quarter for justice. This made for independence on Strether's part, and he had in truth at no moment of his stay been so free to go and come. The early summer brushed the picture over and blurred everything but the near. It made a vast warm fragrant medium in which the elements floated together on the best of terms, in which rewards were immediate and reckonings postponed. Chad was out of town again, for the first time since his visitor's first view of him. He had explained this necessity, without detail, yet also without embarrassment. The circumstance was one of those which, in the young man's life, testified to the variety of his ties. Strether wasn't otherwise concerned with it than for its so testifying, a pleasant multitudinous image in which he took comfort. He took comfort, by the same stroke, in the swing of Chad's pendulum back from that other swing, the sharp jerk towards Woollett, so stayed by his own hand. He had the entertainment of thinking that if he had for that moment stopped the clock it was to promote the next minute this still livelier motion. He himself did what he hadn't done before. He took 2 or 3 times whole days off, irrespective of others, of 2 or 3 taken with Miss Gostrey, 2 or 3 taken with little Bilham. He went to Chartres and cultivated, before the front of the cathedral, a general easy beatitude. He went to Fontainebleau and imagined himself on the way to Italy. He went to Rouen with a little handbag and inordinately spent the night. One afternoon he did something quite different. Finding himself in the neighbourhood of a fine old house across the river, he passed under the great arch of its doorway and asked at the porter's lodge for Madame de Vionnet. He had already hovered more than once about that possibility, been aware of it, in the course of ostensible strolls, as lurking but round the corner. Only it had perversely happened, after his morning in Notre Dame, that his consistency, as he considered and intended it, had come back to him; whereby he had reflected that the encounter in question had been none of his making, clinging again intensely to the strength of his position, which was precisely that there was nothing in it for himself. From the moment he actively pursued the charming associate of his adventure, from that moment his position weakened, for he was then acting in an interested way. It was only within a few days that he had fixed himself a limit. He promised himself his consistency should end with Sarah's arrival. It was arguing correctly to feel the title to a free hand conferred on him by this event. If he wasn't to be let alone he should be merely a dupe to act with delicacy. If he wasn't to be trusted he could at least take his ease. If he was to be placed under control he gained leave to try what his position might agreeably give him. An ideal rigour would perhaps postpone the trial till after the Pococks had shown their spirit, and it was to an ideal rigour that he had quite promised himself to conform. Suddenly, however, on this particular day, he felt a particular fear, under which everything collapsed. He knew abruptly that he was afraid of himself, and yet not in relation to the effect on his sensibilities of another hour of Madame de Vionnet. What he dreaded was the effect of a single hour of Sarah Pocock, as to whom he was visited, in troubled nights, with fantastic waking dreams. She loomed at him larger than life. She increased in volume as she drew nearer. She so met his eyes that, his imagination taking, after the first step, all, and more than all, the strides, he already felt her come down on him, already burned under her reprobation with the blush of guilt, already consented, by way of penance, to the instant forfeiture of everything. He saw himself, under her direction, recommitted to Woollett, as juvenile offenders are committed to reformatories. It wasn't of course that Woollett was really a place of discipline, but he knew in advance that Sarah's salon at the hotel would be. His danger, at any rate, in such moods of alarm, was some concession, on this ground, that would involve a sharp rupture with the actual. Therefore if he waited to take leave of that actual he might wholly miss his chance. It was represented with supreme vividness by Madame de Vionnet, and that is why, in a word, he waited no longer. He had seen in a flash that he must anticipate Mrs. Pocock. He was accordingly much disappointed on now learning from the portress that the lady of his quest was not in Paris. She had gone for some days to the country. There was nothing in this accident but what was natural. Yet it produced for poor Strether a drop of all confidence. It was suddenly as if he should never see her again, and as if, moreover, he had brought it on himself by not having been quite kind to her. It was the advantage of his having let his fancy lose itself for a little in the gloom that, as by reaction, the prospect began really to brighten from the moment the deputation from Woollett alighted on the platform of the station. They had come straight from Havre, having sailed from New York to that port, and having also, thanks to a happy voyage, made land with a promptitude that left Chad Newsome, who had meant to meet them at the dock, belated. He had received their telegram with the announcement of their immediate further advance just as he was taking the train for Havre, so that nothing had remained for him but to await them in Paris. He hastily picked up Strether, at the hotel, for this purpose, and he even, with easy pleasantry, suggested the attendance of Waymarsh as well. Waymarsh, at the moment his cab rattled up, being engaged, under Strether's contemplative range, in a grave perambulation of the familiar court. Waymarsh had learned from his companion, who had already had a note, delivered by hand, from Chad, that the Pococks were due, and had ambiguously, though, as always, impressively, glowered at him over the circumstance, carrying himself in a manner in which Strether was now expert enough to recognise his uncertainty, in the premises as to the best tone. The only tone he aimed at with confidence was a full tone. which was necessarily difficult in the absence of a full knowledge. The Pococks were a quantity as yet unmeasured, and as he had practically brought them over, so this witness had to that extent exposed himself. He wanted to feel right about it, but could only, at the best, for the time, feel vague. "I shall look to you, you know, immensely," our friend had said, "to help me with them," and he had been quite conscious of the effect of the remark, and of others of the same sort, on his comrade's sombre sensibility. He had insisted on the fact that Waymarsh would quite like Mrs. Pocock. One could be certain he would. He would be with her about everything, and she would also be with him, and Miss Barrace's nose, in short, would find itself out of joint. Strether had woven this web of cheerfulness while they waited in the court for Chad. He had sat smoking cigarettes to keep himself quiet, while, caged and leonine, his fellow traveller paced and turned before him. Chad Newsome was doubtless to be struck, when he arrived, with the sharpness of their opposition at this particular hour. He was to remember, as a part of it, how Waymarsh came with him and with Strether to the street, and stood there with a face half wistful and half rueful. They talked of him, the two others, as they drove, and Strether put Chad in possession of much of his own strained sense of things. He had already, a few days before, named to him the wire he was convinced their friend had pulled, a confidence that had made on the young man's part quite hugely for curiosity and diversion. The action of the matter, moreover, Strether could see, was to penetrate. He saw, that is, how Chad judged a system of influence in which Waymarsh had served as the determinant. An impression just now quickened again, with the whole bearing of such a fact on the youth's view of his relatives. As it came up between them that they might now take their friend for a feature of the control of these latter, now sought to be exerted from Woollett, Strether felt indeed how it would be stamped all over him, half an hour later, for Sarah Pocock's eyes, that he was as much on Chad's side as Waymarsh had probably described him. He was letting himself at present go. There was no denying it. It might be desperation, it might be confidence. He should offer himself to the arriving travellers, bristling with all the lucidity he had cultivated. He repeated to Chad what he had been saying in the court to Waymarsh, how there was no doubt whatever that his sister would find the latter a kindred spirit, no doubt of the alliance, based on an exchange of views, that the pair would successfully strike up. They would become as thick as thieves, which moreover was but a development of what Strether remembered to have said in one of his first discussions with his mate, struck as he had then already been with the elements of affinity between that personage and Mrs. Newsome herself. "I told him one day when he had questioned me on your mother that she was a person who, when he should know her, would rouse in him, I was sure, a special enthusiasm, and that hangs together with the conviction we now feel, the certitude that Mrs. Pocock will take him into her boat, for it's your mother's own boat that she's pulling." "Ah," said Chad, "mother's worth 50 of Sally." "1,000. But when you presently meet her, all the same you'll be meeting your mother's representative, just as I shall. I feel like the outgoing ambassador," said Strether, doing honour to his appointed successor. A moment after speaking as he had just done, he felt he had inadvertently rather cheapened Mrs. Newsome to her son, an impression audibly reflected, as at first seen, in Chad's prompt protest. He had recently rather failed of apprehension of the young man's attitude and temper, remaining principally conscious of how little worry, at the worst, he wasted, and he studied him at this critical hour with renewed interest. Chad had done exactly what he had promised him a fortnight previous, had accepted without another question his plea for delay. He was waiting cheerfully and handsomely, but also inscrutably and with a slight increase perhaps of the hardness originally involved in his acquired high polish. He was neither excited nor depressed, was easy and acute and deliberate, unhurried, unflurried, unworried, only at most a little less amused than usual. Strether felt him more than ever a justification of the extraordinary process of which his own absurd spirit had been the arena. He knew as their cab rolled along, knew as he hadn't even yet known, that nothing else than what Chad had done and had been would have led to his present showing. They had made him, these things, what he was. And the business hadn't been easy. It had taken time and trouble. It had cost, above all, a price. The result at any rate was now to be offered to Sally, which Strether, so far as that was concerned, was glad to be there to witness. Would she in the least make it out or take it in, the result, or would she in the least care for it if she did? He scratched his chin as he asked himself by what name, when challenged, as he was sure he should be, he could call it for her. Oh, those were determinations she must herself arrive at. Since she wanted so much to see, let her see then and welcome. She had come out in the pride of her competence, yet it hummed in Strether's inner sense that she practically wouldn't see. That this was moreover what Chad shrewdly suspected was clear from a word that next dropped from him. "They're children, they play at life." And the exclamation was significant and reassuring. It implied that he hadn't then, for his companion's sensibility, appeared to give Mrs. Newsome away, and it facilitated our friend's presently asking him if it were his idea that Mrs. Pocock and Madame de Vionnet should become acquainted. Strether was still more sharply struck hereupon with Chad's lucidity. "Why, isn't that exactly, to get a sight of the company I keep, what she has come out for?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is," Strether unguardedly replied. Chad's quick rejoinder lightened his precipitation. "Why do you say you're afraid?" "Well, because I feel a certain responsibility. It's my testimony, I imagine, that will have been at the bottom of Mrs. Pocock's curiosity. My letters, as I've supposed you to understand from the beginning, have spoken freely. I've certainly said my little say about Madame de Vionnet." All that, for Chad, was beautifully obvious. "Yes, but you've only spoken handsomely." "Never more handsomely of any woman. But it's just that tone." "That tone," said Chad, "that has fetched her? I dare say. But I've no quarrel with you about it. And no more has Madame de Vionnet. Don't you know by this time how she likes you?" "Oh," and Strether had, with his groan, a real pang of melancholy, "for all I've done for her." "Ah, you've done a great deal." Chad's urbanity fairly shamed him, and he was at this moment absolutely impatient to see the face Sarah Pocock would present to a sort of thing, as he synthetically phrased it to himself, with no adequate forecast of which, despite his admonitions, she would certainly arrive. "I've done this." "Well, this is all right. She likes," Chad comfortably remarked, "to be liked." It gave his companion a moment's thought. "And she's sure Mrs. Pocock will—" "No, I say that for you. She likes your liking her. It's so much, as it were," Chad laughed, "to the good. However, she doesn't despair of Sarah either, and is prepared on her own side to go to all lengths." "In the way of appreciation?" "Yes, and of everything else. In the way of general amiability, hospitality and welcome. She's under arms," Chad laughed again. "She's prepared." Strether took it in; then as if an echo of Miss Barrace were in the air: "She's wonderful." "You don't begin to know how wonderful." There was a depth in it, to Strether's ear, of confirmed luxury, almost a kind of unconscious insolence of proprietorship; but the effect of the glimpse was not at this moment to foster speculation. There was something so conclusive in so much graceful and generous assurance. It was in fact a fresh evocation, and the evocation had before many minutes another consequence. "Well, I shall see her oftener now. I shall see her as much as I like, by your leave, which is what I hitherto haven't done." "It has been," said Chad, but without reproach, "only your own fault. I tried to bring you together, and she, my dear fellow, I never saw her more charming to any man. But you've got your extraordinary ideas." "Well, I did have," Strether murmured, while he felt both how they had possessed him and how they had now lost their authority. He couldn't have traced the sequence to the end, but it was all because of Mrs. Pocock. Mrs. Pocock might be because of Mrs. Newsome, but that was still to be proved. What came over him was the sense of having stupidly failed to profit where profit would have been precious. It had been open to him to see so much more of her, and he had but let the good days pass. Fierce in him, almost, was the resolve to lose no more of them, and he whimsically reflected, while at Chad's side he drew nearer to his destination, that it was after all Sarah who would have quickened his chance. What her visit of inquisition might achieve in other directions was as yet all obscure; only not obscure that it would do supremely much to bring two earnest persons together. He had but to listen to Chad at this moment to feel it, for Chad was in the act of remarking to him that they of course both counted on him, he himself and the other earnest person, for cheer and support. It was brave to Strether to hear him talk as if the line of wisdom they had struck out was to make things ravishing to the Pococks. No, if Madame de Vionnet compassed that, compassed the ravishment of the Pococks, Madame de Vionnet would be prodigious. It would be a beautiful plan if it succeeded, and it all came to the question of Sarah's being really bribable. The precedent of his own case helped Strether perhaps but little to consider she might prove so; it being distinct that her character would rather make for every possible difference. This idea of his own bribability set him apart for himself, with the further mark in fact that his case was absolutely proved. He liked always, where Lambert Strether was concerned, to know the worst, and what he now seemed to know was not only that he was bribable, but that he had been effectually bribed. The only difficulty was that he couldn't quite have said with what. It was as if he had sold himself, but hadn't somehow got the cash. That, however, was what characteristically would happen to him. It would naturally be his kind of traffic. While he thought of these things he reminded Chad of the truth they mustn't lose sight of, the truth that, with all deference to her susceptibility to new interests, Sarah would have come out with a high, firm, definite purpose. "She hasn't come out, you know, to be bamboozled. We may all be ravishing; nothing perhaps can be more easy for us. But she hasn't come out to be ravished. She has come out just simply to take you home." "Oh well, with her I'll go," said Chad good-humouredly. "I suppose you'll allow that." And then as for a minute Strether said nothing, "Or is your idea that when I've seen her I shan't want to go?" As this question, however, again left his friend silent, he presently went on. "My own idea at any rate is that they shall have, while they're here, the best sort of time." It was at this that Strether spoke. "Ah there you are! I think if you really wanted to go—" "Well?" said Chad to bring it out. "Well, you wouldn't trouble about our good time. You wouldn't care what sort of a time we have." Chad could always take in the easiest way in the world any ingenious suggestion. "I see. But can I help it? I'm too decent." "Yes, you're too decent," Strether heavily sighed; and he felt for the moment as if it were the preposterous end of his mission. It ministered for the time to this temporary effect that Chad made no rejoinder; but he spoke again as they came in sight of the station. "Do you mean to introduce her to Miss Gostrey?" As to this Strether was ready. "No." "But haven't you told me they know about her?" "I think I've told you your mother knows." "And won't she have told Sally?" "That's one of the things I want to see." "And if you find she has—" "Will I then, you mean, bring them together?" "Yes," said Chad with his pleasant promptness, "to show her there's nothing in it." Strether hesitated. "I don't know that I care very much what she may think there's in it." "Not if it represents what mother thinks?" "Ah what does your mother think?" There was in this some sound of bewilderment. But they were just driving up, and help of a sort might after all be quite at hand. "Isn't that, my dear man, what we're both just going to make out?" End of Book Eighth, Chapter 1. Book Eighth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Strether quitted the station half an hour later in different company. Chad had taken charge, for the journey to the hotel, of Sarah, Mamie, the maid and the luggage, all spaciously installed and conveyed, and it was only after the four had rolled away that his companion got into a cab with Jim. A strange new feeling had come over Strether, in consequence of which his spirits had risen. It was as if what had occurred on the alighting of his critics had been something other than fear, though his fear had yet not been of an instant scene of violence. His impression had been nothing but what was inevitable. He said that to himself, yet relief and reassurance had softly dropped upon him. Nothing could be so odd as to be indebted for these things to the look of faces and the sound of voices that had been with him to satiety, as he might have said, for years. But he now knew all the same how uneasy he had felt. That was brought home to him by his present sense of a respite. It had come moreover in the flash of an eye. It had come in the smile with which Sarah, whom at the window of her compartment they had effusively greeted from the platform, rustled down to them a moment later, fresh and handsome from her cool June progress through the charming land. It was only a sign, but enough. She was going to be gracious and unelusive. She was going to play the larger game, which was still more apparent, after she had emerged from Chad's arms, in her direct greeting to the valued friend of her family. Strether was then as much as ever the valued friend of her family. It was something he could at all events go on with, and the manner of his response to it expressed even for himself how little he had enjoyed the prospect of ceasing to figure in that likeness. He had always seen Sarah gracious, had in fact rarely seen her shy or dry, her marked thin-lipped smile intense without brightness and as prompt to act as the scrape of a safety match, the protrusion of a rather remarkably long chin, which in her case represented invitation and urbanity and not, as in most others, pugnacity and defiance, the penetration of her voice to a distance, the general encouragement and approval of her manner, were all elements with which intercourse had made him familiar, but which he noted today almost as if she had been a new acquaintance. This first glimpse of her had given a brief but vivid accent to her resemblance to her mother. He could have taken her for Mrs. Newsome while she met his eyes as the train rolled into the station. It was an impression that quickly dropped. Mrs. Newsome was much handsomer, and while Sarah inclined to the massive, her mother had, at an age, still the girdle of a maid. Also the latter's chin was rather short than long, and her smile, by good fortune, much more, oh ever so much more, mercifully vague. Strether had seen Mrs. Newsome reserved. He had literally heard her silent, though he had never known her unpleasant. It was the case with Mrs. Pocock that he had known her unpleasant, even though he had never known her not affable. She had forms of affability that were in a high degree assertive. Nothing, for instance, had ever been more striking than that she was affable to Jim. What had told in any case at the window of the train was her high clear forehead, that forehead which her friends, for some reason, always thought of as a brow. The long reach of her eyes, it came out at this juncture in such a manner as to remind him, oddly enough, also of that of Waymarsh's. And the unusual gloss of her dark hair, dressed and hatted, after her mother's refined example, with such an avoidance of extremes that it was always spoken of at Woollett as their own. Though this analogy dropped as soon as she was on the platform, it had lasted long enough to make him feel all the advantage, as it were, of his relief. The woman at home, the woman to whom he was attached, was before him just long enough to give him again the measure of the wretchedness, in fact really of the shame, of their having to recognise the formation between them of a split. He had taken this measure in solitude and meditation, but the catastrophe, as Sarah steamed up, looked for its seconds unprecedentedly dreadful, or proved, more exactly, altogether unthinkable, so that his finding something free and familiar to respond to brought with it an instant renewal of his loyalty. He had suddenly sounded the whole depth, had gasped at what he might have lost. Well, he could now, for the quarter of an hour of their detention, hover about the travellers as soothingly as if their direct message to him was that he had lost nothing. He wasn't going to have Sarah write to her mother that night that he was in any way altered or strange. There had been times enough for a month when it had seemed to him that he was strange, that he was altered in every way, but that was a matter for himself. He knew at least whose business it was not. It was not at all events such a circumstance as Sarah's own unaided lights would help her to. Even if she had come out to flash those lights more than yet appeared, she wouldn't make much headway against mere pleasantness. He counted on being able to be merely pleasant to the end, and if only from incapacity moreover to formulate anything different. He couldn't even formulate to himself his being changed and queer. It had taken place, the process, somewhere deep down. Maria Gostrey had caught glimpses of it, but how was he to fish it up, even if he desired, for Mrs. Pocock? This was then the spirit in which he hovered, and with the easier throb in it much indebted furthermore to the impression of high and established adequacy as a pretty girl promptly produced in him by Mamie. He wondered vaguely, turning over many things in the fidget of his thoughts, if Mamie were as pretty as Woollett published her, as to which issue seeing her now again was to be so swept away by Woolett's opinion that this consequence really let loose for the imagination an avalanche of others. There were positively 5 minutes in which the last word seemed of necessity to abide with the Woollett represented by a Mamie. This was the sort of truth the place itself would feel. It would send her forth in confidence. It would point to her with triumph. It would take its stand on her with assurance. It would be conscious of no requirement she didn't meet, of no question she couldn't answer. Well, it was right, Strether slipped smoothly enough into the cheerfulness of saying. Granted that a community might be best represented by a young lady of 22, Mamie perfectly played the part, played it as if she were used to it, and looked and spoke and dressed the character. He wondered if she mightn't, in the high light of Paris, a cool full studio light becoming yet treacherous, show as too conscious of these matters. But the next moment he felt satisfied that her consciousness was after all empty for its size, rather too simple than too mixed, and that the kind way with her would be not to take too many things out of it but to put as many as possible in. She was robust and conveniently tall, just a trifle too bloodlessly fair perhaps, but with a pleasant public familiar radiance that affirmed her vitality. She might have been "receiving" for Woollett wherever she found herself, and there was something in her manner, her tone, her motion, her pretty blue eyes, her pretty perfect teeth, and her very small, too small nose, that immediately placed her, to the fancy, between the windows of a hot bright room in which voices were high, up at that end to which people were brought to be "presented." They were there to congratulate, these images, and Strether's renewed vision on this hint completed the idea. What Mamie was like was the happy bride, the bride after the church and just before going away. She wasn't the mere maiden, and yet was only as much married as that quantity came to. She was in the brilliant acclaimed festal stage. Well might it last her long. Strether rejoiced in these things for Chad, who was all genial attention to the needs of his friends, besides having arranged that his servant should reinforce him. The ladies were certainly pleasant to see, and Mamie would be at any time and anywhere pleasant to exhibit. She would look extraordinarily like his young wife, the wife of a honeymoon, should he go about with her, but that was his own affair, or perhaps it was hers. It was at any rate something she couldn't help. Strether remembered how he had seen him come up with Jeanne de Vionnet in Gloriani's garden, and the fancy he had had about that, the fancy obscured now, thickly overlaid with others. The recollection was during these minutes his only note of trouble. He had often, in spite of himself, wondered if Chad but too probably were not with Jeanne the object of a still and shaded flame. It was on the cards that the child might be tremulously in love, and this conviction now flickered up not a bit the less for his disliking to think of it, for its being, in a complicated situation, a complication the more, and for something indescribable in Mamie, something at all events straightway lent her by his own mind, something that gave her value, gave her intensity and purpose, as the symbol of an opposition. Little Jeanne wasn't really at all in question. How could she be? Yet from the moment Miss Pocock had shaken her skirts on the platform, touched up the immense bows of her hat, and settled properly over her shoulder the strap of her morocco and gilt travelling satchel, from that moment little Jeanne was opposed. It was in the cab with Jim that impressions really crowded on Strether, giving him the strangest sense of length of absence from people among whom he had lived for years. Having them thus come out to him was as if he had returned to find them, and the droll promptitude of Jim's mental reaction threw his own initiation far back into the past. Whoever might or mightn't be suited by what was going on among them, Jim for one would certainly be. His instant recognition, frank and whimsical, of what the affair was for him gave Strether a glow of pleasure. "I say, you know, this is about my shape, and if it hadn't been for you—" So he broke out as the charming streets met his healthy appetite, and he wound up, after an expressive nudge, with a clap of his companion's knee and an "Oh you are doing it!" that was charged with rich meaning. Strether felt in it the intention of homage, but with a curiosity otherwise occupied postponed taking it up. What he was asking himself, for the time, was how Sarah Pocock, in the opportunity already given her, had judged her brother, from whom he himself, as they finally at the station separated for their different conveyances, had had a look into which he could read more than one message. However Sarah was judging her brother, Chad's conclusion about his sister and about her husband and her husband's sister was at the least on the way not to fail of confidence. Strether felt the confidence, and that as the look between them was an exchange, what he himself gave back was relatively vague. This comparison of notes, however, could wait. Everything struck him as depending on the effect produced by Chad. Neither Sarah nor Mamie had in any way, at the station, where they had had after all ample time, broken out about it, which, to make up for this, was what our friend had expected of Jim as soon as they should find themselves together. It was queer to him that he had that noiseless brush with Chad, an ironic intelligence with this youth on the subject of his relatives, an intelligence carried on under their nose and, as might be said, at their expense. Such a matter marked again for him strongly the number of stages he had come, albeit that if the number seemed greater the time taken for the final one was but the turn of a hand. He had before this had many moments of wondering if he himself weren't perhaps changed even as Chad was changed. Only what in Chad was conspicuous improvement? Well, he had no name ready for the working, in his own organism, of his own more timid dose. He should have to see first what this action would amount to. And for his occult passage with the young man, after all, the directness of it had no greater oddity than the fact that the young man's way with the three travellers should have been so happy a manifestation. Strether liked him for it, on the spot, as he hadn't yet liked him. It affected him while it lasted as he might have been affected by some light, pleasant, perfect work of art. To that degree that he wondered if they were really worthy of it, took it in and did it justice. To that degree that it would have been scarce a miracle if, there in the luggage-room while they waited for their things, Sarah had pulled his sleeve and drawn him aside. "You're right. We haven't quite known what you mean, mother and I, but now we see. Chad's magnificent. What can one want more? If this is the kind of thing—" on which they might, as it were, have embraced and begun to work together. Ah, how much as it was for all her bridling brightness, which was merely general and noticed nothing, would they work together? Strether knew that he was unreasonable. He set it down to his being nervous. People couldn't notice everything and speak of everything in a quarter of an hour. Possibly, no doubt also, he made too much of Chad's display. Yet none the less, when at the end of 5 minutes, in the cab, Jim Pocock had said nothing either, hadn't said, that is, what Strether wanted, though he had said much else, It all suddenly bounced back to their being either stupid or wilful. It was more probably on the whole the former, so that would be the drawback of the bridling brightness. Yes, they would bridle and be bright. They would make the best of what was before them, but their observation would fail. It would be beyond them. They simply wouldn't understand. Of what use would it be then that they had come, if they weren't to be intelligent up to that point? Unless indeed he himself were utterly deluded and extravagant? Was he, on this question of Chad's improvement, fantastic and away from the truth? Did he live in a false world, a world that had grown simply to suit him, and was his present slight irritation, in the face now of Jim's silence in particular, but the alarm of the vain thing menaced by the touch of the real? Was this contribution of the real possibly the mission of the Pococks? Had they come to make the work of observation, as he had practised observation, crack and crumble, and to reduce Chad to the plain terms in which honest minds could deal with him? Had they come in short to be sane where Strether was destined to feel that he himself had only been silly? He glanced at such a contingency, but it failed to hold him long when once he had reflected that he would have been silly in this case with Maria Gostrey and little Bilham, with Madame de Vionnet and little Jeanne, with Lambert Strether in fine, and above all with Chad Newsome himself. Wouldn't it be found to have made more for reality to be silly with these persons than sane with Sarah and Jim? Jim, in fact, he presently made up his mind, was individually out of it. Jim didn't care. Jim hadn't come out either for Chad or for him. Jim, in short, left the moral side to Sally, and indeed simply availed himself now, for the sense of recreation, of the fact that he left almost everything to Sally. He was nothing compared to Sally, and not so much by reason of Sally's temper and will as by that of her more developed type and greater acquaintance with the world. He quite frankly and serenely confessed, as he sat there with Strether, that he felt his type hang far in the rear of his wife's, and still further, if possible, in the rear of his sister's. Their types, he well knew, were recognised and acclaimed, whereas the most a leading Woollett business man could hope to achieve socially, and for that matter industrially, was a certain freedom to play into this general glamour. The impression he made on our friend was another of the things that marked our friend's road. It was a strange impression, especially as so soon produced. Strether had received it, he judged, all in the 20 minutes. It struck him at least as but in a minor degree the work of the long Woollett years. Pocock was normally and consentingly, though not quite wittingly, out of the question. It was despite his being normal. It was despite his being cheerful. It was despite his being a leading Woollett business man. And the determination of his fate left him thus perfectly usual, as everything else about it was clearly, to his sense, not less so. He seemed to say that there was a whole side of life on which the perfectly usual was for leading Woollett business men to be out of the question. He made no more of it than that, and Strether, so far as Jim was concerned, desired to make no more. Only Strether's imagination, as always, worked, and he asked himself if this side of life were not somehow connected, for those who figured on it, with the fact of marriage. Would his relation to it, had he married 10 years before, have become now the same as Pocock's? Might it even become the same should he marry in a few months? Should he ever know himself as much out of the question for Mrs. Newsome as Jim knew himself, in a dim way, for Mrs. Jim? To turn his eyes in that direction was to be personally reassured. He was different from Pocock. He had affirmed himself differently and was held, after all, in higher esteem. What none the less came home to him, however, at this hour, was that the society over there, that of which Sarah and Mamie, and in a more eminent way Mrs. Newsome herself, were specimens, was essentially a society of women, and that poor Jim wasn't in it. He himself, Lambert Strether, was as yet in some degree, which was an odd situation for a man, but it kept coming back to him in a whimsical way that he should perhaps find his marriage had cost him his place. This occasion indeed, whatever that fancy represented, was not a time of sensible exclusion for Jim, who was in a state of manifest response to the charm of his adventure. Small and fat and constantly facetious, straw-coloured and destitute of marks, he would have been practically indistinguishable hadn't his constant preference for light grey clothes, for white hats, for very big cigars and very little stories done what it could for his identity. There were signs in him, though none of them plaintive, of always paying for the others, and the principal one perhaps was just this failure of type. It was with this that he paid, rather than with fatigue or waste, and also doubtless a little with the effort of humour, never irrelevant to the conditions, to the relations, with which he was acquainted. He gurgled his joy as they rolled through the happy streets. He declared that his trip was a regular windfall, and that he wasn't there, he was eager to remark, to hang back from anything. He didn't know quite what Sally had come for, but he had come for a good time. Strether indulged him even while wondering if what Sally wanted her brother to go back for was to become like her husband. He trusted that a good time was to be, out and out, the programme for all of them, and he assented liberally to Jim's proposal that, disencumbered and irresponsible—his things were in the omnibus with those of the others—they should take a further turn round before going to the hotel. It wasn't for him to tackle Chad, it was Sally's job, and as it would be like her, he felt, to open fire on the spot, it wouldn't be amiss of them to hold off and give her time. Strether, on his side, only asked to give her time. So he jogged with his companion along boulevards and avenues, trying to extract from meagre material some forecast of his catastrophe. He was quick enough to see that Jim Pocock declined judgment, had hovered quite round the outer edge of discussion and anxiety, leaving all analysis of their question to the ladies alone, and now only feeling his way toward some small droll cynicism. It broke out afresh, the cynicism, it had already shown a flicker, in a but slightly deferred, "Well, hanged if I would if I were he." "You mean you wouldn't in Chad's place?" "Give up this to go back and boss the advertising?" Poor Jim, with his arms folded and his little legs out in the open fiacre, drank in the sparkling Paris noon and carried his eyes from one side of their vista to the other. "Why, I want to come right out and live here myself. And I want to live while I am here too. I feel with you—oh you've been grand, old man, and I've twigged—that it ain't right to worry Chad. I don't mean to persecute him, I couldn't in conscience. It's thanks to you at any rate that I'm here, and I'm sure I'm much obliged. You're a lovely pair." There were things in this speech that Strether let pass for the time. "Don't you then think it important the advertising should be thoroughly taken in hand? Chad will be, so far as capacity is concerned," he went on, "the man to do it." "Where did he get his capacity?" Jim asked. "Over here?" "He didn't get it over here, and the wonderful thing is that over here he hasn't inevitably lost it. He has a natural turn for business, an extraordinary head. He comes by that," Strether explained, "honestly enough. He's in that respect his father's son, and also, for she's wonderful in her way too, his mother's. He has other tastes and other tendencies, but Mrs. Newsome and your wife are quite right about his having that. He's very remarkable." "Well, I guess he is," Jim Pocock comfortably sighed. "But if you've believed so in his making us hum, why have you so prolonged the discussion? Don't you know that we've been quite anxious about you?" These questions were not informed with earnestness, but Strether saw he must none the less make a choice and take a line. "Because, you see, I've greatly liked it. I've liked my Paris. I dare say I've liked it too much." "Oh you old wretch!" Jim gaily exclaimed. "But nothing's concluded," Strether went on. "The case is more complex than it looks from Woollett." "Oh well, it looks bad enough from Woollett," Jim declared. "Even after all I've written?" Jim bethought himself. "Isn't it what you've written that has made Mrs. Newsome pack us off? That at least, and Chad's not turning up?" Strether made a reflexion of his own. "I see. That she should do something was no doubt inevitable, and your wife has therefore of course come out to act." "Oh yes," Jim concurred, "to act. But Sally comes out to act, you know," he lucidly added, "every time she leaves the house. She never comes out but she does act. She's acting moreover now for her mother, and that fixes the scale." Then he wound up, opening all his senses to it, with a renewed embrace of pleasant Paris. "We haven't all the same at Woollett got anything like this." Strether continued to consider. "I'm bound to say for you all that you strike me as having arrived in a very mild and reasonable frame of mind. You don't show your claws. I felt just now in Mrs. Pocock no symptom of that. She isn't fierce," he went on. "I'm such a nervous idiot that I thought she might be." "Oh, don't you know her well enough," Pocock asked, "to have noticed that she never gives herself away, any more than her mother ever does? They ain't fierce, either of them. They let you come quite close. They wear their fur the smooth side out, the warm side in. Do you know what they are?" Jim pursued as he looked about him, giving the question, as Strether felt, but half his care. "Do you know what they are? They're about as intense as they can live." Yes, and Strether's concurrence had a positive precipitation. "They're about as intense as they can live." "They don't lash about and shake the cage," said Jim, who seemed pleased with his analogy, "and it's at feeding time that they're quietest. But they always get there." "They do indeed, they always get there," Strether replied with a laugh that justified his confession of nervousness. He disliked to be talking sincerely of Mrs. Newsome with Pocock. He could have talked insincerely. But there was something he wanted to know, a need created in him by her recent intermission, by his having given from the first so much, as now more than ever appeared to him, and got so little. It was as if a queer truth in his companion's metaphor had rolled over him with a rush. She had been quiet at feeding time. She had fed, and Sarah had fed with her, out of the big bowl of all his recent free communication, his vividness and pleasantness, his ingenuity and even his eloquence, while the current of her response had steadily run thin. Jim meanwhile, however, it was true, slipped characteristically into shallowness from the moment he ceased to speak out of the experience of a husband. "But of course Chad has now the advantage of being there before her. If he doesn't work that for all it's worth—" He sighed with contingent pity at his brother-in-law's possible want of resource. "He has worked it out on you pretty well, eh?" And he asked the next moment if there were anything new at the Varieties, which he pronounced in the American manner. They talked about the Varieties, Strether confessing to a knowledge which produced again on Pocock's part a play of innuendo as vague as a nursery rhyme, yet as aggressive as an elbow in his side. And they finished their drive under the protection of easy themes. Strether waited to the end, but still in vain, for any show that Jim had seen Chad as different, and he could scarce have explained the discouragement he drew from the absence of this testimony. It was what he had taken his own stand on, so far as he had taken a stand, and if they were all only going to see nothing, he had only wasted his time. He gave his friend till the very last moment, till they had come into sight of the hotel, and when poor Pocock only continued cheerful and envious and funny, he fairly grew to dislike him, to feel him extravagantly common. If they were all going to see nothing, Strether knew, as this came back to him, that he was also letting Pocock represent for him what Mrs. Newsome wouldn't see. He went on disliking, in the light of Jim's commonness, to talk to him about that lady, yet just before the cab pulled up he knew the extent of his desire for the real word from Woollett. "Has Mrs. Newsome at all given way?" "Given way?" Jim echoed it with the practical derision of his sense of a long past. "Under the strain, I mean, of hope deferred, of disappointment repeated and thereby intensified." "Oh, is she prostrate, you mean?" He had his categories in hand. "Why yes, she's prostrate, just as Sally is. But they're never so lively, you know, as when they're prostrate." "Ah, Sarah's prostrate?" Strether vaguely murmured. "It's when they're prostrate that they most sit up." "And Mrs. Newsome's sitting up?" "All night, my boy, for you." And Jim fetched him, with a vulgar little guffaw, a thrust that gave real relief to the picture. But he had got what he wanted. He felt on the spot that this was the real word from Woollett. "So don't you go home," Jim added while he alighted and while his friend, letting him profusely pay the cabman, sat on in a momentary muse. Strether wondered if that were the real word too. End of Book Eighth, Chapter 2. Book Eighth, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. As the door of Mrs. Pocock's salon was pushed open for him the next day, well before noon, he was reached by a voice with a charming sound that made him just falter before crossing the threshold. Madame de Vionnet was already on the field, and this gave the drama a quicker pace than he felt it as yet, though his suspense had increased, in the power of any act of his own to do. He had spent the previous evening with all his old friends together, yet he would still have described himself as quite in the dark in respect to a forecast of their influence on his situation. It was strange now, none the less, that in the light of this unexpected note of her presence he felt Madame de Vionnet a part of that situation as she hadn't even yet been. She was alone, he found himself assuming, with Sarah, and there was a bearing in that, somehow beyond his control, on his personal fate. Yet she was only saying something quite easy and independent, the thing she had come, as a good friend of Chad's, on purpose to say. "There isn't anything at all? I should be so delighted." It was clear enough, when they were there before him, how she had been received. He saw this, as Sarah got up to greet him, from something fairly hectic in Sarah's face. He saw furthermore that they weren't, as had first come to him, alone altogether. He was at no loss as to the identity of the broad high back presented to him in the embrasure of the window furthest from the door. Waymarsh, whom he had to-day not yet seen, whom he only knew to have left the hotel before him, and who had taken part, the night previous, on Mrs. Pocock's kind invitation, conveyed by Chad, in the entertainment, informal but cordial, promptly offered by that lady, Waymarsh had anticipated him even as Madame de Vionnet had done, and with his hands in his pockets and his attitude unaffected by Strether's entrance, was looking out, in marked detachment, at the Rue de Rivoli. The latter felt it in the air. It was immense how Waymarsh could mark things, that he had remained deeply dissociated from the overture to their hostess that we have recorded on Madame de Vionet's side. He had conspicuously tact, besides a stiff general view, and this was why he had left Mrs. Pocock to struggle alone. He would outstay the visitor, he would unmistakably wait. To what had he been doomed for months past but waiting? Therefore she was to feel that she had him in reserve. What support she drew from this was still to be seen, for although Sarah was vividly bright, she had given herself up for the moment to an ambiguous flushed formalism. She had had to reckon more quickly than she expected, but it concerned her first of all to signify that she was not to be taken unawares. Strether arrived precisely in time for her showing it. "Oh you're too good, but I don't think I feel quite helpless. I have my brother and these American friends. And then you know I've been to Paris. I know Paris," said Sally Pocock in a tone that breathed a certain chill on Strether's heart. "Ah, but a woman in this tiresome place where everything's always changing, a woman of good will," Madame de Vionnet threw off, "can always help a woman. I'm sure you know, but we know perhaps different things." She too, visibly, wished to make no mistake, but it was a fear of a different order and more kept out of sight. She smiled in welcome at Strether, she greeted him more familiarly than Mrs. Pocock, she put out her hand to him without moving from her place, and it came to him in the course of a minute and in the oddest way that, yes, positively, she was giving him over to ruin. She was all kindness and ease, but she couldn't help so giving him. She was exquisite, and her being just as she was poured for Sarah a sudden rush of meaning into his own equivocations. How could she know how she was hurting him? She wanted to show as simple and humble, in the degree compatible with operative charm, but it was just this that seemed to put him on her side. She struck him as dressed, as arranged, as prepared infinitely to conciliate, with the very poetry of good taste in her view of the conditions of her early call. She was ready to advise about dressmakers and shops. She held herself wholly at the disposition of Chad's family. Strether noticed her card on the table, her coronet and her Comtesse, and the imagination was sharp in him of certain private adjustments in Sarah's mind. She had never, he was sure, sat with the Comtesse before, and such was the specimen of that class he had been keeping to play on her. She had crossed the sea very particularly for a look at her, but he read in Madame de Vionnet's own eyes that this curiosity hadn't been so successfully met as that she herself wouldn't now have more than ever need of him. She looked much as she had looked to him that morning at Notre Dame. He noted in fact the suggestive sameness of her discreet and delicate dress. It seemed to speak, perhaps a little prematurely or too finely, of the sense which she would help Mrs. Pocock with the shops. The way that lady took her in, moreover, added depth to his impression of what Miss Gostrey, by their common wisdom, had escaped. He winced as he saw himself, but for that timely prudence, ushering in Maria as a guide and an example. There was, however, a touch of relief for him in his glimpse, so far as he had got it, of Sarah's line. She knew Paris. Madame de Vionnet had, for that matter, lightly taken this up. "Ah, then you've a turn for that, an affinity that belongs to your family. Your brother, though his long experience makes a difference, I admit, has become one of us in a marvellous way." And she appealed to Strether in the manner of a woman who could always glide off with smoothness into another subject. Wasn't he struck with the way Mr. Newsome had made the place his own, and hadn't he been in position to profit by his friend's wondrous expertness? Strether felt the bravery, at least, of her presenting herself so promptly to sound that note, and yet asked himself what other note, after all, she could strike from the moment she presented herself at all. She could meet Mrs. Pocock only on the ground of the obvious, and what feature of Chad's situation was more eminent than the fact that he had created for himself a new set of circumstances? Unless she hid herself altogether, she could show but as one of these, an illustration of his domiciled and indeed of his confirmed condition. And the consciousness of all this, in her charming eyes, was so clear and fine that as she publicly drew him into her boat she produced in him such a silent agitation as he was not to fail afterwards to denounce as pusillanimous. "Ah, don't be so charming to me, for it makes us intimate, and after all what is between us when I've been so tremendously on my guard and have seen you but half a dozen times?" He recognised once more the perverse law that so inveterately governed his poor personal aspects. It would be exactly like the way things always turned out for him that he should affect Mrs. Pocock and Waymarsh as launched in a relation in which he had really never been launched at all. They were at this very moment, they could only be, attributing to him the full licence of it, and all by the operation of her own tone with him, whereas his sole licence had been to cling with intensity to the brink, not to dip so much as a toe into the flood. But the flicker of his fear on this occasion was not, as may be added, to repeat itself. It sprang up for its moment only to die down and then go out for ever. To meet his fellow visitor's invocation and, with Sarah's brilliant eyes on him, answer, was quite sufficiently to step into her boat. During the rest of the time her visit lasted he felt himself proceed to each of the proper offices, successively, for helping to keep the adventurous skiff afloat. It rocked beneath him, but he settled himself in his place, he took up an oar, and since he was to have the credit of pulling, pulled. "That will make it all the pleasanter if it so happens that we do meet," Madame de Vionnet had further observed, in reference to Mrs. Pocock's mention of her initiated state; and she had immediately added that, after all, her hostess couldn't be in need with the good offices of Mr. Strether so close at hand. "It's he, I gather, who has learnt to know his Paris and to love it, better than any one ever before in so short a time; so that between him and your brother, when it comes to the point, how can you possibly want for good guidance? The great thing, Mr. Strether will show you," she smiled, "is just to let oneself go." "Oh I've not let myself go very far," Strether answered, feeling quite as if he had been called upon to hint to Mrs. Pocock how Parisians could talk. "I'm only afraid of showing I haven't let myself go far enough. I've taken a good deal of time, but I must quite have had the air of not budging from one spot." He looked at Sarah in a manner that he thought she might take as engaging, and he made, under Madame de Vionnet's protection as it were, his first personal point. "What has really happened has been that all the while I've done what I came out for." Yet it only at first gave Madame de Vionnet a chance immediately to take him up. "You've renewed acquaintance with your friend. You've learnt to know him again." She spoke with such cheerful helpfulness that they might, in a common cause, have been calling together and pledged to mutual aid. Waymarsh, at this, as if he had been in question, straightway turned from the window. "Oh yes, Countess, he has renewed acquaintance with me, and he has, I guess, learned something about me, though I don't know how much he has liked it. It's for Strether himself to say whether he has felt it justifies his course." "Oh but you," said the Countess gaily, "are not in the least what he came out for. Is he really, Strether? And I hadn't you at all in my mind. I was thinking of Mr. Newsome, of whom we think so much and with whom, precisely, Mrs. Pocock has given herself the opportunity to take up threads. What a pleasure for you both," Madame de Vionnet, with her eyes on Sarah, bravely continued. Mrs. Pocock met her handsomely, but Strether quickly saw she meant to accept no version of her movements or plans from any other lips. She required no patronage and no support, which were but other names for a false position. She would show in her own way what she chose to show, and this she expressed with a dry glitter that recalled to him a fine Woollett winter morning. "I've never wanted for opportunities to see my brother. We've many things to think of at home, and great responsibilities and occupations, and our home's not an impossible place. We've plenty of reasons," Sarah continued a little piercingly, "for everything we do." And in short she wouldn't give herself the least little scrap away. But she added as one who was always bland and who could afford a concession, "I've come because—well, because we do come." "Ah then fortunately—" Madame de Vionnet breathed it to the air. 5 minutes later they were on their feet for her to take leave, standing together in an affability that had succeeded in surviving a further exchange of remarks, only with the emphasised appearance on Waymarsh's part of a tendency to revert, in a ruminating manner and as with an instinctive or a precautionary lightening of his tread, to an open window and his point of vantage. The glazed and gilded room, all red damask, ormolu, mirrors, clocks, looked south, and the shutters were bowed upon the summer morning, but the Tuileries garden and what was beyond it, over which the whole place hung, were things visible through gaps, so that the far-spreading presence of Paris came up in coolness, dimness and invitation, in the twinkle of gilt-tipped palings, the crunch of gravel, the click of hoofs, the crack of whips, things that suggested some parade of the circus. "I think it's probable," said Mrs. Pocock, "that I shall have the opportunity of going to my brother's. I've no doubt it's very pleasant indeed." She spoke as to Strether, but her face was turned with an intensity of brightness to Madame de Vionnet, and there was a moment during which, while she thus fronted her, our friend expected to hear her add, "I'm much obliged to you, I'm sure, for inviting me there." He guessed that for 5 seconds those words were on the point of coming. He heard them as clearly as if they had been spoken, but then he presently knew that they had just failed. Knew it by a glance, quick and fine, from Madame de Vionnet, which told him that she too had felt them in the air, but that the point had luckily not been made in any manner requiring notice. This left her free to reply only to what had been said. "That the Boulevard Malesherbes may be common ground for us offers me the best prospect I see for the pleasure of meeting you again." "Oh I shall come to see you, since you've been so good," and Mrs. Pocock looked her invader well in the eyes. The flush in Sarah's cheeks had by this time settled to a small definite crimson spot that was not without its own bravery. She held her head a good deal up, and it came to Strether that of the two, at this moment, she was the one who most carried out the idea of a countess. He quite took in, however, that she would really return her visitor's civility. She wouldn't report again at Woollett without at least so much producible history as that in her pocket. "I want extremely to be able to show you my little daughter," Madame de Vionnet went on, "and I should have brought her with me if I hadn't wished first to ask your leave. I was in hopes I should perhaps find Miss Pocock, of whose being with you I've heard from Mr. Newsome, and whose acquaintance I should so much like my child to make. If I have the pleasure of seeing her, and you do permit it, I shall venture to ask her to be kind to Jeanne. Mr. Strether will tell you"—she beautifully kept it up—"that my poor girl is gentle and good and rather lonely. They've made friends, he and she, ever so happily, and he doesn't, I believe, think ill of her. As for Jeanne herself, he has had the same success with her that I know he has had here wherever he has turned." She seemed to ask him for permission to say these things, or seemed rather to take it, softly and happily, with the ease of intimacy, for granted; and he had quite the consciousness now that not to meet her at any point more than halfway would be odiously, basely to abandon her. Yes, he was with her, and, opposed even in this covert, this semi-safe fashion to those who were not, he felt strangely and confusedly, but excitedly, inspiringly, how much and how far. It was as if he had positively waited in suspense for something from her that would let him in deeper, so that he might show her how he could take it. And what did in fact come as she drew out a little her farewell served sufficiently the purpose. "As his success is a matter that I'm sure he'll never mention for himself, I feel, you see, the less scruple—which it's very good of me to say, you know, by the way," she added as she addressed herself to him, "considering how little direct advantage I've gained from your triumphs with me." "When does one ever see you? I wait at home and I languish. You'll have rendered me the service, Mrs. Pocock, at least," she wound up, "of giving me one of my much too rare glimpses of this gentleman." "I certainly should be sorry to deprive you of anything that seems so much, as you describe it, your natural due. Mr. Strether and I are very old friends," Sarah allowed, "but the privilege of his society isn't a thing I shall quarrel about with any one." "And yet, dear Sarah," he freely broke in, "I feel, when I hear you say that you don't quite do justice to the important truth of the extent to which, as you're also mine, I'm your natural due. I should like much better," he laughed, "to see you fight for me." She met him, Mrs. Pocock, on this, with an arrest of speech, with a certain breathlessness, as he immediately fancied, on the score of a freedom for which she wasn't quite prepared. It had flared up, for all the harm he had intended by it, because, confoundedly, he didn't want any more to be afraid about her than he wanted to be afraid about Madame de Vionnet. He had never, naturally, called her anything but Sarah at home, and though he had perhaps never quite so markedly invoked her as his "dear," that was somehow partly because no occasion had hitherto laid so effective a trap for it. But something admonished him now that it was too late, unless indeed it were possibly too early, and that he at any rate shouldn't have pleased Mrs. Pocock the more by it. "Well, Mr. Strether," she murmured with vagueness, yet with sharpness, while her crimson spot burned a trifle brighter, and he was aware that this must be for the present the limit of her response. Madame de Vionnet had already, however, come to his aid, and Waymarsh, as if for further participation, moved again back to them. It was true that the aid rendered by Madame de Vionnet was questionable. It was a sign that, for all one might confess to with her, and for all she might complain of not enjoying, she could still insidiously show how much of the material of conversation had accumulated between them. "The real truth is, you know, that you sacrifice one without mercy to dear old Maria. She leaves no room in your life for anybody else. Do you know," she enquired of Mrs. Pocock, "about dear old Maria? The worst is that Miss Gostrey is really a wonderful woman." "Oh yes indeed," Strether answered for her. "Mrs. Pocock knows about Miss Gostrey. Your mother, Sarah, must have told you about her. Your mother knows everything," he sturdily pursued. "And I cordially admit, he added with his conscious gaiety of courage, "that she's as wonderful a woman as you like." "Ah, it isn't I who 'like,' dear Mr. Strether, anything to do with the matter," Sarah Pocock promptly protested, "and I'm by no means sure I have, from my mother or any one else, a notion of whom you're talking about." "Well, he won't let you see her, you know," Madame de Vionnet sympathetically threw in. "He never lets me, old friends as we are. I mean as I am with Maria. He reserves her for his best hours, keeps her consummately to himself, only gives us others the crumbs of the feast." "Well, Countess, I've had some of the crumbs," Waymarsh observed with weight and covering her with his large look, which led her to break in before he could go on. "Comment donc? He shares her with you?" she exclaimed in droll stupefaction. "Take care you don't have, before you go much further, rather more of all ces dames than you may know what to do with?" But he only continued in his massive way. "I can post you about the lady Mrs. Pocock, so far as you may care to hear. I've seen her quite a number of times, and I was practically present when they made acquaintance. I've kept my eye on her right along, but I don't know as there's any real harm in that." "Harm?" Madame de Vionnet quickly echoed. "Why, she's the dearest and cleverest of all the clever and dear." "Well, you run her pretty close, Countess," Waymarsh returned with spirit, "though there's no doubt she's pretty well up in things. She knows her way round Europe. Above all, there's no doubt she does love Strether." "Ah but we all do that. We all love Strether. It isn't a merit," their fellow visitor laughed, keeping to her idea with a good conscience at which our friend was aware that he marvelled, though he trusted also for it, as he met her exquisitely expressive eyes, to some later light. The prime effect of her tone, however, and it was a truth which his own eyes gave back to her in sad ironic play, could only be to make him feel that, to say such things to a man in public, a woman must practically think of him as 90 years old. He had turned awkwardly, responsively red, he knew, at her mention of Maria Gostrey. Sarah Pocock's presence, the particular quality of it, had made this inevitable, and then he had grown still redder in proportion as he hated to have shown anything at all. He felt indeed that he was showing much as, uncomfortably and almost in pain, he offered up his redness to Waymarsh, who strangely enough seemed now to be looking at him with a certain explanatory yearning. Something deep, something built on their old relation, passed, in this complexity, between them. He got the side wind of a loyalty that stood behind all actual queer questions. Waymarsh's dry bare humour, as it gave itself to be taken, gloomed out to demand justice. "Well, if you talk of Miss Barrace I've my chance too," it appeared stiffly to nod, and it granted that it was giving him away, but struggled to add that it did so only to save him. The sombre glow stared it at him till it fairly sounded out. "To save you, poor old man, to save you in spite of yourself." Yet it was somehow just this communication that showed him to himself as more than ever lost. Still another result of it was to put before him as never yet that between his comrade and the interest represented by Sarah there was already a basis. Beyond all question now, yes, Waymarsh had been in occult relation with Mrs. Newsome. Out it all came in the very effort of his face. "Yes, you're feeling my hand," he as good as proclaimed it, "but only because this at least I shall have got out of the damned old world, that I shall have picked up the pieces into which it has caused you to crumble." It was as if, in short, after an instant, Strether had not only had it from him, but had recognised that so far as this went, the instant had cleared the air. Our friend understood and approved; he had the sense that they wouldn't otherwise speak of it. This would be all, and it would mark in himself a kind of intelligent generosity. It was with grim Sarah then, Sarah grim for all her grace, that Waymarsh had begun at 10 o'clock in the morning to save him. Well, if he could, poor dear man, with his big bleak kindness. The upshot of which crowded perception was that Strether, on his own side, still showed no more than he absolutely had to. he showed the least possible by saying to Mrs. Pocock after an interval much briefer than our glance at the picture reflected in him, "Oh, it's as true as they please. There's no Miss Gostrey for any one but me. Not the least little peep. I keep her to myself." "Well, it's very good of you to notify me," Sarah replied without looking at him, and thrown for a moment by this discrimination, as the direction of her eyes showed, upon a dimly desperate little community with Madame de Vionnet. "But I hope I shan't miss her too much." Madame de Vionnet instantly rallied. "And you know, though it might occur to one, it isn't in the least that he's ashamed of her. She's really, in a way, extremely good-looking." "Ah but extremely," Strether laughed, while he wondered at the odd part he found thus imposed on him. It continued to be so by every touch from Madame de Vionnet. "Well, as I say, you know, I wish you would keep me a little more to yourself. Couldn't you name some day for me, some hour, and better soon than late? I'll be at home whenever it best suits you. There, I can't say fairer." Strether thought a moment while Waymarsh and Mrs. Pocock affected him as standing attentive. "I did lately call on you, last week, while Chad was out of town." "Yes, and I was away, as it happened too. You choose your moments well. But don't wait for my next absence, for I shan't make another," Madame de Vionnet declared, "while Mrs. Pocock's here." "That vow needn't keep you long, fortunately," Sarah observed with reasserted suavity. "I shall be at present but a short time in Paris. I have my plans for other countries. I meet a number of charming friends." And her voice seemed to caress that description of these persons. "Ah then," her visitor cheerfully replied, "all the more reason. To-morrow, for instance, or the next day?" she continued to Strether. "Tuesday would do for me beautifully." "Tuesday then with pleasure." "And at 5:30? Or at 6?" It was ridiculous, but Mrs. Pocock and Waymarsh struck him as fairly waiting for his answer. It was indeed as if they were arranged, gathered for a performance, the performance of "Europe" by his confederate and himself. Well, the performance could only go on. "Say 5:45." "5:45. Good." And now at last Madame de Vionnet must leave them, though it carried for herself the performance a little further. "I did hope so much also to see Miss Pocock. Mayn't I still?" Sarah hesitated, but she rose equal. "She'll return your visit with me. She's at present out with Mr. Pocock and my brother." "I see. Of course Mr. Newsome has everything to show them. He has told me so much about her. My great desire's to give my daughter the opportunity of making her acquaintance. I'm always on the lookout for such chances for her. If I didn't bring her to-day it was only to make sure first that you'd let me." After which the charming woman risked a more intense appeal. "It wouldn't suit you also to mention some near time, so that we shall be sure not to lose you?" Strether, on his side, waited, for Sarah likewise had after all to perform, and it occupied him to have been thus reminded that she had stayed at home, and on her first morning of Paris, while Chad led the others forth. Oh, she was up to her eyes. If she had stayed at home she had stayed by an understanding, arrived at the evening before, that Waymarsh would come and find her alone. This was beginning well, for a first day in Paris, and the thing might be amusing yet. But Madame de Vionnet's earnestness was meanwhile beautiful. "You may think me indiscreet, but I've such a desire my Jeanne shall know an American girl of the really delightful kind. You see, I throw myself for it on your charity." The manner of this speech gave Strether such a sense of depths below it and behind it as he hadn't yet had, ministered in a way that almost frightened him to his dim divinations of reasons. But if Sarah still, in spite of it, faltered, this was why he had time for a sign of sympathy with her petitioner. "Let me say then, dear lady, to back your plea, that Miss Mamie is of the most delightful kind of all, is charming among the charming." Even Waymarsh, though with more to produce on the subject, could get into motion in time. "Yes, Countess, the American girl's a thing that your country must at least allow ours the privilege to say we can show you. But her full beauty is only for those who know how to make use of her." "Ah then," smiled Madame de Vionnet, "that's exactly what I want to do. I'm sure she has much to teach us." It was wonderful, but what was scarce less so was that Strether found himself, by the quick effect of it, moved another way. "Oh that may be. But don't speak of your own exquisite daughter, you know, as if she weren't pure perfection. I at least won't take that from you. Mademoiselle de Vionnet," he explained with considerable form to Mrs. Pocock, "is pure perfection. Mademoiselle de Vionnet is exquisite." It had been perhaps a little portentous, but "Ah?" Sarah simply glittered. Waymarsh himself, for that matter, apparently recognised, in respect to the facts, the need of a larger justice, and he had with it an inclination to Sarah. "Miss Jane's strikingly handsome, in the regular French style." It somehow made both Strether and Madame de Vionnet laugh out, though at the very moment he caught in Sarah's eyes, as glancing at the speaker, a vague but unmistakable "You too?" It made Waymarsh in fact look consciously over her head. Madame de Vionnet meanwhile, however, made her point in her own way. "I wish indeed I could offer you my poor child as a dazzling attraction. It would make one's position simple enough. She's as good as she can be, but of course she's different, and the question is now, in the light of the way things seem to go, if she isn't after all too different. Too different, I mean, from the splendid type every one is so agreed that your wonderful country produces. On the other hand, of course, Mr. Newsome, who knows it so well, has, as a good friend, dear kind man that he is, done everything he can to keep us from fatal benightedness for my small shy creature. Well," she wound up after Mrs. Pocock had signified, in a murmur still a little stiff, that she would speak to her own young charge on the question, "well, we shall sit, my child and I, and wait and wait and wait for you." But her last fine turn was for Strether. "Do speak of us in such a way—" "As that something can't but come of it? Oh something shall come of it. I take a great interest," he further declared; and in proof of it, the next moment, he had gone with her down to her carriage. Book Eighth, Chapter 3